Lin Shen was also stunned, but after thinking about it, he smiled and said, "Maybe I heard it wrong." He thought that the woman might have secretly lived in Lao Yu's stone house. If he insisted that there was a woman living in it, Lao Yu would find the woman and ask her for rent, which would not be good. Lao Yu nodded and reminded Lin Shen again, "After dark, no matter what happens outside, don't go out." "Okay." Lin Shen returned to the room and saw that the eldest sister had woken up and could sit up. He took a bottle of base change liquid for the eldest sister to drink, and she also drank some, unlike yesterday when she vomited everything she drank. "Sister, you take a rest first, I'll go out for a walk, I won't come back, don't open the door no matter who calls me," Lin Shen said. "Your eldest sister has been traveling around for so many years, do I still need you to teach me?" The eldest sister rolled her eyes at him and then said, "You should first figure out the situation here, especially the situation of food, clothing, housing, transportation, and various materials." "I know, sister." Lin Shen knew that the eldest sister was a person who couldn't sit still, and she must want to do business here again. Leaving the stone house, watching the elder sister lock the door, Lin Shen was about to go in the direction where Shimin Jianke left, but was stopped by Lao Yu. "Here is a map of the area nearby, which marks the distribution of genetically modified organisms within a radius of 100 miles. And some dangerous areas are marked. It only takes one tianbi. Are you interested?" Lao Yu said with a smile, holding a piece of paper. "Can I buy on credit?" Lin Shen asked. "Of course, when you hunt something good. In the future, just bring it back to pay the bill." Lao Yu gave the map to Lin Shen readily and took out a small notebook to record the account. Lin Shen had only been here for a day, and he already owed Lao Yu more than a dozen tianbi. Lin Shen took a rough look. The map was hand-drawn, and it simply marked a few areas. What kind of genetically modified organisms are there in each area, and which area is more dangerous, etc., are all handwritten information. This small village is located in a mountainous area, with many mountains nearby, and there is a canyon outside the village. There are genetically modified organisms on the mountain and in the canyon, and there are some steel creatures in the canyon, which should not pose any threat. There are crystal-based creatures and alloy creatures on the mountain, but given Shimin Jianke's physical condition, he probably can't stand going up the mountain, so he will most likely walk along the canyon. Lin Shen summoned the evil dragon and prepared to ride it to see how Shimin Jianke is doing now. Flying crystal-based pet. You actually have a flying crystal-based pet. Old Yu, who was originally busy in the village, saw the evil dragon summoned by Lin Shen outside the village, and his eyes suddenly lit up and ran out. "Brother Lin, why didn't you tell me earlier that you have this good thing? Are you interested in cooperating with me and helping me deliver some goods? I will give you 10 tianbi for each trip." Old Yu touched the scales on the evil dragon and said excitedly, "Where to deliver the goods and what to deliver?" Lin Shen originally wanted to refuse, but thinking of what his elder sister asked him to inquire about, he asked casually, "Of course it's to the sky, otherwise why would I need your flying pet?" Old Yu stretched out his finger and pointed to the sky. "Brother Yu, you're kidding me. The star belt is far from the giant ring star, and it needs to break through the atmosphere. It takes who knows how many days to go back and forth, and you only give me 10 coins? Lin Shen curled his lips and said, "It's not a small amount. If there weren't too few flying pets, this job wouldn't be your turn. Let me Give you one more, 11 coins per trip. Ulju said with some pain. Forget it, I'll go hunt the genetically modified creatures myself. Lin Shen said and jumped on the back of the evil dragon. Brother, let's discuss it. Again. Ulju didn't want to give up. I'll go see how my friend is doing first, and then I'll talk about it when I come back. Lin Shen didn't say it firmly, and delayed it for a while. Then. We'll talk when you come back. Remember, you must come back before dark, and you must not spend the night outside. Ulju repeatedly reminded him earnestly. Lin Shen originally thought that Jianka, with such a physical condition, should not go up the mountain. Who knew that guy would choose the way up the mountain? Fortunately, Lin Shen had a dragon that could fly in the sky, otherwise it would be difficult to find him. Jianka rode a gray crystal triangular sheep. The guy ran very fast on the steep mountain road as if he were walking on flat ground. Jianka's physical condition was too bad. He was swaying on it and almost got thrown off several times. When Lin Shen rode the dragon to catch up, Jianka met a giant ape with a body as white as jade. Originally, Lin Shen thought that Jianka would use his pet to deal with the giant ape, but who knew that he actually jumped off the back of the gray crystal triangular sheep and staggered towards the giant ape. Is this guy mentally abnormal? Lin Shen was ready to go up to support at any time. Unexpectedly, Jianka was in such a bad physical condition that the crystal-based giant ape could not do anything to him. Jianka's control of strength has indeed reached the point of perfection. During the entire battle, he was using the strength of the opponent to counter the opponent's strength, and he himself hardly exerted any strength. Seeing the giant ape's claws pierce into its own chest, Lin Shen knew that his previous worries were indeed redundant. After killing the giant ape, Jianka sat on the ground. Even though he was using the strength of the opponent to counter the opponent's strength, he himself did not exert any strength, but his body was too weak. Such a small amount of fighting intensity had already made him almost breathless. Lin Shen, let me say it again, I will kill the Ascended Ones of Wan family, no matter what. I'm here to help you. I just want to test my abilities. It has nothing to do with you at all. Please stop following me. Swordsman had noticed Lin Shen a long time ago, sat on the ground and looked at him, and said indifferently, I know, I don't mean anything else, I just forgot to give you this. Lin Shen jumped off the dragon's back and handed the map to Swordsman. No need. Swordsman did not pick up the map at all and said coldly, Lin Shen, let me say it again, there is no relationship between you and me. Don't think that a small favor can bribe me. If there is a chance in the future, I will do the same. I'll still rob you. It doesn't matter, can't you just think that I am satisfying my hobby of helping others? Lin Shen flicked the map directly into the hands of Swordsman. No. Swordsman did not hesitate and threw the map to Lin Shen without even looking at it. Lin Shen put away the map helplessly, and when he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a luminous thing in the sky coming towards this direction at an extremely fast speed. Heaven! Swordsman also discovered the high-speed moving luminous object, and soon saw that it was a very cool aircraft with various flowing lines on it. The aircraft came close to them and hovered next to the cliff. The top lid opened like a roadster, and an angelic woman sat inside. She is wearing a kind of luminous battle armor. The battle armor is somewhat similar to the super flammable battle suit, but it looks more technological and has a more beautiful shape. At least it has a shape, not a simple tights style. Human, your pet looks pretty good. I want 1,000 sky coins. The heavenly being was suspended in the air, looking at the evil dragon next to Lin Shen and said. Shimanjianka's eyes narrowed slightly. The giant ring star is the territory of the celestial beings. If you offend a celestial being here, no one knows what the consequences will be. He looked at Lin Shen, wanting to know how Lin Shen would deal with the current situation. Lin Shen stared at the celestial being in a daze, as if he was frightened, and for a moment he didn't know how to deal with the situation. Human, I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? The celestial being woman frowned slightly, and was somewhat dissatisfied with Lin Shen's rude behavior of staring at her all the time. 1,000 celestial coins can't buy my pet, Lin Shen said. The reason why he looked at the celestial being woman like that was not because he was frightened, nor because he had any other intentions, but because he didn't see what the celestial being woman looked like at all, and only saw a group of mosaics. For Lin Shen, the celestial being woman wrapped in mosaics was more attractive than any peerless beauty. There is actually a living person with fire, and she is a celestial being. Could the fire on her body be related to the rebellion against heaven? Or is it another new kind of fire? Since seeing this celestial woman, countless thoughts have flashed through Lin Shen's mind. This is the first time he has found fire outside the mother planet, and it is a fire on a living person. This forced Lin Shen to overturn his previous speculation that there are fire outside the mother planet. 2,000. The celestial woman actually doubled the price. This move made Lin Shen realize that celestial beings can communicate, at least the celestial woman in front of him can communicate, and he did not directly rob her. Sorry, this pet has a special meaning to me, no matter how much money. I will not sell it. Lin Shen shook his head again. Seeing Lin Shen's refusal, Shimanjianka nodded secretly, thinking that Lin Shen still had some backbone. 4,000. The celestial woman seemed not to hear and continued to raise the price. I've said it before, no matter how much it costs, even if it's 40,000 or 400,000, I won't sell it. To me, it's no different from my relatives. Would you sell your relatives? Lin Shen said calmly. Shiman. Jianka saw the Tianren woman frowning, and couldn't help but relax his fist. Others would clench their fists when they were about to make a move, but when Shimanjianka was about to make a move, on the contrary, he would let go of his clenched palms and try to relax himself. But if you want it, I can give it to you. Lin Shen couldn't see the Tianren woman's expression, so he didn't wait for the Tianren woman to react, and continued directly. Just as words made Shimanjianka and Tianren woman stunned for a moment. It seems you know who I am. Tianren woman smiled. If you are willing to tell me your name, I will know who you are in the future. Lin Shen said with a smile. You don't know me? Tianren woman was a little surprised. I want to know you. Lin Shen said. You don't know me, why did you give me your pet? The celestial woman looked at Lin Shen with interest. She was wondering whether Lin Shen really didn't know her or was pretending not to know her. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Lin Shen asked instead of answering a lie. The smile on the celestial woman's face disappeared. She had seen too many such tricks. She had no interest in such a man. She even thought that Lin Shen would praise her beauty next. When she asked Lin Shen what the truth was, Lin Shen would say that she was more beautiful. I want to marry you. Lin Shen's answer stunned the celestial woman for a moment. It seemed a little different from what she thought. What about the truth? The celestial woman asked with a blink of her eyes. The truth is a bit offensive. So I'd better not say it. Lin Shen took back the evil dragon, turned it into a capsule, and threw it to the celestial woman. I'll give you the pet. Can you tell me your name? As a punishment for the offense, no. The celestial woman took the pet capsule, a sly smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she drove away directly in the aircraft. Lin Shen watched the celestial woman leave, and he didn't feel sorry for the evil dragon he gave away. Compared with the fire on the woman, a mere evil dragon pet is nothing. This is an investment and will pay back in the future. It seems that your thoughts are in vain, Shimin Jianke said with a sneer. Shimin Jianke originally thought that Lin Shen was a person of character, but Lin Shen's actions today made him look down on him. Men can be bad, mean, and cruel, but they can't lick. This is Shimin Jianke's principle. It's not a waste, at least she has no ill will towards us now, so it's convenient to contact her in the future. Lin Shen didn't think about that at all. Now his mind was full of thoughts, how to get the fire from the celestial woman. Is the fire on her body 1/10 of their rebelliousness against heaven? I don't know how strong she is. Is she a genetic mutation or ascension? Is there a chance to tie her up and sleep with her? Lin Shen was considering various possibilities. Don't dream, the Celestials are a powerful race in the universe, and humans are no different from pets and slaves in her eyes. Shimin Jianke turned around and left, no longer paying attention to Lin Shen. Lin Shen knew that he had the ability to protect himself, so he didn't care about him anymore, looked at the map, and went in another direction. Shimin Jianke was right, it was normal for the Celestials to look down on humans, so under normal circumstances, it was impossible to get this celestial woman to sleep with him. The most effective way is to tie her up, but you have to figure out first the identity and strength of this celestial woman, so as not to cause big trouble. The celestial woman likes pets. Lin Shen thought that he should find out her details first and then use other pets as bait. It should not be difficult to find an opportunity to take action. I think the level of the celestial woman should not be too high, otherwise she would not be interested in crystal-based pets. With this foreshadowing, the celestial woman should not be too defensive against him. As long as the design is good, it should not be difficult to find an opportunity to get along alone. Of course, the premise is that it will not be too troublesome to kidnap the celestial woman. He doesn't know how long he will stay on the giant ring star, and he can't let himself have no foothold on the giant ring star. The reason why he gave up the evil dragon was also part of the consideration. He offended the celestial being as soon as he came. I'm afraid that his future life will not be easy. Lin Shen planned to find out the situation nearby first, and hunt some genetically modified creatures to pay back to Laoyu. The celestial woman drove the aircraft and came directly to the small village where Lin Shen lived. Master Tian, why are you here in person? Old Yu was surprised to see the celestial woman sitting in the aircraft, and hurried forward to perform a celestial etiquette. Have you had any new people here recently? Tian asked casually while playing with the pet capsule in his hand. Yes, sir, there are 3 new people, 2 men and 1 woman. Old Yu did not dare to hide the information of Lin Shen and the other 2 in detail. He secretly doubted in his heart, how could such a big man as Tian come to such a place in person to ask about the situation of Lin Shen and the other two? This is no less than the leader of a country running to a slum in a remote frontier to ask about the situation of a few poor people. After listening to this, Tian did not make any comment and drove away directly in the aircraft. She was just passing by and had no intention to come here. Did Tian pass by here and ask about those three people? Intentionally or unintentionally? Lao Yu's expression changed. Theoretically, Tian should not be able to pay attention to the three human mutations, but if it was an unintentional coincidence, why did she not pass by here earlier or later, but at this time and asked about the newcomer's situation? Do those three people have any background? Lao Yu speculated in his heart. Without the evil dragon, Lin Shen could only change to a non-flying mount. In this mountain range, it is indeed not convenient to move without a flying mount. After a long circle around, there are indeed many mutation creatures here, but the number of mutant creatures is far less than that of King Kai. Instructor Mu is right. It is better to develop on King Kai first. Lin Shen killed a few crystal-based creatures, collected the mutation fluid, and dragged their bodies back together. These two snow apes are of good quality, so you can get one Tianbi. The rest are ordinary goods, so they are all counted as one Tianbi. Lin Shen took the prey to Lao Yu to pay off his debt, but he didn't expect that he only got 2 Tianbi in total. Lin Shen thought Lao Yu was cheating him at first, but when other mutators came to sell things later, they were also at similar prices. Tianbi is more valuable than you think. Living in a stone house for a day costs 1 Tianbi. This is a bit too expensive. Lin Shen originally thought that those things were only 1 Tianbi, which seemed not very expensive, but when you really counted it, it was really not cheap. But Lin Shen didn't care about these. As long as Lao Yu's service was in place, spending some money was nothing. Lao Yu, did a Tianren come to the village today? Lin Shen asked, casually. Why are you asking this? Lao Yu looked at Lin Shen and asked back. That means I've been here before. Lin Shen pretended to be depressed and sighed, didn't I agree with you that I would use my flying pet to help you deliver the goods? Who knew that I met that celestial being today, and my flying pet was gone? Old Yu was stunned when he heard it, and then he suddenly realized it. He patted Lin Shen's shoulder and said, Brother, it's good to be alive. Do you know who the celestial being you met is? I don't know. Lin Shen shook his head. On this giant ring star, celestial beings must not be provoked. 3 of them have the power of life and death over everyone. One is in 117, the celestial being who controls the earth, another is G118, who controls the ocean, and the last one is Tian, who controls the star belt. Old Yu said, it's just a pet. If it's gone, it's gone. If you offend her, you won't even know how you died. And 117, G118, why are the names of celestial beings so strange? Lin Shen laughed. You probably haven't dealt with the celestials before, right? Old Yu lowered his voice and said, there are only 3 surnames among angels, Qi, Tian, and An. Among these 3 surnames, only Tian has his own name. The surnames Qi and An are ranked by strength. And 117 means that he ranks 117th in the strength of the An family, and the same is true for Qi 118. Ranked 117 and 118, what kind of strength is that? Lin Shen felt something was wrong. How can we know about such a big shot, but the person who can guard a planet must be a Nirvana strongman. Olju said. So, Tian is also Nirvana level? Lin Shen secretly sweated for himself. He didn't expect that Tian, who was interested in crystal-based pets, was actually a Nirvana level existence. Thinking about it, I was thinking about tying Tian before. Fortunately he didn't do it, otherwise it would be a lot of fun. Of course, that's why you are so lucky. If a pet is gone, it's gone. It's enough to be alive. Lao Yu sighed, it's a pity that you can't do this delivery job anymore. How could she, a Nirvana master, like my pet? Lin Shen was still a little puzzled. Although the evil dragon was good, it was no different from garbage to the Nirvana masters. Who knows? We don't understand the affairs of the gods, so don't ask nonsense. Lao Yu seemed to know something, but he refused to say. Nirvana level, that's troublesome. Lin Shen was a little depressed. Originally, I thought that even if Tian was an ascender, he would have a chance with his strength. I thought of a way to tie her up and sleep with her, and take away the fire from her body. But she was Nirvana level, so Lin Shen didn't dare to tie her up. He could only kill this idea temporarily. The elder sister's condition is getting better and better. She drank 3 bowls of medicine soup today. She basically doesn't have a fever, and the black spots on her body seem to have faded a little. Lin Shen told his elder sister all the news he had heard and the situation nearby. The value of the celestial tribe's celestial coin is much higher than the currency of our home planet. With our level, it shouldn't be difficult to make money here. The elder sister has already started planning how to build her business empire here. Eldest sister, we are here to seek refuge. Making money is secondary. We should try to keep a low profile. Lin Shen quickly interrupted the elder sister's fantasy. If she continued to think, I'm afraid she would have already figured out how to make money to buy the giant ring star. She really dared to think. The elder sister suddenly became a little depressed and said weakly, then you have to make some money to live. You can't work for Lao Yu every day, right? Then the conditions here are too bad. It's best to find a more comfortable place to live. Lin Shen thought of the woman who sang last night, so he asked eldest sister, did you hear the woman next door singing last night? I felt so uncomfortable yesterday that everyone was so confused. I couldn't hear anything. Lin Miao said, and his eyes suddenly lit up, is there a woman next door? What does she look like? How old are you? Are you married? Sister, what are you thinking about? What's going on with us now? Do you still have the heart to think about this? Lin Shen knew what the eldest sister was thinking, and she was a little confused about whether to laugh or cry. The elders say, well, start a family first and then start a career. Although the conditions are a little more difficult now, no matter how hard it is, you can't delay finding a partner. Besides, it's not tiring to work with a man and a woman. In this damn place, there is a beautiful girl. Isn't it better to fight with you than to fight alone? Tell me, what is that girl like? How do I know? I've never seen her. I just heard a woman humming next door at night. Lin Shen said with a bitter smile. You live next door to us. There will be more opportunities in the future. Wait, sister, I will help you take a look. If the conditions are good. Lin Miao's eyes began to shine. Lin Shen was speechless and ignored her. He packed his things and prepared to face The coming darkness. Shimanjianka came back late, and he didn't bring back much prey. When he passed by Lin Shen's door, Lin Shen greeted him. He ignored Lin Shen, and went back to the stone house and closed the door. The night fell suddenly, and because there was no place to charge, Lin Shen didn't want to use the flashlight even though he had one. The two chatted in the dark and made plans for the future. Although the environment of the giant ring star is harsh, the ascension resources here are much better than the mother star. Lin Miao meant to ascend as soon as possible. Her base mutation rate has already reached 100%, and she only needs one ascension egg to ascend directly. Lin Shen thought of the mutant pterosaur egg on the crater planet. There were too many things during this period, and he hadn't had time to get it back. If the eldest sister wants to ascend, she can use the mutant pterosaur egg. The problem now is that the ascension egg needs to be processed before it can be used by ordinary base mutations. You can also drink the liquid in the ascension egg directly, but the risk is too great, so it is better to use it after processing. I don't know if there is anyone here who can make the ascension egg into an oral liquid. Even if there is, Lin Shen is not at ease to hand over the mutant ascension egg to outsiders. Everything is difficult when you go out. After discussing with the eldest sister, Lin Shen decided to wait for a while, and consider taking the mutant ascension egg back after figuring out the situation here. The eldest sister is still not in good health, and she is easily tired. She fell asleep after a while. Lin Shen sat on the stone to rest. After a while, he heard the faint humming coming from next door again. That woman secretly lived in Lao Yu's house again. Lao Yu is so greedy. How could he not find her? Lin Shen was a little confused. But this is someone else's business, and he was too lazy to meddle in other people's business, so he continued to close his eyes and rest. When my elder sister gets better, I can take her to King Kai during the night. The night here is too long. And normal people can't sleep that long. Lin Shen didn't feel any difference in the night of the giant ring star, except that it was very dark. The woman seemed to be in a good mood, and she kept humming an inaudible song. There was only one song over and over again, and the melody was the same. After listening to it for a long time, people couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Lin Shen wanted to ask her to shut up and stop singing, but he thought it was inappropriate. In the middle of the night, if he shouted like this, wouldn't everyone hear it, and Lao Yu would also find out that this woman was living in his house secretly. Fortunately, after the woman sang for a while, there was no sound, and the faint light coming through the wall disappeared. Lin Shen continued to practice the Immortal Sutra, and it was easy to get through the night. After dawn, Lin Shen left the room as soon as possible, intending to tell the woman next to him not to sing at night. When Lin Shen came out, no one in this row of stone houses had come out yet. But when he came to the stone house next to him, he found that the door of the stone house was open. He looked inside and there was no one inside. Strange, I came out at dawn, how come that woman came out earlier than me? This doesn't make sense. Lin Shen frowned slightly. Brother Lin, why are you here so early? Lao Yu, who lived in the first room in this row, pushed the door open and was slightly surprised to see Lin Shen come out so early. Lao Yu, was there anyone living in this room last night? Lin Shen frowned and looked at Lao Yu and asked. No, there are only so many people here. And they all have fixed rooms. Only you three are new here, and there is no one else. Lao Yu seemed to think of something, looked around, pulled Lin Shen aside, stared at Lin Shen, lowered his voice and asked. What do you mean? Last time, didn't I tell you that I heard a woman singing next door, and I heard it again last night? Lin Shen said. Lao Yu's face turned very ugly. Brother, you can't say that. I really heard it. Lin Shen was very sure that he would not hear it wrong. On the first day, he saw that woman. Seeing Lin Shen so sure, Lao Yu's expression changed. After a long time, he gritted his teeth and said, Brother, this matter is good for you and me, don't go out and say it. Why? Lin Shen was a little puzzled. Don't ask, don't say, I will waive the rent for your room. Also, don't think about going to the stone house next to you at night, don't go out. Lao Yu seemed to be afraid that Lin Shen would ask more questions, so he left directly. After a while, Lao Yu took a big lock out of his own room and locked the door of the stone house next to Lin Shen. No matter what Lin Shen asked him, he refused to say anything. After a while, more people came out, and most of them went out hunting directly. Shimanjianka's condition was much better than yesterday. At least he didn't stagger when riding the gray crystal triangle sheep. The two looked at each other, Lin Shen smiled and greeted him, Shimanjianka turned his face away and left the village without looking back. Lin Shen didn't care, and went to ask Lao Yu for information. Lao Yu was a little impatient at first, but later he knew that Lin Shen was not asking about that woman. So he immediately put on a smile. One piece of information is one coin, Lao Yu said with a smile. Lin Shen asked some questions about ascension and ascension eggs, and Lao Yu explained it very clearly. If you want to make ascension eggs into oral liquid, humans don't have the equipment. Generally, humans will choose to leave the giant ring star and ascend to other planets. If you must ascend on the giant ring star, you can only ask the celestial beings or the advanced races living on the star belt for help. Lin Shen had to temporarily give up the idea of helping his elder sister ascend. He didn't dare to take the mutant ascending egg to the celestial beings and those advanced races. Wouldn't that be like handing a large piece of gold to a thief? The humans here rarely communicate with each other, and can even be said to be quite indifferent. Except for Lao Yu. It seems that everyone is trying to avoid communicating with others. During the day, there was no one left in the whole village. According to Lao Yu, most of the people who came to the giant ring star had compelling reasons. Who would come to such a ghost place? After Lin Shen packed up his things, he was going to go to a farther place to have a look. If there was no harvest, he was going to find a deserted place and teleport to King Kai. Before he walked out of the village gate, he saw a bright light flying in the sky. Could it be Tianquan? Lin Shen frowned. He had wanted to take advantage of Tianquan before. But now he didn't have that mind, at least he didn't have that ability now. Sure enough, the aircraft landed in front of Lin Shen, and after the top cover was opened, a mosaic figure was revealed. Get in. Tianquan opened the passenger door and made a gesture to get in the car. Lin Shen did not hesitate at all and sat on it directly. Anyway, he was not Tianquan's opponent, and this was Tianquan's territory, so there was no need to be timid and calculate anything. There were not many people in the village, and only Lao Yu saw this scene, with his mouth wide open for a long time. Oh my God, could it be that the boy was lucky enough to be favored by Tianquan? This is impossible. How can the big boss of the Tianren tribe favor a human mutation? Lao Yu felt like he was really old and was a little confused. If Tian wanted to make trouble for Lin Shen, or had something to do with Lin Shen, she didn't need to come to Lin Shen in person, let alone let a human mutation get on her aircraft. This Lin Shen is not simple. Lao Yu secretly calculated in his heart whether he should have a good relationship with Lin Shen in the future. After Lin Shen got on the aircraft, Tian drove the aircraft directly into the sky. Don't you want to ask why I'm looking for you? Tian saw that Lin Shen was sitting quietly and didn't say anything, so he became a little curious. Aren't you here to settle accounts with me, because I said I would marry you? Lin Shen looked surprised. Of course not. Tian rolled his eyes. Now you know who I am, right? I know. Lin Shen nodded. Do you still want to marry me? Tian looked at him with a smile. Yes. Lin Shen nodded seriously. You can think about it, but if you don't want to die, shut up. Tian restrained his smile and said while driving the aircraft, there is something you need to do. After it is done, I will give you an identity and let you live on my paradise island. What identity? Lin Shen looked at Tian in surprise and asked. What identity do you want? Tian narrowed his eyes and asked back. All is fine. Lin Shen looked at his nose and looked at his heart. He didn't dare to say anything bold. He knew what it meant to stop when he was satisfied. My nephew will come to the giant ring star in a few days. I plan to give him a small gift as a meeting gift. The thing is on a floating island in the star belt. I can't go to the island. You go to the island to take the thing out, and I will give you a permanent residence right on Paradise Island. Tian told his purpose. A place you can't even go to. Can I, a small mutation, complete this difficult task? Lin Shen couldn't help but frown. With your courage, you still want to attack me? Tian mocked. Don't worry, there is a nirvana creature on the floating island. It is very unfriendly to the celestials, but very friendly to humans. You just need to go up and get something. Unless you are looking for death and provoke it by going to the nirvana creature's nest. There is no danger. As he said, Tian returned the evil dragon capsule to Lin Shen. I can't get too close to that place, and I can't let it find out that you are going with me, otherwise you will die on the island. You have to go by yourself for the last section of the road. Are you sure? There is no danger? Lin Shen took the capsule and asked again. Do you think that with my status, I would waste time on such trivial matters? Tian was already a little dissatisfied. I have a sister. Lin Shen thought for a while and said. 2 permanent residency rights. Tian was generous. Can you tell me the details of the island? I always need to know where to go on the island to get something, right? Lin Shen thought about it and still felt that it would not hurt to know more. There is only one nirvana creature on that island, named Hell Gatekeeper. It is quite repulsive to people of other races, but it is friendly to humans. After you get on the island, just don't do anything stupid, and you will be fine. After you get on the island, you walk up the stairs. There are many corpses, debris, and various spiritual bases on both sides of the stairs. Look for it there. There is a sword-shaped spiritual base. Take it back. Tian pressed it, and a holographic image of a big sword appeared on the light screen of the aircraft. The hilt of the sword was an angel shape, and the angel's wings were the sword's hand guard. The sword body was like white jade, and the Holy light flowed in it, like a holy spring. After reading it, Lin Shen didn't ask anything. He was surprisingly quiet, which surprised Tian. Why don't you ask about the origin of this sword? Lin Shen shook his head and said, it doesn't matter. It's not given to me anyway. The archangel sword of the 10th spiritual base. Lin Shen didn't ask, but Tian insisted. It's so lucky to be your nephew. Do you still need a nephew? Lin Shen sighed. Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes again. If you don't want to die, you can. Only take the archangel sword. Don't touch other things, even a thread or a needle. Otherwise, don't blame me if you die. I know, I'm not greedy. Lin Shen suppressed his curiosity and didn't ask why the archangel sword of the 10th spiritual base was thrown there. But even if he didn't ask, Lin Shen could probably guess something. It is very likely that the Celestials once encircled and suppressed the Nirvana creatures on the island, but failed. Instead, many Celestials died there, and even the spiritual base could not be recovered. That place must be very dangerous, but Tian Zhao went there with some confidence, otherwise there would be no need to waste time and energy. If there is any danger, Lin Shen has a teleportation device in his hand, so he still has some means to save his life. While the two were talking, the aircraft had already rushed out of the atmosphere and was getting closer and closer to the star belt. The star belt is much larger than Lin Shen imagined. The closer he got to the star belt, the more magnificent it seemed, as boundless as a galaxy. Back after taking a quick look, I could already see the entire giant star ball. It was a green planet. Most of the planet was covered with green plants, and only a small part of it was covered with blue ocean. Because there is no reference object, it is impossible to tell how many times the giant ring star can be compared to the human home planet. As he got closer to the star belt, Lin Shen discovered a problem. The star belt is indeed composed of countless suspended meteorites, large and small, but between the meteorites, there seems to be a layer of transparent things like gauze and fog connected. Those things are really shining. Countless meteorites, large and small, are like pebbles in a river, immersed in the gauze-like light belt. They look magical and magnificent. It is difficult to describe how shocking that scene is. What's that glowing thing? Lin Shen asked, curiously. Star ring. The giant ring star is called the giant ring star because of the existence of the star ring. Tian said lightly, it's almost done. I can only send you here. The floating ring island you want to go to is right there, the rest of the way is up to you. Within the star ring, you don't have to worry about not being able to breathe. The star ring is very friendly to life, and the environment here is much better than inside the giant ring star. Lin Shen looked in the direction of Tian's finger. With just one glance, he knew which floating roundabout Tian was talking about. Because the floating roundabout is so big, if you weren't looking at it from here, Lin Shen felt that it would be more appropriate to call it a planet. Lin Shen personally feels that the size of the floating roundabout may be larger than the human home planet. Lin Shen rode the dragon and flew in the star belt. As Tian said, humans can live very comfortably in the star belt and breathe very smoothly, which is much more comfortable than inside the giant ring star. The feeling in the star ring is very wonderful. The wonderful substance that makes up the star ring seems to be between water and air. I can sense its resistance and viscosity, but I can't really grasp it. It feels warm and comfortable to breathe. If there is a bed here, Lin Shen estimates that he can fall asleep immediately. There are huge floating islands everywhere, The big ones are comparable to planets, and the small ones are as big as real islands. Each floating island is covered with lush plants, colorful and beautiful. The floating island that Tian pointed to is the largest one, covered with flowers and plants of various colors, like a huge sky garden. Strangely, there is a clear strip on the floating island, like a long scar on the planet, with no plants growing on it, ugly and lifeless. There must be something fishy there, right? Wouldn't it be that walking this road would consume people's vitality and lifespan, so Tian asked me to go? Lin Shen had never really believed in Tian from the beginning, but he didn't have enough strength to refuse her. He had the theory of evolution, so he was not too afraid of these special environments. Let's go down and take a look first. Lin Shen rode the dragon into the huge floating island. Unlike the giant ring star, the floating island itself is immersed in the star ring and has no protection from the atmosphere. Lin Shen easily entered the island, and his finger kept pressing the button on the watch. If there was any movement, he would teleport and escape immediately. As the distance got closer, Lin Shen could see more clearly that the ugly scar was actually a stone stairway in the mountains. There were bare mountains on both sides of the stone stairway, so it looked like that in the sky. Landing at the starting point of the stone steps, I immediately saw many skeletons lying on both sides. The clothes on some skeletons were not damaged. Many of them were very advanced combat suits, much more advanced than the super-burning combat suits. Most of those skeletons had wing bones, and it was speculated that they should be from the celestial race. There were also many spirit bases scattered around, of various kinds, most of which were covered with thick dust, and their original appearance could not be seen clearly. Some skeletons were obviously not from the celestial race, and had various strange features. It seems that it was not only the celestial race that surrounded and killed the gatekeeper of hell. Lin Shen walked up the stone steps, looking down at the information on his watch from time to time. His theoretical life limit did not change, which meant that he had thought too much before. At least this road would not consume his life. Because he did not feel uncomfortable and the theory of evolution had not been activated, this road was unexpectedly easy to walk. Lin Shen walked, while looking for the archangel sword. He had not found the sword yet, but he was very surprised by the various skeletons and things he saw. Almost every short distance, you can see a lot of skeletons and broken spiritual bases. At that time, it was unknown how many ascenders died here. He had only walked such a short distance, but he had seen no less than 1,000 skeletons. Tian, who was far away on another roundabout island, had been using the equipment on the aircraft to remotely monitor Lin Shen's every move. Fortunately, he didn't greedily take those spiritual bases, but this is not the real test yet. It should be coming soon. After seeing such things, can he still control his greed? Tian observed Lin Shen with interest. She didn't care about Lin Shen's life or death. If Lin Shen died, she could still find other humans to take it. After all, someone could take back the archangel sword. As long as he was not greedy, it would not be a difficult task. Under Tian's gaze, Lin Shen walked to a damaged section of stone steps. This section of stone steps was severely damaged, and almost no complete stone steps could be seen. The mountain walls on both sides collapsed on a large scale, forming two huge pits on both sides. There were also many fallen rocks on the stone steps, so Lin Shen could only climb up with his hands and feet. The main reason was that he didn't know where the archangel's sword was. Tian also told him that after climbing the stone steps, he could not use pets to fly, and it was best not to use other pets. Suddenly, Lin Shen found that there was a person sitting on a big rock in the pit next to him. The reason why it was said to be a person, not a skeleton, was because the person had a complete shell. He was wearing a purple jade shell, sitting cross-legged on the big rock, like an old monk in meditation, without a speck of dust on his body. There was no scar on his shell, and he didn't look like a dead person at all. It was a pity that the shell wrapped his entire body in it, and his true face could not be seen. Can a dead person still maintain his shell? Lin Shen had never seen a dead person who could still maintain his shell, but from Tian's tone, there should be no living people here. Suddenly, Lin Shen saw a purple egg between the man's hands. Lin Shen had never seen an egg like that. The egg was like a deep little universe, with countless stars flowing inside, starlight flickering and fading, countless galaxies spinning and speeding, and there was an indescribable mystery. Not knowing what kind of creature the egg was, Lin Shen only took a few glances and prepared to continue walking up. When his eyes swept across the boulder under the man, Lin Shen stopped again. The boulder, there were actually a few lines of words engraved on it, which were universal human words that Lin Shen could understand. My friend, the human-slaying king, is sitting here. The Nirvana egg-devouring divine beast is reserved for those who are destined. Do not take it if you are not a human being, otherwise you will suffer misfortune. Here, is that a Nirvana egg? Lin Shen's eyes widened in disbelief. After staring at the egg of the god-eating beast for a long time, Lin Shen was really moved. The value of the Nirvana egg is simply unimaginable. The resources obtained from this egg alone are more than enough for Lin Shen to ascend 10 times. Moreover, it says not to be taken by non-humans. After staring at the Nirvana egg for a long time, Lin Shen took a deep breath, looked away, and continued climbing up. Things are good, but I'm afraid I won't be able to enjoy them with my life. Lin Shen murmured to himself. If the Nirvana egg was really so easy to get, how could it be left here, casually, without being taken away? The Celestials are not fools. It is not difficult for Tian to find tens of thousands of humans to come here. If they can be taken away, they should have been taken away long ago. The fact that it's still here just means that no one can take it away. Lin Shen always believed that life was more important than anything else. If it weren't for his inability to refuse, he wouldn't have agreed to Tian coming here to get the Archangel sword. I have endured all this, and my character is pretty good. Tian was quite pleased to see that Lin Shen did not touch the Nirvana egg. This at least proved that she had a good vision and did not find the wrong person. Just as he was feeling relieved, who knew that Lin Shen, who had not gone far out, actually stepped back again, staring directly at the body of the Slaughter King. The stone steps in this section were severely damaged, and the complete stone steps could hardly be seen. The mountain walls on both sides had collapsed in large areas, forming 2 huge potholes on both sides. There were also a lot of falling rocks on the stone steps, so Lin Shen could only use his hands and feet to climb up. The main reason is that he doesn't know where the Archangel sword is. Tian also told him that after climbing the stone steps, he can't use pets to fly, and it's best not to use other pets. Suddenly, Lin Shen discovered that there was a person sitting on a big rock in the pothole next to him. The reason why it is said to be a person, not a skeleton, is because that person has a complete carapace. He was dressed In a purple jade carapace, sitting cross-legged on a large block, like an old monk in meditation, without any dust on his body. There were no scratches on his carapace, and he didn't look like a dead person. It's a pity that the carapace wraps his entire body in it, so his true appearance cannot be seen. Can a dead person maintain a carapace? Lin Shen had never seen a dead person maintain a carapace, but from Tian's tone, there should be no living people here. Suddenly, Lin Shen saw a purple egg between the man's hands. Lin Shen had never seen an egg like that before. The egg was like a deep small universe, with countless stars flowing inside. The stars twinkling and disappearing, and countless galaxies spinning and speeding around. There was an indescribable mystery to it. Not sure what kind of creature's egg it was, Lin Shen only glanced at it for a few times before preparing to continue walking up. When his eyes glanced at the big rock under the man, Lin Shen stopped again. There were actually a few lines of words engraved on the big stone, which were universal human words that Lin Shen could understand. My friend the king of human slaughters is sitting here. The Nirvana egg-devouring divine beast is reserved for those who are destined. Do not take it if you are not a human being, otherwise you will suffer misfortune. Here, is that a Nirvana egg? Lin Shen's eyes widened in disbelief. After staring at the egg of the God-eating beast for a long time, Lin Shen was really moved. The value of the Nirvana egg is simply unimaginable. The resources obtained from this egg alone are more than enough for Lin Shen to ascend 10 times. Moreover, it says not to be taken by non-humans. After staring at the Nirvana egg for a long time, Lin Shen took a deep breath, looked away and continued climbing up. Things are good, but I'm afraid I won't be able to enjoy them with my life. Lin Shen murmured to himself. If the Nirvana egg was really so easy to get, how could it be left here, casually, without being taken away? The Celestials are not fools. It is not difficult for Tian to find tens of thousands of humans to come here. If they can be taken away, they should have been taken away long ago. The fact that it's still here just means that no one can take it away. Lin Shen always believed that life was more important than anything else. If it weren't for his inability to refuse, he wouldn't have agreed to Tian coming here to get the Archangel Sword. I have endured all this, and my character is pretty good. Tian was quite pleased to see that Lin Shen did not touch the Nirvana egg. This at least proved that she had a good vision and did not find the wrong person. Just as he was feeling relieved, who knew that Lin Shen, who had not gone far out, actually stepped back again, staring directly at the body of the Slaughter King. The stone steps in this section were severely damaged, and the complete stone steps could hardly be seen. The mountain walls on both sides had collapsed in large areas, forming 2 huge potholes on both sides. There were also a lot of falling rocks on the stone steps, so Lin Shen could only use his hands and feet to climb up. The main reason is that he doesn't know where the Archangel Sword is. Tian also told him that after climbing the stone steps, he can't use pets to fly, and it's best not to use other pets. Suddenly, Lin Shen discovered that there was a person sitting on a big rock in the pothole next to him. The reason why it is said to be a person, not a skeleton, is because that person has a complete carapace. He was dressed in a purple jade carapace, sitting cross-legged on a large block, like an old monk in meditation, without any dust on his body. There was no scar on his shell. And he didn't look like a dead person at all. It was a pity that the shell wrapped his entire body, so his true face could not be seen. Can a dead person still maintain his shell? Lin Shen had never seen a dead person still maintain his shell, but from the tone of Tian, there should be no living people here. Suddenly, Lin Shen saw a purple egg between the man's hands. Lin Shen had never seen such an egg before. The egg was like a deep small universe, with countless stars flowing inside, the starlight flickering and fading, and countless galaxies rotating and flying. There was an indescribable mystery. Not knowing what kind of creature's egg it was, Lin Shen just took a few glances and prepared to continue walking up. When his eyes swept across the big stone under the man, Lin Shen stopped again. There were actually a few lines of words engraved on the big stone, which were the universal human language that Lin Shen could understand. My friend, the king of the killers, has passed away here. The nirvana egg of the devouring god beast is left for those who are destined to take it. Non-humans should not take it, otherwise they will suffer misfortune. Oh my god, that's a nirvana egg? Lin Shen widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the egg of the devouring god beast for a long time. Lin Shen was really tempted. The value of the nirvana egg is simply unimaginable. The resources exchanged for just this one are more than enough for Lin Shen to ascend to the 10th turn, and it is also written on it that non-humans should not take it. Staring at the nirvana egg for a long time, Lin Shen took a deep breath, retracted his gaze, and continued to climb up. It's a good thing, but I'm afraid I won't be alive to enjoy it. Lin Shen muttered to himself. If the nirvana egg is really that easy to take, how could it be left here, casually, without being taken away? The Celestials are not fools. It is not difficult for Tian to find thousands or tens of thousands of humans to come here. If it can be taken, it should have been taken away long ago. It is still here now, which only means that no one can take it away. Lin Shen always believed that life was more important than anything else. If he had not been unable to refuse, he would not have agreed to Tian's son to come here to get the Archangel Sword. You have endured it, and your character is not bad. Tian's son was quite relieved to see that Lin Shen did not touch the nirvana egg. At least it proved that she had a good vision and did not find the wrong person. Just when he was relieved, who knew that Lin Shen, who had not walked far, actually retreated again, staring at the remains of the Butcher King. This section of the stone steps was severely damaged, and almost no complete stone steps could be seen. The mountain walls on both sides collapsed in a large area, forming two huge pits on both sides. There were also many fallen rocks on the stone steps, and Lin Shen could only climb up with his hands and feet. The main reason was that he did not know where the Archangel Sword was. Tian's son also reminded him that after climbing the stone steps, he could not use pets to fly, and it was best not to use other pets. Suddenly, Lin Shen found that there was a person sitting on a big stone in the pit next to him. The reason why it was said to be a person, not a skeleton, was because the person had a complete carapace. He was wearing a purple jade carapace, sitting cross-legged on a large piece of stone. Like an old monk in meditation, without a speck of dust on his body. There was no scar on his carapace, and he didn't look like a dead person at all. It was a pity that the carapace wrapped his entire body, so his true face could not be seen. Can a dead person still maintain a carapace? Lin Shen had never seen a dead person still able to maintain a carapace, but from Tian's tone, there should be no living people here. Suddenly, Lin Shen saw a purple egg between the man's hands. Lin Shen had never seen such an egg before. The egg was like a deep small universe, with countless stars flowing inside, the starlight flickering and fading, countless galaxies rotating and flying, with an indescribable mystery. Not knowing what kind of creature's egg it was, Lin Shen just took a few glances and prepared to continue walking up. When he glanced at the big stone under the man, Lin Shen stopped again. There were a few lines of words engraved on the big stone, which were common human characters that Lin Shen could understand. My friend, the Butcher King, sat here and passed away. The Nirvana egg of the god-devouring beast is left for those who are destined to take it. Non-humans should not take it, otherwise they will suffer misfortune. Oh my god, is that a Nirvana egg? Lin Shen widened his eyes in disbelief. Staring at the egg of the god-devouring beast for a long time, Lin Shen was really tempted. The value of the Nirvana egg is simply unimaginable. The resources exchanged for this one alone are more than enough for Lin Shen to ascend to the 10th level, and it is also written on it that non-humans should not take it. Staring at the Nirvana egg for a long time, Lin Shen took a deep breath, retracted his gaze, and continued to climb up. It's a good thing, but I'm afraid I won't be able to enjoy it alive, Lin Shen muttered to himself. If the Nirvana egg was really that easy to take, how could it be left here, casually, without being taken away? The Celestials are not fools. It is not difficult for Tian to find thousands or tens of thousands of humans to come here. If it can be taken away, it should have been taken away long ago. It is still here now, which only means that no one can take it away. Lin Shen has always believed that life is more important than anything else. If he had not been unable to refuse, he would not have agreed to Tian to come here to take the Archangel Sword. You have held back. Your character is not bad. Tian was quite relieved to see that Lin Shen did not touch the Nirvana egg. At least, it proved that she had a good vision and did not find the wrong person. Just when she was relieved, who knew that she did not walk out? Lin Shen, who was so far away, actually retreated again, staring at the remains of the Butcher King. This section of stone steps was severely damaged, and almost no complete stone steps could be seen. The mountain walls on both sides collapsed in a large area, forming two huge pits on both sides. There were also many fallen rocks on the stone steps, and Lin Shen could only climb up with his hands and feet. The main reason was that he didn't know where the Archangel Sword was. Tian also told him that after climbing the stone steps, he could not use pets to fly, and it was best not to use other pets. Suddenly, Lin Shen found that there was a person sitting on a big rock in the pit next to him. The reason why it was said to be a person, not a skeleton, was because the person had a complete shell. He was wearing a purple jade shell, sitting cross-legged on a big rock, like an old monk in meditation, without a single speck of dust on his body. There was no scar on his shell, and he didn't look like a dead person at all. It was a pity that the shell wrapped his entire body in it, and his true face could not be seen. Can a dead person still maintain a shell? Lin Shen had never seen a dead person still maintain a shell, but from the tone of Tian, there should be no living people here. Suddenly, Lin Shen saw a purple egg between the man's hands. Lin Shen had never seen such an egg before. The egg was like a deep small universe, with countless stars flowing inside, starlight flickering and fading. Countless galaxies rotating and flying, with an indescribable mystery. Not knowing what kind of creature's egg it was, Lin Shen just took a few glances and prepared to continue walking up. When the corner of his eye swept across the big stone under the man, Lin Shen stopped again. There were actually a few lines of words engraved on the big stone, which were common human characters that Lin Shen could understand. My friend, the Butcher King, sat here and passed away. The Nirvana egg-devouring beast is left for those who are destined. Non-humans should not take it, otherwise they will suffer a sudden disaster. Oh my God, is that a Nirvana egg? Lin Shen widened his eyes in disbelief. After staring at the egg of the god-devouring beast for a long time, Lin Shen was really tempted. The value of the Nirvana egg is simply unimaginable. The resources exchanged for just this one are more than enough for Lin Shen to ascend to the 10th level, and it is also written on it that non-humans are not allowed to take it. After staring at the Nirvana egg for a long time, Lin Shen took a deep breath, retracted his gaze, and continued to climb up. It's a good thing, but I'm afraid I won't be alive to enjoy it, Lin Shen muttered to himself. If the Nirvana egg is really that easy to take, how could it be left here, casually, without being taken away? The Celestials are not fools. It is not difficult for Tian to find thousands or tens of thousands of humans to come here. If it can be taken, it should have been taken away long ago. It is still here now, which only means that no one can take it away. Lin Shen has always believed that life is more important than anything else. If it were not for the inability to refuse, he would not agree to Tian to come here to take the Archangel Sword. You have endured it, you have a pretty good character. Tian was quite relieved to see that Lin Shen did not touch the Nirvana egg. At least it proved that she had a good vision and did not find the wrong person. Just as she was relieved, who knew that Lin Shen, who had not walked far, actually retreated again, staring at the remains of the Butcher King. This section of stone steps was severely damaged, and almost no complete stone steps could be seen. The mountain walls on both sides collapsed in a large area, forming two huge pits on both sides. There were also many fallen rocks on the stone steps, and Lin Shen could only climb up with his hands and feet. The main reason was that he did not know where the Archangel Sword was. Tian also reminded him that after climbing the stone steps, he could not use pets to fly, and it was best not to use other pets. Suddenly, Lin Shen found that there was a person sitting on a big stone in the pit next to him. The reason why it was said that it was a person, not a skeleton, was because that person had a complete shell on his body. He was wearing a purple jade shell, sitting cross-legged on the block, like an old monk in meditation, without a speck of dust on his body. There was no scar on his shell, and he didn't look like a dead person at all. It was a pity that the shell wrapped his entire body, so his true face could not be seen. Can a dead person still maintain a shell? Lin Shen had never seen a dead person still maintain a shell, but from Tian tone, there shouldn't be a living person here. Suddenly, Lin Shen saw a purple egg between the man's hands. Lin Shen had never seen such an egg. The egg was like a deep small universe, with countless stars flowing inside, the starlight flickering and fading, countless galaxies rotating and flying, with an indescribable mystery. Not knowing what kind of creature's egg it was, Lin Shen just took a few glances and prepared to continue walking up. When his eyes swept across the boulder under the man, Lin Shen stopped. Again. There were actually a few lines of words engraved on the big stone, and they were common human characters that Lin Shen could understand. My friend, the king of slaughterers, passed away here. The Nirvana egg of the devouring god beast is left for those who are destined to take it. Non-humans should not take it, otherwise they will suffer misfortune. Oh my God, is that a Nirvana egg? Lin Shen stared in disbelief, staring at the egg of the devouring god beast for a long time, Lin Shen was really tempted. The value of the Nirvana egg is simply unimaginable. The resources exchanged for just this one are more than enough for Lin Shen to ascend to the 10th level, and it also says on it that non-humans should not take it. Staring at the Nirvana egg after a long while, Lin Shen took a deep breath, retracted his gaze, and continued to climb up. It's a good thing, but I'm afraid I won't be able to enjoy it. Lin Shen muttered to himself. If the Nirvana egg was really that easy to get, how could it be left here, casually, without being taken away? The Celestials are not fools. It's not difficult for Tian to find thousands or tens of thousands of humans to come here. If it can be taken away, it should have been taken away long ago. It's still here now, which only means that no one can take it away. Lin Shen has always believed that life is more important than anything else. If it weren't for the inability to refuse, he would not have agreed to Tian to come here to take the Archangel sword. You held back, your character is pretty good. Tian was quite relieved to see that Lin Shen didn't touch the Nirvana egg. At least it proved that she had a good eye and didn't find the wrong person. Just when she was relieved, who knew that Lin Shen, who hadn't walked far, actually retreated again, staring at the remains of the Butcher King. This section of stone steps was severely damaged, and almost no intact stone steps could be seen. The mountain walls on both sides collapsed in a large area, forming two huge pits on both sides. There were also many fallen rocks on the stone steps, and Lin Shen could only climb up with his hands and feet. The main reason was that he didn't know where the Archangel sword was. Tian also told him that after climbing the stone steps, he could not use pets to fly, and it was best not to use other pets. Suddenly, Lin Shen found that there was a person sitting on a big stone in the pit next to him. The reason why it was said that it was a person, not a skeleton, was because the person had a complete shell. He was wearing a purple jade shell, sitting cross-legged on a big piece of stone, like an old monk in meditation, without a bit of dust on his body. There was no scar on his shell, and he didn't look like a dead person at all. It was a pity that the shell wrapped his whole body in it, and his true face could not be seen. Can a dead person still maintain a shell? Lin Shen had never seen a dead person still maintain a shell, but from the tone of Tian, there should be no living people here. Suddenly, Lin Shen saw a purple egg between the man's hands. Lin Shen had never seen such an egg before. The egg was like a deep small universe, with countless stars flowing inside, starlight flickering and fading, countless galaxies rotating and flying, with an indescribable mystery. Not knowing what kind of creature's egg it was, Lin Shen just took a few glances and prepared to continue walking up. When the corner of his eye swept across the big stone under the man, Lin Shen stopped again. There were actually a few lines of words engraved on the big stone, which were common human characters that Lin Shen could understand. My friend, the Butcher King, sat here and passed away. The Nirvana egg-devouring beast is left for those who are destined. Non-humans should not take it. Otherwise they will suffer a sudden disaster. Oh my God, is that a Nirvana egg? Lin Shen widened his eyes in disbelief. After staring at the egg of the god-devouring beast for a long time, Lin Shen was really tempted. The value of the Nirvana egg is simply unimaginable. The resources exchanged for just this one are more than enough for Lin Shen to ascend to the 10th level, and it is also written on it that non-humans are not allowed to take it. After staring at the Nirvana egg for a long time, Lin Shen took a deep breath, retracted his gaze, and continued to climb up. It's a good thing, but I'm afraid I won't be alive to enjoy it. Lin Shen muttered to himself. If the Nirvana egg is really that easy to take, how could it be left here, casually, without being taken away? The Celestials are not fools. It is not difficult for Tian to find thousands or tens of thousands of humans to come here. If it can be taken, it should have been taken away long ago. It is still here now, which only means that no one can take it away. Lin Shen has always believed that life is more important than anything else. If it were not for the inability to refuse, he would not agree to Tian to come here to take the Archangel Sword. You have endured it. You have a pretty good character. Tian was quite relieved to see that Lin Shen did not touch the Nirvana egg. At least it proved that she had a good vision and did not find the wrong person. Just as she was relieved, who knew that Lin Shen, who had not walked far, actually retreated again, staring at the remains of the Butcher King. This section of stone steps was severely damaged, and almost no complete stone steps could be seen. The mountain walls on both sides collapsed in a large area, forming two huge pits on both sides. There were also many fallen rocks on the stone steps, and Lin Shen could only climb up with his hands and feet. The main reason was that he did not know where the Archangel Sword was. Tian also reminded him that after climbing the stone steps, he could not use pets to fly, and it was best not to use other pets. Suddenly, Lin Shen found that there was a person sitting on a big stone in the pit next to him. The reason why it was said that it was a person, not a skeleton, was because that person had a complete shell on his body. He was wearing a purple jade shell, sitting cross-legged on the block, like an old monk in meditation, without a speck of dust on his body. There was no scar on his shell, and he didn't look like a dead person at all. It was a pity that the shell wrapped his entire body, so his true face could not be seen. Can a dead person still maintain a shell? Lin Shen had never seen a dead person still maintain a shell, but from the tone of Team Tian, there should be no living people here. Suddenly, Lin Shen saw a purple egg between the man's hands. Lin Shen had never seen such an egg. The egg was like a deep small universe, with countless stars flowing inside. The stars flickered and vanished, countless galaxies rotated and sped. There was an indescribable mystery. Not knowing what kind of creature's egg it was, Lin Shen only took a few glances and prepared to continue to go up. When his eyes swept across the big stone under the man, Lin Shen stopped again. There were actually a few lines of words engraved on the big stone, which were common human characters that Lin Shen could understand. My friend, the Butcher King, sat here, and the Nirvana egg of the god-devouring beast is left for those who are destined to take it. Non-humans should not take it, otherwise they will suffer a sudden disaster. Oh my god, is that a Nirvana egg? Lin Shen widened his eyes in disbelief. Staring at the egg of the god-devouring beast for a long time, Lin Shen was really moved. The value of the Nirvana egg is simply unimaginable. The resources exchanged for just this one are more than enough for Lin Shen to ascend to the 10th level, and it also says on it that non-humans should not take it. Staring at the Nirvana egg for a long time, Lin Shen took a deep breath, retracted his gaze, and continued to climb up. It's a good thing, but I'm afraid I won't be able to enjoy it. Lin Shen muttered to himself. If the Nirvana egg was really that easy to get, how could it be left here without being taken away? The Celestials are not fools. It's not difficult for Tian to find thousands or tens of thousands of humans to come here. If it can be taken, it should have been taken away long ago. It's still here now, which only means that no one can take it away. Lin Shen has always believed that life is more important than anything else. If he hadn't been unable to refuse, he would not have agreed to let Tian come here to take the Archangel Sword. You've held back, your character is pretty good. Tian was quite relieved too. See that Lin Shen didn't touch the Nirvana egg. At least it proved that she had a good eye and didn't find the wrong person. Just when she was relieved, who knew that Lin Shen, who hadn't walked far, actually retreated again, staring at the remains of the Butcher King. Tianquan's eyes twitched, and he couldn't help but curse in a low voice. I knew that men are unreliable, whether they are celestial beings or humans. The reason why Lin Shen came back was not because of the egg of the god-eating beast, but because he thought of something else. His eyes were not on the Nirvana egg, but on the lines below. My friend, the king of butchers, sat and died here. What does this sentence mean? Is it that he has a friend who slaughtered a human king and finally sat and died here, or is it that his friend is called the king of butchers? According to normal thinking, it should be the latter. There are not many humans with the surname Tuesday. I seem to have heard of only one family that can break out of the universe and have some achievements. The family that Lin Shen was thinking of was naturally Tu Xiaodao's Tu family. If this king of butchers is really a human, then the possibility that he was born in the Tu family is extremely high. Lin Shen took out the small notebook and pen he carried with him, intending to draw this king of butchers and give it to Tu Xiaodao later to see if he is from their family. If he is really from the Tu family, maybe the Tu family will have a chance to take away the egg of the god-devouring beast. Lin Shen's memory is average. If it is not too important, he will not remember it after a long time, so it is more reliable to draw the details. Unfortunately, he did not learn to draw well when he was a child, and his painting skills are not even at the entry level, that is, the level of a stick figure. Fortunately, it is just a comparison to draw some details, so it does not require a very high level of painting. Tianquan, who was watching remotely, was a little confused by Lin Shen. He didn't know what Lin Shen was doing and why he wanted to draw a dead person. While drawing, Lin Shen suddenly found a problem. There were some strange patterns on the carapace of the Turan king. It is normal to have patterns on the carapace. After practicing many advanced evolutionary techniques, there will be various shapes and patterns. The problem is that this pattern does not seem to be naturally present on the carapace, but was carved later. Because the carapace itself has patterns, these patterns carved later are mixed with those natural patterns, and the techniques used are very similar to the natural patterns, so it is generally difficult to find that some of the patterns were carved later. Lin Shen wanted to draw the patterns to make it easier for the Tu family to identify them. When copying, he found that some patterns were carved later. He didn't see it from the carving marks, but the edges and corners where the patterns were located made him feel uncomfortable when he was drawing, and felt a little bit out of place. How could someone carve patterns on the carapace? Was this pattern carved when he was alive, or after his death? Lin Shen was very curious. He turned a page in the book and drew the carved pattern separately on the new page. As he was drawing, Lin Shen felt that these patterns were actually a bit like human body movements, but the paintings were more abstract, even simpler and more abstract than the style of stick figures. At first, Lin Shen was a little unconfident. He tried to imitate the movements of these patterns, and they were really continuous movements. What are these movements used for? How can they be engraved on a person's shell? Lin Shen tried to do it, and suddenly felt that the power of mutation in his body actually flowed with this movement. This thing can also mobilize the power of mutation. Lin Shen was even more surprised. Lin Shen was surprised here, but he didn't know that Tian was even more surprised on the other side. My friend's 28 punch. How could it be? Tian looked at Lin Shen in disbelief. The postures that Lin Shen made her feel incredible. Lin Shen's understanding of that sentence was a little biased. That sentence meant that it was not a human named the Butcher King who sat here, nor was it that his friend slaughtered a human king and sat here. This person's name is Wu You, and the human king he slaughtered is not a human, but a nirvana creature. Lin Shen could never have imagined that there would be someone named Wu You. Of course, Wu You is not a human, but an alien race. If Lin Shen could see his face, he would not think he was a human, but unfortunately it was blocked by the shell, and Lin Shen could not see it. What's wrong with this guy? Where did he learn the air ba punch? Is he related to my friend? Is he here for this? No, he is a human. How could my friend teach his air ba punch to a human? Not to mention humans, even if it is a big family like my Tianren, he has always disdained it. Tian knew very well what the phrase non-human races should not be taken meant. The human race in it did not refer to humans, but all humanoid races. But if he had no relationship with my friend, how could he know air ba punch? Did he learn it now? Tian felt a little incredible. How could someone learn air ba punch from a dead person? My friend's body has been seen by countless Tianren and other races. Many people even wanted to try to take away the god-eating egg, but their end was very miserable, and they didn't even leave ashes. No one noticed that my friend left air ba punch when he died. If he did, it should have been discovered long ago. What did that guy do? Tian looked at Lin Shen in surprise. She could see that Lin Shen's initial movements were indeed unfamiliar, and he must have just learned them. But how did he learn the air ba quan from a dead person? Tian couldn't see what Lin Shen drew in his notebook, so she couldn't guess. Can humans practice 28 punches? If humans can practice 28 punches, can I also practice it? What about Chung'erba Quan? Tian couldn't help but think about it. Although the name of the Erbaquan fist sounds like something from the bad streets, Tian knows how terrifying the Erbaquan fist is. Back then, my friend relied on his 28 punches to dominate the universe and suppressed almost all Nirvana masters of his generation. Erbaquan cannot be regarded as an evolutionary technique. To be precise, it is more like a method of using power. It can play a magical role like an innate skill, but it is not an innate skill. It can be regarded as an acquired skill. Being able to practice 28 punches is theoretically equivalent to having one more skill than others, and it is also a very terrifying skill. Compared with the Archangel Sword, the 28 fist is tens of millions of times more precious. With this discovery, Tian no longer cares about the Archangel Sword. It is not difficult for her to find a 10-turn spirit base, and she can also give it to her little nephew as other gifts, but the 28 fist is a unique, cosmic treasure. Since my friend passed away, the Erbaquan fist has disappeared from the universe. I didn't expect to see the Erbaquan fist on Lin Shen again today. However, Tian is still not sure whether Lin Shen is imitating the look or whether he has really learned the 28 punch. If it's just a gesture, it's of no use. Tian now wishes he could bring Lin Shen back to ask him clearly and stop getting the Archangel Sword. Unfortunately, she can't go to the island and can only wait for Lin Shen to come back. Lin Shen practiced those abstract movements, and it actually triggered the flow of genetic power in his body. It felt incredible. However, he had practiced this kind of genetic transformation technique before, which can induce the power of genetic transformation through movements, so he was not too surprised. It's just that the training in taxianting mainly focuses on the legs and body skills, while these movements train the arms. Of course, it's not just the arms, the whole body will be aroused, but the ultimate flow of power is to the arms. When all the strength in his body was directed towards his arms, Lin Shen felt the urge to swing his arms and punch, and felt a little uncomfortable. Lin Shen punched subconsciously, and then something incredible happened. The power in his fist actually burst out of his fist, blasting away from the fist like a missile. Bang! Lin Shen was more than 10 meters away from the dead man, and his punch actually hit the corpse from a distance of more than 10 meters. Tian was really shocked and angry when he saw the scene. Lin Shen was shocked that he had actually mastered the 28 punches. But he was angry that that boy was simply seeking death and dared to hit my friend's corpse. Not to mention a mere genetic changer, even if a nirvana person dares to touch my friend's body, he will definitely be in trouble. It's over. It's over. That kid is dead. He deserves to die. But those 28 punches. Tian felt blood rushing to his brain, wishing he could slap Lin Shen to death. How did Lin Shen know that his punch would be able to break through and hit the body from a distance of more than 10 meters? Isn't this unscientific? Let alone a genetic changer, even an ascended person cannot punch out of thin air. Long-range attacks also rely on life base. There are also some talent skills that can be used remotely, but most of those talent skills are light skills, and most of them are not direct damage skills. The more common ones are hallucinations and the like. Innate skills like Bloody Prison Kings, which can restrain enemies from a distance, are already very rare. Long-range skills. Lin Shen's purely power-based long-range skills are even rarer among rare ones. It can't be said that they don't exist. It's hard to see them anyway. When Lin Shen punched the corpse with force from the air, the corpse gradually turned into countless particles and flew away before Lin Shen's eyes. In a moment, the body disappeared without a trace, not even a trace of ashes remained, only the nirvana-level god-eating beast egg rolled down. Lin Shen was stunned. How could he have imagined that his punch would kill the body? It's over, it's over. If this is really the corpse of an elder of the two clan, and I've destroyed it with just one punch, how will I explain it to Tu Xiaodao in the future? Lin Shen's expression changed. When Tian saw this scene, his expression also changed. Now she is sure that Lin Shen learned the 28 fist from my friend's corpse, and this is also the 28 fist inheritance that my friend deliberately left behind. Even Lin Shen's last punch on my friend's body was planned by my friend. Otherwise, if this punch hits my friend's body, what disappears will not be my friend's body. Moreover, the gatekeeper of hell has never appeared, which means that this is my friend's own intention, otherwise the gatekeeper of hell will definitely appear. My friend, it's really a good plan. Your 28 punches were passed down after all. But have you ever thought that the person who inherited your 28 punches was just a human? Tian's expression was complicated. A human being has actually inherited the 28 fists. As long as his own talent is not too bad. Even if he is hit hard with resources, as long as he reaches the nirvana level, he will definitely be able to shock the universe in the future. Although he may not be able to suppress his contemporaries like my friend, he can't be much worse. What Tian Sun is thinking now is whether he can learn the 28 punch from Lin Shen. With her talent and ability, as long as she can learn the 28 punches, she might be invincible at her level in the future. Lin Shen stayed for a while, shook his head helplessly, and smiled bitterly. Put away his notebook, turned around and continued walking forward. Although it was not his intention to destroy the body, the matter had come to this. If this person was really an elder of the two family, then he would have no choice but to confess to Tu Xiaodao. Lin Shen did not go to get the eggs of the god-eating beast. He kept in mind what Tian Sun said. Anyway, except for the archangel sword, he would not touch anything. Saving his life came first. Tian Sun was already dumbfounded when he saw Lin Shen turning a blind eye to the eggs of the god-eating beast. Is there really someone so cowardly that he doesn't even care about the nirvana egg? It says not to take it from non-human beings. Is he really not interested at all? Lin Shen had his own thoughts in his heart. Although he didn't know what level the manslaughter king was, he had a nirvana egg and others couldn't take it away. In all likelihood, he was also a nirvana level. All nirvana level people died here. You can imagine how terrifying the Hell Gatekeeper on the island is. He must not lose his life because of his wealth. As you go up, there are fewer bones and various items, but the quality seems to be better than the previous ones. Various glowing battle armors, various styles of pet launchers. Lin Shen even saw a pet launcher that looked like Gatling. Lin Shen really wanted to take that thing over, but finally held back. I looked up and saw that the road was still very long, and the distance between skeletons was getting longer and longer. Sometimes it would take more than 10 miles to see a skeleton. Suddenly, Lin Shen saw a corpse. That was not a skeleton, but a real corpse, a living corpse. The blood clots on the corpse still looked fresh. Human. Lin Shen looked at the human who died beside the steps. He was lying there, holding something in his hand, holding it tightly. His body was covered with wounds. It looked like he was chopped by someone with a knife. He was chopped countless times, but he didn't die. In the end, he bled to death here. Lin Shen's heart trembled. He knew that this person was most likely the one Tianxuan had asked to take the archangel sword before. For some reason, he couldn't resist the temptation and reached out to take the thing beside the steps, and finally died here. After taking a look at him, Lin Shen no longer paid attention to him and continued to move forward. He didn't know whether others could survive, but he must survive. He quickened his pace and continued to move forward. He didn't know how long he had walked before he finally saw the archangel sword. The archangel sword was inserted into a rock, and half of the sword body was embedded in it. However, from the part exposed outside, it can be confirmed that it is the archangel sword. Next to the rock, there is a skeleton of a celestial being. He died leaning against the rock. It is unknown whether he inserted the archangel sword into the rock before he died. Lin Shen took a deep breath, walked to the front of the rock, stretched out one hand to hold the hilt of the archangel sword, and put the other hand in his pocket, holding a mechanical watch in his hand. As long as there is anything wrong, he will teleport away immediately. Fortunately, the expected danger did not appear. Lin Shen pulled out the archangel sword with a little force. This sword is unexpectedly light, so light that it seems to have no weight. It is obviously a big sword, but it is as weightless as a feather. Warm tips: if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will deal with it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. After seeing Lin Shen got the archangel sword, he turned around and came back without any hesitation. Tian could only sigh that Lin Shen was too steady. Lin Shen ran back all the way without stopping. After walking out of the range of the stone steps, he summoned the evil dragon again and rode the evil dragon away from the roundabout. From beginning to end, he did not see the gatekeeper of hell, nor did he want to see him. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. After returning to the aircraft, Lin Shen handed the archangel sword to Tian. Very good. Tian did not care about the archangel sword, but just put it aside. What were you doing next to my friend's body just now? Tian did not start the aircraft, looking at Lin Shen and asked. That person's name is my friend? Lin Shen was slightly startled. Tian's words immediately made him realize that he seemed to have thought wrong before. Don't you know? Tian saw that Lin Shen's expression did not seem to be fake, and knew that her previous guess was correct. There was no relationship between Lin Shen and my friend. He didn't even know my friend. A human who has nothing to do with my friend actually learned the air ba quan from my dead friend. Is this guy's comprehension really that good? Tian looked a little complicated. She had also seen my friend's corpse many times, but she didn't see anything. Doesn't that mean Lin Shen's talent is better than hers? I don't know. I haven't heard of it. I thought his name was the Butcher King. Lin Shen explained. You don't know him. What are you writing in a small notebook? Tian asked, staring at Lin Shen. I have a friend with the surname Tuesday. I thought the corpse was called the Butcher King. It might be an elder of his family, so I want to draw it down and let him see it later. If it is an elder of his family, it can be regarded as a good thing. Lin Shen took out a small notebook and showed Tian the portrait of my friend he drew. Tian took a look, and it was really like this, but Lin Shen's painting skills were really rough. If she hadn't seen the real thing, she couldn't imagine what the original real thing looked like, just by looking at the portrait drawn by Lin Shen. However, if you compare the portrait with the real thing, it is really a bit similar. You won't tell me that you learned the air ba quan because you drew his portrait? Tian's voice was a little cold. What air ba quan? Lin Shen pretended to be confused, and then immediately realized, you are talking about those movements. I saw them on him, and I just made 2 gestures. Casually. Lin Shen knew that his every word and action was under the surveillance of Tian's, and he could not hide it. He did not intend to hide it from Tian's. Turned to the next page of the small notebook, and then handed the small notebook to Tian's. When I drew the portrait, I found that the patterns on the shell were a little wrong. Some patterns were not naturally generated, but carved later, so I drew these patterns. Later, I found that these patterns looked like human body movements, so I tried to imitate them. I didn't expect that they were really human body movements, and I didn't expect that these movements could actually make the fist force hurt people from a distance. It was really unexpected. Lin Shen did not hide anything, and he said the truth. Tian couldn't find any flaws, so he started to look at the patterns drawn by Lin Shen. Lin Shen's painting skills were originally a bit abstract, and the patterns he drew were much simpler than the original patterns. And the main point was a resemblance. Tian looked at it this way, and he really couldn't see what the relationship between these patterns and human body movements was. This made Tian doubt his IQ and comprehension ability for a while. Could it be that this human's comprehension ability is really better than mine? Tian looked at Lin Shen for a long time but didn't say anything. He directly started the aircraft and took Lin Shen to shuttle through the star belt. Where are we going? Lin Shen found that Tian didn't mean to send him back to the village. This road was wrong. Come to my place, let's talk about these movements. Tian said. That's all fine, but before I go, can I go back first? It's almost dark now. If I don't go back, my elder sister will be worried. It took Lin Shen more than 50 hours to go back and forth, and more than 60 hours had passed when the aircraft traveled from the village to the star ring. In less than 20 hours, it would be dark again. If he didn't go back before dark, Lin Shen was afraid that his elder sister would go out to find him regardless of everything. Don't worry, I've sent someone to pick up your elder sister, and you will meet soon. Tian said while driving the aircraft. As long as his elder sister is fine, Lin Shen is thinking in his heart whether Tian might kill him. Although Tian didn't show it, Lin Shen could see that she took the Erbaquan very seriously. Lin Shen didn't mind giving her the picture of the Erbaquan, and even letting Lin Shen teach it himself. What Lin Shen was afraid of was that after Tian learned the Erbaquan, he would kill him. Who knew the Erbaquan? Is the Erbaquan very powerful? Lin Shen asked tentatively. Of course, it's very powerful. Tian had no intention of hiding anything, and said while driving the aircraft, it is a boxing skill that amazed an era. When Lin Shen heard her say this, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Such a powerful boxing technique, doesn't it mean that her chances of silencing people are higher? Such a powerful boxing skill, there must be a lot of people learning it? Lin Shen continued to test. Originally, my friend was the only one who knew how to do it, but now it has been lost for a long time. Maybe you are the only one in the universe who knows how to do it. A man with 28 punches. Tian had already seen through Lin Shen's thoughts and looked at him with a smile. Lin Shen sighed softly, didn't ask any more questions, closed his eyes and leaned on the back of the chair to rest. Now he regrets a little. He shouldn't have been nosy about drawing portraits. If he didn't draw a portrait, he wouldn't have discovered those special patterns. He shouldn't have imitated the patterns when he found them. Anyway, curiosity killed the cat. Seeing Lin Shen's bitter melon-like expression, Tian burst into laughter. This person is really as timid as a mouse. Tian said with a smile, do you regret it? Unfortunately, it's too late. Now that you are the only person in the universe who can punch 28 times, I can only kill and silence you. You won't. Lin Shen closed his eyes without opening them, but relaxed and said, Oh, don't you think I can't? Tian's face turned cold, and his eyes were as cold as knives. You haven't learned it yet. What if you can't learn it? If you can't learn it, are you willing to kill me, the only person who knows how to punch 28? Lin Shen said calmly. You think I won't be able to learn if you don't teach me? Tian said coldly. I not only teach, but I also Teach seriously and carefully. What if you still can't learn? Lin Shen opened his eyes and looked at Tian and said, "What if I succeed?" Tian was already a little angry. Lin Shen's words clearly showed his contempt for her, which was a direct insult. "If you succeed, I, Lin Shen, am willing to follow you and be at your service for the rest of my life without any complaints. If you fail, I don't ask for anything else, I just hope you can give me a chance to pursue you," Lin Shen said righteously. Hearing Lin Shen's words, Tian laughed angrily. "You think it's a good idea? Whether I can succeed or not, you can survive. This abacus is making the whole universe jingle. Isn't this okay?" Lin Shen sighed. "Of course not. If I succeed, I'll chop off your head." Tian snorted coldly. "Can I not chop it off?" Lin Shen asked helplessly. "That's fine." Tian's answer was unexpected. "To some people. Then it's a deal," Lin Shen said immediately. "It's a deal. If I succeed, I'll keep the top head for you and chop off the bottom one." Tian pretended to be calm and said, "Then you'd better kill me. I haven't helped the family to expand. That would be more painful than killing me." Lin Shen sighed. "It's a deal. How can I break my promise?" "You'd better pray that I can't succeed, otherwise." Tian didn't finish. But he understood what he meant. Lin Shen didn't say anything. He didn't know whether Tian was really trying to scare him. But even if he was serious, Lin Shen was not completely without a chance of winning. The reason why he said that Tian couldn't succeed was not purely alarmist. He had practiced taxianting before, and knew that this kind of evolutionary technique could not be practiced just by doing the right movements. The key point is still the word understanding. If you can't understand its momentum, you can't practice it even if the movements are standard. Taxianting also has a few prefaces to explain its artistic conception, which is of great help to understand its momentum. Our back one only has movements, and there are no other hints. The key to mastering air ba quan lies in the potential contained in those patterns. Now the original patterns have disappeared, leaving only those patterns drawn by Lin Shen. But his drawing is too rough, and there is a big gap with the original, and there is no potential in it. It is estimated that it is difficult to comprehend the potential of air ba quan just by looking at the patterns he drew. He can teach Tian all the standard movements, but without the support of artistic conception, it is really hard to say whether Tian can master it. Lin Shen did not pray that Tian could not master air ba quan, because he knew in his heart that whether he could survive did not depend on whether Tian could master air ba quan, but on whether Tian wanted to kill him. Even if he won the bet, Tian could have 10,000 different reasons to kill him. So during this period of time, what Lin Shen had to do was not to win the bet, but to make Tian give up the idea of killing him. Paradise Island is not smaller than the ring island he went to before. Compared with the environment in the giant ring star, it can indeed be described as a paradise. Castles, gardens, statues, and buildings full of artistic atmosphere are everywhere on the island, forming a sharp contrast with the village where Lin Shen lived before. A beautiful girl from the celestial tribe played the zither beside the fountain, and celestial warriors wearing gorgeous armor lined up to patrol the island. When the aircraft descended, the dome of a palace-like building in the castle opened automatically, allowing the aircraft to land directly inside the building, and the dome closed automatically. Lin Shen came out of the aircraft and looked at the various gorgeous statues and murals in the building. Even the pillars were carved with amazing reliefs. Such gorgeous buildings, Lin Shen had only seen in video documentaries. Such buildings could only have existed during the heyday of mankind, before the advent of the genetically modified creatures. Nowadays, human buildings are all practical in style, with various solid metal fortresses, which are completely different from the previous buildings. There was not even a single person in this huge palace-style building. Your elder sister has been sent to the guest room. You can talk to her now. Tian received a message, turned on the call mode directly, and gave the communicator to Lin Shen. Lin Shen saw the image projected by the communicator, and it was his elder sister Lin Miao. The two chatted for a few words. But it was not convenient to say too much. Lin Shen just comforted his elder sister and asked her to settle down first. Now let me see how difficult your posture is, whether I can learn it. Tian pulled a chair and sat down in the hall, supporting his chin with his hand, looking at Lin Shen, and said. Lin Shen nodded. He wanted to practice the whole set of movements directly, but found that he could not remember them all without looking at the movements in the small notebook. Well, can you give me my notebook back? I have to look at it and recall it. Lin Shen said helplessly. You can't even remember the movements? Tian frowned slightly. She felt that Lin Shen was playing tricks on her. How could a genius who could comprehend the Erba Quan not remember the movements? Photographic memory, isn't this a necessary ability for geniuses? I know it's hard to believe, but I can only ask you to believe me. My memory is really very average, and I don't have the ability to remember everything I see. I just imitated those patterns just now, and I really didn't remember them. Lin Shen really found it difficult to explain this problem. He also wanted to have an extraordinary memory, but unfortunately he didn't have that kind of talent. Tian saw that Lin Shen didn't seem to be faking it, but it was still hard to believe that a human with such a mediocre memory could have such a strong comprehension ability. However, Tian thought about it for a while and returned the small notebook to Lin Shen. Lin Shen took the small notebook, opened the patterns he had drawn, and imitated the movements on the patterns. He imitated while watching, and sure enough, the basic power in his body was mobilized again. He threw out the last punch and blasted out another punch through the air. The punch hit a metal pillar, leaving a punch mark on it. Tian saw that his movements were awkward and did not seem to be fake, and he was even more confused. Is this Erba Quan really so simple and easy to learn that you can learn it like this? The movements are like this. You try it, I will teach you one by one. Lin Shen said. Tian ignored him and followed Lin Shen's movements. It must be said that Tian Sun's memory is really too strong. She watched it remotely before and watched it again now. She only watched it twice in total, but she was able to practice a movement well. Not only was the movement correct, but it was also smoother and more beautiful than Lin Shen's, as if she had practiced it countless times. But until the last punch, there was no air-punching force coming out of her fist. Have you practiced Erba Quan before? Lin Shen looked at Tian in a daze and asked. No. How can you be so skilled if you haven't practiced it? Lin Shen asked again. This kind of thing is incomprehensible to a mortal like you. Tian mouth curled up slightly, and he said lightly, there is nothing wrong with the action, tell me the formula. Formula? What formula? There are only these patterned movements, no formula. Lin Shen shook his head. If you think you can blackmail me if you don't tell me the secret, then you are wrong. Tian Sun's eyes turned cold, leaving no doubt that as long as Lin Shen dared to say that there was no secret, she would. Lin Shen was scratched 1,000 times. I think you have seen that person's body many times. If there is such a thing as a magic formula, wouldn't you be able to see it? Lin Shen turned out the portrait of my friend he drew, handed it to Tian and said, although my painting doesn't look good, the details should be there. Do you think there is any magic trick in it? Tian took it and looked at it. It was indeed the same as she remembered. The details were all good. With her memory, she should not be mistaken. But she couldn't believe that she could practice 28 punches just by relying on these movements. This made no sense. I just imitated these actions, and the transformation power in my body was naturally activated. There is really no magic formula. Lin Shen paused, and then continued, I personally feel that this kind of evolution does not require magic. You only need to understand the artistic conception in these movements to trigger the transformation power in the body. Unfortunately, the man's body has been destroyed. If you look at the original carapace carvings, you should be able to feel some of the artistic conception. Lin Shen expressed his understanding without reservation. Tian was doubtful, but also felt that what Lin Shen said did make some sense. There is really a magic trick or something. It is impossible for her not to see it. It seems that there may really be no magic trick. Tian pondered for a moment and tried again. This time her movements were smoother and even had some kind of momentum that was difficult to describe in words. But with the last punch, there was still no punching power from the air. You have to believe me, I won't make fun of my own life, otherwise I will demonstrate it again. Lin Shen quickly demonstrated again. But because he didn't read the notebook, after doing more than a dozen movements, he couldn't remember the following movements, so he had to pick up the notebook and practice again. Sure enough, the last punch was delivered with another air punch, and this time, the air punch seemed to be stronger. The punch mark left by the force of the fist on the metal pillar was a bit deeper than before. Tian didn't say anything after watching it, and did the same thing again, but it still had no effect. Before Lin Shen could speak again, Tian tried a few more times, and even imitated Lin Shen's movements to make her own movements look less smooth and just as clumsy as Lin Shen's. As a result, there was still no movement at all, and she couldn't even punch in the air. You're kidding me, right? Tian Xuanmei stared at Lin Shen. She felt that her intelligence was insulted by Lin Shen. She is a genius of the celestial race. It only took her more than 30 years to achieve nirvana 10 times, and achieve the body of great nirvana. She is the youngest great nirvana person in the celestial race in the past hundreds of years. His talent is considered rare among the powerful clans in the universe. She couldn't even practice the 28 fist. A human like Lin Shen, who couldn't even remember the movements, actually practiced the 28 fist casually. She firmly believed that it was Lin Shen who concealed the secret of the 28 fist, not because of her not talented enough. I know you won't believe me now if I say anything, but there really is no magic formula. Even if you kill me, I can't make up a magic formula for you. Lin Shen said helplessly. No need to kill you, I have a way to make you tell the truth. Tian said, as countless holy white light particles rose up in his body. Those white light particles condensed in front of her, and in a blink of an eye, they formed a Seraphim missionary holding a scepter and a halo above his head. "This is my life foundation, the devout seraph." Tian looked at Lin Shen. The seraph raised the power in his hand high, and the gem on the top of the power emitted a holy halo. The halo was like ripples on water, rippling in circles, covering the entire hall in a halo-like halo. "What's your name?" Tian asked suddenly. Lin Shen. Lin Shen didn't know what Tian meant. He was within the halo and didn't feel anything strange. "Do you want to kill me?" Tian continued to ask. "I don't want to," Lin Shen answered cautiously. This answer made Tian slightly startled, as if he did not expect such an answer. A strange look flashed in Tian's eyes, and then he asked, "Do you want to sleep with me?" "Think." Lin Shen originally wanted to say something else, but when the words came to his lips, they turned into just "think." Lin Shen was suddenly shocked. He probably guessed what Tian was doing. His devout blazing sky mission actually had the ability to make people unable to lie. "Oops!" Lin Shen screamed in his heart. If Tian continued to ask questions like this, he would be dead if he asked some fatal questions. The only good thing now is that he really didn't have the intention to kill Tian, so he escaped unintentionally. This is not really because of how noble Lin Shen's moral character is, nor is it because he wants to retaliate with kindness, but because he knows that he is no match for Tian now, so he has never thought about killing Tian to solve the problem. "Is there any secret to the 28th fist?" Tian didn't care about Lin Shen's rude answer just now, and asked the question. She really wanted to know. "No." Lin Shen answered simply. This answer was completely beyond Tian's expectation. She simply didn't believe that Lin Shen had mastered the 28 punches just by relying on those movements, without any techniques. Tian has begun to wonder if there is something wrong with the devout seraph and her skills are not taking effect. "Why did you come to the giant ring star?" Tian continued to ask. Although she didn't believe that a human mutant could resist her life-based ability, she was even more unwilling to believe that this human could easily practice the 2-8 punch that she couldn't practice. Lin Shen knew that he couldn't resist the ability of the Seraphim, so he wanted to keep it simple and conceal the important information without lying. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he dragged out all the causes and consequences of his coming to the giant ring star. What he thought in his heart, there was no way to delete it, and there was no way to lie. Lin Shen wanted to control his mouth, but no matter how much he resisted, no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't control this mouth. Tian knew that the ability of the Seraphim did not work on him through Lin Shen's resistance, and what he said was true, and he didn't lie. In fact, even if he didn't observe, Tian knew that a mere mutant couldn't resist the ability of the Seraphim. "You actually offended Catherine?" Tian was actually a little surprised after hearing the cause and effect. The Celestials and the Diamonds can be considered mortal enemies, so Tian naturally knows how terrifying Catherine is. "Is Catherine the Princess of Diamond?" Lin Shen asked back. "Yes." Tian replied. "I don't want to either. But there is no way," Lin Shen said. "Does your sister's six-path Phoenix spirit base really have independent consciousness?" Tian seemed to be interested in the six-path Phoenix spirit base. Lin Shen didn't want to answer, but he couldn't control his mouth. The theory of evolution has already started to work, but it takes time for his body to strengthen and mutate. He still can't compete with the ability of the Seraphim. Yes, yes. Lin Shen answered with difficulty, his eyes were already full of bloodshot. If I want to take away your sister's six-path phoenix spirit base, what are your plans? Tian continued to ask. I will pretend to submit to you first, and when I am strong enough, I will kill you and take back the six-path phoenix spirit base. Lin Shen couldn't help blurting out. Now, do you want to kill me? Tian continued to ask. I want to. Lin Shen still couldn't lie. Tian looked at Lin Shen, and she had already believed in her heart that there was indeed no formula for the air Ba Quan. But she still couldn't accept that Lin Shen could easily practice the air Ba Quan, but she couldn't demonstrate the air Ba Quan again. Tian didn't continue with the previous question, and said instead. Lin Shen began to demonstrate the air Ba Quan, but after demonstrating more than 20 movements, he couldn't demonstrate it anymore, so he could only look at the book again. Tian looked very strange. Now she could be sure that Lin Shen had never lied, but with such a good memory, how did he practice the air Ba Quan? It simply didn't make sense. Lin Shen imitated the book and did the air Ba Quan again, exactly the same as the previous few times, and finally used the air fist force again, and this time the air fist force became stronger. What did you feel when you used the air Ba Quan? Tian didn't believe that he couldn't practice the air Ba Quan, and thought that there must be something wrong in the middle. Lin Shen described his feelings about practicing the air Ba Quan in detail. After Tian heard this, she thought about it, and the devout Seraphim stopped using skills, turned into countless particles, and returned to her body. Catherine wants your lives, but I want you to live. You can stay on Paradise Island. I'll find you if there are any problems. Go. After Tian finished speaking, a maid came in and guided Lin Shen to leave the hall and go to the guest room where Lin Miao was. I don't believe that a human mutant like this can practice the air Ba Quan, but I, Tian can't practice it. Tian couldn't accept this result. She picked up the pattern drawn by Lin Shen, compared it with the pattern in her memory, and tried to practice air Ba Quan again. The result made Tian even more unacceptable. No matter how many times she practiced, there was no response. What went wrong? Tian thought hard, but still couldn't figure out the problem. Lin Shen met the eldest sister in the guest room. Without waiting for the eldest sister to ask questions, he searched the room first and found no monitoring equipment. Just in case, Lin Shen lowered his voice and explained the cause and effect of the matter in detail in a low voice that only the two of them could hear. Sister, do you think we can still stay on the giant ring star? Lin Shen looked at the elder sister and asked. Whether we can stay or not, we have to stay here. We have no other choice. The elder sister pondered for a moment and then said, Tian didn't attack you just now, nor did she take away the 6 phoenixes. She shouldn't have the intention to kill us for the time being, but if she has mastered the Herba Fist, it's hard to say. The elder sister thought for a while and continued, but if she can't master the Herba Fist, then your chance has come. What chance? Lin Shen was slightly stunned. Do you believe in the elder sister? The elder sister seemed a little excited and asked, staring at Lin Shen. You are my biological sister. If I don't believe you, who else can I believe? Lin Shen felt that the elder sister's words were a bit redundant. Women understand women best. I think Tian is still a little interested in you. Taking Tian down can not only save your life, but also expand my Lin family, killing two birds with one stone. The elder sister said. Big sister, it's already this time, why are you still joking? Lin Shen was a little amused. I'm not joking, you forgot about Nianbei. The big sister said. Seriously. Although I don't mind being a gigolo and can accept intermarriage with a foreigner, I'm not one Nianbei. After all, and I don't have the capital to be a gigolo. Lin Shen felt that the big sister's idea was not reliable at all. Wan Yanbei was a man who had practiced the 6 paths of Phoenix. The princess of the Emperor Barbarian Princess was attracted by the 6 paths of Phoenix. He, Lin Shen, didn't have the 6 paths of Phoenix, so how could he take down Tian Sun? How can I not have the capital? You have practiced the Air Ba Quan, but she can't. Isn't that the capital? Women know women best. Believe me, you will definitely have a chance. The big sister was very sure. Lin Shen still felt it was unreliable. The 6 paths of Phoenix can be inherited, and the Air Ba Quan is a kind of technology which cannot be inherited. So there is no need for intermarriage. Of course, Lin Shen said that he didn't mind, but in fact, he still couldn't accept intermarriage with a foreigner in his heart. He still liked human women in his heart. The eldest sister wanted to say something, but suddenly heard footsteps outside the door, and then knocked on the door. Who? The two looked at each other, and Lin Miao asked. It's going to be dark soon, guests please go back to your rooms, and don't leave the guest room before dawn. The voice outside was familiar, it was the Tianren maid who guided Lin Shen here. Sister, let's take it one step at a time. Lin Shen walked out of the room and returned to his own room next door. If Tianquan wanted to deal with them, it would be impossible to prevent him, so Lin Shen stopped guarding the eldest sister. Back in the room, Lin Shen lay on the bed. And soon it suddenly became dark outside the window. There was a light in the room, but the light seemed to be turned off together, and it was pitch black. This place should not lack electricity, why is it that the electricity is cut off when it gets dark? Lin Shen pressed the light switch a few times, but it was still pitch black and he couldn't see anything. Lin Shen thought of something, took out the flashlight and tried it, but found that the flashlight was not bright either. It seems that it's not that there is no electricity, but that the lights have lost their function after dark. Lin Shen suddenly thought of a question. Since the lights are no longer working, where did the light from the woman's side come from when he lived in the stone house? Strange, what's going on with that woman? Lin Shen couldn't figure it out, and he couldn't understand it. I don't have the energy to think about anything else. Lin Shen had to plan ahead. If Tianquan suddenly wanted to kill them one day, how could he save his life? Lin Shen felt that the method that the elder sister said was not reliable at all. The best way was to leave the giant ring star immediately, but Tianquan would probably not let them go. Forcing them to leave would only arouse Tianquan's murderous intent. Fortunately, they all had transmission devices on their hands, and they could be teleported away from the giant ring star at any time, which was the biggest guarantee. However, the main body of the transmission device was controlled by the Tianren clan, and they had to find a way to escape from the Tianren clan's sphere of influence after they were teleported out. Fortunately, these were all operable, and they could choose a time that Tianquan didn't know to teleport out, such as the dark night like now. If they teleported out now, when it was dawn, Tianquan would find that they had left. And there would be a time difference of dozens of hours. If they used it well, they might be able To escape from the Tianren clan's sphere of influence. Of course, unless it was absolutely necessary, Lin Shen didn't want to take this path. Having offended both the Tianren and Diamond tribes at the same time, the future will be difficult, and it is not certain whether they can escape from the Tianren tribe's sphere of influence in such a short time. Even if you want to leave, you must first plan a retreat. Lin Shen felt that what the eldest sister said was right, and Tianquan should not have the intention to kill them for the time being. Lin Shen was thinking about all the possibilities and pros and cons when he suddenly saw a flash of light. He turned his head and looked out the window, only to see a red light dancing in the distance in the dark night sky. Lin Shen couldn't help but walk to the window and watch carefully. He saw that the red light was looming, lighting up for a while, disappearing for a while, and appearing in different places, giving people the illusion that it seemed to teleport or become invisible. Because darkness makes people lose the sense of distance, it is difficult to judge how far it is from here, but it just feels very far away. The red light is like a beautiful phoenix, dancing and playing in the night sky. Why does it look a little familiar? Lin Shen looked for a while and remembered why it looked a little familiar. When I went to Hulu Mountain before, I saw a strange light that looked like a phoenix, but that light was orange, which looked a little different from this red light. But apart from the color, the two look very similar. Both have light and shadow on the outer circle of the body, but the inside is like a black hole. Lin Shen couldn't be sure whether the two were really the same, because it was too dark here, and he could only see the red light and shadow, and the others were not very clear. The phoenix-like light and shadow were getting closer and closer, and soon flew over the sky. Lin Shen felt that it was very similar to the light and shadow that appeared on Hulu Mountain. Could it be that there are the same creatures on different planets? Lin Shen wondered in his heart. There was only one window in the guest room, and the light and shadow flew to the other side and could not be seen, and the outside fell into darkness again. Lin Shen drew the curtains and began to recall all the movements of Air Ba Quan. Because there were too many movements, he only remembered a part of them. The book was with Tian Sun, and he couldn't practice it even if he wanted to. Lin Shen could only practice the movements he remembered first, and there were many movements that he couldn't remember in the middle, and the order of some movements was also mixed up. It was already like this, and Lin Shen thought it would definitely not work. Unexpectedly, the base change power in his body started to move again, and he was scared and stopped immediately. If I use my fist power in the guest room and break something, that would be bad. This Air Ba Quan is not that difficult. It is still usable even though it lacks so many moves. Why can't Tian Sun practice it? Could it be that my talent has improved because of the theory of evolution? Lin Shen thought about it and felt that this should not be the reason. Although the theory of evolution is magical, it is not magical enough to enhance learning ability. If it really had such ability, his memory would not be so mediocre. If it is not because of the theory of evolution, is it just because I have seen the original pattern and felt the artistic conception above? Lin Shen felt that this should be part of the reason, but it seemed not to be entirely. Unable to figure it out, Lin Shen simply stopped thinking about it. He now wanted to know whether this kind of fist power in the air could be used in conjunction with acupuncture. If it could be used, there would be no need to get close to the opponent to acupuncture. Also, how far can this kind of fist power in the air be used? If the distance is far enough, he will not suffer so much when fighting with the Ascender. I wanted to go to King Kai's planet right now, but I was afraid that I was being monitored by Tian, so I finally gave up the idea and slept well. After dawn, Lin Shen got up and opened the curtains. He saw people coming and going in the yard outside. Servants of various races were busy doing something, as if they were decorating the yard. Lin Shen even saw a person who looked like a toad, and he didn't know what race he was. After washing up, he left the room and was about to knock on the eldest sister's door, just when the eldest sister pushed the door open and walked out. The two looked at each other, walked downstairs tacitly, and found that no one restricted their freedom of movement. When a maid with deer horns walked by, Lin Shen stopped her and asked, "Is there any celebration today?" "I don't know." The maid with deer horns seemed to know nothing, shook her head and said something and left. Lin Shen remembered that Tian had said before that her nephew would come in a few days, and the archangel sword was the gift that Tian prepared for her nephew. It was estimated that the decoration outside was used to welcome her nephew. The two walked into the yard, and no one paid attention to them, which made both of them secretly relieved. Tian did not restrict their personal freedom, and it seemed that he was not going to do anything to them for the time being. "Mr. Lin, the master invites you to have breakfast together." A Tianren, who was dressed very elegantly, came to Lin Shen and Lin Miao and said elegantly, "Am I the only one?" Lin Shen asked. "Yes, please follow me." Tianren turned and left. "I'll take a look around first, you go." Lin Miao waved his hand, indicating that Lin Shen should go first. Lin Shen followed Tianren to the palace-like building yesterday and saw Tian in a huge restaurant. Her dining table was longer than the multi-person conference table. Lin Shen felt that he had to shout when he sat opposite her, otherwise he was afraid that she would not hear him. There were all kinds of food on the table, all very beautiful. Fortunately, there was a rotating hot pot on the table, otherwise, if you wanted to eat something, you would have to run over to get it. "Did you rest well last night?" Tian took the cup elegantly, drank a sip of the liquid whose name she didn't know, and asked softly after putting the cup down. She studied all night but still couldn't understand the 28 punches. "Not bad." Lin Shen paused and asked, "If there is nothing else, I want to go back to the giant ring star to hunt genetically modified creatures." "What you want to do is your freedom, and you don't need to report to me. But if I were you, I would never go back to the giant ring star," Tian said with a smile. "Why?" Lin Shen thought to himself, "They say they won't restrict my freedom, but the result is still the same. The environment and genetically modified resources in the star belt are much stronger than those in the giant ring star. It is almost difficult to see mutant creatures below. On the floating ring island here, mutant creatures are relatively easy to find." Tian took a sip of liquid and continued, "And you are now a resident of my paradise island. It is not appropriate to go hunting in the giant ring star. That is the jurisdiction of Anjia. You were discovered by Anjia's people," Tian said, using the communicator to project a map, which was densely populated with various suspended islands. Tian made a few strokes with his hand, and an island was selected and the image was enlarged. "Well, this Tianhai Island is one of the islands I usually use for vacation. There is a vacation house I lived in before. I will give it to you siblings as a place to stay. There are also some genetically modified resources on it, and there are also mutated creatures. There are also a large number of genetically modified creatures on some nearby roundabouts, and you can hunt there. And it's relatively close to my paradise island. If I have any questions when I practice the 28 punches, I can ask you for advice. Tian Sun smiled half-heartedly, as if he meant something. Lin Shen didn't say much. He didn't expect Tianquan to let him go. Being able to leave Paradise Island was already very beneficial for Lin Shen. At least when they used the watch to teleport away, it was difficult for Tianquan to find out at the first time. Tianquan didn't say anything else. After breakfast, he asked someone to send Lin Shen and Lin Miao to Tianhai Island. Tianhai Island is naturally much smaller than Paradise Island, but it is big enough. There is an inland sea on the island. Tianquan's holiday home is built on the beach by the sea. The sea water here does not have tidal movement. When there is no wind, the sea water reflects the sky like a mirror, as if the sky and the earth are integrated into one. It must be said that Tianquan will enjoy it. The environment here is really too beautiful. Because the inland sea occupies most of the island. The land area is pitifully small, with only a circle of mountains on the edge, so the genetically modified biological resources of Tianhai Island are all in the sea. Lin Miao and Lin Shen are both landlubbers and don't know how to swim at all. It is obviously difficult for them to go to the sea to hunt genetically modified creatures. Although Lin Shen has the ability to float on water, that ability can only allow him to walk on water, and he cannot go into the sea to fish for turtles. Lin Miao is very satisfied with the environment here. The villa by the sea is built like a princess's castle, which is very consistent with her aesthetics. Lin Shen has no requirements for where to live. After settling down, he plans to hunt for genetically modified creatures. Of course, hunting for genetically modified creatures is not the main thing. Lin Shen mainly wants to try how powerful the air Ba Quan is. Originally, he was not going to go to the sea, but he thought that if Tian Sun was spying on him in secret, he could avoid her surveillance in the sea. Although Lin Shen can't swim, he can hold his breath and walk directly on the seabed. He doesn't need to know how to swim. When Lin Shen was about to go to the sea, he suddenly saw a flying vehicle landing and stopping on the beach. Lin Shen thought it was Tian Sun, but the flying vehicle was not Tian Sun's, and the person who came down from it was not Tian Sun. Human? Lin Shen was a little surprised. The person who came down from the aircraft was actually a real human. He was wearing a glowing armor, with long golden hair and green eyes. Except for the lack of wings, he looked very similar to the leader of the Celestial clan. Are you Lin Shen? The man looked at Lin Shen with a condescending look. Who are you? Lin Shen was a little unimpressed by his attitude. Cosimo of the Medici family. The man said a name proudly, as if the name represented glory. I have to admit that Lin Shen had really heard of this family. The Medici family is also a super family, but their focus has long been shifted to the universe. There are not many people left on the mother planet, but they are still a very powerful force on the mother planet. Do you have something to do with me? Lin Shen was a little confused. How could this Cosimo know that he was on the giant ring star? Are you the Lin Shen who offended the Wan family? Cosimo asked again. What do you want? Lin Shen frowned. It seems that it should be you. I heard that a human named Lin Shen joined Paradise Island. I thought it was a coincidence that we had the same name and surname. It turned out to be you. Cosimo looked at Lin Shen and said, "Since you are here, follow me in the future." "Why should I follow you?" Lin Shen was already very unhappy. This person was simply inexplicable. "You probably don't know your current situation yet," Cosimo said lightly. "Escape from the mother planet, it can only be a temporary escape. If the bill proposed by the High Mansion cannot be passed in the Supreme Hall, you may have to wander in the universe for the rest of your life. Now the High Mansion has less than half of the votes, and with the influence of my Medici family, it can decide the voting rights of at least 20 seats. So what?" Lin Shen looked at Cosimo and said, "Of course, if you want to wander in the universe, it's meaningless, but my Medici family has some influence on those planets you can go to. For example, on this giant ring star, if I want you to live, you can live well. If I want you to die, you won't see the light of tomorrow." Cosimo has always been that kind of condescending tone. "After saying so much, what do you want me to do?" Lin Shen had already guessed why Cosimo came to him, and he was not angry, and spoke slowly. "Did Lord Tian personally bring you to join Paradise Island?" Cosimo seemed to think that Lin Shen was already his subordinate, and asked arrogantly. "Yes." Lin Shen nodded and replied. "Did you take back the Archangel sword from Hell Island?" Cosimo obviously knew something. "Yes." Lin Shen admitted it directly. "Very good, you can follow me from now on," Cosimo said, and was about to go to the villa by the sea. "What are you going to do?" Lin Shen stretched out his hand to stop Cosimo. "The environment here on Tian Island is pretty good, I will live here from now on," Cosimo said. "As a matter of course. I didn't invite you to live here?" Lin Shen's face darkened. "It seems that the lessons of the Wan family did not make you realize the reality. Then I will teach you again," Cosimo said. And suddenly moved, like a phantom, in front of Lin Shen, and a big hand grabbed Lin Shen's head. "The person who went to Hell Island to get the Archangel sword on behalf of Tian was from the Medici family, but unfortunately failed." Cosimo thought that Tian gave Tian Island to Lin Shen just because he got back the Archangel sword. Tian would not care about such a person, and this was a matter between their human race. With Tian's temper, he would not ask about it. Moreover, the Medici family had been attached to the Tian clan for a long time and had been very close to Tian in recent years. The relationship was quite good, otherwise Cosimo would not come to the giant ring star, which had just been developed not long ago. Medici paid so much manpower and material resources to help Tian develop the giant ring star. The resources of the giant ring star itself were secondary, and the main thing was to maintain the relationship with Tian. The Medici family even hoped that Cosimo could get the favor of Tian and take the cooperation between the two to a higher level. In the eyes of the Medici family, Tian, a rare genius in a century, would have great potential in the Tian clan in the future, and the return on investment in her would be huge. However, the Tian clan was different from the Diamond clan. The Tian clan rarely intermarried with other races, so it was much more difficult. Fortunately, Tian is somewhat different from the general Tian clan. Perhaps because she is not a pure-blooded Tian, but a very rare mixed-blood Tian, she is not as averse to intermarriage as the pure-blooded Tian. She even has a rebellious personality and deliberately gets close to other races. That is why the Medici clan has such an idea. Tian has excellent talent, but because of Her mixed blood, she has always been excluded and suppressed in the clan. Otherwise, the Medici clan would not have the chance to cooperate with her. Lin Shen had been on guard against Cosimo for a long time. Almost at the same time when he attacked, Lin Shen's carapace had already covered his whole body. Cosimo's movements were extremely fast, and he should have upgraded his flying skill. Lin Shen originally wanted to dodge this attack with the immortal court, but he caught a glimpse of a familiar aircraft appearing in the sky. Almost in an instant, Lin Shen gave up the idea of dodging and punched Cosimo's palm. With the blessing of the infinite power contract, Lin Shen's strength was close to 60, which was not inferior to that of ordinary ascenders. Even if he did not use his innate skills, ordinary ascenders could not do anything to him. It was just that the moment his fist collided with Cosimo's palm, Lin Shen felt a huge force coming, and that force was not something he could contend with. Lin Shen did not use his strength to the fullest and immediately took advantage of the momentum to fly backwards. It looked like he was slapped by Cosimo's palm and flew hundreds of meters away, and fell directly into the sea. Unfortunately, Lin Shen didn't know how to use the force to release the force. Cosimo's strength was too strong, and his entire arm seemed to be broken, and he grimaced in pain. Cosimo must be a high-turn ascender. If I knew the technique of using the force to release the force like Shimanjianka, I wouldn't have suffered such a loss. Lin Shen secretly calculated in his heart. Fortunately, he had a super strong recovery ability, and the injuries on his body recovered quickly. Lin Shen also knew that the technique of using the force to release the force like Shimanjianka must have the blessing of the basic transformation talent in addition to the skills he practiced himself, otherwise it would not be so abnormal. And it would not be achieved by pure practice. Cosimo blasted Lin Shen away with a punch, and he also felt something was wrong in his heart. But before he could figure out what was wrong, he saw a flying vehicle falling and stopped not far from him. Seeing the aircraft, Cosimo immediately knew that Lin Shen was hit by him on purpose, and was secretly annoyed in his heart. What a sinister and cunning thing. The door of the aircraft opened, and Tian walked out. Star-Lord. Cosimo saluted and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Tian. Only the master of the planet is qualified to be called the Star Master. Tian is not a real star master yet. The giant ring star is still being reclaimed, and she only has control over the star belt. Cosimo used the title of Star Master directly to show his respect for her. Tian looked at the sea, and saw Lin Shen staggering out of the sea. His clothes were soaked, and there was still a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Cosimo's face turned green when he saw Lin Shen's situation. He knew that his palm should have hurt Lin Shen, but no matter how injured he was, his shell should be there. Lin Shen was shocked so much that his shell was gone. This was simply a show to let Tian see his miserable condition. This insidious thing. Cosimo now only regretted that he didn't have the intention to kill Lin Shen with that palm just now, and didn't use all his strength to kill Lin Shen. If he knew that the blood at the corner of Lin Shen's mouth was not produced by him at all, but by his own tongue biting, he would probably be even more angry. Lin Shen staggered out, then fell on the beach, struggling for several times, but unable to stand up. You act again. Cosimo looked at Lin Shen coldly. He didn't think Lin Shen could do anything to him. The Medici family is Tian's partner after all. Tian can't go against the Medici family for a stray dog like him who escaped from his home planet. Lin Shen, what happened here? Tian asked knowingly. Star, Lord. Cosimo spoke again, but was stopped by Tianquan's eyes, and swallowed his words back. Star Lord, I don't know. What happened? This man came here and wanted to seize the island you gave me. I didn't want him to. So he wanted to kill me, cough cough. Lin Shen said, and pretended to cough blood. Unfortunately, he just bit the tip of his tongue a little, and now there is no blood flowing out, and he can't cough it out. Cosimo, is that so? Tianquan looked at Cosimo again and asked. Star Lord, he is lying. As a fellow tribesman, I just came to see him and talk about hometown things. I gave him some care for the sake of being a fellow tribesman. I didn't expect him to be so rude. I just taught him a lesson. Cosimo said. Star Lord, please be clear, cough cough. On the roundabout island you rewarded me, I was beaten like this. Cough cough. Please help me, cough cough. Lin Shen coughed desperately, regardless of whether he could cough blood or not. The atmosphere had to be set off. Cosimo wanted to say something, but was stopped by Tianquan. Tianquan said calmly. Cosimo, no matter what your reasons are, this is not your island, and the injured person is not you. Star Lord. He is my guest, and the island is also my reward to him. Are you slapping him in the face? Or me? Seeing that Cosimo still wanted to defend himself, Tianquan's face turned cold. Cosimo's face changed drastically, and he saluted and said, Star Lord, please don't misunderstand. The Medici family has always been loyal to you and will never dare to offend you. It's really just a misunderstanding. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, you hurt him. You owe him an apology. Tianquan looked at Cosimo coldly and said. Cosimo's face was extremely ugly. He couldn't accept it no matter what if he was asked to apologize to Lin Shen. Why? I am Tianquan's guest, and I don't deserve an apology from your Medici family. Tianquan's face was expressionless. Cosimo saw that Tianquan seemed to be really angry. How dare he say anything more, turned around and stared at Lin Shen and said, Lin Shen, I'm sorry, it was all a misunderstanding just now, I didn't mean it, just tell me if you want any compensation. Is this how the Medici family taught you to apologize? The Tian tribe doesn't have such etiquette. Before Lin Shen could say anything, Tianquan's cold voice sounded again. Cosimo saw Tianquan's eyes, and his heart trembled. He didn't dare to perfunctorily deal with it anymore. He gritted his teeth and bowed to Lin Shen and saluted, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Go away, don't set foot on Tianhai Island again. Tianquan waved Cosimo to leave, as if he didn't even want to look at him again, as if he was a little disgusted. Cosimo didn't dare to say anything else. After saluting, he turned around and left, got on his own aircraft, and when he left, he glanced at Lin Shen, and there was absolutely no kindness in his eyes. Everyone has left, why are you still pretending there? Tianquan glanced at Lin Shen, who was still sitting on the sand stall and coughing, and said with a sneer. Did the Star Lord come here to find me for the Air Bakwan matter? Lin Shen had no choice but to stand up and brush off the sand on his body. Why, I helped you so much, but you didn't even say thank you? Tian's son looked at him with a smile. You helped me, but this hatred also fell on my head. Lin Shen didn't know whether Tian's son took the opportunity to suppress the Medici family, or deliberately let Cosimo hate him, forcing him to follow Tian's son, with no other way to go. No matter which situation it was. Lin Shen felt that he didn't seem to need to thank Tian's son. Are you afraid? Tian Sun was not angry when Lin Shen pointed out his thoughts. Instead, he laughed. I am indeed a little afraid. You know, I fled because I couldn't make it on the human mother planet. Now I have just arrived at the giant ring star for a short time, and I have offended the Medici family, whose power is no weaker than the Yuan family. I am really afraid that I will have no place to stand here in the future. Lin Shen said. As long as you follow me wholeheartedly, you don't have to be afraid of anything. Tian Sun said lightly. What does it mean to be single-minded? Lin Shen felt relieved after hearing what Tianquan said. At least it meant that Tianquan wanted to recruit them, not to kill them. Don't you want to pursue me? I'll give you a chance. It depends on whether you dare. Tianquan said with a smile. What chance? Lin Shen was slightly startled. He didn't believe that there would be good things that would fall from the sky. Kill Cosimo, and I will seriously consider giving you a chance. Tianquan's words were beyond Lin Shen's expectations. Isn't the Medici family your partner? Lin Shen was a little confused. Isn't Tianquan's doing this equivalent to cutting off his left and right arms? The Medici family is indeed my partner, but unfortunately they have been too inflated in recent years and can no longer put themselves in the right position. You also saw it just now. I asked him to apologize to a mere ascender from the Medici family, and he had to say it so many times. Being a dog should have the awareness of being a dog. Dogs that don't listen to their masters should be taught a lesson. Tianquan said lightly. Lin Shen probably understood what Tianquan meant. The Medici family cooperated with Tianquan, but they took themselves too seriously. Tianquan wanted to teach them a lesson, but also wanted the Medici family to continue to serve her, so she couldn't do it herself. It happened that Lin Shen and Cosimo had a conflict, and Tianquan added fuel to the fire. With the current inflated attitude of the Medici family, Cosimo probably wouldn't let Lin Shen go. As long as Lin Shen could make good use of this opportunity, he could kill Cosimo legitimately. Lin Shen understood what Tianquan meant, but he didn't agree to it. First, he didn't know how strong Cosimo was. It was estimated that his speed was not low, and he might not be able to kill Cosimo. Second, he was afraid that Tianquan was just using him, and after using him, he would take him out on the Medici family, and then he would become a sucker. It seems that you don't want to follow me wholeheartedly. Tianquan saw through Lin Shen's thoughts and said with a cold face. I also want to kill Cosimo, but unfortunately I am just a mutator, not even an ascender. How can I kill Cosimo? He must be at least a 5-turn ascender, right? Lin Shen said tactfully. 9-turn ascender, only 1 turn away from perfection. Tian Sun said lightly, since I asked you to kill him, I will naturally not let you die in vain. It depends on whether you dare or not. If you don't dare, I won't make it difficult for you, but the previous bet is even, and whether you live or die in the future has nothing to do with me. What bet? Lin Shen didn't react for a while. I promised you that if you can't practice Air Ba Quan, I will give you a chance to pursue me. Now I really can't practice it, you win. So I gave you a chance, you don't dare to take it, then you can't blame me. Tian Sun smiled. Lin Shen then understood what the bet Tian Sun was talking about was. It's not that he is forgetful, but he never thought that Tian Sun would take the bet seriously, and he didn't expect Tian Sun to admit that she lost. You have to let me know if there is any way to kill Cosimo, right? Lin Shen thought about it and thought that even if he didn't agree to Tianxuan's killing of Cosimo, Cosimo would probably not let him go. He still had to face the Medici family, so he might as well listen to Tianxuan's plan. First, what is your base mutation rate now? Tianxuan asked. 17%. Lin Shen answered truthfully. I'll give you the essence of advanced base mutation liquid, which will make your base mutation rate 100% within 2 days, and then give you an ascension egg so that you can reach the ascension level, and then I'll teach you how to kill Cosimo. You have the 28 punch, and the chance of success is very high. Is the 28 punch that powerful? Lin Shen didn't think the 28 punch was that powerful. It was just a skill that could convert strength into long-range punching power. If it was just a 28 punch that could allow a first-turn ascension to kill a 9th turn ascension, Lin Shen didn't quite believe it. That's because you don't know how powerful the 28 punch is. Tianxuan looked at Lin Shen with some resentment. She really couldn't figure out why Lin Shen could practice the 28 punch, but she couldn't. Back then, my friend relied on the 28 punches to defeat almost all Nirvana's invincible opponents. Do you know why the 28 punches are called 28 punches? Tian asked. Lin Shen shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. He had never heard of the name 28 punches before. Back then, my friend only needed 2 punches to end the battle, no matter who the opponent was. Why 2 punches? Shouldn't a truly strong person be killed with 1 punch? Lin Shen asked, curiously. 1 punch will dissuade you, but 2 punches will kill you. Killing someone with 1 punch may be because your strength just reaches that level, or it may be because of luck. 2 punches will kill you, which means that I can kill you at any time if I want to. What does that 8 mean? When he throws the second punch, the enemy is 80% dead. Fortunately, there is still a 20% chance of survival. Yes, that 20% chance of survival was given to you with the first punch. Tianxuan smiled and said, my friend's boxing style has no name. The name Erbaquin was also randomly called by others, and it has been passed down over time. So it is this Erbaquin. Lin Shen was even more confused, but I don't think this Erbaquin is so powerful. It can only punch through the air. That's because you have just started, and you haven't been able to really exert the power of Erbaquin. Don't worry, you can practice slowly. 3 days should be enough for you to find out the threshold and use it to kill Cosimo. It's enough to get started. Tianxuan said. Lin Shen was still hesitant, not that he was hesitating whether to kill Cosimo, but that he was hesitating. Do you want to use the ascension egg given by Tian to ascend? He is still waiting for Wei Wufu to send him the original eggs. Using the original eggs to ascend, he can have 2 life bases. Using the ascension egg given by Tian, this benefit will naturally be lost. If you are afraid, let this matter go. Tian was already a little unhappy when he saw that Lin Shen was still hesitating. I have already decided on the ascension egg to be used during my ascension. It is inconvenient to change it to another ascension egg. Can you wait a while longer for my friend to send me the ascension egg, and then attack Cosimo after my ascension? Lin Shen had no choice but to say, there is no need to wait any longer. No matter which kind of ascension egg you plan to order before, it should not be better than the one I gave you. It is a mutated ascension egg that is only found on our home planet of the celestial race. After using the ascension egg of a creature to ascend, your life base will be able to obtain a special life base talent. That life base talent is also an important part of your ability to kill 9 turns in 1 turn. Without that life base talent, even if you know 28 punches, but it's hard to kill 9 times in 1 turn. Tian directly rejected Lin Shen's request. Why is the life base talent so powerful? Lin Shen was really curious. Angel rebirth. Whenever your power is exhausted, angel rebirth can directly restore your body to its peak state. Just like being reborn. This ability is very important to you, and the 28 punches are extremely draining on the body. Big, after 1 punch, you almost have no power to fight again. Only with the help of angel rebirth can you use 28 punches continuously. The two are a perfect match, and they are also the basic conditions for you to kill 9 with 1 turn. Tian said slowly. Lin Shen was a little excited after hearing this, but then he thought about it. His super basic text provided him with almost enough energy in actual combat, and he could draw the power of the world at all times to replenish his body's consumption, without waiting for the power to be exhausted. At this time it is more convenient than angel rebirth, and there is really no need to get another angel rebirth skill. Of course, it would be better to have this ability, but it's just not worth using life points to exchange for it. I still hope to be able to ascend using the ascending egg I ordered. Lin Shen thought for a while, but still rejected Tian's proposal. You have to think carefully. I don't have time to wait for you to ascend. Cosimo must be killed within 3 days. You only have this chance. If you can't kill Cosimo, you may not be able to protect yourself in the future. Tian thought Lin Shen. He flinched and turned around to leave. Can't you kill Cosimo without ascending? Lin Shen's sudden words stopped Tian from leaving. Who do you think you are? Killing 9 transformations and ascension. Dios was not so arrogant when he was at the level of transformation. Tian felt a little ridiculous, looked at Lin Shen and said, on the mother planet of mankind, maybe after killing a few garbage ascenders, I feel that killing ascendants is not that difficult. However, none of the ascendants who can reach the 9th rank are lucky, and they are definitely not something that the genetic changer can match. Don't be too whimsical. That's your only chance, and it's just an opportunity. Whether you can succeed or not depends on how you operate. I don't know who Dios is, and I also know that it's difficult to kill the 9-turn ascended one, but if you give me a chance, it won't be a loss for you, right? I killed Cosimo, and your goal was achieved. I was killed by Cosimo, and you have an excuse to deal with him. No matter you succeed or fail, you are the winner. It's just a matter of winning more or losing less. Lin Shen's words made Tian slightly startled. The way she looked at Lin Shen was like looking at a madman. I'm a little curious. Now, what is the ascension egg you ordered? It's worth risking your life. No, it shouldn't be said to be a risk, but a life. Tian looked at Lin Shen and said, there are still 3 days left, maybe it's still in time. You can save such a rare and precious mutated ascension egg, but you still have to give me the genetic fluid. If my friend can get to the giant ring within 3 days, maybe I can still. There is a chance to ascend. Lin Shen said. Yes, if you can kill Cosimo with your genetic transformation, you can skip the step of pursuing that. I will directly upgrade you to my little lover. Tian smiled charmingly and opened the passenger door. Come up here. Well, the essence of those advanced genetic fluids must be used at my place, and you must memorize Cosimo's information and my plan. Lin Shen got on the aircraft and came to Tianxuan's palace-like building again. This time, the aircraft that landed in the building descended again, and the ground turned out to be an elevator deep underground. Sitting in the aircraft, watching the elevator continue to sink through the skylight, when the elevator stopped, Lin Shen estimated that he was already 10,000 meters deep underground. Tianxuan pushed the door and walked out of the aircraft. Lin Shen also came down from the other side and saw that outside the elevator was a semi-artificial and semi-natural cave. In the cave, there is a black pool. Inside the pool is a very viscous black liquid with hot steam and bubbles, a bit like melted asphalt. Is this the essence of genetic fluid? Lin Shen looked at the black liquid in the pool and asked with some uncertainty. Yes, this is the secret technology of the Celestial clan. It is called the genetic transformation pool in the clan. The materials used in this pool are all crystal-level mutation genetic fluid. After special treatment, all other elements are removed, leaving the essence behind and adding other ingredients can greatly improve the absorption and transformation efficiency, which is enough to increase your genetic transformation rate to 100%. How to use this? Drink it directly? Lin Shen looked at the pool of asphalt and it was hard to imagine how to drink it. You don't have to go to so much trouble. Just take off your clothes, jump in, and soak in it. These are the essence of essences. Skin contact is enough. If you drink it, the body of the genetic changer may not be able to bear it. Tianxuan looked at Lin Shen and said, You don't have much time, why are you still standing there? Why don't you get into the pool? Can you please go out for a while? Lin Shen's face has not yet been trained enough to strip naked in front of an unfamiliar woman. I want to watch you here. If you have an accident and your body cannot bear it, I can still fish you out. And time is tight. After you enter the genetic change pool, the information about Cosimo and other I also want to tell you what happened. Tian's son looked at Lin Shen with a smile, showing no intention of leaving. Can you at least turn around and face me before I enter the pool? Lin Shen said with a bitter smile. I don't mind a woman. What are you doing here as a man? Tian Sun said in his mouth, but he still turned around and turned his back to Lin Shen. Lin Shen squatted by the pool and first put his finger into the genetic transformation pool to test it. The temperature was not as high as expected. Although it was not low, it was not enough to cause harm to his body. Just the touch of his fingers made Lin Shen feel a strange energy conduction entering his body. It was similar to the feeling after drinking the genetic change fluid, but it was purer and the theory of evolution started to work automatically. Lin Shen no longer hesitated, took off his clothes and jumped directly into the genetic transformation pool. The whole body was soaked in the viscous black liquid, and a large amount of pure energy penetrated into the body, and the theory of evolution immediately started running wildly. Tianxuan did not turn around to look at Lin Shen, but sat down on the stone platform next to him. Come, with his back to Lin Shen, he said, Cosimo is a very talented person among you humans. The evolution technique he practices is called God-Emperor technique. He is a peerless warrior in our celestial race. Created by the author, the entry level is extremely high, and entry starts from the crystal base. There is no previous part. Lin Shen knew why there was no front part. Most children of the celestial race were born with crystal bases, and did not need the front part at all. Their starting point was Crystal bases. After the Medici family obtained the God Emperor technique, after years of research, testing, and completion, no one was able to practice the God Emperor technique until Cosimo appeared and actually allowed him to practice the God Emperor technique. It's no small miracle. Tian continued, as far as I know, Cosimo's innate abilities are God's descent, King's crown and Imperial killing fist. God's descent is an ability that improves his surrounding attributes in a short period of time, which can probably make his surrounding attributes are doubled, and the duration is about 10 seconds. The King's crown is an ability that enhances the strength of the carapace. After using the King's crown, it is difficult for the same level of power to break his carapace. The duration is about 1 minute, and it is only used once in universe. 24. The Imperial Killing Fist has a certain degree of strength enhancement, but this is not important. Even if his strength does not increase, you will not be able to withstand his attack. It should be noted that the Imperial Killing Fist has tearing damage. With the strength of your body and carapace, I'm afraid just one punch from him would cause your body and carapace to be torn apart. Lin Shen was a little surprised. Cosimo's talents were really ridiculous. If he hadn't planned otherwise, Lin Shen wouldn't have wanted to challenge Cosimo. These aren't the most fatal things. Cosimo's life base is a divine emperor scepter. Its ability is divine imperial power, which can form a halo area. Within the halo area, except for himself, the 4 attributes of everyone else will be greatly weakened. Even if they are nirvanas, if they don't have the corresponding ability to crack it, their 4 attributes will be weakened by the divine imperial power halo, but the influence is not that serious. You are just a base changer. The highest 4 attributes are only 41. Within the divine imperial power halo. I'm afraid you won't even have half of them left. Do you still think you can kill Cosimo, who has turned 9, with your base changer? Tian's son looked at Lin Shen with a smile. The reason why she chose to tell Lin Shen these things now was to make Lin Shen give up such a ridiculous idea and use her ascending egg to ascend. In that way, relying on angel rebirth and air Ba Quan, plus her careful layout and design, it is possible to succeed. Lin Shen in the pool was also secretly amazed when he heard this. Cosimo was indeed a bit outrageous. Every time an ascender reincarnates, the attributes of the 4 surroundings will be enhanced by 10% on top of the original attributes. The enhanced part will not be repeated after reincarnation. In other words, if Cosimo's basic attribute is 80 points, then the 9 reincarnations will enhance the attribute by 80%, and his current real attribute may be close to 150. If the enhancement of the God's descent is added, in those 10 seconds, Cosimo's combat power can be said to be unimaginable. Coupled with the weakening effect of the God-given imperial power, even the strongest base changer has no hope of killing such a Cosimo. His 3 base change talents are also very strong. The God's Descent and Lin Shen's super base change and Wei Wufu's Phoenix secret base change talents are somewhat similar. The God's Descent is a direct doubling of the 4 surrounding attributes, without any cost, but the duration is relatively short. Lin Shen's super base transformation also strengthens all the surrounding attributes, but it consumes a lot of energy as a price. If his energy is enough, super base transformation can also double the attributes, or even be stronger. However, under normal circumstances, Lin Shen's own energy is not enough to support the doubled attributes of super base transformation. In addition, the world power absorbed by the super base text cannot reach that level. Unless the environment at that time is extremely special and can absorb a large amount of world power, it is possible to double the attributes. Wei Wufu's Phoenix secret is the talent skill he obtained when he was promoted to the crystal base. It is also a talent skill that enhances the surroundings. It is also a skill that can double the surroundings, and it is very long-lasting. Unlike the short duration of the God's Descent, it is not as unstable as Lin Shen's super base text. It also needs to pay a certain amount of energy as a price, but not as much energy as the super base text. However, the Phoenix secret also has its shortcomings. Once the Phoenix secret is used, it must fight to the end. No matter how powerful the opponent is, once there is a retreat, the Phoenix secret will backfire on its master, which is fatal. Wei Wufu was able to kill Zhu Kailing, who was at the 3rd level, and the Phoenix secret technique accounted for most of the credit. The good thing about the God's Descent is that it doesn't cost anything, it just lasts for a short time, but it is enough to end the battle at a critical moment. In addition to the Crown of the King and the Imperial Killing Fist, it is theoretically impossible for the genetic transformer to kill Cosimo, who has all the skills. Of course, the reason why Lin Shen thinks he has a chance to kill Cosimo is not really relying on his own strength. Since he came to this planet, the heaven sacrifice halo has often prompted the increase of sacrifices. It is estimated that the pioneering army of the celestial race has been constantly killed in the process of pioneering, and they all became sacrifices for the heaven sacrifice halo. According to the date of the giant ring star, it has only been 3 or 4 days since he came, and the attributes blessed by the heaven sacrifice halo have exceeded 100 points. If it continues at this speed, in 3 days, the attributes blessed by the heaven sacrifice halo will be at least more than 150 points, or even more. Combined with his original attributes, his strength can exceed 200. Unfortunately, the attributes added by the heaven sacrifice aura are not superimposed with the strengthening effect of Superbase. Superbase can only strengthen the attributes that Lin Shen originally had. Originally, it was thought that relying on such attribute blessing, it should not be difficult to kill Cosimo of the 9th turn. After all, they had similar attributes at the beginning, and easily killed Wan Shuiliu of the 7th turn. The 9th turn was only 20% stronger than the 7th turn, so the chance should still be great. But after hearing what Tian said, it might not be so easy to kill Cosimo with such attributes. After all, Wan Shuiliu does not have the abnormal attribute strengthening skill of the God's Descent, and does not have the desperate ability to force a burst of species. The sacrifice of the heaven sacrifice aura enhances the attribute. The higher the attribute, the more sacrifices are needed. At the beginning, you may only need an ordinary steel-level sacrifice, and the 10 crystal-based sacrifices may not be able to add a little attribute. If a few ascenders die, or a nirvana-level sacrifice dies, the attribute of the heaven sacrifice aura can be greatly improved. Lin Shen had accumulated the heaven sacrifice aura for such a long time, and after the battle at Tianqing Slope, he had accumulated more than 150 points. It had only been 3 or 4 days on the giant ring star, but the attributes of the heaven sacrifice aura had already exceeded 100, which showed how cruel the opening of the giant ring star was. Unless the properties of the sky sacrifice halo can be greatly improved in the next 3 days, it will be really difficult to kill Cosimo. If I fail with one blow, then I will have no choice but to teleport away from the giant ring star for refuge. Lin Shen secretly pondered in his heart. Calculate. Have you considered it carefully? Do you still insist on using your body as A genetic changer to kill the nine-turn ascendant? Tian saw that Lin Shen didn't speak for a while, turned around, looked at Lin Shen and asked with a smile. You are the master of the giant ring star. You should know the current status of land reclamation on the giant ring star, right? Lin Shen thought for a while and asked. I can only be regarded as 1/3 of the star masters. This side of the star belt is under my management. On the other side of the land, the Yin family is reclaiming wasteland. On the ocean, the Qi family is reclaiming wasteland. I probably know a little bit about the reclamation situation there. If you ask, what's this for? Tian asked confused. I'm just curious. How many people died in land reclamation? Lin Shen said casually. Tian Xuanhui misunderstood and said calmly, we won't let Cosimo go to open up the wasteland. They are all cannon fodder. Aliens. If we can use this excuse, why bother to go through such a big circle to let you do it? Lin Shen knew that Tian misunderstood what he meant, but he did not explain, and continued to ask. What level are those alien cannon fodders? How many are there? How many people die every day? Most of them are genetic changers. It's hard to say how many they have. If a group dies, another group will be added. Now each family probably has hundreds of thousands of genetic changers. There are also some ascended ones, but the number will not be the same. Too many. As for whether there will be many deaths, it depends on the situation. In the cleared area, if unknown nirvana creatures are disturbed, they may be wiped out all at once. If there are a large number of ascended creatures, some people will die. Tian didn't know what Lin Shen wanted to do by asking these questions. Isn't this all about luck? Lin Shen was speechless. If those cannon fodders are so unlucky that they disturb the nirvana creatures and completely wipe them out, then Lin Shen's heaven sacrifice halo can take off immediately. Assuming that the pioneering army did not encounter any danger in these 3 days, it was hard to say how much attributes the heaven sacrifice halo could increase. No matter how Lin Shen calculated it, it would not be easy to kill Cosimo under normal circumstances unless his innate skills could be eliminated first. Of course, this is also difficult. If it is not a matter of life and death, Cosimo will not use God's descent randomly. After using God's descent, he probably won't give others a chance. Tian didn't mention letting Lin Shen use her ascension egg to ascend, but in her opinion, Lin Shen had no other choice, and he had to follow her plan in the end. In addition to Cosimo's own strength, the teleportation device in his hand is also a problem. He can teleport away from the giant ring at any time. So to kill him, this problem needs to be solved. Tian continued. How to solve this? Lin Shen then remembered that there was a watch transmitter on the giant ring planet, and he was not the only one who could escape at any time. So, you can only kill him in a special place. There are several places in the star belt where the teleportation device cannot be activated, such as the Hell Island you went to before. Only then did Lin Shen realize that teleportation was not possible on Hell Island. Now that he thought about it, he was a little scared. Fortunately, there was not much danger on Hell Island. This was also the first time that Lin Shen knew that the transmission device would be restricted, and he would have to make more calculations in the future. You want me to kill Cosimo on Hell Island? Lin Shen frowned. Of course not. If you fight on Hell Island, the biggest possibility is that you will all be killed by the gatekeepers of Hell. Besides, Cosimo will not go to Hell Island. This is also a dangerous behavior for him. He paused. After a pause, Tian continued, the place arranged for you is not far from Tian Island. It is a floating roundabout named Fang Island. There are many genetically modified fanged beasts on that roundabout, which look like wild boars. The mutation rate of the porcupine is very high, and there are also several upgraded tusk beasts. After many inspections, no advanced creatures were found on the Tusk Island, and there were no other abnormalities. However, there were two restrictions. One restriction is that you can't fly. And the other restriction is that you can't use the teleportation device. Did you have everything planned out from the beginning when you gave Tian Island to me? Didn't you also let Cosimo know about my joining on purpose? Lin Shen suddenly figured out a lot of things. I haven't spread any news, but the news that I brought a human to my residence will be known to anyone who cares. Tian said with a smile. Would Cosimo go to a place like Fawn Island? Lin Shen felt that if it were him, he would not go to such a place to cause trouble for himself. You don't understand Cosimo, nor the Medici family. They can't stand you. Of course, the premise is that Cosimo is 100% sure to kill you, and feels there is no risk. A 9-turn ascendant will kill you one by one. If you transfer, the worries will be much smaller. Of course, if you are still a genetic changer, then he does not need to worry at all. Fang Island is the best place to kill you, and you will not even have a chance to teleport to escape. Tian thought. Lin Shen could no longer think of killing Cosimo as a geneticist. Lin Shen was no longer considering whether to kill Cosimo as a genetic changer, but was considering whether to continue this plan. On Fang Island, Cosimo couldn't run away, and he couldn't run away either. Lin Shen didn't like this kind of battle with no escape route. And if you want to kill Cosimo, let alone his current strength, even if he ascends, it will still be difficult to kill. The key is that there is no retreat. This kind of battle is suitable for Wei Wufu, but not for a person like him who shoulders the heavy responsibility of spreading branches and leaves. Lin Shen was thinking in his heart. How could he terminate this plan without angering Tian? It's careless. Lin Shen sighed in his heart, thinking about it. There was no good solution. Only then did he realize that he had relied too much on the heaven sacrifice halo. Without the heaven sacrifice halo, he would not have considered Tian Sun's proposal at all, let alone agreed to it. It is inevitable that people will swell sometimes, so it is no wonder that the Medici family will swell. Lin Shen secretly decided in his heart that when considering problems in the future, he must exclude the heaven sacrifice halo from the list. Otherwise, sooner or later, if this continues, suffering. Seemingly sensing Lin Shen's intentions, Tian Sun continued, You don't have to worry too much. I'm fully prepared for your battle. The Celestial Clan's secret enhancement agent can make the body is greatly strengthened in a short period of time, and the strength and speed can be greatly improved. The side effect of this strengthener is that it will make the body very weak, but with the angel reborn, this side effect can be ignored. I have also prepared a special set of heavenly armor for you. The defensive capabilities of this armor can allow you to withstand a full force attack from Cosimo. Tian continued, in addition, I have also prepared a weapon for you. With your strength, even if the gods do not come, and in the weakened state of the God-given imperial power, you cannot break the carapace strengthened by the king's crown. With this weapon, you have a chance to kill Cosimo. Didn't you say that the 28 punches were the key to killing Cosimo? Why do you need to use weapons again? Lin Shen was a little confused. Yes, the 28 punches are the key to killing Cosimo, but your level is too low, and the 28 punches are just getting started, and you haven't learned the real essence yet. So you must have an insurance. I'll prepare it for you. This weapon is a glove, which can enhance your punching power. When Tian said this, Lin Shen understood that there was such a weapon. Why must we kill Cosimo within 3 days? Can't we do it later? After hearing Tianquan's plan, Lin Shen felt that there was indeed a chance to kill Cosimo. The problem is, this plan is to build on the premise that Lin Shen uses her ascension egg to ascend and gain angelic rebirth. Because in 4 days, a Nirvana from the Medici family will come to the giant ring. After staying on the giant ring for a period of time, he will take Cosimo and leave with him. Do you want to be a Nirvana in the giant ring? Are you going to kill Cosimo right under your nose, or are you going to hunt them down? Tian said with a smile. After hearing this, Lin Shen wanted to stop the action even more. The Nirvana level strongman was coming soon. He killed Cosimo first. Didn't he hit his neck on his knife? Will Tianquan really protect him then? Lin Shen didn't want to put his destiny in the hands of others. Lin Shen has now begun to plan to find time to escape from the giant ring planet. At the worst possible time, he will go to Kaiwan planet, set the time to the highest value, and hide for a while first. Are you scared? Tianquan said indifferently, as if he had seen Lin Shen's thoughts. It's true that I'm a little scared. He's a Nirvana warrior. Killing me is not much more troublesome than squeezing an ant to death. Lin Shen looked sincere. Tian burst into laughter. You are quite sincere in your fear of death. Aren't you just afraid of becoming a scapegoat? I'll protect you. Tian stood up and reached out to unbutton the first button of his coat. What Lin Shen saw of Tianquan was just a mosaic of a human figure. This tempting action did not seem special to him. Tianquan had wanted to tease Lin Shen, but when he saw that Lin Shen did not react at all and his eyes seemed to be no different from looking at the air, he did not know why. He felt a little uncomfortable. Originally, she only needed to unbutton the first button, but she unbuttoned 2 buttons, revealing a large area of snow white and an unfathomable ravine. Unfortunately, Lin Shen had no luck to appreciate this beautiful scenery, which was all mosaic. Tianquan saw that Lin Shen's eyes did not change at all, as if this was not the most beautiful snow-capped mountain scenery in the world, but pork, which made her want to kill someone. Suppressing the anger in her heart, Tianquan's fingers passed over the sexy clavicle. In the middle of the 2 clavicles, in the snow-white skin, a strange crystal actually grew, as if it was condensed from blood. Lin Shen could not see the strange crystal on Tianquan's body. He did not know what she was doing and looked at her blankly. Tianquan, whose smile was gone, looked extremely cold. She reached out and grabbed the blood-red crystal from her own flesh. The crystal was clearly growing in her flesh, but after it was dug out, Tianquan's flesh was intact. I have half of the blood of the spirit race. This is my soul gem. Do you know the soul gems of the spirit race? Tianquan played with the blood-colored crystal with her fingers, deliberately letting it spin in front of the snow-white chest, forming a sharp contrast between blood and white. Unfortunately, Lin Shen's eyes were still as clear as an ice spring on a snowy mountain, without a trace of impurities. I just left my home planet, and I don't know much about the races in the universe. Lin Shen was a little helpless. His understanding of the universe came from Tianqin and Wei Wufu, and he didn't know much. There are countless races in the universe, and he really has never heard of the spirit race. It doesn't matter if you don't know. You will know naturally if you ask someone. Tianquan held the mind gem and said as if making a wish, I made a promise with the mind gem. If Lin Shen can kill Cosimo within 3 days, I will protect his life. If he betrays me, his soul will be broken. As Tianquan spoke, blood light inside the mind gem beat like a heart, and the light became stronger and stronger, condensing into a light core. Tianquan threw the mind gem to Lin Shen, who raised one hand and caught the mind gem. It was obviously just a gem, but the moment Lin Shen touched it, he seemed to hear its voice. The promise Tianquan made echoed in the mind gem over and over again, like the whisper of an ancient god. The mind gem will stay with you. You can go and find out for yourself what the consequences will be if the Eldar make a promise with the mind gem and break it. Tianquan buttoned up his shirt again and said expressionlessly. Lin Shen could guess without asking that since Tianquan did this, the mind gem must have a great binding force on her. Now Lin Shen basically believed in Tianquan's sincerity, but even if Tianquan would not use him as a scapegoat, it was still a difficult problem for him to kill Cosimo. Lin Shen originally wanted to use this reason to terminate the cooperation with Tianquan, but Tianquan did this, and Lin Shen didn't even have the chance to refuse. Let's see how much the sacrifices can be increased in the next 2 days. If it's really not enough, I'm afraid I can only use Tianquan's mutant ascension egg to fly. Lin Shen thought that even if he lost a life base, he couldn't take risks with his life. If it didn't work, he could only follow Tianquan's plan. I'll do my best. Lin Shen sighed. Okay, let's study the Herba Fist now. Although I can't practice the Herba Fist, I still have some understanding of it. You have just learned the Herba Fist and haven't been able to fully exert its power. I will tell you about the Herba Fist I have seen, which should be helpful for you to understand the Herba Fist. Tianquan began to talk about the Herba Fist she had seen. Cape Base. A man in a sweater and overalls walked on the street of the Cape Base. He lowered his head, put his hands in his trouser pockets, and walked very slowly, as if he was shopping. But he never raised his head, always looking at the road under his feet, walking slowly forward, and didn't know what was good about the road. On the road ahead, there was a little girl riding an iron-horned horse, walking carefully on the road. The little girl rode very slowly, and it can be seen that she had just learned to ride an iron-horned horse not long ago. Although the technique has been mastered, she is not so confident. So she seems cautious. When she reached the intersection, the girl confirmed that the traffic light in front was green. And then she rode forward. But at this moment, a big black bull on the left ignored the red light and rushed over, directly hitting the iron-horned horse. Fortunately, the iron-horned horse was walking slowly, and the girl had tried her best to let the iron-horned horse avoid her, but she was unable to avoid it completely. The iron-horned horse's head was hit, and the iron-horned horse fell to the ground, and the girl also fell down. The big black bull hit the iron-horned horse, and the rider on the bull's back was also thrown off. Do you have eyes? How do you ride? If you don't know how to ride, don't come out to hurt people. The middle-aged woman got up and scolded the girl. I saw that the light was green, so I went forward. The girl whispered. Just go forward when the light turns green? Don't you know how to read people? What are the eyes for? 2. Vent your anger. The middle-aged woman pointed to the little girl's nose and said, he cursed. You were the one who ran the red light just now. How can you blame this little girl? A young man passing by couldn't stand it anymore and stood up and said something. What happened to me when I ran a red light? Can she not have eyes when I ran a red light? It was obvious that I blocked the road on purpose and bumped into her. You guys are in the same group. You want to cheat money, right? Let me tell you, there is no way to blackmail me. The middle-aged woman jumped and shouted. Several passers-by came over and tried to reason with her, but they were scolded by the middle-aged woman so much that they couldn't stop talking. The middle-aged woman was scolding happily when she suddenly saw a tall figure walking beside her. Here comes another one, okay. You are all in the same group. Are you bullying me, a woman with no one to rely on? I tell you, I am not afraid. If you hit me if you dare, I don't believe that no one can control the Cape base. You trash. The woman pointed at the tall figure and shouted. Suddenly, a tall figure stretched out a big hand and held her head. The middle-aged woman's eyes suddenly widened and she wanted to say something. But before she could say another word, she felt a huge force pressing down on her. Bang! The middle-aged woman's head was pressed to the ground and exploded, blood splattered everywhere, and all the sounds were silent for a while. The weirdo put his hand away and stood up, without even looking at the body on the ground, and continued to move forward. Everyone watched the weirdo leave, and no one said a word. Soon, the mutants who maintained the security of the Cape base rushed over. One of the mutants wanted to stop the weirdo, but was stopped by his companions. Don't do it. I seem to have heard about this person. We can't deal with him. Let's go. Ask the museum owner. The gene changer looked at the weirdo and said. But soon they discovered that the strange man was heading towards the high mansion. Haidashio received the news and came to the gate as soon as possible. She had also heard about this weirdo, but she didn't expect that the weirdo actually came to Haijiao base. It seemed that he came to Hai Mansion. Are you here to see me? Haidashio asked when he saw the strange man stopped in front of the door, looking at him. Where is Lin Shen? The weirdo asked. Do you have a grudge against him? Hi. Dashio asked with a frown. He took something from me, the weirdo replied. He is not in High Mansion. He went to the alien planet. Haidashio did not hide it. All the major families in the Supreme Hall already knew that Lin Shen went to the alien planet. The reason why the Wan family did not send a large number of ascended people back was because they knew that Lin Shen and Lin Miao were no longer on their home planet. Which planet? The weirdo asked again. I seem to have no reason to tell you. Haidashio stared at the weirdo and said slowly. After hearing what Haidashio said, the weirdo surprisingly said nothing and turned around to leave. You killed someone at Haijiao base, and you want to leave without giving an explanation? An ascended one beside Haidashio directly took out a Lingji sword, flew towards the weirdo like lightning, and stabbed the weirdo in the head. Back. The weirdo seemed to have eyes on his back. He casually grabbed the spirit base sword with his backhand. With just a slight grip, the spirit base sword turned into countless fragments in his hand and fell with a clang. One place. The ascended person's face suddenly turned pale. He was now glad that he did not release his life base just now, but only used a spiritual base sword. The second-level spiritual sword was easily crushed with bare hands, without using any innate abilities. This power was already terrifying. The weirdo slowly turned around, not looking at the ascended person, but at Haidashio, and said slowly, "His life, please change the message." The ascended one was furious when he heard this and wanted to say something, but Haidashio reached out to stop him. "Do you want Lin Shen's life?" Haidashio asked directly. "Just getting back what belongs to me," the weirdo said. "He is in the celestial clan, that's all I can say," Haidashio said thoughtfully. The weirdo stared at Haidashio for a while, then turned and left. He seemed to be walking very slowly, but in the blink of an eye he had disappeared at the end of the long street. "Master." The ascended person wanted to say something else. Haidashio gave him a cold look and said, "If you want to die, just go find him, I won't stop you." The ascended one was suddenly startled. "Are you not even his opponent, the hall master? You talk too much." After Haidashio said that, he ignored him, turned around and walked back to the mansion. The weirdo went all the way south and returned to the flower path near Blackbird Base. He passed through the flower path and the canyon and came to the Calabash Mountain Road. Without a blackbird to guide the way, he could actually see Calabash Mountain and went directly to the top of the mountain to reach the cave that Lin Shen had been to before. The weirdo scanned the cave, walked to a corner of the cave, stretched out his palm, and inserted it directly into the rock. The extremely hard rock felt like tofu under his palm. He inserted it easily and lifted it up. The rock on the ground fell apart, revealing a bottomless hole. The weirdo jumped down without hesitation, falling continuously in the dark cave, and finally disappeared. Mido Star. Tianqin was in a very bad mood today. He just parked the aircraft on the side of the road to have something to eat. When he came back, he found that the exit of his aircraft was blocked by another aircraft. There was no contact information left on the aircraft. What's even more disgusting is that when he was checking to see if there was any contact information left on the aircraft made a sound, which was the sound of being locked. This proves that the owner of the aircraft is nearby and must have seen him. This is a provocation. If this wasn't the Mido Star, one of the main stars of the Tianren clan, and the star owner here didn't get along well with their family, Tianqin would have smashed the aircraft directly due to his temperament. Bang! What Tianqin wanted to do, but didn't do, someone did it for him. A weirdo wearing a sweatshirt and a hat covering most of his face slapped the aircraft in the way with one hand, and directly knocked off the top of the aircraft. Tian. Xian stared at the weirdo blankly, and the weirdo kicked the flattened aircraft to the open space aside. "Friend, who asked you to meddle in other people's own business?" Tianqin glanced at Tianren, who was walking out of the nearby shop aggressively. He curled his lips at the weirdo and said, "I don't like people who meddle in other people's business the most, especially others mind my business." After saying that, Tianqin jumped up and stepped on the aircraft that was almost turned into garbage, directly turning it into real garbage, with its broken parts scattered on the ground. "Come up." Tianqin turned around and returned to his aircraft. While starting the aircraft, he opened the passenger door and shouted to the weirdo. The weirdo glanced at him and sat directly on without saying anything. Tianqin drove the aircraft into the sky, and when Tianren rushed over with flapping wings, he could only curse at the aircraft in the air. "You're a human, what are you doing on Mido planet?" Tianqin asked while flying the aircraft. "Looking for someone," the weirdo replied. "Address?" "He is in the Celestial clan." Of course I know that he is in the celestial clan, otherwise. Why would you come to Midu Star? Isn't this nonsense? I'm asking you for his detailed address. I don't know. I just know he is in the celestial clan. You mean, the person you are looking for may not be on Midu Star, you only know that he is in the territory of the celestial clan? Yes. Then what are you looking for? The celestial clan has tens of thousands of subordinate planets. You can't find him by relying on your 2 legs and 1 mouth. Tianqing thought for a while and said, what is the name of the person you are looking for, and what race is he? Lin Shen, a human. The weirdo answered. Lin Shen. Which? Lin Shen. Is he the guy nicknamed the 2nd-generation ancestor? Tianqing's eyes widened, turned to look at the weirdo, and almost hit the flying vehicle flying in front. Yes. Why did you come to Midu Star instead of the human mother planet to find him? Could it be that Lin Shen came to the celestial clan? Tianqing's eyes lit up as he spoke. Yes. The weirdo nodded. Are you his friend or enemy? Tianqing asked again. He took my things, and I want to take them back. The weirdo said. That bastard is the one who did it. Follow me. I'll take you to find him. He also took my things. I'm looking for him too. Tian misunderstood the weirdo's meaning and thought that he was also robbed by Lin Shen. He immediately felt a sense of common hatred and said with gritted teeth, how to find him? The weirdo asked slowly. I dare not say about other places. I still have some friends in the territory of the Celestials. Leave it to me. Tian suddenly felt better and even a little excited. He was no match for Lin Shen on King Kai and was badly tricked by Lin Shen. Unexpectedly, Lin Shen actually came to the Celestials. That would be easy. As long as he found Lin Shen, Tian swore to take away everything on Lin Shen, not even his underwear. Lin Shen, you wait for me. Don't let me find you. Otherwise, even if you call me daddy, I won't let you go. Tian even began to imagine how to humiliate Lin Shen severely after finding him. Tianquan was a person who had seen the Erba fist with her own eyes. According to her, after the Erba was used, the first punch was ordinary and nothing special. The second punch had a destructive momentum, as if everything would be destroyed by it, not only the body, but even the soul would be smashed together. Tianquan had seen my friend use the Erba fist to kill a Nirvana, and just watching the battle from a distance, he was greatly trembling, and his soul was almost damaged. Tianquan told Lin Shen about her detailed feelings of watching the Erba fist so that he could learn more about the Erba fist. Lin Shen felt very strange after hearing it, because the Erba fist he practiced was not as powerful as Tianquan said. Apart from anything else, Tianquan said that she was just watching the battle from a distance, and her soul was almost damaged, but Lin Shen did not feel that the Erba fist had the ability to shock the soul. Tianquan firmly believed that the Erba fist was a boxing technique that condensed the 3 elements of spirit, energy, and spirit into one. It could not only hurt people from a long distance, but also greatly increase the strength and have the ability to damage the soul. She thought that Lin Shen only got the form, and had not yet been able to truly comprehend the true meaning of the Erba Quan, so he felt that the Erba Quan was nothing special. Tian's son had seen the Erba Quan with her own eyes. With her level and knowledge, it should not be wrong. However, apart from the effect of long-range attack, I did not feel the ability to increase strength and damage the soul. Lin Shen carefully recalled the process of using the air ba quan, and indeed there was no such effect. Tian left the underground cave, letting Lin Shen comprehend the air ba quan by himself. After his base change rate reached 100%, he only needed to press the switch on the wall, and Tian would come to pick him up. Lin Shen's watch would have a reminder of base change rate +1 every once in a while. At this rate, it might not even take half a day for his base change rate to reach 100%. After thinking for a while, he could not figure out what was special about the air ba quan, so Lin Shen could only give up first. After soaking the essence of the base change rate, he would practice in actual combat to see if he could achieve the effect, Tian said. Although he failed to comprehend the essence of the air ba quan, Lin Shen thought of another thing. Air ba quan can attack from a distance, which is an ability that even the ascendants do not have. The long-range attack of the ascendants relies on the flying ability of the life base. Flying is prohibited on Fang Island, and neither the ascendants nor the life base can fly. Although Lin Shen cannot fly, he can jump. Jumping is not within the prohibited range of Fang Island. In addition to the ability to climb the ladder, he can stay in the air for a long time. This means that he can fly on Fang Island and attack from a distance, while Cosimo has no flying and long-range attack capabilities and can only passively take a beating. When Lin Shen thought about it, he found that he still had some advantages. However, this advantage was not enough for him to achieve a decisive result. After all, Cosimo could run away if he couldn't beat him. As long as he ran out of the range of Fang Island, he could fly. Lin Shen needed to kill him, not just gain an advantage. Although it is not enough to turn into a winning advantage, with this guarantee, we can take the initiative to a certain extent. Lin Shen has more confidence in killing Cosimo, and feels that this matter is still possible. During this period, the number of sacrifices has increased relatively little, only a few. Sporadically. It seems that the pioneering army has not yet taken large-scale actions, or has not encountered danger. This is what Lin Shen is most worried about. Without decisive attributes, it is too difficult to kill Cosimo. The 28 punches are all empty. Lin Shen does not think that the 28 punches in his hands will have the power that my friend uses. Lin Shen even suspects that the reason why the 28 punches are so strong may not be that the 28 punches themselves are strong, but that my friend is strong. Anyway, he is idle, so Lin Shen first sorted out his useful abilities. Pointing is his biggest killer move now. If his strength is not enough to kill Cosimo, he can only rely on pointing. 7-step dry weapons seem useless at present, but Lin Shen has an idea that may make the 7-step dry weapons useful, and it is still a very big effect. If Lin Shen still couldn't kill Cosimo in the end, he planned to let Tian shoot him. This shot might be the key to his victory. In the eyes of others, Tian shot was hitting him. But for Lin Shen, as long as the pet capsule shot by Tian entered his 7-step range, he could get a faster speed than the pet capsule. Lin Shen had tested this before, because he was a little worried that the fire ability of the 7-step war would backfire on him, so he tried it several times. The explanation of the 7-step war is that the gun is fast outside 7 steps, and I am fast within 7 steps. It is indeed fast within 7 steps, but if someone shoots at him from 7 steps, will it be faster than him? Doesn't that mean that as long as someone shoots at him from 7 steps, he will definitely not be able to dodge? Because of this, Lin Shen tried many times and found that it was not the case. As long as others shot at him from 7 steps, as long as the bullet entered his 7-step range, his speed could also be increased. After coming to this conclusion, Lin Shen was completely relieved. With this fire ability, it would be difficult to hit him with any gun type. Weapon. According to this principle, as long as Tian used the Nirvana-level pet gun to shoot him, and the pet capsule entered within 7 steps of him, his speed would soar to the level of Nirvana. Using the speed of Nirvana, directly pressing Cosimo's acupoints, that would be a sure win. It must be used well. This is my magic weapon to win. But how can I tell Tian? I must not let her know about the ability of Qi. Bugongu. I have to think of a way. Lin Shen was thinking about how to tell Tian about this matter. In addition to these 2 skills, falling on Fawn Island is also useful, but the light skill of floating on water is useless. Just thinking about it, I suddenly saw that the dead powder actually came out from the clothes I took off. Has it digested it? Lin Shen was overjoyed. Most of his skills are on the dead powder. Without the dead powder, half of the skills he learned would be useless. The dead powder's stomach has returned to normal. It flew to Lin Shen's side and actually plunged into the base transformation pool. Is this guy a reincarnation of a foodie? Why does he want to swallow all the good things? Lin Shen quickly pulled the dead powder out. This guy has begun to swallow the essence of the base transformation liquid in the pool. God knows whether it will swallow up the essence of this pool. Then there is no way to explain to Tian. Directly turn the dead powder back to the capsule state to prevent it from making trouble again. After taking a look at its attributes, Lin Shen was surprised to find that the dead powder actually had another skill. The eye of the Super Base Prison King. This is the life-based talent of the Bloody Prison King. Lin Shen was overjoyed. He didn't expect that the dead powder could actually transform the life-based talent into its own talent ability. Good guy, this is okay. Lin Shen felt ecstatic in his heart after taking a closer look at the Super Basic Prison King's eyes. Super Basic Prison King's Eye converts power into the Prison King's eyes, with a conversion efficiency of 120%. The Prison King's eyes can restrain the opponent, and the effective distance of the eyes is 1,000 meters. Previously, the effective distance of the Bloody Prison King's eyes was not as far as 1,000 meters, and the conversion efficiency was definitely not as high as 120. This ability has obviously been strengthened when it comes to the dead fans. When the death fan ascends in the future, the effect of the Eye of the Prison King will continue to strengthen with each reincarnation. The only pity is that the death fan's current strength attribute is still relatively low, and it can restrain some low-level creatures. However, when facing powerful high-level creatures, the binding effect of the Prison King's eyes is less effective. But no matter how bad it is, it can still have some impact. It's like being tied up with a rope. No matter how weak the rope is, it still has some influence. In a moment of life and death, a slight accident may lead to different results, so the Prison King's eyes are still useful, but the influence is relatively weak, and it is not very useful at non-critical moments. Lin Shen was very happy. This was a rare long-distance skill, not to mention the effective distance of 1,000 meters. Lin Shen asked the dead fan to show the Eye of the Prison King, and saw a blood-colored eye opening above the dead fan's head, making it look a bit weird without eyes. The eyes shot out bloody eyes like flashlights, and the area illuminated was not very large. This was also expected by Lin Shen. The bloody prison king had countless eyes in his palm. After using the eyes of the prison king, the range would be larger. The dead fan only has one eye like this, and it is understandable that it has a small range. It is not a big problem to restrain a single creature, and it is enough. With small eyes, it's no wonder the effect has become stronger. Lin Shen put the dead powder back into the angel revolver. We just got a foodie here, and the fat guy over there, who woke up unexpectedly, crawled out of his backpack at some point, stretched out his neck, and pecked into the base pool, and drank the essence of the base liquid into his stomach as if drinking water. Fill it inside. Lin Shen quickly went over and held it down. We are under someone else's roof now, so don't be so arrogant yet. Seeing Fatty looking at the genetic fluid in the pool unwillingly, he was still eager to give it a try. Lin Shen had no choice but to feed it the remaining mutated genetic fluid in his bag, and then it calmed down. After eating, Fatty returned to his backpack and went to sleep. In addition to sleeping and eating, your sisters are all living ancestors. Lin Shen returned to the genetic transformation pool, feeling a little tired. The time when the genetic mutation rate reached 100% was earlier than Lin Shen expected. Lin Shen came out of the genetic transformation pool, put on his clothes, and pressed the button. After waiting for a while, he didn't see the elevator coming down. He guessed that Tian's son might not have expected him to come out so soon. He might have gone out and didn't arrive in time to come back. Time was running out, and Lin Shen didn't want to waste time, so he started thinking about practicing the 28 punches. What made him a little depressed was that Tian didn't return him the small book with the 28 punches drawn on it, and he couldn't remember them all, so he could only practice the moves he had memorized. After practicing these movements one by one, I finally achieved the power of punching through the air. Lin Shen used his air punch power deep into the underground cave and found that the punch power of Herba Fist was very special. Theoretically speaking, no matter what kind of force it is, there will definitely be losses in the process of passing through space. The 28 punches seemed to have no consumption at all. After the punch was struck, whether it was 1 meter or 100 meters, the destructive power of the punch was exactly the same, as if there was no consumption at all. It shouldn't be possible without consumption, right? Lin Shen tried a few more punches, but the result was still the same. There was indeed no consumption. What a hell, the 28 punches really have something. Lin Shen suddenly became energetic. Although he didn't find the advantages mentioned by Tian's son, the characteristics of her Bakwin made Lin Shen think of another possibility. When I used Dialang Gene, it was because the loss was too large, so the momentum could only be gradually added up, and the efficiency was really not very high. These 28 punches were actually able to achieve no loss, and they could also attack from a long distance, if you can add the effect of stacking waves to the 28 punch, wouldn't it be stronger? Lin Shen just did it. He is a master who likes freshness, excitement, and whims. However, it is obviously not an easy task to add Dialang Gene to the 28 punches. Dialang Gene itself requires unique skills and postures to create wave after wave of momentum, and there is no way to change these. Just like archery, you must have a bow and arrows before you can shoot an arrow. It is impossible to shoot an arrow with bare hands. Those skills and postures are the bows and arrows of Dialang Gene, and you must have them to be able to activate Dialang Gene. The Erbakwen also has its own moves and postures, but it doesn't seem to be that rigorous. Even if it lacks some moves and postures, it can still produce air distance punching power. So Lin Shen began his journey of deletion, trying to find those movements that could cooperate with Dialangjian, and then also reduce the posture of Dialangjian as much as possible, hoping to merge the two into one. As he practiced, Lin Shen suddenly realized that there was no need for him to go to such trouble. Wouldn't it be enough to just combine Ta Xian Ting and Air Ba Fist together? Ta Xian Ting is a body technique, and Air Ba Fist is a boxing technique. Combining Shen technique and boxing technique is just a complete set of combat skills. There should be no conflict. So big. After really starting to try, it was found that it was not easy to combine the two. Lin Shen could only find the points that did not conflict first, and then use these points as a breakthrough to find the parts that could be integrated. Anyway, Lin Shen was not a perfectionist, and he directly abandoned the movements and techniques that were not useful. He only needed these characteristics, and perfection or imperfection would be discussed later. Time passed by, and Lin Shen devoted himself to this interesting creation. He had already integrated the stepping immortal court and the Erba fist, but because too many parts of both were deleted and modified, the combined technique looked particularly rough, and could even be described as full of loopholes. Although it was very simple, this technique did have the characteristics of both the stepping immortal court and the Erba fist, the elegant and mysterious body movements, the constantly superimposed strength, the outward power and the characteristics of no consumption. The Erba fist, which Tian said had supreme explosive power, became unrecognizable in Lin Shen's hands. No. It's not like that. Lin Shen suddenly found the problem. Why did he always feel that the two were incompatible and there was a feeling of discomfort? He had indeed practiced the Air Ba Quan incorrectly. The Air Ba Quan he had been using was all about controlling the strength, while the real Air Ba Quan was actually an explosive punching force. Because he was in the secret cave, he was afraid of damaging things, so when he practiced, Lin Shen was very restrained and did not dare to release his strength with all his strength. Stepping on the immortal courtyard was also a very wild technique. If he used it restrainedly like this, he would lose that artistic conception. After Lin Shen figured this out, he understood why he had always felt so awkward. The space in the secret cave was limited, so Lin Shen could only study how to combine the two together, and then wait for Tian to come back and then find a place wide enough for actual practice. Tian did go out, and in 117 and Qi 118 invited her to a meeting. And 117 discovered a very special area on a mountain in the giant ring star. He suspected that there were mutant nirvana creatures on the mountain, and wanted to invite Tian and Qi 118 to explore the mountain together. It's just that there are many restrictions on the mountain, and they are unwilling to take risks now. After discussion, they decided that the three parties will jointly send a wasteland reclamation army to first understand the many restrictions on the mountain and what the conditions are like for the creatures on it. The time is right. After that, it was not too late for them to go up the mountain again. Each of the three parties sent some radicals and ascendants to form a 30,000-person pioneer army, divided into 10 teams, and launched an exploration operation on the mountain. The reason and 117 invited the two of them in advance was because he did not want his land reclamation army to consume too much. After all, there was still a large area that needed manpower to develop, and it could not all be consumed in this one place. The development of giant ring star in recent years has consumed a lot of human resources, and Subsequent supplements have almost been unable to keep up. When Tian received Lin Shen's message, he was in a meeting to study the matter and was unable to rush back immediately. Once the results were available, Tian rushed back to Paradise Island as soon as possible. He sent the message so quickly. Could it be that something happened? Tian frowned slightly, not knowing what happened. She didn't think Cosimo had the guts to break into her residence and kill Lin Shen, but other than that, she really couldn't figure out why Lin Shen sent the message so early. After she entered the secret cave, she found that Lin Shen had come out of the genetic transformation pool. He was neatly dressed and squatting on the ground, writing and studying something. Why did you come out so quickly? Tian asked somewhat displeasedly when he saw that Lin Shen was fine. The genetic mutation rate has been completed. Lin Shen stood up and said. Tian glanced at the things Lin Shen drew on the ground, which were all pictures that looked like stick figures, and couldn't help but curl his lips. Lin Shen's painting skills are really unflattering. So fast? Lin Shen's absorption speed was unexpectedly fast, which surprised Tian. You have bought yourself some time. I will go get the ascension eggs now. You can ascend here. Let's wait a little longer. Find a place first. I need to practice the 28 punches. Can you give me back my little notebook first? I can't remember some of the moves. Lin Shen said. Okay. Tian didn't mind either, thinking that Lin Shen still wanted to wait for his companions to send the ascending eggs. There wasn't much time anyway, and Lin Shen would still have to choose her ascension egg. Inside this palace-like building, there is a martial arts training ground with very high standards. Tian usually does training and research here. You go ahead and practice, I will give you guidance. Tian stood aside firmly, planning to give Lin Shen some guidance. Although she can't practice the 28 punches, her knowledge and realm are far superior to Lin Shen, so it shouldn't be a problem to give Lin Shen guidance. Lin Shen nodded, first flipped through the small notebook, looked at the moves he couldn't remember, and thought about it for a while before starting to practice the combat skills he had just studied again. What are you practicing? Tian looked at it for a while and felt something was wrong. This is not a 28 punch. It should be called a 3-7 punch. Regardless of the 3-7-21 punch, it is just a random punch anyway. Lin Shen's boxing practice was really full of flaws. And it was not as domineering as the 28 punches at all. 28 punches. Lin Shen smiled. The arrogant boxing technique of her Bakwen is trained like a girl's boxing. Can it have some momentum? And your movements are wrong. Why? Are you practicing in such a mess? Tian said. Don't worry, I think some parts of the 28 punch are not very smooth. I changed it a little bit, but I'm still not good at it. Lin Shen's answer left Tian speechless. Who do you think you are? I still need to change the 28 punches. It will be good if you can practice it well. Tian felt that there was something wrong with Lin Shen's brain. The 28 punches created by a person like my friend can't be changed just by others. Lin Shen is simply whimsical. Lin Shen doesn't think so. The 28 punch is powerful in my friend's hands, but it may not be as powerful if others learn. It is more important that it suits you. Just like shooting, the standard shooting posture is indeed very beautiful and helps to improve the shooting rate. But there are some people who have very strange shooting postures, but their shooting percentage is high. If they use standard shooting postures, their shooting percentage will not be good. Lin Shen didn't care whether the 28 punches were high-end techniques or not. As long as he felt they were useful, he would just use them, regardless of where they were originally supposed to be used. I know, Lin Shen responded, but he had no intention of repenting and continued his practice. He found that it was impossible to make up for those loopholes simply by using the movements of stepping on the immortal court and the 28 fists. After all, it is two completely unrelated technologies that are needed together. The movements themselves do not match each other. It is strange that there are no loopholes. Lin Shen simply gave up on merging those movements, and only retained the compatible parts. While the core remained unchanged, he began to study the adaptive posture. Lin Shen's idea is, it doesn't matter how I vote, or how I feel comfortable, as long as I can achieve my goal. Tian Ting and Quan were changed beyond recognition by Lin Shen, or they had broken away from the original rules. Forming a new system. In Lin Shen's opinion, his research was very successful. But in Tianxuan's opinion, what is Lin Shen doing? Why is it getting more and more outrageous? Where is the shadow of Quan? No, you are too soft, tough, focused, domineering. Tianxuan corrected Lin Shen at first, but seeing that Lin Shen didn't listen at all, he was a stubborn guy who would not turn back until he hit the wall, so he simply stopped talking and watched coldly from the side. Lin Shen tried and failed again and again, trying to find the most suitable posture for the current core, and then exert the true power of this core. At the beginning, there must be frequent mistakes, and you can only start over again and again. Tianxuan really couldn't bear it anymore, so he went back to rest and let Lin Shen practice there by himself. When he couldn't practice it by himself and knew that he was wrong, it wouldn't be too late to guide him. Anyway, this time was also earned by Lin Shen himself. While Lin Shen was practicing, Cosimo's face was extremely ugly. Cosimo didn't know that Lin Shen was practicing boxing in Tianxuan's palace. He only knew that Lin Shen had not come out since he entered Tianxuan's palace, and was actually kept by Tianxuan. Unlike the guest room before, this was where Tianxuan lived. The Medici family paid so much just to become a family with Tianxuan. Cosimo regarded Tianxuan as his prey, so how could he tolerate others getting involved? Lin Shen, you're dead. Cosimo was so angry that he crushed the cup in his hand. His expression was like a man who found out that the rich woman he was with had a new lover. In the martial arts training ground, Lin Shen punched out. The force of his punch was like a thunderous wave. And the terrifying energy hit the training pillar, making it buzz. After one punch, Lin Shen felt as if his body had been drained dry. Even his legs were a little weak and he was trembling involuntarily. It finally happened. It's just that my full blow couldn't even leave a mark on the practice pillar. What kind of material is this practice pillar made of? Lin Shen sat down on the ground and looked at it. The practice column was in a daze. At any rate, his current strength is close to 60, and the power of this punch is probably close to 100. A full blow that combines the immortal stepping technique and the 28 fists does have a terrifying blessing effect on strength. This kind of blessing mainly comes from the 28 fist. To use the 28 fist, you really need to give everything you have, without any reservations, and risk your life to survive. Only then can the real power of the 28 fist be unleashed. Therefore, in the absence of angel rebirth, the 28 fist can indeed only be used once, and there is no way to produce the effect of overlapping waves. Lin Shen rested for a moment, then stood up again. A carapace appeared on his body, and the mysterious hieroglyphics on it began to shine brilliantly. Lin Shen wanted to try and see if, with Chao Jiwen's blessing, he could truly complete his vision. Lin Shen was shocked, taking one step forward, and his fists followed, step after step, punch after punch. Each punch is like a huge wave crashing on the shore, and like a thunderbolt from the blue. The power of the punch is unparalleled, and at the same time, it continuously adds terrifying power. The punches and steps are synchronized. Every attack and movement is done with all your strength. The speed and power are getting faster and stronger. The consumed basic transformation power, filled with the power of the world absorbed by the super basic text, can allow Lin Shen to push forward the next blow again. After moving only a few steps, his footwork and boxing skills were out of sync, and his strength was completely chaotic. The continuous force almost cracked Lin Shen's own carapace. There is still something wrong, the combination is not perfect. Lin Shen could only continue to modify it, again and again, until he could perfectly unify the footwork and boxing. Now Lin Shen's thinking was very clear. Each of his strikes was equivalent to the skills of an ordinary genetic changer, and the power of each strike was superimposed. To explain it in layman's terms, every time he hits is equivalent to the power of other people's skills. Lin Shen's biggest limitation now is actually not his body, but the speed at which Chao Jiwen can absorb the power of the world. The faster and more Chao Jiwen absorbs the power of the world, the more destructive power he can exert. Unfortunately, in an ordinary environment, Chao Jiwen cannot absorb the power of the world fast enough, which also limits Lin Shen's performance. In this environment, each of Lin Shen's punches can deliver close to 100 punches. If the environment is special, the punches will be even stronger. This is still the state where he only uses super basic text. If he uses super basic text to strengthen his strength, the power of each punch he punches will reach a very terrifying level. However, if hyperbasic is used at the same time, the world power absorbed by hyperbasic will be even less available. There is no way to maintain the hyperbasic state forever. At most, there is only one chance to hit. This is a very troublesome problem. If you use ultrabasing, you need to consume a lot of it all the time. And the technique he is practicing now is to use up all the energy at once, so after one blow, the super base will inevitably fail. This is almost an unsolvable problem. Unless the speed of super basic energy replenishment can be so fast that there will be no gaps in the middle, otherwise it will be difficult to continuously use this technique in the case of superbasicization. To solve this problem, angel rebirth is indeed an ideal solution. But choosing to be reborn as an angel means giving up the dual life foundation. After my ascension, there is still room for improvement in the effect of super base text after many reincarnations. Sooner or later I will be able to absorb the power of the world infinitely. Now that I choose to be reborn as an angel, the roles of the two will overlap in the future. Lin Shen thought about it. In the long run you still won't be able to choose to be reborn as an angel. Fortunately, the techniques created by his fusion of Taxianting and Erbakwan are already powerful enough, and even without the use of super base, they are already very powerful. The power of each punch can be superimposed, and the effect is very high. Ordinary ascenders may not be able to withstand a few of his punches. Lin Shen's ability would be enough now if he wasn't facing a top ascendant like Cosimo. Lin Shen continued to perfect the newly created technique, which he named Talking Wave Fist. A very tacky and straightforward name, taking one word each from Ta Xian Ting, Dai Lang Jin and Erba Quan. However, there has never been a definition of vulgar or not in a name. It just depends on what meaning the person who uses it can give it. Today's treading wave fist, even the people who created treading immortal court and Erba Fist, probably wouldn't be able to tell that it was their creation. They can only see some similarities. Wave treading fist is a technique that gets stronger and faster the more you fight, but this also means that the consumption is also constantly increasing. Let's see how far the limit of treading wave fist can reach. Lin Shen opened the Chao Ji Wen, took one step forward, and punched the training pillar at the same time. Punch after punch, step after step. He barely took 4 steps and fired 4 punches. The power of the world absorbed by Chao Ji Wen could no longer keep up with the consumption. As soon as the energy was cut off, Lin Shen's figure suddenly slowed down. My punching power can't keep up. 4 punches of the treading wave's fist were stacked and bombarded the training column, leaving a shallow mark on it, which was almost invisible if you didn't look carefully. I can only hit 4 punches in a row, which is still a little weak. Lin Shen sighed. Tian took a nap and woke up to see that the time was almost up, so he came to see if Lin Shen had given up. After arriving at the martial arts training ground, he saw Lin Shen sitting next to the training column to rest. Tian thought he had given up. He walked over and was about to say something, but suddenly saw the shallow mark on the training column. She usually used the training column herself, and Tian knew how many marks there were on it and what kind of marks there were. These extra marks should be left by Lin Shen, but Tian couldn't believe that Lin Shen could leave marks on it. This is the training column she used for practice. Although the material is not Nirvana material, it is also top-level ascension material. In addition, it is cast with special craftsmanship. It is impossible for ordinary ascenders to leave marks on it. Only some top-level ascenders with strong power can leave marks on it. How could Lin Shen, a mutant, leave a mark on it? This mark, is it left by you? Tian pointed at the mark and asked Lin Shen. Sorry, I didn't break it for you, did I? Lin Shen thought that the mark he left had a bad influence on Tian. How did you leave a mark on it? Make another one for me to see. Tian still couldn't believe it. Warm tips: if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to let us know. We will deal with it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Lin Shen didn't waste any words. He stood up and used the power of base transformation directly, and the black crystal carapace wrapped his whole body. The mysterious hieroglyphs shone brightly. Lin Shen stood a little further away, and then moved quickly towards the training column. 1 step and 1 punch, 1 punch and 1 step, took 4 steps, and hit 4 punches, almost in one go. The punches overlapped and intertwined, forming a tsunami-like punch force, which hit the training column heavily. Buzz. The training column made a huge buzzing sound, and a shallow fist mark appeared on it. Tian stared at the fist mark on the training column in a daze. This was not the 28 punch in her impression, but the power of this punch made her feel a little incredible. It seemed not weaker than the 28 punch she imagined, but it was not the same style. Is this Erba Quan? Tian looked at Lin Shen, who was sitting on the ground and kicking his fist, with a strange look on his face. I changed it a little bit. Maybe I didn't get the essence of Erba Quan, so I didn't dare To use the name of Air Ba Quan. I gave it a name called Treading Wave's Fist. What do you think? Lin Shen retracted the base shell and said, panting. Treading Wave's Fist, it does have some image. You are using Air Ba Quan in the way of stacking waves. Although it is not as domineering as Air Ba Quan, it has more continuous strength. If your body and strength recovery can keep up and you can punch more, this boxing method can be regarded as against the sky. But your Treading Wave's Fist also has a weakness, because your current level is too low and your speed is too slow. People with enough speed can interrupt your fist power, stacking in the gap between your punches, making it difficult for you to stack enough strength. Moreover, the stacked fist power has determined the direction and landing point from the first punch, and it is also easier to dodge. Tian Sun's realm is far beyond Lin Shen, and he can see the advantages and disadvantages of Treading Wave's Fist at a glance. Even so, Tian still had a new look at Lin Shen. Although it was a little different from what she wanted, it was amazing enough. Lin Shen certainly knew the disadvantages that Tian mentioned, but there was nothing he could do about it. It was all because he didn't absorb enough energy, which limited Lin Shen's performance. Otherwise, the Treading Wave Fist would be more than that. With this kind of punch, plus the boxing gloves you mentioned, is there a chance to kill Cosimo? Lin Shen asked. If Cosimo stood still and let you hit 4 consecutive Treading Wave Fists, without using the god's descent, the god-granted imperial power and the crown of the king, the chance is very high. Tian paused and said, if he used the crown of the king, you still have a little hope. If he used the god's descent, then there is basically no chance. Of course, this is still the case when he stands still and fights you head-on. In fact, he can't do that. The advantages and disadvantages of your Treading Wave Fist are equally obvious. Since there is a chance, I want to give it a try. Lin Shen also calculated it in his mind. With the attributes of the Heavenly Sacrifice aura, his chance is very high, and he also has the advantage of long-range attack. Really not ascending? Tian did not object as strongly as before this time. The wave-trampling fist did make her look at Lin Shen with a new eye. If you believe in me, give me a chance. Lin Shen looked at Tian and said, when I fight Cosimo, can you watch from the side? If you lose, I won't save you. Tian said directly. You don't need to save me. You just need to use the Nirvana-level pet gun to shoot a pet capsule. Lin Shen put forward the conditions. No, I won't provide you with any help. You should give up this idea and choose to ascend. With your wave-trampling fist technique, combined with the angel rebirth, plus the attributes of the flying upgrade and various assistants, you have a great chance of killing Cosimo. No, I'm not asking you to hit Cosimo. If you see that I'm about to fail, you can use that pet gun to hit me. I don't want to die in Cosimo's hands. This can also dispel Cosimo and the Medici family's suspicion of you. Lin Shen's words were beyond Tian's expectations. Are you sure? Tian looked at Lin Shen in a daze. You have spent so much on me. If you cannot complete the task, at least let me die worthily. Please help me, Star Lord. Lin Shen saluted and said, with a resoluteness of dying for his confidant. Okay, if you die, I will take care of your elder sister and will not let anyone hurt her. Tian was slightly moved. Lin Shen was willing to do this, which made her feel more favorable towards him. Tian never thought that this action, which seemed to be for her, was actually Lin Shen's biggest trump card. Since you have decided, I will practice treading waves with you. Tian actually went down to practice with Lin Shen. She could see that Lin Shen's treading waves fist was just beginning, and there were still many deficiencies and flaws. She wanted to use her experience and knowledge to make up for these deficiencies and flaws for Lin Shen as much as possible. Lin Shen was not polite either, and used treading waves fist to fight Tian. Every attack from Tian made him feel uncomfortable, because every attack from her was aimed at the shortcomings of the treading waves fist. Lin Shen was also constantly making changes during the fight. As the fight went on, Lin Shen suddenly realized that he didn't need to stick to fists and feet at all, and could completely use the person to enter the momentum, rather than separating fists and feet. His momentum was endless, one wave higher than the other, and he didn't need to use fists at all. Fists were just the most direct form. Fists could be his fists, any part of his body, or his entire person. The only pity is that Lin Shen only practiced body skills and boxing skills, and could not be like Wei Wufu, whose whole body was covered with weapons. But after realizing this truth, Lin Shen's treading wave fist immediately became much calmer, and some of the stiffness that was originally caused by excessive pursuit of perfection also became smoother. Seeing Lin Shen's change, Tian nodded secretly. This guy's talent is really interesting. Although it is not peerless, it is also unexpected. It seems that it is not an accident that he can master the 28 punches. Under Tian's guidance, although Lin Shen's wave-treading fist can't be said to be a great success, it can still be regarded as a minor success, at least without any problems in actual combat. Yu Sun secretly calculated in his mind that if Lin Shen's treading fist, plus the medicine and gloves she prepared, could use a clever trick to deceive Cosimo's arrival of the gods first, there would be a real possibility of success. If Ji kills the 9-turn ascension, if it really succeeds, it will be enough to be written into the history of the universe. Tian actually had some expectations in his heart. What if Lin Shen really succeeded? This glove is called Yaogaxing. It is an unexpected work of a Nirvana-level weapon master. Although it is not a magical weapon, its strength is comparable to the 10-turn life base. The most amazing thing is that it can counter boxing skills. It has an enhancement effect. Although your boxing power is not an innate skill, it can be enhanced by your own will, so you can do it yourself. Tian handed Lin Shen a strange boxing glove. Tian drove the aircraft to send Lin Shen back to Tianhai Island. Lin Shen wandered around Tianhai Island for a long time and hunted several mutant creatures. Then he rode the dragon to leave Tianhai Island and go to Fang Island not far away. Cosimo had always asked people to pay attention to Lin Shen's actions. After knowing that Lin Shen had left Tianhai Island, Cosimo was still a little hesitant about whether to take action now. When he knew that Tian went to the inside of Giant Ring Star again and met with people from the Yin and Qi families, he could no longer suppress his desire to kill. Tian wanted to deal with him as soon as possible. And Cosimo had the same problem. After the nirvana of the Medici family came, he would soon leave Giant Ring Star, and there would be no chance if he didn't take action. Cosimo no longer hesitated and drove the aircraft directly to where Lin Shen was. Lin Shen rode the dragon to Fang Island. The dragon flew over Fang Island and was not restricted by the no-fly restriction. Lin Shen had learned from Tian that the flying ban on Fang Island did not restrict physical flight, but only those flying by pure ability. For example, creatures flying with wings. and aircraft are not affected on Fong Island. However, the flying ability of Ascendants and life bases is restricted on Fong Island. Even if Nirvana comes, they cannot fly on Fong Island, unless they are a winged race like Tian. Soon. The dragon was flying in the air, and Lin Shen saw a lot of tusked beasts, which did look similar to porcupines. It had fangs in its mouth and thorns all over its back, like a hedgehog, and its size was comparable to that of an elephant. Lin Shen let the dragon land on the island and killed several tusked beasts with his right hand. He wore a black crystal glove with exposed fingers on his right hand, which was very close to the color of Lin Shen's shell. The glove itself was very thin, and it immediately stuck to the skin after putting it on, but it did not affect the flexibility of the palm. There is a special pattern on the black boxing gloves. The pattern is inlaid with white crystals. It is hard to tell what the pattern is. Anyway, it is very strange. It seems to be some kind of symbol, but I don't know what it means. Tian said that the name of this boxing glove is single-minded. I don't know if it is really called this name or it is secretly pointing him to not be single-minded. Lin Shen also asked Tian that this boxing glove is a masterpiece of a master. If others know that he killed Cosimo with this boxing glove, will it have any impact on Tian? Tian told Lin Shen to use it boldly without worrying about this problem. Lin Shen himself is quite confident. He still has advantages. Tian provided so much information, which is equivalent to playing landlord. Cosimo, the landlord, plays with him openly. In addition to so many preparations, although Lin Shen's cards are a little worse, he is not without a chance. The only thing that is more depressing is that in the past 2 or 3 days, the sacrifices added by the heavenly sacrifice halo are not many. So far, the attributes accumulated by the heavenly sacrifice halo are only more than 140 points, not yet 150 points. Lin Shen calculated that this attribute plus his own attribute, plus the blessing of the treading wave fist, the stubborn fist gloves, and the potion given by Tian, the chance is still very high, mainly depending on how this card is played. If played well, he can win, but if played badly, the chance of losing is not small. When Lin Shen was killing the Fong Beast on Fong Island, the pioneering army was exploring Mount Giant God. Mount Giant God is huge. Those famous mountains on the human mother planet can only be regarded as small mounds in front of Mount Giant God. The shape of this mountain is even more special. The mountain body is like a lotus. The peaks are layered and higher, but the final main peak is lower than the outer peaks. The pioneering army has been exploring the outer area these days, and the advancement speed is very slow. So far, it has not reached the main peak area. This damn place, why is it so weird? The weather is cold and hot, it's killing me. A mutator with a pig's head complained while exploring the way. I heard that there are Nirvana-level creatures in the mountain, so they affect the environment here. Another wolf-faced mutant said. Nirvana creatures. The pig-headed mutant was shocked. Aren't we going to die now? You think too highly of yourself. Nirvana creatures generally look down on small shrimps like us. As long as we don't run into them and die, Nirvana creatures will not come to kill us specifically. The wolf-faced mutant whispered, where there are Nirvana creatures, the probability of low-level mutants is often very high. I heard that many people in other teams have hunted mutants. If we are lucky, we can kill a few mutants and get enough points to apply for transfer to the Desert Army. I hope we have that luck. The pig-headed mutant's eyes lit up. When he heard that there would be many mutants. When Lin Shen was hunting the fawn beast, he found that today's sacrifices increased much faster. In this short period of time, the sacrifice halo actually increased 2 attributes. Suddenly, a flying vehicle flew in the sky, flew directly towards Lin Shen, and landed near him. You came so soon, it seems that Cosimo is really eager to kill me. Lin Shen thought Cosimo should not come so soon. The fact is that not long after he arrived at Fawn Island, Cosimo had already come. Lin Shen directly used the power of base transformation, and the carapace covered his whole body. Cosimo is much stronger than him, so he can't be careless at all. Things that can be prepared should be prepared in advance. The door of the aircraft opened, and the person who came out was indeed Cosimo, without any surprises or accidents. Lin Shen, we meet again. Cosimo smiled. But didn't smile, which made people feel a little uncomfortable. If possible, I don't really want to see you. Lin Shen sighed. That's not up to you. Cosimo said coldly, what did Tian do for you in the past 2 or 3 days? Cosimo didn't kill Lin Shen directly, just wanted to know what Lin Shen was doing in Tian's palace, whether he was kept by Tian, and whether he was cheating on him. In his heart, he already regarded Tian as his person, but in fact, Tian never gave him a chance. What else can I do? It's all those things. The Star Lord is really annoying. I still have backaches. While Lin Shen was talking, he hammered his old waist, like a villain who had succeeded. He glanced at Cosimo and said, Cosimo, we are fellow villagers. You should respect me more in the future. For the sake of fellow villagers, I can say something good for you. In front of the Star Lord, Lin Shen deliberately angered Cosimo, and it would be best if he lost his mind and used the gods to send directly. Cosimo was indeed angered by Lin Shen, with cold light flashing in his eyes and a murderous look on his face. It's a pity that the angry Cosimo did not lose his mind. But his determination to kill Lin Shen became more determined. Fellow villagers? I'll send you back to your hometown now. Cosimo stretched out his hand and grabbed it. Countless golden particles sprayed out from his hand, condensing into a golden scepter, blooming with golden light ripples, which instantly made Lin Shen feel his body sink. Lin Shen felt that his body had become much heavier. He looked down at his watch and saw that his attributes were dropping rapidly. Except for the strength attribute, the other attributes were only 21 points, and only the strength attribute was 39 points. Damn it, Cosimo's divine power is a bit abnormal, and it has been weakened too much. Seeing that Cosimo was so careful and took out his life base to use the divine power right away, Lin Shen knew that he would have a hard battle and it would be unlikely to succeed in a sneak attack. Almost without hesitation, Lin Shen took out a bottle of potion and drank it directly. He immediately felt a surge of energy filling his body, which quickly improved all his attributes. The potion given by Tian is extraordinary. After drinking a bottle of potion, all kinds of attributes were improved back, and there were a few more points. The strength has exceeded 60, reaching 62 points, and the other attributes have also reached about 423 points. It's a pity that the time for this potion to strengthen is limited, and there are side effects. Lin Shen turned around and ran, and summoned the dragon at the same time. It's too late to run now. Cosimo was like a phantom, incredibly fast, and in an instant he came behind Lin Shen, and smashed Lin Shen's head with his scepter. Lin Shen had already activated the super basic text, and at the same time used the body movement of the wave-trampling fist. While his speed soared, he also dodged Cosimo's stick with a strange footwork rhythm. But the speed difference was too great. Lin Shen could not really get rid of Cosimo. Cosimo followed Lin Shen like a ghost, and the scepter was still chasing Lin Shen, and it was about to smash his head. Lin Shen knew that it was impossible for him to get rid of Cosimo. With the blessing of the wave-trampling fist, his speed was still a distance from 100, while Cosimo's speed was nearly 150. The gap was too big. Lin Shen turned around and punched, directly meeting Cosimo's scepter. In Cosimo's eyes, Lin Shen's action was undoubtedly seeking death. A mere basic changer dared to confront him head-on. What else could it be but seeking death? Boom! Lin Shen's punch hit the scepter, and his body was shaken back repeatedly, but Cosimo's stick was finally blocked by him. Cosimo was obviously a little surprised. He didn't expect Lin Shen to be able to block his stick, even though it was just a blow without using skills. But his strength was more than 100. Lin Shen was a base changer, and his attributes were weakened by the divine imperial power. How could he possibly take his blow? Cosimo's eyes couldn't help but look at the boxing gloves on Lin Shen's body. In his opinion, this was undoubtedly the credit of the boxing gloves. No matter how strong a base changer's skills are, at most the attributes are doubled, which is already a top-level talent skill, and it is impossible to achieve this effect. If it is not the effect of the talent skill, then the only possibility is the boxing gloves. The weapon that can allow the base changer to withstand his blow made Cosimo interested, but he was not in a hurry. Kill Lin Shen and the boxing gloves will be his. Being able to withstand Cosimo's attack was indeed all thanks to Yi's effort. Because Cosimo was too fast, Lin Shen only had time to throw one punch, and there was no wave stacking effect at all. Fortunately, Yi's boxing gloves were really powerful, and he actually withstood Cosimo's attack. However, Cosimo's strength was too strong, even with the blessing of the wave-stepping fist. And Lin Shen still felt that his fist and arm were about to be shattered. Lin Shen suddenly envied Shiman Jianka. If he had his force-discharging skills, he wouldn't have been so exhausted. Fortunately, Lin Shen had the super base recasting skill, and such an injury couldn't do anything to him. He jumped up directly, and Lin Shen knew that he couldn't fight Cosimo head-on anymore, otherwise he couldn't force Cosimo's god to come, and he would be forced to use all his abilities. Cosimo thought Lin Shen wanted to escape with the help of the dragon, so he took out a dagger and threw it out. His target was not Lin Shen, but the dragon. If he killed the dragon, Lin Shen would not be able to fly, and it would be almost impossible for him to escape from Fawn Island. What he did not expect was that Lin Shen did not let the dragon rush over. The dragon rushed directly into the sky in the opposite direction, which was completely beyond Cosimo's expectation. The dagger he threw out failed to hit the dragon's vitals, but only penetrated the side of the dragon's body and flew straight into the sky. The dragon continued to rush into the sky. It had a strong recovery ability. This attack did not hurt its vitals and was not fatal. In the sky, the dragon grabbed the dagger. Because the spirit base could not fly, the dagger was driven by the power thrown out by Cosimo, and there was no way to control it after the power was exhausted. Cosimo looked at Lin Shen, who jumped into the air, and he jumped up directly with him. He jumped faster and higher than Lin Shen. In his opinion, Lin Shen was looking for death by jumping into the air himself. In an instant, he caught up with Lin Shen, but Cosimo was surprised to find that Lin Shen actually used the force in the air to move sideways again and jumped to the other side, making his momentum fall. Now he couldn't fly, so he had no way to chase Lin Shen, and he couldn't reach him, so he could only watch Lin Shen go away. Lin Shen was in the air, and immediately backhanded 3 punches, overlapping and intertwining, and blasted Cosimo in the air. Lin Shen didn't expect that Cosimo would catch up. There was a moment when he wanted to directly activate the aura of offering sacrifices to the sky, and take this opportunity to decide the outcome with one blow. Maybe he could catch Cosimo off guard, maybe he didn't even know the arrival of the gods, and there was no chance to use the crown of the king. But Lin Shen gave up the idea because he found that the offerings of the heavenly sacrifice aura were increasing crazily. Offerings, +1. Offerings, +1. Offerings, +1. The prompts flashed through his mind continuously, overlapping with each other. He had no idea how many offerings had been added, and the attributes grew crazily. The opportunity has come. Lin Shen was ecstatic and gave up the plan to fight to the death immediately. He just used the 3 consecutive hits of the treading wave fist to blast Cosimo in the air. Although Cosimo could not see the power of the fist, he could feel and hear the fluctuations and sounds produced by the fist breaking through the air. Almost without hesitation, the scepter in Cosimo's hand swept out directly. Boom! Under the strong blessing of the 3 consecutive hits, Cosimo was actually shocked and flew backwards, and the scepter almost slipped out of his hand. How can he, a mutator, have such strong power? Cosimo was shocked and angry, but unfortunately he was in the air and had no way to fly, so it was impossible for him to stabilize his body. Lin Shen tapped his right foot with his left foot, rushed out again in the air, and once again used the 3-punch wave treading punch. Under the blessing of the Supergiven, he could only use the 4-punch wave treading punch at most, but in that case, he would have used up too much strength. So Lin Shen did not use the 4-punch punch, but only the 3-punch punch, so that he could continuously use the 3-punch punch. Cosimo was in the air and could not move, so he could only face the 3-punch wave treading punch head-on. He was constantly blown up by Lin Shen's 3-punch punch that was cleverly positioned in the air, and there was no way to land. He flew up directly, and Lin Shen knew that he could not fight Cosimo head-on again, otherwise he would not be able to force Cosimo's god to descend, and he would be forced to use all his abilities. Cosimo thought that Lin Shen wanted to use the dragon to escape, so he took out a dagger and threw it out. His target was not Lin Shen, but the dragon. If the dragon was killed, Lin Shen would not be able to fly, and it would be almost impossible for him to escape from Fawn Island. What he didn't expect was that Lin Shen didn't let the dragon rush over. The dragon rushed directly into the sky in the opposite direction, which was completely beyond Cosimo's expectation. The dagger he threw out failed to hit the dragon's vitals, but only penetrated one side of the dragon's body and flew straight into the sky. The dragon continued to rush into the sky. Its recovery ability was extremely strong. This attack did not hurt its vitals and was not fatal. In the sky, the dragon grabbed the dagger. Because the spirit base could not fly, the dagger was driven by the power thrown out by Cosimo. After the power was exhausted, there was no way to control it. Cosimo looked at Lin Shen, who jumped into the air, and he jumped up directly with him. He jumped faster and higher than Lin Shen. In his opinion, Lin Shen was looking for death by jumping into the air. He caught up with Lin Shen in an instant, but Cosimo was surprised to find that Lin Shen actually used the force to move sideways in the air again and jumped to the other side, making his momentum fall into the air. Now he couldn't fly, so he had no way to chase Lin Shen, and he couldn't reach him. He could only watch Lin Shen go away. Lin Shen was in the air, and immediately backhanded 3 punches, overlapping and interweaving, and blasted Cosimo in the air. Lin Shen didn't expect that Cosimo would catch up. There was a moment when he wanted to directly open the heavenly sacrifice aura and take this opportunity to decide the outcome with one blow. Maybe he could catch Cosimo off guard, and maybe he wouldn't even have the chance to use the god's descent and a king's crown. But Lin Shen gave up this idea because he found that the offerings of the heavenly sacrifice aura were increasing crazily. Offering +1. Offering +1. Offering +1. The prompts flashed continuously in his mind, overlapping, and he didn't know how many offerings were added, and the attributes also grew crazily. The opportunity has come. Lin Shen was ecstatic and gave up the plan to fight to the death immediately. He just used 3 consecutive hits of the wave-treading fist to blast Cosimo in the air. Although Cosimo could not see the force of the punch, he could feel and hear the vibration and sound of the punch breaking through the air. Almost without hesitation, Cosimo swept the scepter in his hand directly. Boom! Under the strong blessing of the 3 consecutive hits, Cosimo was actually shocked and flew backwards, and the scepter almost slipped out of his hand. How can he, a base changer, have such strong power? Cosimo was shocked and angry, but unfortunately he was in the air and had no way to fly, so it was impossible for him to stabilize his body. Lin Shen tapped the instep of his right foot with his left foot, rushed out again in the air, and once again hit the 3-punch wave-treading punch. Under the blessing of the super base text, he could only hit the 4-punch wave-treading punch at most, but in that case, the power would be used up too much. So Lin Shen did not use the 4-punch punch, but only the 3-punch punch, so that he could continuously hit the 3-punch punch. Cosimo was in the air and couldn't move. He could only face the 3 consecutive punches of treading waves head-on. He was constantly blown up by Lin Shen's 3 consecutive punches that were cleverly positioned in the air, and he had no way to land. He jumped up directly. Lin Shen knew that he couldn't fight Cosimo head-on anymore, otherwise he couldn't force Cosimo to descend, and he would be forced to use all his abilities. Cosimo thought Lin Shen wanted to use the dragon to escape. So he took out a dagger and threw it out. His target was not Lin Shen, but the dragon. If he killed the dragon, Lin Shen would not be able to fly, and it would be almost impossible for him to escape from Fang Island. What he didn't expect was that Lin Shen did not let the dragon rush over. The dragon rushed directly into the sky in the opposite direction, which was completely beyond Cosimo's expectation. The dagger he threw out failed to hit the dragon's vitals, but only penetrated one side of the dragon's body and flew straight into the sky. The dragon continued to rush into the sky. Its recovery ability was extremely strong. This attack did not hurt its vitals and was not fatal. In the sky, the dragon grabbed the dagger. Because the spirit base could not fly, the dagger was driven by the power thrown out by Cosimo. After the power was exhausted, there was no way to control it. Cosimo looked at Lin Shen, who jumped into the air, and he jumped up directly with him. He jumped faster and higher than Lin Shen. In his opinion, Lin Shen was looking for death by jumping into the air. He caught up with Lin Shen in an instant, but Cosimo was surprised too. Find that Lin Shen actually used the force to move sideways in the air again and jump to the other side, making his momentum fall into the air. Now he couldn't fly, so he had no way to chase Lin Shen, and he couldn't reach him. He could only watch Lin Shen go away. Lin Shen was in the air and immediately backhanded 3 punches, overlapping and interweaving, and blasted Cosimo in the air. Lin Shen didn't expect that Cosimo would catch up. There was a moment when he wanted to directly open the heavenly sacrifice aura and take this opportunity to decide the outcome with one blow. Maybe he could catch Cosimo off guard, and maybe he wouldn't even have the chance to use the God's Descent and the King's Crown. But Lin Shen gave up this idea because he found that the offerings of the heavenly sacrifice aura were increasing crazily. Offering +1. Offering +1. Offering +1. The prompts flashed continuously in his mind, overlapping, and he didn't know how many offerings were added, and the attributes also grew crazily. The opportunity has come. Lin Shen was ecstatic and gave up the plan to fight to the death. Immediately, he just used 3 consecutive hits of the wave-treading fist to blast Cosimo in the air. Although Cosimo could not see the force of the punch, he could feel and hear the vibration and sound of the punch breaking through the air. Almost without hesitation, Cosimo swept the scepter in his hand directly. Boom! Under the strong blessing of the 3 consecutive hits, Cosimo was actually shocked and flew backwards, and the scepter almost slipped out of his hand. How can he, a base changer, have such strong power? Cosimo was shocked and angry, but unfortunately he was in the air and had no way to fly, so it was impossible for him to stabilize his body. Lin Shen tapped the instep of his right foot with his left foot, rushed out again in the air, and once again hit the 3-punch wave-treading punch. Under the blessing of the super base text, he could only hit the 4-punch wave-treading punch at most, but in that case, the power would be used up too much. So Lin Shen did not use the 4-punch punch, but only the 3-punch punch, so that he could continuously hit the 3-punch punch. Cosimo was in the air and couldn't move. He could only face the 3 consecutive punches of treading waves head-on. He was constantly blown up by Lin Shen's 3 consecutive punches that were cleverly positioned in the air, and he had no way to land. He jumped up directly. Lin Shen knew that he could no longer fight Cosimo head-on, otherwise he would not be able to force Cosimo to descend, and he would be forced to use all his abilities. Cosimo thought that Lin Shen wanted to escape with the help of the evil dragon, so he took out a dagger and threw it out. His target was not Lin Shen, but the evil dragon. If he killed the evil dragon, Lin Shen would not be able to fly, and it would be almost impossible for him to escape from Fang Island. What he didn't expect was that Lin Shen didn't let the evil dragon rush over. The evil dragon rushed directly into the sky in the opposite direction, which was completely beyond Cosimo's expectations. The dagger he threw out failed to hit the evil dragon's vitals, but only penetrated the side of the evil dragon's body and flew straight into the sky. The evil dragon continued to rush into the sky. Its recovery ability was extremely strong. This attack did not hurt its vitals and was not fatal. In the sky, the evil dragon grabbed the dagger. Because the spirit base cannot fly, the dagger is driven by the force thrown out by Cosimo, and there is no way to control it after the force is exhausted. Cosimo looked at Lin Shen, who jumped into the air, and he jumped up directly. He jumped faster and higher than Lin Shen. In his opinion, Lin Shen jumped into the air to seek death. In an instant, he caught up with Lin Shen, but Cosimo was surprised to find that Lin Shen actually used the force to move sideways again in the air and jumped to the other side, making his momentum fall. Now he can't fly again, there is no way to chase Lin Shen, and he can't reach him with his hands. He can only watch Lin Shen go away. Lin Shen was in the air, and immediately backhanded 3 punches. And the wave-stepping punches overlapped and intertwined, and blasted Cosimo in the air. Lin Shen did not expect that Cosimo would catch up. For a moment, he wanted to directly activate the heavenly sacrifice aura and take this opportunity to decide the outcome with one blow. Maybe he could catch Cosimo off guard. Maybe he would not even have the chance to use the advent of the gods and the crown of the king. But Lin Shen gave up this idea because he found that the offerings of the heavenly sacrifice aura were increasing crazily. Offering +1. Offering +1. Offering +1. The prompts flashed in his mind continuously and overlapped. He had no idea how many offerings were added, and the attributes also grew crazily. The opportunity has come. Lin Shen was ecstatic and gave up the plan to fight to the death immediately. He just used the 3 consecutive hits of the treading wave fist to bombard Cosimo in the air. Although Cosimo could not see the fist force, he could feel and hear the fluctuations and sounds generated by the fist force breaking through the air. Almost without hesitation, Cosimo swept the scepter in his hand directly. Boom! Under the powerful blessing of the 3 consecutive hits, Cosimo was actually shocked and flew backwards, and the scepter almost slipped out of his hand. How can he, a base changer, have such strong power? Cosimo was shocked and angry. But unfortunately he was in the air and couldn't fly, and it was impossible for him to stabilize his body. Lin Shen tapped the instep of his right foot with his left foot, rushed out again in the air, and once again hit the 3-punch wave-treading punch. Under the blessing of the super base text, he could only hit the 4-punch wave-treading punch at most, but in that case, the power would be used up too much. So Lin Shen did not use the 4-punch punch, but only the 3-punch punch, so that he could continuously hit the 3-punch punch. Cosimo was in the air and couldn't move, so he could only face the 3-punch wave-treading punch head-on. He was constantly shaken up by Lin Shen's 3-punch punch that was cleverly positioned in the air, and there was no way to land. Lin Shen jumped up directly. He knew that he could not fight Cosimo head-on anymore. Otherwise, he would not be able to force Cosimo to descend. Instead, he would be forced to use all his abilities. Cosimo thought that Lin Shen wanted to escape with the help of the dragon, so he took out a dagger and threw it out. His target was not Lin Shen, but the dragon. If he killed the dragon, Lin Shen would not be able to fly, and it would be almost impossible for him to escape from Fang Island. What he did not expect was that Lin Shen did not let the dragon rush over. The dragon rushed directly into the sky, in the opposite direction, which was completely beyond Cosimo's expectations. The dagger he threw out did not hit the dragon's vitals, but only penetrated the side of the dragon's body and flew straight into the sky. The dragon continued to rush into the sky. It had a strong recovery ability. This attack did not hurt its vitals and was not fatal. In the sky, the dragon grabbed the dagger. Because the spirit base could not fly, the dagger was driven by the power thrown out by Cosimo. After the power was exhausted, there was no way to control it. Cosimo watched Lin Shen jump into the air, and he also jumped up. He jumped faster and higher than Lin Shen. In his opinion, Lin Shen was looking for death by jumping into the air. He caught up with Lin Shen in an instant, but Cosimo was surprised to find that Lin Shen actually used the force to move sideways in the air again and jumped to the other side, making his momentum fall. Now he couldn't fly, there was no way to chase Lin Shen, and he couldn't reach him, so he could only watch Lin Shen go away. Lin Shen was in the air, and immediately backhanded 3 punches, overlapping and intertwining with the wave-stepping punches, and blasted Cosimo. In the air. Lin Shen didn't expect that Cosimo would catch up. There was a moment when he wanted to directly open the heavenly sacrifice halo and take this opportunity to decide the outcome with one blow. Maybe he could catch Cosimo off guard, and maybe he wouldn't even have the chance to use the god's descent and the king's crown. But Lin Shen gave up this idea because he found that the offerings of the heavenly sacrifice halo were increasing wildly. Sacrifice +1. Sacrifice +1. Sacrifice +1. The prompts flashed through his mind continuously, overlapping with each other. He had no idea how many sacrifices had been added, and the attributes grew wildly. The opportunity has come. Lin Shen was ecstatic and gave up the plan to fight to the death immediately. He just used the 3-hit combo of the treading wave fist to blast Cosimo in the air. Although Cosimo could not see the power of the fist, he could feel and hear the waves and sounds produced by the fist breaking through the air. Almost without hesitation, the scepter in Cosimo's hand swept out directly. Boom! Under the strong blessing of the 3-hit combo, Cosimo was actually shocked and flew backwards, and the scepter almost slipped out of his hand. How can he, a mutator, have such a strong power? Cosimo was shocked and angry, but unfortunately he was in the air and had no way to fly, and it was impossible for him to stabilize his body. Lin Shen tapped the instep of his right foot with his left foot, rushed out again in the air, and once again hit the 3-hit combo of treading wave. Under the blessing of the super base, he could only perform 4 consecutive punches of treading waves at most, but in that case, he would use up too much strength. So Lin Shen did not use 4 consecutive punches, but only 3 consecutive punches, so that he could continuously perform 3 consecutive punches. Cosimo was in the air and could not move, so he could only face the 3 consecutive punches of treading waves head-on. He was constantly blown up by the 3 consecutive punches that Lin Shen cleverly moved in the air, and there was no way to land. He jumped up directly, and Lin Shen knew that he could not fight Cosimo head-on anymore, otherwise he would not be able to force Cosimo to descend, and he would be forced to use all his abilities. Cosimo thought that Lin Shen wanted to use the dragon to escape, so he took out a dagger and threw it out. His target was not Lin Shen, but the dragon. If the dragon was killed, Lin Shen would not be able to fly, and it would be almost impossible for him to escape from Fang Island. What he didn't expect was that Lin Shen didn't let the dragon rush over. The dragon rushed directly into the sky in the opposite direction, which was completely beyond Cosimo's expectation. The dagger he threw out failed to hit the dragon's vitals, but only pierced through the side of the dragon's body and flew straight into the sky. The dragon continued to rush into the sky. Its recovery ability was extremely strong. This attack did not hurt its vitals and was not fatal. In the sky, the dragon grabbed the dagger. Because the spirit base cannot fly, the dagger is driven by the power thrown out by Cosimo. After the power is exhausted, there is no way to control it. Cosimo looked at Lin Shen, who jumped into the air, and he jumped up directly. He jumped faster and higher than Lin Shen. When he saw come on, Lin Shen jumped into the air to seek death. He caught up with Lin Shen in an instant. But Cosimo was surprised to find that Lin Shen actually used the force to move sideways in the air again. and jumped to the other side, making his momentum fall. Now he couldn't fly again, so he had no way to chase Lin Shen, and he couldn't reach him, so he could only watch Lin Shen go away. Lin Shen was in the air, and immediately backhanded 3 punches, overlapping and intertwining with the wave-stepping punches, and blasted Cosimo in the air. Lin Shen didn't expect that Cosimo would catch up. There was a moment when he wanted to directly open the Heaven Sacrifice Halo and take this opportunity to decide the outcome with one blow. Maybe he could catch Cosimo off guard, and maybe he wouldn't even have the chance to use the God's Descent and the Crown of the King. But Lin Shen gave up this idea because he found that the offerings of the Heaven Sacrifice Halo were increasing wildly. Sacrifice +1. Sacrifice +1. Sacrifice +1. The prompts flashed through his mind continuously, overlapping with each other. He had no idea how many sacrifices had been added, and the attributes grew wildly. The opportunity has come. Lin Shen was ecstatic and gave up the plan to fight to the death immediately. He just used the 3-hit combo of the treading wave fist to blast Cosimo in the air. Although Cosimo could not see the power of the fist, he could feel and hear the waves and sounds produced by the fist breaking through the air. Almost without hesitation, the scepter in Cosimo's hand swept out directly. Boom! Under the strong blessing of the 3-hit combo, Cosimo was actually shocked and flew backwards, and the scepter almost slipped out of his hand. How can he, a mutator, have such a strong power? Cosimo was shocked and angry, but unfortunately he was in the air and had no way to fly, and it was impossible for him to stabilize his body. Lin Shen tapped the instep of his right foot with his left foot, rushed out again in the air, and once again hit the 3-hit combo of treading wave. Under the blessing of the super base, he could only perform 4 consecutive punches of treading waves at most. But in that case, he would use up too much strength. So Lin Shen did not use 4 consecutive punches, but only 3 consecutive punches, so that he could continuously perform 3 consecutive punches. Cosimo was in the air and could not move, so he could only face the 3 consecutive punches of treading waves head-on. He was constantly blown up by Lin Shen's 3 consecutive punches that were cleverly positioned in the air, and he had no way to land. He flew up directly, and Lin Shen knew that he could not fight Cosimo head-on anymore, otherwise he would not be able to force Cosimo to descend, and he would be forced to use all his abilities. Cosimo thought that Lin Shen wanted to use the dragon to escape, so he took out a dagger and threw it out. His target was not Lin Shen, but the dragon. If the dragon was killed, Lin Shen would not be able to fly, and it would be almost impossible for him to escape from Fang Island. What he didn't expect was that Lin Shen didn't let the dragon rush over. The dragon rushed directly into the sky in the opposite direction, which was completely beyond Cosimo's expectation. The dagger he threw out failed to hit the dragon's vitals, but only penetrated one side of the dragon's body and flew straight into the sky. The dragon continued to rush into the sky. Its recovery ability was extremely strong. This attack did not hurt its vitals and was not fatal. In the sky, the dragon grabbed the dagger. Because the spirit base could not fly, the dagger was driven by the power thrown out by Cosimo. After the power was exhausted, there was no way to control it. Cosimo looked at Lin Shen, who jumped into the air, and he jumped up directly with him. He jumped faster and higher than Lin Shen. In his opinion, Lin Shen was looking for death by jumping into the air. He caught up with Lin Shen in an instant, but Cosimo was surprised to find that Lin Shen actually used the force to move sideways in the air again and jumped to the other side, making his momentum fall into the air. Now he couldn't fly. So he had no way to chase Lin Shen, and he couldn't reach him. He could only watch Lin Shen. Go away. Lin Shen was in the air, and immediately backhanded 3 punches, overlapping and interweaving, and blasted Cosimo in the air. Lin Shen didn't expect that Cosimo would catch up. There was a moment when he wanted to directly open the heavenly sacrifice aura and take this opportunity to decide the outcome with one blow. Maybe he could catch Cosimo off guard, and maybe he wouldn't even have the chance to use the god's descent and the king's crown. But Lin Shen gave up this idea because he found that the offerings of the heavenly sacrifice aura were increasing crazily. Offering +1. Offering +1. Offering +1. The prompts flashed continuously in his mind, overlapping, and he didn't know how many offerings were added, and the attributes also grew crazily. The opportunity has come. Lin Shen was ecstatic and gave up the plan to fight to the death immediately. He just used 3 consecutive hits of the wave-treading fist to blast Cosimo in the air. Although Cosimo could not see the force of the punch, he could feel and hear the vibration and sound produced by the punch breaking through the air. Almost without hesitation, Cosimo swept the scepter in his hand directly. Boom! Under the strong blessing of the 3 consecutive hits, Cosimo was actually shocked and flew backwards, and the scepter almost slipped out of his hand. How can he, a mutator, have such strong power? Cosimo was shocked and angry, but unfortunately he was in the air and had no way to fly, so it was impossible for him to stabilize his body. Lin Shen tapped the instep of his right foot with his left foot, rushed out in the air again, and once again hit the 3-punch wave. Under the blessing of the super basic text, he could only hit the 4-punch wave at most, but in that case, his strength would be too exhausted. So Lin Shen did not use the 4-punch combo, but only hit 3 consecutive punches, so that you can continuously throw 3 consecutive punches. Cosimo was in the air and couldn't move, so he could only face the 3 consecutive punches of stepping on the waves head-on. He was constantly blown up by Lin Shen's 3 consecutive punches that were cleverly positioned in the air, and there was no way to land. He flew up directly, and Lin Shen knew that he could no longer fight Cosimo head-on, otherwise he would not be able to force Cosimo's god to come, and he would be forced to use all his abilities. Cosimo thought that Lin Shen wanted to use the evil dragon to escape, so he took out a dagger and threw it out. His target was not Lin Shen, but the evil dragon. If he killed the evil dragon, Lin Shen would not be able to fly, and it would be almost impossible for him to escape from Fang Island. What he didn't expect was that Lin Shen didn't let the evil dragon rush over. The evil dragon rushed directly into the sky in the opposite direction, which was completely beyond Cosimo's expectations, and the dagger he threw out failed to hit the evil dragon's vitals, but only penetrated the side of the evil dragon's body and flew straight into the sky. The dragon continued to rush into the sky. It had a strong ability to recover. This attack did not hurt its vital parts and was not fatal. In the sky, the dragon grabbed the dagger. Because the spirit base could not fly, the dagger was driven by the force thrown out by Cosimo. After the force was exhausted, there was no way to control it. Cosimo looked at Lin Shen, who jumped into the air, and he also jumped up. He jumped faster and higher than Lin Shen. In his opinion, Lin Shen was looking for death by jumping into the air. In an instant, he caught up with Lin Shen, but Cosimo was surprised to find that Lin Shen actually used the force to move sideways in the air again and jumped to the other side, making his momentum fall. Now he couldn't fly again, so he couldn't chase Lin Shen, and he couldn't reach him. He could only watch Lin Shen go away. Lin Shen was in the air, and immediately backhanded 3 punches, and the wave-stepping punches overlapped and intertwined, and blasted Cosimo in the air. Lin Shen did not expect that Cosimo would catch up. For a moment, he wanted to directly activate the heavenly sacrifice aura and take this opportunity to decide the outcome with one blow. Maybe he could catch Cosimo off guard. Maybe he would not even have the chance to use the god's descent and the king's crown. But Lin Shen gave up this idea because he found that the offerings of the heavenly sacrifice aura were increasing crazily. Offering +1. Offering +1. Offering +1. The prompts flashed in his mind continuously and overlapped. He had no idea how many offerings were added, and the attributes also grew crazily. The opportunity has come. Lin Shen was ecstatic and gave up the plan to fight to the death immediately. He just used the 3 consecutive hits of the treading wave fist to blast Cosimo in the air. Although Cosimo could not see the fist force, he could feel and hear the fluctuations and sounds generated by the fist force breaking through the air. Almost without hesitation, the scepter in Cosimo's hand swept out. Directly. Boom. Under the powerful blessing of the 3 consecutive hits, Cosimo was actually shocked and flew backwards, and the scepter almost fell out of his hand. How can he, a mutator, have such strong power? Cosimo was shocked and angry, but unfortunately he was in the air and couldn't fly, so it was impossible for him to stabilize his body. Lin Shen tapped the instep of his right foot with his left foot, rushed out again in the air, and once again hit the 3-punch wave treading punch. Under the blessing of the superbase text, he could only hit the 4-punch wave treading punch at most, but in that case, the power would be used up too much. So Lin Shen didn't use the 4-punch punch, but only the 3-punch punch, so that he could keep hitting the 3-punch punch. Cosimo couldn't move in the air, so he could only face the 3-punch wave treading punch head-on. He was constantly shaken up by Lin Shen's 3-punch punch that was cleverly positioned in the air, and there was no way to land. Tian was secretly watching the battle through the equipment installed on Feng Island in advance. She knew that Lin Shen must have special talents and skills, otherwise it would be impossible to defeat Cosimo with only the things she gave him without ascending. But watching Lin Shen dodging in the air, as if he was on flat ground, and beating Cosimo so hard that he couldn't land, still surprised Tian. What kind of talent is this? It's quite interesting. I didn't expect that the Feng Island I chose was just suitable for Lin Shen's talent and skills, and it really became his home court. A base changer against an ascender actually has a flying advantage. Who would dare to believe this? Tian now understands why Lin Shen insisted on not ascending. He does have his reasons. The endurance of base changers is far inferior to that of ascenders. In such a battle, Lin Shen should not be able to hold on for too long. What else can he do? It is still unlikely to kill Cosimo with this ability alone. Tian is now very interested in knowing what special abilities Lin Shen has. Tian thought that Lin Shen would not be able to hold on for long, and Cosimo also thought that Lin Shen would not be able to hold on for too long, so he also held back. He wanted to wait until Lin Shen's strength was exhausted before attacking Lin Shen. The power of the fist in the air, and the efficient ability to stack, plus the skill of borrowing power in the air, all made Cosimo realize that Lin Shen was not an ordinary mutator. No wonder Tian looked at him differently. He is indeed extraordinary. It's a pity that he only practiced evolution, otherwise it would be a big trouble in the future. But he can no longer have a future. He is dead today. Cosimo was not in a hurry. Tian went to the giant ring star and should not be able to come back in a short time. But things were a little beyond Cosimo's expectations. Lin Shen kept hitting 3 consecutive punches in the air, and all of them shook Cosimo into the sky, so that Cosimo could not come down. The strange thing is that with such violent fist power, Lin Shen kept hitting it, and there was no sign of exhaustion at all, as if it could be endless. Damn, he also has the skill of quickly recovering strength. How come? This guy's skill is so weird. Cosimo immediately realized the problem. Tian had thought of it earlier. Lin Shen must have the skill of quickly recovering strength, otherwise he should have been exhausted after 3 consecutive punches. It's really a surprise. Tian felt more and more that in addition to the relatively ordinary evolutionary technique he practiced, his skills were really weird and completely unconventional. The ability to step into the air seems to be of little use after ascending. But Tian knows that this ability is actually very useful, even at the nirvana level, it will be very useful. There are many places where nirvana creatures live, and there are prohibitions on flying. The general flying ability is easily restrained. Lin Shen's ability to step into the air is not very useful at the stage of ascenders, but it will be very useful in the future at the nirvana level. This made Tian have to doubt that there was a master behind Lin Shen, otherwise why would he choose this kind of talent skill that was not very strong in the early stage, or even useless in the eyes of others? Cosimo was hit by Lin Shen's punches one after another, and he was already angry. The strength of the 3 consecutive punches was enough to kill ordinary ascenders. And Cosimo was also very uncomfortable. Although he could not hurt him, he could shake him hard to fall back to the ground every time. The key was that he could only take the beating and could not fight back, which was particularly uncomfortable. With a thought, Cosimo took out a pet pistol and fired at Lin Shen, continuously, shooting several pets in a blink of an eye. Lin Shen only had the advantage of distance and air stepping, but his speed was not very fast. Several flying pets crashed into Lin Shen. Even if he could deal with those flying pets, Cosimo could take the opportunity to fall back to the ground and not be so passive. The only thing that made Cosimo depressed was that none of his pets had wings. He had never thought that a flying ascended pet without wings was a disadvantage, so he did not specifically get a winged ascended pet. If there was an ascended pet with wings, he could now ride the ascended pet to chase Lin Shen. After Cosimo shot out the ascended pet, he suddenly found that Lin Shen's speed had also increased, even faster than the speed of the ascended pet, and he easily dodged the impact of the ascended pet. He didn't care about those pets, and continued to chase Cosimo and punched 3 times. Damn, this guy is so insidious, he even has a hidden acceleration skill. Cosimo watched his ascended pet fall to the ground, which was not a threat to Lin Shen at all, and he was shocked and angry. Now he regretted following Lin Shen into the air. Although Lin Shen didn't really hurt him, it felt too uncomfortable and really aggrieved. How many skills does he have? Tian was also surprised. The skills that Lin Shen showed already had the ability to step into the air, quickly recover strength, accelerate, and quickly recover from injuries. Generally speaking, a mutator should have at most 3 innate skills, which made Tian realize that there might be something wrong with Lin Shen's innate skills. Could it be that some of his skills are not innate skills, but Acquired skills like the treading wave's fist? Tian thought to himself. Cosimo knew that he could not wait until the moment when Lin Shen's power was exhausted. The shell on his head lit up, like a crown, and the light fell down, making his shell seem to be bathed in the glow of the sunset. When Lin Shen threw 3 consecutive punches at him again, Cosimo did not use the scepter to break the punch force, but punched at the 3 consecutive punches coming from the lower side. Like a raging wave, the 3 consecutive punches were torn apart by Cosimo's punch force. The shock wave rushed to his body, but was dispersed by the glow on the shell, and could not push his body up again. Cosimo's body fell rapidly to the ground and would soon land. Lin Shen suddenly flew across the sky and appeared below Cosimo. From bottom to top, he threw 3 consecutive punches again. Looking for death. Cosimo was not surprised, but happy. The Emperor's killing fist blasted downwards, directly tearing Lin Shen's 3 consecutive punches apart. The surging shockwave could not push his body up. Lin Shen turned around and went behind Cosimo. He threw another 3-punch wave-treading combo, this time from the upper side to the back of Cosimo's head. Cosimo snorted coldly and threw another royal killing fist with his backhand. The power of his fist tore through the power of the 3 consecutive punches, and the collision produced a terrifying shock wave, which swung Lin Shen's body away. Cosimo's whole body suddenly seemed to be bound by something, and at the same time he felt his neck tighten, as if he was entangled by something, and was hung up to the sky like a hangman. After Cosimo was thrown up, he found that Lin Shen had a red crystal rope in his hand. This guy has so many weird things. Cosimo was shocked and angry. The duration of the king's crown was limited, and he had to fall back to the ground quickly. Lin Shen, I'm going to kill you. Seeing Lin Shen rushing over again, Cosimo couldn't bear it anymore, and his killing intent for Lin Shen had reached its peak. The next moment, Cosimo's body bloomed with golden light, as if there was an invisible golden spirit overlapping with his body. Cosimo, who was originally forbidden to fly, actually flew up and turned into a terrifying golden stream of light, and arrived in front of Lin Shen. In an instant. It's over, the descent of the gods can actually break the ban. Tian's face changed drastically when she saw this scene. She didn't know that the descent of the gods could have such an effect. This is not Tian's fault. Even among the Celestials, only a few people practice the Divine Emperor technique. Moreover, not all Celestials who have mastered the Divine Emperor technique have the innate skill of the god's descent. They are also a minority among the minority. She has never fought with people who have the god's descent. She has only seen other Celestials use the god's descent, but there were no restrictions such as no flying at that time, so she didn't know that the god's descent had such an effect. There was no mention of this kind of thing in the information she found. In the eyes of ordinary people, Cosimo's speed is incredibly fast, but in Tian's eyes, such a speed is still very slow, like a snail crawling. If she wants to take action, she still has time to rush to Fawn Island and kill him with the pet gun, as Lin Shen said. Tian did come to the outside of Fawn Island, but she did not take out the pet gun. Although Lin Shen had failed to defeat Cosimo, his performance had already moved Tian. Tian believed that the living Lin Shen was more valuable and could not be allowed to die like this. Seeing Cosimo, who was punching Lin Shen with the terrifying power of the gods, Tian was about to attack, but suddenly saw that Lin Shen also had a terrifying aura, and a blood-colored halo bloomed on him. What's with that power? Tian was a little stunned and stopped outside Fong Island, not rushing onto the island, because she sensed the power fluctuations on Lin Shen's body, which was not weaker than Cosimo's. When the gods came. In the short time of the battle just now, the sacrifices of the heavenly aura increased by an unknown amount, and the attribute points skyrocketed wildly. In such a long time just now, it was almost reaching 300 points. Originally, Lin Shen wanted to delay for a while. At this speed, if he persisted for a while, it would only take a few minutes to break through 300 points. Unfortunately, Cosimo did not give him such an opportunity. The gods came and broke the flight ban. The golden spirit on his body gave Cosimo a powerful attribute increase, and all attributes had doubled. His attributes were already close to 150, and after doubling the attributes directly soared to nearly 300. Cosimo was determined to win this attack. The speed and power brought to him by the descent of the gods were far beyond the reach of the mutants. In the face of absolute power and speed, all the fancy tricks were useless. This imperial killing punch was enough to blast Lin Shen into pieces. But when Cosimo rushed to Lin Shen and swung his fist, he saw to his disbelief that Lin Shen actually dodged his fist with a speed that was not inferior to his. And while Lin Shen dodged, he also punched out. After being played by Lin Shen for so long, Cosimo, whose brain was filled with murderous intent, could never have imagined that Lin Shen could keep up with his speed. He had no reservations in this killing punch, just wanting to kill Lin Shen with one punch, leaving no room for maneuver. Cosimo could not stop the momentum of rushing forward, and could not tell whether it was his face that hit Lin Shen's fist, or Lin Shen's fist that hit his face. The 9-turn ascension shell, under the dual blessing of the king's crown and the god's descent, was actually smashed to pieces by Lin Shen's fist. Cosimo's horrified face was revealed under the shell. In his unbelievable eyes, Lin Shen's fist twisted his face and deformed it, and finally half of his face was smashed. Cosimo's body was blown away like a cannonball, and instantly flew out of the range of Fong Island, and flew far away in the star ring until it hit a floating island as big as a football field, smashing a corner of the floating island, and the whole body sank into the rock, and then stopped. How is it possible? Tian Sun stared at Cosimo, whose body was embedded in the rock, with only half of his head left, and for a moment he was a little bit unbelievable. That was Cosimo, who had ascended to the 9-turn ascension, and had the dual blessing of the god's descent and the king's crown, but was actually killed by a mutant with a punch. How did you do that? Tian looked at Lin Shen on Fong Island with a very strange look. After this punch, Lin Shen did not feel the power in his body being drained, but the offerings of the heavenly sacrifice aura were still increasing rapidly. After a while, he accumulated more than 20 points again, and it was still increasing rapidly. Lin Shen saw Tian outside Fong Island, and rode the evil dragon directly to Tian, bowed slightly, and said, "Star Lord, I am lucky to have fulfilled my mission. You should return to Tianhai Island immediately and take your eldest sister to the heavenly palace where I live. You have not been here today, nor have you seen Cosimo." Tian suddenly said these few words. "Star Lord." Lin Shen was slightly startled. Tian's words meant that she had to take this matter down, which was different from what was agreed before. "Do as I say," Tian said with a smile. She had made up her mind. No matter what, she would protect Lin Shen, even if it meant turning against the Medici family. Without the Medici family, there would be Maigeki. The Maishuchi family wanted to cooperate with her. But at most, they were not as strong as the Medici family. But a talent like Lin Shen might only be met once in this life. Base transformation, killing 9 revolutions and ascending, this is very rare in the history of the universe. Lin Shen, Tianquan, is determined. Lin Shen probably understood Tianquan's thoughts, so she didn't say anything and rushed back to Tianhai Island directly. After picking up her elder sister, she went to the Heaven Palace where Tianquan lived. After Lin Shen left, Tian came to Cosimo's body as if teleporting. With a wave of his hand, Cosimo's body immediately transformed to disappear into the ashes. Tianquan cleared all the equipment on Fang Island again. Except for the image in her own hand, no one else in the world knew about the battle between Lin Shen and Cosimo, and the story from the terrifying punching power of the genetic changer. When Lin Shen brought his eldest sister to the gate of Tiantang Palace, Tian, who had already returned, personally welcomed them into his palace. He even held Lin Miao's hand affectionately and shouted to Tianquan one by one. The eyes of everyone on the island who saw this scene almost fell off. Tianquan personally arranged for Lin Shen and Lin Miao to stay in her palace, and then called Lin Shen alone into the domed hall of the palace. Star Master. Lin Shen wanted to ask what Tian planned to do next. Tian walked up to Lin Shen, pressed his slender white fingers on Lin Shen's lips, and said with a smile, "I said, you can kill Cosimo as a genetic changer, and you will be my little lover from now on. I don't want to hear the word Star Lord again. When there are no outsiders. Then what should I call you?" Lin Shen didn't expect Tianquan to be so direct, and instead felt a little uncomfortable with it. "You can call me whatever you want." Tian smiled and gave Lin Shen an affirmative look. "Tianquan?" Lin Shen asked tentatively. "My little lover, you can be bolder and more intimate." Tianquan gave Lin Shen more courage. "Tianquan, baby." With Tianquan's encouragement, Lin Shen felt that his courage had swelled. After arriving at the giant ring star, Dicky, the nirvana of the Medici family, immediately learned from his family members that Cosimo was missing. This gave Dicky a very bad premonition, and he immediately asked to see Tianquan. "Star Lord, why didn't you see Cosimo?" Dicky stared at Tianquan and asked. "Are you questioning me?" Tianquan sat in the main seat and looked at Dicky coldly. "Star Lord, don't misunderstand, I'm just a little worried about Cosimo," Dicky said, suppressing his anger. "You don't have to worry about him anymore, I've beaten him into dust." Tianquan seemed to be talking about a trivial matter. "You killed Cosimo." Dicky's eyes widened, almost unable to believe his ears. "Can't I kill him?" Tianquan looked at Dicky coldly, still speaking lightly. "Tianquan, do you know what Cosimo means to our Medici family? He is the hope and future of our Medici family. Why did you kill him? You must give our Medici family an explanation." Dicky's anger could no longer be concealed. He slammed the table and stood up, staring at Tianquan. Snap. Tianquan slapped Dicky in the face. Dicky didn't even have time to react. He staggered and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Tianquan sat in the main seat as if he had never moved. "Is this explanation enough? If not, let Xiaoke come here in person. I want to see what you, the Medici family, want to explain," Tianquan said lightly. Dicky's face was extremely ugly, and it had turned the color of liver, but he still said firmly, our Medici family is loyal to you and has fought for you. You only need one word, and no matter how painful the price is, no matter how many people die, our Medici family has never let you down. Now the hope and future of the Medici family have been executed by you. Shouldn't you give us an explanation? Okay, you want an explanation, right? From today on, the Medici family and Tian have nothing to do with each other. You can come to me at any time to avenge Cosimo. Are you satisfied with this explanation? Tian said coldly. Just such a simple sentence, but Dickie's face changed drastically. The Tian tribe is a race that attaches great importance to bloodline. Without the bloodline of the Tian tribe, it is impossible to enter the upper echelons of the Tian tribe. The strength of the Medici family is also difficult for the real Tian tribe to pay attention to, so they will choose to support the mixed-blood Tian. It's not that they don't want to choose a stronger pure-blooded celestial being, but that they simply don't think highly of the Medici family. If Tian breaks with the Medici family, no senior officials in the celestial being who protect their shortcomings and stick together will probably use the Medici family. Tian is the foundation of their foothold in the celestial being. If Tian completely abandons the Medici family, even if the Medici family is strong, it will be difficult for them to continue to gain a foothold in the celestial being. The Medici family has been operating a family business in the celestial being for 100 years. And it will soon disappear. It is not so easy to find a foothold in the universe again. Originally, Dickie thought that Tian's current situation was not very good. The Medici family was one of her most important partners, and she should not give up the Medici family easily. But looking at Tian's intention, it seems that he really wants to give up the Medici family, and this consequence is something he cannot bear. Lord Tian, you misunderstood. The Medici family is absolutely loyal to you, absolutely has no second thoughts, and will never betray you. Dickie quickly stood up and apologized. His attitude was not as tough as before. Have I been too indulgent to your Medici family in the past few years, making you forget who is the master? Tian looked at Dickie coldly and said, Go back and tell Chao Ke that I only need loyal warriors and partners, not dogs who want to climb over the master's head. Master Tian. Dickie wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Tian. Get lost. Dickie didn't dare to say anything more. He bowed and left the reception room. He immediately went to find the family members on the giant ring star and asked what Cosimo had done recently. Soon Dickie knew that Cosimo went to find Lin Shen, and that Lin Shen lived in the heavenly palace. Dickie roughly guessed the ins and outs. The Medici family has always hoped to marry Tian and let the Medici family truly integrate into the Tian clan, so they let Cosimo, the best young man in the Medici family, approach Tian. But now it seems that Tian has never thought about marrying the Medici family. In Dickie's view, Lin Shen is just an excuse for Tian to kill Cosimo and warn the Medici family. Tian didn't even look down on Cosimo, so how could he look down on Lin Shen? He couldn't imagine that Lin Shen, a mutant, could kill Cosimo, who had ascended to the 9th level. Dickie felt cold in his heart and immediately left the giant ring star and rushed back to the Medici family. He had to inform the head of the family, Chao Ke, about this as soon as possible. If Tian really gave up the Medici family because of this, the situation of the Medici family would be very difficult. A mixed-blood bastard, bullying me too much. Chao Ke crushed the object he had been playing with for many years in his hand after listening to Dickie's report. Head of the family, are we going to break up with Tian? Dickie asked worriedly. Xiaoke sighed. Now is not the time. We still need to rely on Tian to gain a foothold in the celestial race. I am too impatient. I originally thought that Tian's current situation is so difficult. Without our support, she may have. It was difficult to gain a foothold in Tian. I didn't expect that she would be so determined and would rather give up Tian seats and didn't give us a chance. It's my fault. I overestimated Tian. Women are women. After all. She was too emotional. I didn't expect her to take this step. I was the one who harmed Cosimo's child, and also caused Tian to have a grudge against our Medici family. The situation of the Medici family will become very difficult in the future. I'm going to Tian to apologize. Dichi gritted his teeth and said, No, that's not enough. I'll go there in person. Only in this way can we truly eliminate the rift between us and Tian, Xiaoke said. How can that be done? You are the head of our Medici family. Anyone can bow his head, but you can't. We would rather die in battle than let you be humiliated. Dickie was shocked. There's nothing you can't do. Just endure the calm for a while and take a step back to open up the world. Dickie, you have to remember that from the moment we stepped out of our home planet, our Medici family's only goal is to rule the sky and become the king. In order to achieve this goal, everything can be sacrificed, including me. Choco looked up at the stars, stretched out his hands as if he wanted to embrace the entire universe. The Medici family is not strong enough now, we still need to be patient. I have made a mistake once, and I must not make it a second time. Cosimo is dead, but Cosimo the Great is still there. There is still hope for the Medici family. We need to pave the way for future generations, even if it means using our own dignity. I will build a bridge with my flesh and blood, and I will send them up. If this road is not over, I will fall. My brother, please become a bridge and help them reach the pinnacle of the universe. 2 generations, if 2 generations are not enough, then 10 generations. If 10 generations are not enough, then 100 generations. I believe that one day, the name of the Medici family will shine throughout the universe. Only some people from big families know about the feud between Lin Shen and the Wan family. Most people don't know about it. The most important event they are concerned about is Qingjiao's challenge to humans. Qingjia has fought so many humans for so long, and he has not lost a single battle so far. Qingjia has changed from waiting in one place to challenge to looking for humans everywhere. When the humans on King Kai saw Qingjia, their first reaction was to turn around and run away, which made the people watching the battle feel humiliated. Many people have begun to call for top human powerhouses such as Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu to defeat Qingjia. It's a pity that Ouyang Yudu and Bai Shenfei were both confined by their families because of the battle at the Cape Base, and they had no chance to enter King Kai again. Wei Wufu's mind was not on King Kai, he was preparing to go to the giant ring star. The Wei family had few people, and they naturally couldn't let Wei Wufu go there casually when they left their home planet to go to such a dangerous place. Wei Chongqing asked Wei Wufu to ascend before he could leave the human mother planet, so Wei Wufu had no time to care about Qingjia's affairs. Sui Qinglong still did not give up the idea of defeating Qingjia, but after the failure of the last siege, Sui Qinglong's reputation and prestige suffered a huge blow. Even within the Sword Alliance, many young people no longer follows Wu Qinglong's lead, thinking that he is a shame to the Sword Alliance, and the so-called dragon of the Sword Alliance is just that. Even the top leaders of the Sword Alliance have begun to hesitate whether to list Wu Qinglong as the most important training target. When Wu Qinglong and Wu Qingming went to the cafeteria to eat together, they just sat down and heard someone next to them deliberately making sarcastic remarks. Our Sword Alliance is really in the limelight now. Who in the world doesn't know about our Sword Alliance now? It's all thanks to someone. Yes, the dragon of the Sword Alliance is like a bug. Who doesn't know about my dragon of the Sword Alliance now? It's so majestic. Haha. You. Wu Qingming was so angry that he was about to slam the table and stand up, but was held down by Wu Qinglong. Wu Qinglong shook his head slightly, signaling Wu Qingming not to get angry. The people over there were still talking coldly, and their voices were much louder than normal, obviously for Wu Qinglong to hear. Wu Qinglong was not angry. After packing up the food, he took Wu Qingming out of the cafeteria. If it was just him, Wu Qinglong could ignore them and eat by himself. But with Wu Qingming by his side, he couldn't let Wu Qingming bear those rumors, so he packed up and left. Brother, those guys obviously want to take the opportunity to destroy your reputation so that the top leaders of our Sword Alliance will give up on you. How can we let them talk nonsense? Wu Qingming said angrily as he walked. I did fail, this is a fact. Wu Qinglong smiled and said, failure is the norm in life, and success is something with a very low probability. Qingming, facing your own failure is also a compulsory course in life. Failure is not terrible. What is terrible is to let failure affect your judgment and destroy your will. Don't be influenced by others, just do your own thing. After comforting Wu Qingming, Wu Qinglong came to the martial arts training ground alone and began to practice swordsmanship. He chopped one sword after another, and each sword was upright, without the cunning of taking a detour. His swordsmanship was pure, varied freely, and brave. Qingjia has a talent that increases strength and speed, but that's not the crux of the problem. His talent only increases strength and speed by about 50%. And I can do the same. But his skills are well honed. When fighting, there are no extra movements, which reduces the consumption of fighting. In addition, his own endurance is very good. If you want to defeat him, you can't consume more than him. There is also the skill of stacking waves, which also needs to be broken, but this is not a problem. The most important thing is that his talent of boxing can detonate the energy in the target's body as long as the fist hits the target, causing it to explode. His talent prevents me from contacting his fist. Once in contact, my own strength will be detonated and become a weapon that hurts myself. To solve this problem, unless I can defeat him without touching his fist, or absolutely control the energy in my body, so that his talent cannot detonate the energy. Wu Qinglong was thinking about how to defeat Qingjia while practicing. After these few battles, he knew Qingjia better than anyone else. He has practiced his skills to the point where there are no unnecessary movements, and has a way to break the stacking wave force, but there is no way to break the detonation fist. The base-changed carapace and base-changed weapons themselves contain energy. Qingjia's detonation fist can detonate the carapace and base-changed weapons when they touch them. This innate ability is simply the nemesis of base changers. Wu Qinglong has practiced until now, but he is still not sure that he can defeat Qingjia without touching his fist. It is also very Difficult to control the energy in the carapace and weapons and prevent them from being detonated. It is difficult to do it without innate skills. Sui Qinglong has been thinking about the solution, but he has not thought of it yet. He firmly believes that there will be a way, but he has not found it yet. When it was time for the KO training device to be opened again, Sui Qinglong entered KO again. On the one hand, he wanted to hunt mutant creatures, and on the other hand, he wanted to find inspiration in the battle. He might be able to think of a way to crack Qingya's detonating fist. Light in front of eyes, the scene changed. And Sui Qinglong found that he was teleported to the beach, by the sea. This is the place with the most mutant resources, but because of the emergence of Qingjia, the Super Combustion Legion has occupied most of the beach. And human mutators rarely move around here. Sui Qinglong looked around, but did not find the super burning warrior. He looked at the surrounding environment and found that this was not the beach that often appeared in the sky projection. While he was looking at it, he suddenly saw a figure coming from a distance. Although it was too far away to see clearly, the conspicuous red suit and the big red bull mount made Sui Qinglong instinctively suspect that it is the level of Legion commander in the Super Combustion Legion. But Sui Qinglong soon discovered that it was not a super burning warrior, but a human wearing a super burning suit and helmet, riding a big red bull. Is this the big red bull knight? Sui Qinglong immediately thought of a person, but he couldn't be sure if it was him. Because now there is more than one big red bull who owns the big red bull mount, suit and helmet. Knight now. Regardless of whether he was the Red Bull Knight or not, Sui Qinglong wanted to wait for him to come over and say hello. But who knew that before the knight ran over, he stopped at the seaside in the distance and turned his head to look at the sea. Sui Qinglong also looked at the sea and found that there was a lot of foam in the sea water, and a huge shadow was emerging from the sea. Mutated sea snake. When the shadow surfaced, Sui Qinglong finally saw clearly what kind of creature it was. The crystal-level mutated sea snake has abnormal self-healing abilities in the sea, as well as strength and toughness-enhancing skills. It is a very difficult mutated creature to deal with. Even if Sui Qinglong wanted to kill it, he could only find a way to lure it out of the sea, but he had no ability to kill it in the sea. Seeing the mutated sea snake rushing toward the knight with waves, Sui Qinglong immediately ran over to prepare for support. But because the distance was too far, before he could reach the place, he saw the big red bull warrior from a distance, punching the mutated sea snake. The knight was still some distance away from the mutated sea snake. In Sui Qinglong's opinion, the knight's punch was too early. But the next second, Sui Qinglong heard a terrifying sonic boom, and then saw the mutated sea snake 10 meters away from the knight. It seemed as if it had been punched through by an invisible fist. A big hole appeared in its body, and the body was blown up and fell heavily into the sea, causing huge waves of more than 10 meters. Then, what kind of boxing is that? Sui Qinglong stopped and stared at the astonishing scene. The power of the big red bull knight is certainly amazing, but the power of his fist to kill the mutated sea snake from a distance is what truly makes him feel incredible. Isn't this kind of punching power the nemesis of Qingjia's detonating punch? Sui Qinglong was suddenly overjoyed and hurriedly ran towards the big Red Bull Knight. Because Tian's son asked their siblings not to leave Paradise Island recently, Lin Shen was very bored. One night, I finally couldn't help but teleport to Caillou to relax. Because his genetic mutation rate has been perfected, and he no longer needs genetic fluid, Lin Shen originally had no intention of hunting genetically modified creatures, but just wandered around casually. Who knew that the mutated sea snake was so blind that it wanted to rush up to the beach to eat him, so he gave it a wave-riding punch. The mutated sea snake fell into the sea, and the huge hole in its body healed quickly. It no longer dared to attack Lin Shen, and turned around and fled back to the depths of the sea. I'm Long, what do you call me? Long came to Lin Shen and cupped his fists. Others call me the Big Red Bull Knight. Lin Shen changed his voice and said deliberately. He didn't want others to know that he could enter the King of Planets even though he was on an alien planet. It's really you. Long was even more happy and said quickly, do you know about Qingjia's challenge to humans? If possible, can you help defeat him? Of course, but I have other things to do. I can only stay here for 2 hours at most. Can you find him during this time? Lin Shen only planned to come here to relax, so the total was decided. In 4 hours, we will go back. Soon. 2 hours, I'm afraid it's too late. Long said with a bitter smile. Although I don't know where Qingjia is now, it will take almost 2 hours to get to the plane, and the time is definitely not enough. Why don't you defeat him yourself? Lin Shen still had a favorable impression of Long. This person is a person who does practical things and does not care about personal gains and losses. I haven't thought of a way to defeat him yet, Long said helplessly. Where is the difficulty? Lin Shen asked again. Long told Lin Shen his analysis of Qingjia. After Lin Shen listened, he pondered for a moment and said, You can't defeat Qingjia just because you can't break that detonating punch. Yes. Long sighed, that kind of punch is too restrained for the genetic changer. Well, let me teach you a move. If you can master it, it shouldn't be difficult to defeat Qingjia. Lin Shen thought for a while and said. When he was in the Shura training camp, instructor Mu analyzed Qingjia's situation for them. It was really difficult for a genetic changer to defeat Qingjia. However, Long himself already has the strength to fight Qingjia, and he can also break Qingjia's stacking wave force. He only needs to break the detonating fist, which is a bit easier. People watching the battle felt that this Big Red Bull Knight was too arrogant when they heard Lin Shen's words. Just now, because Long was too far away from Lin Shen, he saw Lin Shen blowing away the mutated sea snake with a punch, but the spectators did not see it. Although Long is a loser, most people still agree with his analysis. It's okay if the Big Red Bull Knight doesn't go by himself. He actually said that he could teach Long a move and Long could defeat Qingjia. This feels a bit ridiculous. Many people felt that. The Big Red Bull Knight himself did not dare to challenge Qingjia, so he deceived Long. Really? Long thought that Lin Shen could teach him the power of air punching, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Of course, Lin Shen didn't want to teach him treading wave fist. He got off the back of the Big Red Bull, took out a notebook, and wrote and drew on it. After a while, he wrote and drew a lot of things on it. After tearing off a few pages and handing them to Long, Lin Shen rode the Big Red Bull again and said goodbye. You give it a try. If you can practice it, it should be of some use. That Big Red Bull Knight is simply a magician. He plays tricks all day long and doesn't even dare to show his face. I think he's just afraid that he won't be able to beat him and lose face, so he fooled Long. Long is also crazy about losing, and he actually believes in him. Sui Qinglong and so many people besieged Qingjia and lost miserably. What kind of moves are so powerful? Sui Qinglong can defeat Qingjia with just one move. Let's break up. It's just a big scam. Most people think that such a thing is impossible. Only a few people think that what if there is a miracle? When Sui Qinglong wanted to say goodbye, Lin Shen had already ridden the big Red Bull away. He lowered his head and looked at what was written on the paper. I found that there were words on it and some stick figures with different movements, which seemed to be a kind of movement technique. Sui Qinglong immediately understood that the big Red Bull Knight was trying to teach him a movement technique that could avoid Qingjia's fist. It's just that Sui Qinglong is a little unimaginable. What kind of movement skills can he completely avoid Qinglong? What about Jia's fist? Although it felt a bit strange, there was a glimmer of hope. Sui Qinglong didn't want to give up and still wanted to study the body technique left by the big Red Bull Knight. The body technique left by Lin Shen was not the immortal court, nor the upgraded version of the wave-walking fist, but the method used by Red Heart A to break that finger. Lin Shen was very interested in that mysterious finger, so he practiced that finger technique during practice. But the method to break Red Heart A might not be suitable for Lin Shen. No matter how he practiced, he couldn't practice it well. It was also incompatible with his wave-walking body technique, so he gave up. Although Lin Shen didn't practice the method to break Red Heart A, this method itself is a very powerful body technique. Only by practicing this body technique can he break the infinite changes of that finger. This is a way to teach people to dodge. Even such a mysterious finger technique can be avoided. It should not be difficult to dodge Qingjia's fist. Of course, it also depends on whether Sui Qinglong can practice it and to what extent. Lin Shen was not stingy with a technique, which might be influenced by Wei Wufu. Of course, it was mainly because Lin Shen liked Sui Qinglong, so it didn't matter. Sui Qinglong studied it for a while, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt that this was obviously a very simple body movement, but it seemed to contain infinite changes and mysteries. Sui Qinglong knew that many people were watching him now, and the big Red Bull Knight gave him such a mysterious body movement, which was a trust in him. Such a wonderful body movement must be the life-saving body movement of the big Red Bull Knight. He couldn't let others see it without the big Red Bull Knight's permission. If the big Red Bull Knight's enemies saw it, wouldn't it harm him? The big Red Bull Knight believed in him and gave him the body movement, and he couldn't live up to the big Red Bull Knight's trust. After coming out of Kaiwang Planet, Lin Shen still couldn't sleep. The night on Giant Ring Planet was too long. Lin Shen simply teleported again, but this time he went not to the Planet King, but to the Crater Planet. Wei Wufu's original eggs haven't been delivered yet, and he can't ascend, but he can get some ascension resources first. Arriving at the place where he left last time, Lin Shen first went to take a look at the mutated pterosaur egg. The eggs are still there, and the mutant pterosaur is not in the crater. Lin Shen thought for a while and planned to wait until he could leave the Heaven Palace to find an opportunity to get out. The mutated pterosaur eggs. The eldest sister needs to ascend, and pets such as Kiwis, Death Fan, and Frost Swordsman also need to ascend. He has to find some mutated ascension eggs. After coming down the mountain, Lin Shen went to other craters and saw a variety of dragon creatures, basically all of which were upgraded. However, the number of mutated creatures is not too high, and the mutation rate is not as high as that of King Kai. After Running through more than a dozen craters, Lin Shen finally saw another mutant creature. What is this? Lin Shen saw a dragon-type creature with 6 wings in a huge crater, several times larger than a dragon, with 3 dragon heads. And a body that looked like silver crystals. Lin Shen saw so many dragon-type creatures in the crater. Basically, they were all cyan. Only the mutated pterosaur was black. This was the first time he saw such a silver crystal dragon-type creature. Moreover, this guy is too domineering, and the sense of oppression brought by his huge size is not comparable to that of ordinary ascended creatures. Its 3 pairs of dragon wings are also somewhat different from those of pterosaurs, and are shaped more like butterfly wings. The 3 dragon heads look exactly the same, but their eye colors are slightly different. The eyes of the dragon head in the middle are also like silver crystals. The eyes of the dragon head on the left are the color of cyan crystal, and the eyes of the dragon head on the right are golden. Lin Shen felt that this guy was most likely a mutated and ascended creature, but he didn't know how many times it was an ascended creature. Just looking at this domineering shape, it is estimated that the number of revolutions will not be low. Unfortunately, no ascending eggs were found in this crater. This creature was more domineering than a dragon. Lin Shen really wanted to get one as a mount. It would definitely be very cool to ride on it. Riding this thing to pick up a girl, what girl can refuse? When Lin Shen was thinking about it, he suddenly saw the 3 heads of the 3-headed dragon raised up at the same time, letting out a soul-shaking dragon roar. The next second, Lin Shen saw 3 different life bases flying out from the mouths of the 3 dragon heads. This startled Lin Shen, thinking that the 3-headed dragon had discovered him and wanted to attack him. He quickly flew back, but he didn't see the 3 life bases flying out of the crater. They probably weren't attacking him. I'll go, that guy has 3 life bases. Lin Shen suddenly realized that the 3-headed dragon actually had 3 life bases. This was the first time he had seen an ascended creature with 3 life bases. He worked hard to use the original eggs to advance, and was afraid. The genetic transformation talent was like a lottery. From now on, he would only have 2 life bases at most. This thing actually has 3 life bases, which is simply outrageous. Lin Shen climbed back to the top of the mountain and peeked into the crater. He saw the 3 heads of the 3-headed dragon playing with the 3 life bases. He was having a great time playing with his own life base. Its 3 life bases are 3 shields, respectively. The green crystal shield is a round shield, the silver crystal shield is an iron-shaped shield, and the gold crystal shield is somewhat like an explosion-proof shield. Among the 3 shields, there is a dragon-shaped light and shadow in each, which should be the spirit of the life base. There are really 3 life bases, not 1 life base divided into 3. When Lin Shen saw the spirit in the shield, he was sure that the 3-headed dragon must have mutated. Lin Shen suddenly thought about it. This guy has 3 life bases. He is a rare find, the best of the best. Unfortunately, it did not breed an ascending egg. If you kill it, you will only get 3 life bases, compared with its own value, it is too wasteful. If we use the super soul harvesting skills of Deathfan, and cooperate with Kivisa's suppressive effect on dragons, I wonder if this wild dragon creature can be recognized as its master. Lin Shen thought that he could give it a try, but he had to first increase the super soul harvesting power against dragon creatures. It would be best to let the dead fans and keys ascend first, and the effect should be better. Let them ascend. There are currently no suitable ascending eggs, and Lin Shen himself has not ascended yet. They cannot be activated after they ascend. Lin Shen could only find a way to use the super soul harvesting skills of the dead fans first. I'm sorry, dragon babies, I have to sacrifice you for this three-headed dragon mount. Lin Shen took the dead fans to kill those ordinary dragon creatures. The frightening power obtained by creatures of the same type should be equally effective against the three-headed dragon, but the effect may be a little worse. But it doesn't matter, as long as you kill a few more types of dragon creatures, the deterrent effect will be superimposed. For example, if you kill 100 pterosaurs, killing more pterosaurs will no longer increase the deterrent effect, but Lin Shen can continue to kill triceratops, and 100 triceratops can also increase the deterrent effect against dragon creatures. There are so many types of dragons on the crater planet. Killing more of them will add up to a greater shock. Lin Shen now has the wave-treading fist and the one-sided gloves, plus the strength attribute provided by the infinite strength contract. Even if he doesn't use the power of the heaven sacrifice halo, it is not difficult to kill ordinary ascended creatures. What's more, as long as the dragon creatures are lured out, the environment here will have a suppressive effect on them, making it easier to kill them. The Heaven Sacrifice aura has now accumulated another 138 attributes, which are basically the sacrifices brought to him by that wave of time, and it has not increased much since then. When Lin Shen fights now, he does not take the Heaven Sacrifice aura into account, so as not to calculate too much and suffer a big loss in the future. He can kill if he can kill with his own ability, and if he can't kill, he will first improve his own strength, and can't always rely on the blessing of the Heaven Sacrifice aura. Finding a crater where pterosaurs gather, Lin Shen lured a pterosaur out, and ended up beating it with one punch, without waiting for the dead fans to attack. The power of the infinite strength contract has been growing. Now Lin Shen has 61 points of strength attributes, 20 more than the top crystal base, and these are basic strength points. When using attribute amplification skills, these powers will also be amplified. After killing a few pterosaurs, Lin Shen's set time is up again, and he teleports back to his room again. Why are you here? Lin Shen saw that there was a light in the room, and he immediately felt something was wrong. He turned around and found that Tian was wearing white pajamas, lying on his bed, supporting his white cheek with one hand, looking at him with a smile. Lin Shen had observed 2 days ago that even in the heavenly palace, Tian would not leave her room when night fell. She also told Lin Shen and Lin Miao not to leave the room when it was dark. Only then would Lin Shen feel relieved to teleport to other planets, but he didn't expect Tian to come to his room at night. Why can't I be here? Aren't you my little lover? Is there anything wrong with me being in my little lover's room? Tian stretched out a hand, took Lin Shen's hand, and pulled Lin Shen directly into her arms. My little lover, don't you want to do something that lovers should do? Who doesn't love a sexy angel? It's a pity that what Lin Shen saw from beginning to end was a mosaic, and he didn't feel the temptation at all. Tian didn't know that Lin Shen couldn't see the way he dressed up carefully and thought he was alluring, but it was indeed very alluring. The two of them were lying on their sides on the bed. Tian hugged Lin Shen from behind, and his wings wrapped around Lin Shen's body. Although Lin Shen couldn't see Tian's appearance, the soft elastic touch coming from behind was real, and his heartbeat would still speed up more or less as he thought about it. After the mosaic of concubine by Shen faded, she looked so beautiful. Now Tian has a mosaic on her body. Is it possible that fire is Looking for beautiful women to possess her? I wonder what Tian's son looks like. Who is more beautiful than concubine? By Shen? Lin Shen couldn't help but fantasize about his ideal beauty, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt a little hot. What are the things lovers should do? Lin Shen felt that his throat was a little dry and his voice became a little hoarse. What do you think lovers should do? Tian's son played with Lin Shen's fingers with his fingers, and his voice made people feel as if their bones were going to crisp. Could it be that one? Lin Shen licked his lips, feeling increasingly dry. Which one? Tian's son said casually, still playing with Lin Shen's fingers. It's the one you think of. Lin Shen still had his back to Tian, and had no intention of turning around. This feels good. If you turn around and see a mosaic, you really have nothing to think about. You are not a good person, how can you think of such bad things? Tian Sun slid his hands on Lin Shen's chest, and slid his fingers against his chest muscles slowly. Lin Shen closed his eyes, not because he couldn't stand the stimulation, but because he didn't want to see mosaic touching his body. What is a bad thing? Lin Shen asked with his eyes closed. Bad things are, of course, bad things. Tian's lips came close to Lin Shen's ear, and his breath made Lin Shen's heart itch. How bad? Then it depends on how bad your heart is. Lin Shen felt his ears itching terribly, and he couldn't bear the turmoil in his heart. He subconsciously turned around to see Tian. But when he opened his eyes, what he saw was a mosaic, which immediately made Lin Shen feel as if a basin of cold water had been poured on him. Are you just going to keep looking at me like this, and not do anything bad? Tian said, blinking. Facing a mosaic, it was really hard for Lin Shen to have any extra thoughts, so he turned around and lay down again, with his back to Tian and said, if possible, I hope you can hold me like this and sleep like this. It feels so good to be held. Do you just want me to hold you like this? Tian Sun couldn't help but frown slightly. She didn't come here just to sleep with Lin Shen in her arms, but Lin Shen's proposal played right into her hands. Okay, then I'll hold you like this, and let's chat. Tian paused. And then continued, what's the name of the skill you used when you killed Cosimo? Sacrifice to the heavens cannot be used normally. It can only be triggered under special circumstances. Lin Shen said half-truthfully. What kind of special situation is it? Tian asked again. It's not convenient to reveal this. Anyway, it can't be used under normal circumstances. And it may not be used when desperate. It's almost the same as nothing. Naturally, Lin Shen couldn't tell Tian that the more people died around him, the more his skills would, the stronger it becomes. If others knew about Lin Shen's situation, who would dare to be his teammate? Then Cosimo is really unlucky. Your heaven sacrifice skill has so many limitations and is almost useless, but you got hit by him. Naturally, Tian didn't believe Lin Shen's lies. Ahem, he is indeed quite unlucky. Lin Shen wanted to change the subject, but suddenly saw an oil lamp placed on the table. The reason why there was light in the room was from the oil lamp. This oil lamp shouldn't be an ordinary oil lamp, right? Why can it illuminate the dark night? Lin Shen asked. That's not an oil lamp, but a piece of spiritual foundation, the life foundation of the 10-turn ascended creature holding the lamp. His life foundation can have some influence on the darkness, and it happened to be used by me as a lamp. If I didn't have this treasure, it's really inconvenient to go out at night. Tian Sun paused and continued. The night of the giant ring star is indeed a bit strange. The inside of the giant ring star is fine. Tools such as electric lights can still work most of the time, but inside the star ring, most light sources, it's all useless. Only a special light source like this life and death lamp can illuminate the dark night in the star ring. I saw a red light bird at night before. What kind of creature was it? Lin Shen asked again. I don't know. It only appears occasionally in the dark night of the star ring. No one has seen it during the day. But some people say that the red light bird is the real owner of the star ring. Tian finished. After that, he took out a box from nowhere and delivered it to Lin Shen. This is a gift for you. Open it and see if you like it. What? Lin Shen held the box, which felt quite heavy. You'll know if you open it and take a look. Tian Sun didn't say it directly and kept it secret. Lin Shen had no choice but to sit up, then opened the box and found that there was a white crystal pet egg inside. This is an ascending egg. Lin Shen looked at it carefully and could easily tell that it was an ascending egg, but he didn't know what grade and quality it was. This one is the mutant flying that I said I would give you before. Ascension eggs are produced by mutated vengeful angels. Using them to ascend has a high chance of giving the life base the innate ability of angel rebirth. Tian put his hands around Lin Shen's waist from behind, leaned his cheek against Lin Shen's face, and said with a smile. This ascension egg is very good, but I have already ordered an ascension egg before. Lin Shen thought that Tian Sun was trying to persuade him to use this egg to ascend again, so he declined again. I gave this to you. Whether you use it or how you use it is your own business. If you really can't use it, maybe someone around you can use it? Isn't your eldest sister not yet ascended? Tian said softly. Lin Shen was so moved that he almost dropped his little pearls. He had just become her little lover, and he had not even worked yet he gave her such a precious gift. He could still think of his eldest sister. Where could he find such a good lover? Angel rebirth is indeed a very powerful life-based ability. If the eldest sister can use it to ascend, it will also be a good choice. By the way, Sun's gloves will be returned to you. Lin Shen was really embarrassed to take away too many things from Tian Sun, and felt uneasy with his conscience. How can I get back what I gave you? It's already yours, Tian Sun said, and actually took out another box from the back and placed it in front of Lin Shen. There is also a gift. I want to give it to you. Open it and take a look. You gave me so many gifts, but I don't have any gifts to give you back. How can I be so embarrassed? Lin Shen didn't have the nerve to take Tian Sun's things. What's the point of being embarrassed? You are my little lover. It is only natural to give gifts to your lover. Just take a look first and then say it, in case you like it. Tian said softly against Lin Shen's cheek. I can't even like it. Don't do it. Wouldn't it be a betrayal of your heart, baby Tian? Lin Shen refused before opening it, but after opening it and seeing what was inside, he couldn't say no words. Inside the box was a snow-white crystal brand. A square piece about the same size as a business card, slightly thicker than a business card, with a bust of a person engraved on it. That bust was exactly what Lin Shen looked like. It was so lifelike that even Lin Shen himself recognized it. Do you like it? Tian Sun hugged Lin Shen from behind and asked gently. I like it. What else could Lin Shen say? What if this was carved by Tian himself? If he said he didn't like it, he would be a shameless person. Just follow me if you like it, Tian said as he suddenly stood up and got out of bed without putting on shoes. His bare snow-white feet stepped directly on the floor. He held Lin Shen in one hand and held the life and death in his other hand. Turn on the light and run out the door. Fortunately, Lin Shen hadn't taken off his shoes yet, and was pulled by Tian to the dome hall on the top floor. Tian held up the lamp and illuminated the dome hall. He saw that there was a white aircraft in the dome hall where only Tian's red aircraft was originally parked. Judging from the shape and style, they are exactly the same as Tian's red aircraft, but the color is different. Come closer, Tian said with a smile. Lin Shen realized something. When he walked towards the white aircraft, he couldn't help but look at the jade token in his hand. The jade sign actually lit up. And almost at the same time, the white aircraft also lit up. Under the illumination of the life and death lights, some bright lights on the aircraft could be seen, but they were not as bright as usual. Only then did Lin Shen realize that this jade plaque was actually the key to the aircraft. Why are you giving me this? I don't need it at ordinary times, Lin Shen said. Sit on it and try it, Tian just said, with a smile. It's still dark now, and we can't drive out. How can we try? Lin Shen said in his mouth, but he still opened the door. After all, it is someone else's wish, and it is not easy to pour cold water on someone else's head. After opening the car door, Lin Shen saw a complete set of combat uniforms placed above the driver's seat. Looking at the design and workmanship, he knew it was no ordinary thing. Although the clothes you usually wear look good, they are inconvenient during combat and have no defensive capabilities. This is the combat uniform I customized on the Zentradi star. It does not affect the use of the base carapace and also has a certain degree of defense. It is difficult for ordinary life-based weapons to destroy it in a short time. However, this thing is just clothing after all. Unlike the carapace, it can only protect against sharp weapons. The protection effect against heavy attacks is only average. You can't. You won't think it's enough, okay? You are so thoughtful and attentive. What else can I dislike? If I dislike you, I would also dislike myself. Lin Shen got into the aircraft, closed the door, and put on his combat uniform inside. I have to say that when I put on this battle suit, I felt that my level immediately went up. It felt a bit like a high-tech civilization. It was not as simple and shapeless as the battle suits and helmets of the super combustion tribe. The battle suit actually comes with a pet gun, which is very similar to Tian's angel revolver. Lin Shen was about to pull it out and give it a try, but Tian said, "This is Fei's upgraded pet gun. It's called the upgraded version of Angel Revolver. It can be filled with 10 pet capsules and has a rate of fire of 88. It is considered the best among the Ascension pet guns. But you haven't ascended yet, so you can't activate it yet. You can only use it after you ascend." Tian also sent ascending eggs, aircraft, battle suits, and pet guns, all of which were top quality. Lin Shen felt a little embarrassed because he seemed to have nothing to give to Tian. Fortunately, Lin Shen was thick-skinned enough. Although he was a little embarrassed, he still felt at ease. "Do you like it?" Tian asked. "I like it. How can I thank you?" Lin Shen sighed. In a Few days, I may go exploring on a mountain in the giant ring star. You can go with me. Tian thought for a while and said. When exploring the Titan mountain a few days ago, the land reclamation army composed of 3 families suffered heavy losses. Most of the 30,000 people died, and even many ascended people died. However, after paying such a high price, we finally figured out the situation in some areas of Titan Mountain, and also discovered a very magical area. Only geneticists can enter that area, and there is a special genetic plant growing in it. The geneticists of the Land Reclamation Group picked the genetic fruits there, and after swallowing them, the surrounding attributes actually increased. Although the increase is not much, it is only a little increase at most, but generally speaking, attributes have an upper limit. After reaching the upper limit, external forces cannot work. The fruit there can actually make the attributes exceed the upper limit, which is already very magical. The 3 families of Tian, Qi, and An have already discussed it. Each of them will send some genetic changes to pick the fruits, depending on their own abilities and cultivation. Whoever picks more will get it. Those fruits were only useful to geneticists, so Tian naturally had no use for them. He took Lin Shen there, with the intention of letting him eat some fruits. With Lin Shen's strength, in a place where there are only mutants, it can be regarded as a dimensionality reduction attack. There is no risk at all. Lin Shen didn't know what Tian was thinking, and thought that Tian just wanted to find someone to accompany him. After thinking about it, he agreed. After sending Lin Shen back to the room, Lin Shen originally thought that Tian would come in and sleep together, but who knew that Tian actually kissed his forehead at the door, then said good night, closed the door and left. Oh my God, what's this? What about sleeping together? What about doing something bad? Lin Shen felt a little depressed. Although he didn't want to do anything bad, he wanted to hold her to sleep, and the fire was still on Tian. Forget it, there's no rush at this time anyway. Judging from Tian attitude towards me, it shouldn't be difficult to find a chance to hold her to sleep. Lin Shen returned to the room and studied the Angel of Revenge Ascension egg for a while. There was nothing special about it, but the fat guy actually jumped out and wanted to eat the Revenge Angel's ascending egg. Lin Shen directly pressed it into the backpack with one hand and buckled the backpack to prevent it from coming out to eat. Wait until dawn, go ask the eldest sister if she is willing to use this Revenge Angel egg to ascend. Lin Shen was lying on the bed, thinking about how to repay these favors in the future. No one would be good to another person for no reason. Tian was so good to him, most likely because she saw his potential, which was an investment. Since Lin Shen accepted her benefits, he was mentally prepared to repay her. This is a matter of principle. Taking the benefits of others and saying that others have ulterior motives, just wanting to get something for nothing, and not wanting to pay, such people, Lin Shen himself looked down on them, and would not be both a boss and a loser. Tian has been asking about Lin Shen's whereabouts these days, but unfortunately there has been no news. In order to find out about Lin Shen, the plan to visit Xiaogu Tian has been postponed for several days. Lao Tai. Are you sure Lin Shen has come to the Celestial Clan? I have checked several routes from the Human Mother Planet to the Celestial Clan, and I have not found any traces of Lin Shen. Tian was also very curious about the weirdo's half-flesh and blood body and half-steel body. The weirdo didn't say what his name was, so Tian gave him a nickname of Lao Tai. It was originally just a joke, but the weirdo didn't object, so he kept calling him that. Sure. Lao Tai answered seriously. I'll find someone to continue checking, but I have to go to Xiaogu's place first, and I can't delay any longer. Do you want to go with me to Xiaogu's place first, or stay at home and wait for me? Tian Xian felt regretful after saying that, and immediately said, you should go with me to Xiaogu's place. In these few days, Lao Tai has caused a lot of trouble. Tian Xian is really worried about leaving him alone in his own home. You go by yourself. I'm going to find Lin Shen. Lao Tai got up and left. I've looked for so many friends, but I can't find his whereabouts. Where can you find him by yourself? Tian Xian said. I have my own way. Lao Tai has already walked to the door and is about to push it out. If I find Lin Shen first, how can I notify you? Tian Xian asked. Lao Tai stopped walking after hearing this, lowered his head and thought for a moment, then took out something from his body and threw it to Tian Xian. Find Lin Shen, smash it, and wait for me to find you. How to break it? Can it be broken? Does this thing really work? Do you want to leave a contact number? Tian Xian looked at the thing in his hand and felt that Lao Tai was talking nonsense. Such a porcelain cup is not a signal device. What's the use of breaking it? Even if it is a signal device, it is not so easy to send signals between different planets unless it is a communicator built into the transmission device itself. Tianqin felt that Lao Tai was just trying to trick him by holding such a broken thing, but Lao Tai had already left, and he had no choice but to throw the cup away. This Lao Tai is really interesting. I don't know if I will have the chance to see him again after this separation. Tianqin murmured to himself. Although Lao Tai has caused a lot of trouble in the past few days, Tianqin feels that people like Lao Tai who act according to their hearts are really rare. It is difficult for people like him to survive in the universe. Whenever he sees someone or something he doesn't like, he will directly take action, which easily provokes those big shots who can't be provoked. So Tianqin felt that the two of them might not have the chance to see each other again, and he didn't know when Lao Tai would provoke someone he shouldn't provoke and die in an unknown place. Tianqin packed up his things and prepared to go to the giant ring star to find his aunt Tianxuan. Although the aunt and Tianqin's father were not born by the same mother, Tianqin had a good relationship with this aunt, and even his angel revolver was given by the aunt. Thinking of the angel revolver, Tian Xian thought of Lin Shen, who made him hate him so much. Fortunately, Xiaogu told him before that after he ascended, she would give him an ascended version of the angel revolver. Anyway, he is almost ascending, and he can get the upgraded version of the angel revolver later. In fact, if it weren't for finding the treasure chest of the ancient king of the world, he would have ascended long ago. It was purely because he couldn't enter the king of the world after ascending, so he stayed at the base transformation level. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected benefit. Yesterday, he just received a message from Xiaogu, asking him to rush to the giant ring star immediately. There was a fruit on the giant ring star that could increase the attributes of the base transformer, and it would only work if the base transformer used it. This was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise for Tian Xian, so he was so anxious to go to the giant ring star that he had to put aside the matter of finding Lin Shen. Going out to the teleportation station, he had to go through several teleportations before he could reach the giant ring star. And teleporting to the giant ring star also counted the time, and he had to teleport there before dawn, otherwise there would be trouble. Tianqin wanted to give Tianquan a surprise, so he didn't inform Tianquan in advance and teleported to the giant ring star by himself. Tianqin was also on the giant ring star for the first time. He looked around and saw that many people of different races had come here, and most of them had people to pick them up. No one picked him up, but Tianqin knew that Tianquan lived on Paradise Island in the Star Belt, and he could find the place by himself. Most of the people of various races who were teleported to the giant ring star were recruited by the pioneering army. When they saw Tianqin of the celestial race, they were more or less afraid and generally kept their distance. The angel was too lazy to talk nonsense with them, so he flapped his wings and flew towards the star belt. He roughly knew the location of Paradise Island, and the direction of flight should be correct. After spending most of the day to reach the star belt, he took out a map and compared it again, and found that this place was not too far from Paradise Island. When Tianqin was about to fly in the direction of Paradise Island, he suddenly saw a human hunting genetically modified creatures on a floating ring island in the lower left. Tian didn't take it seriously at first, but when he glanced at the man's face, he immediately felt familiar. He turned his head away, but turned back and took a closer look. It's really a case of searching for something without any effort. Lin Shen, I didn't expect you to be on the giant ring star. Tian was overjoyed and flew directly to the floating ring island. Lin Shen was hunting fanged beasts on Fang Island. Tianquan told him that the Medici family would not trouble him again, so he was allowed to leave the Paradise Palace to hunt genetically modified creatures. Lin Shen originally had no interest in hunting the tusk beast, because he heard from Tianquan that there was actually an upgraded mutated tusk beast on the Tusk Island that might be about to lay eggs, so he came over to try his luck. Now he has many pets that need ascending eggs to ascend. What is missing are mutated ascending eggs. If you can catch one more, it will be better. It's a pity that the mutated tusk beast was not found, and several of the genetically modified tusk beasts were killed. When he was thinking about where to find the mutated fanged beast, he suddenly saw a figure flying over from the sky. Lin Shen looked up and found that it was a celestial being. Looking closer, he found that this celestial being was still an old acquaintance. The universe is so big, it's really fate to meet Tianqin outside the king planet. Lin Shen also felt a little surprised. He didn't expect to see Tianqin here. Tianqin fell from the sky and landed directly in front of Lin Shen. Before that, he sent a message to Tianquan, asking Tianquan to come here to pick him up. He wanted Lin Shen to know what despair meant. Old friend, I didn't expect us to meet again. Tian landed not far from Lin Shen and said with a smile on his face. Now Tianqin is not in a hurry at all, and even wants to have a good chat with Lin Shen and recall the good times we spent together in the past. This is his sister-in-law. Tianquan's territory. When her sister-in-law comes, Tianqin will let Lin Shen know what the power of a wealthy family means. I really didn't expect it. Lin Shen also laughed. He was also not in a hurry, looking at Tianqin's body. Tianqin saw Lin Shen's gaze and sneered secretly in her heart, "You bastard, you still want to take advantage of this young master. Today, I will make you spit out your money and profits to me. Why are you here?" Tianqin smiled brightly, as if an old leader was caring about his subordinates. "I can't survive in my hometown, so I have to go out and make a living. Why are you here?" Lin Shen also spoke in a good voice. After all, this is a big benefactor who has contributed many good things to him. Maybe he will give him some more today. When he makes a contribution, he has to work hard without any credit, so he can't hurt others' feelings. Let me just say, there is something wrong with your style. Don't always make trouble outside. Sooner or later, you will meet someone you can't afford to mess with. Something will happen now. Tian heard that Lin Shen couldn't get along in his hometown. After going down, I felt happy in my heart. Hey, little trash, you thought you couldn't survive in your hometown, but you can survive when you come out. You are too naive. Today, I will teach you how to behave. You are right, I will pay attention to it in the future. Lin Shen thought for a while and asked, why are you here? Are you unable to survive in your hometown? How is that possible? What kind of character and connections do I have? I have friends all over the universe and I can eat well everywhere. How can I be as miserable as you, unable to survive in my hometown? Xiaolin, I have to say something. You have to be kind, you have to work hard, don't always think about taking other people's things, you will suffer a lot sooner or later, Tian said with a crooked mouth. So, you have friends in Giant Ring Planet? Lin Shen and Tian talked nonsense for a long time, just because they wanted to know whether Tian had any relationship with the heavenly beings here. If he had nothing to do with Tian's son, Lin Shen could open the blind box and see what good things Tian would give him. If Tianqin has anything to do with Tianquan, or is Tianquan's subordinate, it would be difficult to take action. After all, he and Tianquan were in the same boat now, so they couldn't snatch things from Tianquan's subordinates. It wouldn't sound good if word spread about it. I really don't have any friends on this giant ring planet. Tian Xin said, I'm telling the truth. I really don't have many friends here, I just have a sister-in-law. How can you say you have no friends? I'm your old friend. Lin Shen was very happy after hearing this and felt that the blind box was almost half open. I like what you say. We are indeed old friends. Tianqin was also very happy. The two looked at each other and laughed happily. When old friends meet, what gift will you give me? After the two of them laughed, they both looked at each other and said in unison. Xiao Tianqin. This is your fault. When you come to visit Big Brother, of course you bring gifts. Lin Shen said seriously. Xiao Lin, what you said is wrong. In terms of age, I am the big brother and you are just the little brother. Tianqin curled her lips and said. If you want to say that, that's fine. For the sake of being a good friend, you bring something out and I'll help you do some activities and find you a good job on Paradise Island. Lin Shen still wanted to know, Tian, is he a subordinate of Tianquan? After all, Tianqin is a celestial being, and his surname is Tian. Although there are too many celestial beings surnamed Tian, the chance of being related is probably low, but it is better to find out. Do you still have connections on Paradise Island? Tian was slightly startled when he heard this. Yes, the relationship is not small. Lin Shen nodded. Tianqin sneered secretly, thinking, no matter how close you are, you can still be bigger than my sister-in-law, and you still do this to scare me, right? Seeing that Tian's son hadn't come yet, Tian thought that he should first pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger, find out what kind of connections Lin Shen had on Paradise Island, and then cut off all his connections later. Thinking of this, Tian pretended to be surprised and said, you actually have connections in a place like Paradise Island? I've been worrying about this recently, for fear of being sent to the Land Reclamation Corps. I don't know what kind of relationship you have, can you? Bring me to Paradise Island as a guard or something, as long as I don't join the Wasteland Reclamation Army? As for this little thing, there is absolutely no problem. But you also know that it is not that easy to enter Paradise Island. Lin Shen said with a smile. Money is easy to discuss. I have a lot of good things with me. If I don't have enough, I can find a way to get some from my family, but you have to tell me what the relationship is, right? Tian looked very excited. The acting skills are really not ordinary and natural. Lin Shen originally wanted to rob Tian, but letting Tian take out the things by himself would save him the trouble. So Lin Shen said, do you know who the Star Master of the Giant Ring Star is? I have never seen such a big shot. I only heard that the most powerful person on the Giant Ring Star is a Nirvana-level strongman, and his name seems to be Tian. Tian didn't know what Lin Shen meant when he suddenly mentioned the Star Master. Yes, it's Tian. I have something to do with Tian. As for your matter, it's not a problem here. Lin Shen took the initiative to say Tian's name just to see Tian's reaction. He always felt that Tian and Tian were both from the Tian family. It happened that they came to the same planet again. What if there was some connection? I turned around and snatched Tian, so I couldn't explain it to Tian. But Tian Xian's acting skills were really amazing. After hearing that Lin Shen and Tian Sun were related, he had a shocked expression on his face. You are actually related to the Star Lord? At this time, Tian Xian was already scolding Lin Shen for being shameless in his heart. You bitch, you actually want to pretend to have a relationship with my sister-in-law. You have a shitty relationship with a genetically modified little guy like you. My sister-in-law, I'm afraid you don't even bother to look at her, you don't even have the qualifications to see her, and you're still here trying to bluff me? But Tian is in a very good mood now. And he is already looking forward to what the expression of this bitch, who claims to have a relationship with Tian will be like when Tian comes. Haha, you never thought that I would be Tian Sun's nephew. You act again, I think you can perform well. Tian suppressed the joy in his heart and said with a grimace, brother, then you really have to help me. You must ask Lord Star Lord to give me a hand. And don't make me join the Land Reclamation Army. When Lin Shen saw Tian's appearance, he immediately felt that there was no problem and the blind box could be opened. For someone like the Star Master, asking her to help would definitely cost a lot. If you have any gadgets on you, take them out and I will help you take a look. Maybe there is something that the Star Master can like. Lin Shen said. Lin Shen originally didn't expect Tian to be obedient and hand over the things. Who knew that this time, Tian was surprisingly obedient. These are the only things I have with me, let's see if it works. Tian said, taking off his backpack and taking out the contents one by one. This is the key to the aircraft, but the aircraft is still at home. This is a mutant crystal egg, which is also a good thing. There is also this, a pet gun with a rate of fire of 41. Although it is not as high as the Angel revolver, it is still at the base level. It's the best. Tian introduced his own things and asked Lin Shen, brother, have you brought your Angel revolver? Bring it with you. It's on you. It's really useful. Lin Shen said with a smile. As long as it's easy to use. Tian smiled and nodded. repeatedly, but secretly felt cruel in his heart. I'll grab it back later and beat you to death with it. That's all you have? Lin Shen looked at the things Tianqin took out. These were indeed good things to him in the past, but now they are not so eye-catching. Well, life is not easy. It is already very difficult for a person to work hard outside and get so many good things. Tianqin looked lonely, as if I am not doing well now. I think you have something good that you won't take out. Don't you trust me? Lin Shen's eyes wandered over Tian Xian and he said with a cold face. It's really gone. Tianqin sneered secretly. In her heart, this bitch is getting more and more greedy. These things are still too few. Xiao Tianqin, do you know what kind of person the Star Master is? You just want to bribe the Star Master with this little thing. Do you think this will work? Lin Shen's tone became more and more unkind. I think it's almost done. Tianqin also sneered. As a person, you must be able to take things up and let them go. The more you give, the greater the rewards will be. Don't lose big things because of small things. Lin Shen walked towards Tianqin step by step and said earnestly, I think you still can't make up your mind. Who can let us be old friends, and I am your good brother, let me help you. Okay. Tianqin sneered and said, maybe I'll help you. He picked up the pet launcher, and at the same time, the genetic carapace also wrapped around his body. During this time, he has also grown a lot, and he just happened to be practicing with Lin Shen. Anyway, his sister-in-law should be here soon, and he is not afraid that Lin Shen will turn against him. The two of them were in perfect agreement without saying anything. Lin Shen directly took out the dead fan and threw it like a whip. A halo appeared above Tianqin's head, and his whole person suddenly became holy, like a real angel, and then he took something off his waist. After the thing bounced away, it turned into a bow. Tian Xian flapped her wings to avoid Lin Shen's whipping, raised her bow an arrow, and shot Lin Shen with an arrow. Hey! Lin Shen was slightly startled. There was no arrow on Tianqin's body, but after the bow in his hand was pulled open, a light arrow appeared out of thin air and shot at an extremely fast speed. Lin Shen could tell at a glance that there was something wrong with the bow. It was definitely not an ordinary object, but a good thing. That bow not only gave Tianqin the ability to shoot from a distance, but the speed of the light arrows it shot was even faster than the upper limit of the crystal base level. This kid Tianqin is really able to create something surprising every time. Lin Shen was overjoyed. He really fell in love with that bow. Lin Shen changed his body skills and avoided the light arrows shot by Tianqin. Tian Xian flew in the air, constantly pulling out the bowstring and shooting arrows at Lin Shen wildly. His mood was quite beautiful. You're stupid. No matter how much you can jump, you can't fly as fast as me. I also have long-range attack methods. I'll kill you, bitch. Tianqin was secretly happy while shooting arrows. Lin Shen dodged Tianqin's arrows. From below, still wondering in his heart, this kid Tianqin has become a bit powerful recently. His flying speed and strength are much stronger than before. He wanted to see what new things Tianqin had, so he didn't rush to take action. He just used his body skills to avoid the light arrows shot by Tianqin. Tianqin shot for a while, but his strength was a little too much, and he couldn't hurt Lin Shen, so he had to stop shooting. Lin Shen, now kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, and then return the things you stole from me. I will leave you a way to survive. Tian Xian stared at Lin Shen in the air and said, "Thanks, I don't like to follow other people's paths." Lin Shen said lightly, "If you don't leave even if I give you a way to live, don't blame me." Tianqin pulled out the bowstring again, and the halo above his head exploded in light, shining like a small sun. A bright light arrow appeared on the bowstring, with a strong light, like a sunbeam. Lin Shen's expression became serious. Tianqin's arrow was indeed something unusual. Buzz. The moment Tianqin let go of the bowstring, the light arrow seemed to teleport, appeared in front of Lin Shen, and headed straight for his heart. What a fast speed! Lin Shen was slightly surprised. Fortunately, he had predicted it and punched out directly. Boom! The fist and the light arrow collided, and the light arrow actually pierced into his fist bone. The powerful force pushed Lin Shen's body back, and his legs plowed 2 deep grooves on the ground. "Haha, you know how powerful I am." Tianqin laughed wildly, pulled out the bowstring again, and shot at Lin Shen again, a dazzling light arrow. Lin Shen's face turned cold, and he started to step out of the super given, changing the hand wearing the glove, and met the light arrow shot by Tian Xian with 3 consecutive punches. Boom! This light arrow was actually smashed by Lin Shen. Impossible. How can your strength be so strong? Tian Xian was shocked. Lin Shen had already leaped up and pounced on Tian Xian in midair. Tian Xian knew that Lin Shen had the means to borrow power in midair, so he did not dare to be careless and quickly flew back, trying to keep a distance. As long as he did not let Lin Shen get close, he would be invincible with his long-range bow and arrow. But Tian Xian was wrong. Lin Shen directly hit Tian Xian with 3 consecutive punches. The terrifying air-to-air punch broke through the layers of air and hit Tian Xian with a shrill sound of explosion. Tian Xian was shocked and did not expect such a thing to happen. It was too late to hide, so he quickly punched to meet the attack. Boom! Tian Xian felt a terrifying force coming at him, and his fist hit his chest. His shell was broken, and he was blown back and hit the rock wall hard, which broke a big hole and embedded his body in it. "You don't listen to me when I talk to you nicely, and you want me to do it, right?" Lin Shen came to Tian Xian like a ghost, and before he came out of the rock wall, he whipped him in the face with a whip, and a crack was immediately pulled out of the shell on his face. Lin Shen whipped Tian Xian one after another, and Tian Xian screamed. This was because Lin Shen did not intend to kill Tian Xian, and did not kill him. He just wanted Tian Xian to learn a lesson and hand over the things obediently next time, and stop dragging his feet. "Asshole, if you dare, kill me. Otherwise, you will regret it, Tian Xian screamed and cursed. He was extremely angry and secretly swore that when Xiaogu came, he would make Lin Shen pay back 1,000 times. "Stop." A familiar voice sounded. Tian Xian, who had been beaten into a pig's head and had only a slit in his eyes due to swollen eyelids, finally saw the figure he had been thinking about. Xiaogu, you have to help me get revenge. Look at what he beat me into. I don't want to live anymore." After Lin Shen stopped, Tian Xian crawled out and stumbled towards Tianquan, fell at Tianquan's feet, hugged Tianquan's calf and cried with snot and tears. "Ahem, be careful, it should be a misunderstanding." Tianquan looked at Tian Xian with a strange expression. "What misunderstanding? He almost beat me to death and stole my things." Tian Xian cried even harder. She was about to ask her aunt to chop Lin Shen into pieces, but suddenly she heard Tian say something and was stunned. "Aunt, what did you say just now?" "I didn't hear it clearly." Tian raised her pig-like face and looked up at Tian stiffly, looking very unnatural. "This is your uncle." Tian repeated it again. When Tian heard the 3 words uncle-in-law, she was stunned as if she was struck by thunder. "Is he the nephew you mentioned?" Lin Shen pointed at Tianqin and looked at Tianxuan with confusion on his face. And asked. Lin Shen always thought that the nephew Tian mentioned should be a child, but he never expected that he would be such an adult. "Yes, this is my little nephew Tianqin." Tianxuan had a headache. He never expected that these 2 people would start fighting when they met. "Sister-in-law, I don't agree with this marriage," Tianqin shouted at the top of his lungs. What a joke, his dearest sister-in-law, the sister-in-law who understands him best in the family, the most talented sister-in-law, how could she be with such a bitch? "Be careful, don't make trouble. Your uncle doesn't know you, and he didn't mean it. You 2 should get along well in the future." Tian pulled Tian and said, "You didn't say hello in advance before you came, otherwise you wouldn't, such an accident. Come on, I have prepared a gift for you, you will definitely like it." Regardless of Tian wishes or not, Tian directly pulled Tian away and said to Lin Shen, "We will go back to have dinner later, and let's take care of Xing together." "Okay." Lin Shen agreed with a smile. Anyway, he didn't suffer any loss, so naturally he wouldn't mind having multiple nephews. But in this case, the plan to grab Tianqin's bow can only be shelved. "Sister-in-law, how can you find a human being to be my uncle?" Take a step back and say, even if you want to find a human being, you can't find such a low level, such a bastard bitch. Arriving at the Temple of Heaven, Tianqin immediately opened up. In any case, he could not accept Lin Shen to become his uncle. Thinking that she would have to call Lin Shen that bastard uncle from now on, Tianqin felt dizzy, nauseous, and wanted to vomit. "Have you had any grudges with him before?" Tianxuan said after taking out the healing potion and handing it to Tianqin. "It has nothing to do with this. You are the great Nirvana. He is just a small human genetic changer. How can he be worthy of you? Sister-in-law, if you are looking for one, at least you should find someone of the same level." Tianqin was angry. Said. Tian looked at Tian and said nothing. Soon Tian couldn't hold it anymore and surrendered. "Okay, I admit that he and I have some personal grudges, but I really don't agree with this, because of my personal grudges with him. Regarding marriage, I really don't think he's worthy of you, sister-in-law. Tell me in detail how you became enemies with him." Tian seemed not to have heard Tian's words, and said with a smile. "I said, sister-in-law. Are you listening to me? With your conditions and abilities, it's not easy to find a nirvana person. Why should you lower yourself to find someone like this?" Tianqin saw Tianxuan, but didn't. After talking, I really had no choice but to tell him the whole process of his enmity with Lin Shen. Of course, when Tianqin said it, he beautified himself a little bit and vilified Lin Shen a little bit. "So, you have played against him so many times, and you have never won? Even when his level is not as good as yours, you still have to suffer?" Tianxuan knows how to listen to the important points. "Sister-in-law, I just said it, that's because I was injured. First. If it weren't for the fact that I was severely injured and my skills were exhausted, I would have killed him long ago. He is a despicable, shameless, and cunning bastard. Tian shouted immediately. I understand, your brain is not as good as his. Tian suddenly realized. My sister-in-law, are you listening to what I'm saying? When did it become so difficult for us to chat? It wasn't like this before. Tian felt like she was going crazy. But isn't that what you said? I couldn't beat him again, and he was tricked by him. Doesn't this mean that my ability and brain are not as good as others? Tian said with a smile. Before I met him, if I hadn't been injured first, he would have died 800 times. Tian was going crazy. Then before fighting him today, you were not injured, right? Tian looked at Tian and said seriously. Tian suddenly stopped talking, and after a while he muttered, I didn't expect that his punch power could actually hurt people from a distance. He was doing a sneak attack. Be careful, you know that just because I am not a pure-blooded celestial being, even though the people in our family don't say it, they never regard me as a family member. In their hearts, you are the only one who truly treats me as a relative. My mother, and even my father, your grandfather, look down on me deep down. Sister-in-law, you don't care what they do, as long as we are a family. Tian said quickly. My sister-in-law knows that my love for you is not in vain, so now my sister-in-law really needs your support. Tian said seriously, your sister-in-law, if you are not modest, although I am not a pure-blooded celestial being, I want to find a pure-blooded person who has achieved nirvana. It's easy for a heavenly being to be your uncle. Yes, sister-in-law, I just think you should find a better one. Tian took advantage of the opportunity and immediately reassured. Then do you know why I didn't find such a heavenly being, but chose Lin Shen? Tian asked. That boy must have deceived you with his sweet words, sister-in-law. Don't be fooled by him. That boy is very insidious. Tian laughed. Do you think your sister-in-law is mentally retarded or a love brain? A man can deceive your sister-in-law with just a few words? Sister-in-law, of course you are not that kind of person, then why did you choose Lin Shen? Tian was extremely puzzled. Tian knows very well that Tian is by no means mentally retarded, let alone a love brain. If Tian was that kind of person, it would be impossible for him to occupy a seat in the Celestial Academy as a mixed-race person. You must know that before Tian there was no mixed-blood celestial being occupying a seat in the celestial courtyard position. This alone shows how powerful Tian is. Apart from Tian, their family only has 3 seats in the Tianren courtyard. That's because I'm very optimistic about Lin Shen. His achievements in the future may be more than just nirvana. Tian said seriously. It's not just nirvana, sister-in-law, you think too highly of him, why should he? Tian was surprised. Being able to achieve the body of great nirvana is already a very remarkable achievement even among the celestial beings. Tian actually felt that Lin Shen's future achievements would be more than nirvana, which surprised Tian. He is just a genetic changer. There is still a long way to go in the future. How can you be sure that he will reach that point? Sister-in-law, you have to think clearly. It is not that there are no geniuses in our celestial race. On the contrary, geniuses there are too many, but many of those geniuses have not even survived the nirvana level. He is a human genetic changer. Tian also became serious. His opposition to Tian and Lin Shen was really not just because of his personal grudge with Lin Shen. Because he knows too well that the so-called genius is really nothing until he grows into a boss. The current bosses are the real bosses, and most of the people who may become bosses in the future are just a mirror image. Unless he is a man like Dios who is destined to be a strong man, but how many Dios can there be in the universe? Believe me, sister-in-law, his future achievements will definitely be limitless. Tian said with glaring eyes. Although Tian didn't believe that Lin Shen was that powerful, Tian had already talked about it, so he couldn't say anything else. Not saying anything doesn't mean that he truly accepts Lin Shen. If given the chance, he wouldn't mind letting Tian see Lin Shen's true face. When we eat together, Tian is always lukewarm. Lin Shen was very friendly, shouting at his little nephew, which made Tian's eyes beat wildly. If it weren't for Tian right next to him, he would have jumped up and had another fight with Lin Shen on the spot. Be careful, this is a gift for you. After eating, Tian took out the Archangel Sword and gave it to Tian. 10-turn Archangel Sword, sister-in-law, you are so good to me. Tian took the Archangel Sword and said ecstatically. The 10-turn Archangel Sword is very rare, and can even be said to be a good thing that is almost impossible to get. If you want to possess the life base of the Archangel Sword, you must practice the Angel Reincarnation Evolution technique of the Celestial Tribe. As for the evolutionary art of Angel Reincarnation technique, only the heavenly beings of the celestial race can practice it, and the requirements for talent are extremely high. Only a few heavenly beings with extraordinary talents can learn the Angel Reincarnation technique. Tian had practiced the Angel Reincarnation technique at the beginning, but unfortunately his talent was not enough to support him in practicing the Angel Reincarnation technique, so in the end he had to choose another evolution technique. Even with such a strong talent as Tian, he was not able to master the Angel Reincarnation technique. Of course, the main reason why Tian failed to master it was because she only had half of the celestial blood. Celestial beings who can practice the Angel Reincarnation technique are generally the focus of training for wealthy families. They are protected by big bosses, and will not let them go to dangerous places. Therefore, such characters generally do not die so easily. Among such heavenly beings, there are at most 1 or 2 out of 10 who can condense the life essence of the Archangel Sword. Spending countless resources to upgrade the Archangel Sword to rank 10 is not an easy task. Because each reincarnation of the Archangel Sword requires more than 10 times the resources of an ordinary life base, it is difficult for a heavenly being without family support to gather so many resources. How powerful is the 10-turn Archangel Sword? Anyway, there has been a precedent for the 10-turn Archangel Sword to kill Nirvana before. Now that Tian has the Archangel Sword, as long as he ascends successfully, he will immediately have a 10-turn spiritual base, which will directly increase his combat power. During the upgrade, he can be regarded as a top-notch combat power. Of course, the 10-turn Archangel Sword is used as a spiritual base. Without the cooperation of the Angel Reincarnation technique, the power is not that strong. It is impossible to kill Nirvana, but it is also the top combat power of Fey leveling. Tian stroked the Archangel Sword and couldn't put it down. This Archangel Sword was taken out of Hell Island by your uncle at the risk of his life. Tian added. This sentence made Tian instantly feel that the Archangel Sword in his hand was no longer so fragrant. He wanted to throw the Archangel sword back handsomely, but Tian was really reluctant to do so, and was very entangled for a while. We are all members of our own family. It would be too outrageous to say such things, Lin Shen said at the right time. He was not the one who was disgusted anyway. Tian felt even more uncomfortable, as if a fly was stuck in his throat and he couldn't swallow it or spit it out. However, Tian's son was very satisfied with Lin Shen's attitude and continued, "You two will go to the restricted area of Giant God Mountain to pick attribute fruits together. I am just a nephew, so you have to help me take good care of him. Baby Tianquan, don't worry. I will take good care of little Tianqin," Lin Shen said with a smile. "You'd better take care of yourself." Tianqin felt that she was so disgusted that she couldn't eat anymore. She stood up and said to Tianquan, "Sister-in-law, I'm a little tired. I'm going to rest first. Go and take good care of yourself. Although there is nothing that can threaten you in the restricted area of Giant God Mountain for the time being, there is indeed something strange over there. You still have to be careful and don't be careless." After Tian Xian left, Tian's son glanced at Lin Shen and said, "It's okay if you deliberately angered him, but when you go to the restricted area, you have to take care of him no matter what. I really am just such a relative. Don't worry, I really don't have any ill intentions towards him. If I wanted to kill him before, he wouldn't be alive now." Lin Shen smiled and said, "What's more, now that I know he is your relative, I will do my best to take care of him." "That's good." Tian's son heard what Tian Xian said and understood that Lin Shen had a chance to kill Tian Xian before. "I see it's getting dark soon, should we take a rest?" Lin Shen ate slowly, and didn't finish the meal until it was getting dark. "It's time to rest. I'm going back to my room to rest. You should go to bed early. If nothing else happens, you will go to Giant God Mountain the day after tomorrow. Don't run around any more these 2 days." Tian Sun got up and prepared to go back to his house room. As soon as he walked up the stairs, he felt Lin Shen following him. Tian Sun turned around, looked at Lin Shen and asked with a smile, "Where are you going?" "Let's rest with you," Lin Shen said seriously. He wanted to get the fire as soon as possible to see if it was the remaining part of the rebellion. "Let's rest together. I'm afraid you will get more tired the more you rest," Tianquan said with a wink. "You are thinking too much. I really just want to rest together. I promise to only hold you to sleep and do nothing else." Lin Shen raised his hand and swore. His determination for himself, he was still very confident. Facing a bunch of mosaics, he had to have strong willpower. "If you don't do anything, why are you sleeping with me? Go to sleep by yourself." Tianquan glared at him and turned to go upstairs. Lin Shen didn't know whether to go up or not, and he was immediately depressed. He really wanted Tianquan to know that the nickname of the perpetual motion machine Tian was not in vain, but facing a bunch of mosaics, he was afraid that he couldn't start the machine at all, which would be too embarrassing. Lin Shen had to turn around and go back to his room. After the night fell, he directly activated the transmission device to the crater planet. Lin Shen planned to increase the deterrent effect of the dead fans on the super source dragon as soon as possible. It would be best if he could use the dead fans to tame the three-headed dragon as a mount after he ascended. "I have to get an ascension egg for the dead fans," What kind of attribute is this thing? What kind of ascension egg is suitable? Lin Shen was a little troubled. The ability of the dead powder itself is to devour and evolve, but Lin Shen is not sure what category this ability belongs to. Moreover, the dead powder is a superbase creature. If it is ascended with a mutant egg, it is hard to say whether it will have any effect. Lin Shen has never seen such a thing as a superbase ascending egg, and who knows where to get it. It will also be a big problem for Kiwis to ascend in the future. Lin Shen secretly calculated in his heart. Other mutant pets are fine, but these two superbase pets must be raised. The problem is where to get the ascending eggs suitable for them. After leaving King Kai, Long has been studying the body skills that Lin Shen gave him. This is not a complete body skill, but more like a body skill specially designed for a certain attack. Long tried it and found that this body skill is not complicated in itself. The reason why it looks so complicated is that the real cleverness of this body skill lies in the psychological game. The body skill itself has only 9 variations. But according to different situations, the opponent's psychological reactions, and the environment, different variations can be used flexibly. This kind of judgment is the most difficult. If you want to practice such a body skill, you must go through a lot of practice, and practice all 9 body skills to the extent that you can do it at will, so that you can achieve the highest level of adaptability. Long first practiced the body skill to perfection, and then asked Meng to come as a sparring partner. Originally, Long thought that as long as he practiced it well, he could play the role that this body skill should play. But in actual combat, he found out that he was wrong. Meng's combat ability is also good among the crystal base level, but it is still far behind King Jiabi. When facing Meng, this body technique was useless and even became a burden. When Long used this body technique, he was punched frequently, which was worse than not using this body technique. Brother, is there any problem with this body technique? Meng said cautiously. Recently, there are more and more rumors in the Sword Alliance. Most people think that Long can't afford to lose, because he has been obsessed with it after several failures before. Just a stranger gave him a body technique, and he regarded it as a magic weapon to defeat Qingjia. It's simply stupid. If it was really such a powerful body technique, how could the big Red Bull Knight give it to someone he met for the first time? There is no such person in the world. Many people think that the big Red Bull Knight simply didn't dare to fight Qingjia, so he found a reason to perfunctory Zhua Qinglong, but Long, who was so angry about losing, actually took it seriously. Now many people in the Sword Alliance think that Long has gone crazy and may not be able to take on important tasks again. Although Meng believed that Long was not what outsiders said, he could not help but feel a little uneasy. After hearing so much, he accompanied Long in practice these 2 days, and saw that Long was getting worse and worse. He could not help but feel a little suspicious. Could it be that Long was eager for quick success and took the Red Bull Knight's deception seriously? There is no problem with my body skills, but I haven't practiced it yet. Long looked at the time. It was the morning practice time every Monday. Every Monday morning of the Sword Alliance, all members must practice sword skills in the open-air martial arts training ground. In the past few years, Long has always stood in the front and was responsible for leading the sword. Although Long was devoted to practicing his body skills, he would not delay other things. He brought Zhuo Qingming to the martial arts training ground. The members of the Sword Alliance were rushing over in twos and threes. Zhuo Qinglong maintained order as usual and asked everyone to line up. Seeing that almost everyone was there and it was almost time for morning exercise, Zhuo Qingming went to the side to get a sword and was about to walk to the front stage to prepare to lead the sword. Qinglong, come here. When Yuxing, the elder of the Sword Alliance, called Zhuo Qinglong over. Elder Wen, morning exercise is about to start. Can we talk about it after morning exercise? Zhuo Qinglong looked at his watch. There was less than a minute left and the music was about to start. Let Lu Jing lead the sword today. I have something to tell you. Wen Yuxing said lightly. Leading the sword is what the leader arranged for me to do. If Elder Wen thinks I am not worthy of leading the sword, please go to the leader and give me an order to remove my qualification to lead the sword. After Zhuo Qinglong said this, he ignored Wen Yuxing and turned to the stage. Zhuo Qinglong, you are no longer suitable to be the leader of the sword in your current situation. I am leaving you face and talking to you in private. If you really make a fuss with the leader and let him cancel your qualification to lead the sword, it will not look good. Wen Yuxing said with a sneer. I, Zhuo Qinglong, have always been upright in my work. There is nothing shameful. If you have any opinions about me, just follow the procedures. Zhuo Qinglong said. And walked onto the stage. Lu Jing, who was already on the stage ready to lead the sword, was very proud. Seeing Zhuo Qinglong actually walked onto the stage, he could not help but turn his head to look at Wen Yuxing below the stage. Lu Jing returned to the team. Zhuo Qinglong stood in the center and shouted at him. Without looking at Lu Jing. Elder Wen asked me to lead the sword today. Lu Jing gritted his teeth and said. He had been suppressed by Zhuo Qinglong in every way before, and now he finally waited for this opportunity. And he could not give in anyway. If he was shouted back by Zhuo Qinglong today, in front of everyone, who would be able to obey him even if he had the chance to take the sword on stage again? In the future? Zhuo Qinglong, Lu Jing will take the sword today, why don't you come down? Wen Yuxing shouted coldly from below. If it is the order of the leader, I will obey it. If it is not the order of the leader, please do not disturb the morning exercise. Zhuo Qinglong's voice fell, just as the music of the morning exercise sounded. Ready. Zhuo Qinglong shouted loudly, and the radicals who were talking below were silent, holding their swords and making gestures as usual. Sword up. The sword in Zhuo Qinglong's hand was raised to the rhythm of the music. Lu Jing also wanted to take the sword, but it was obvious that everyone was following Zhuo Qinglong's rhythm, which made him look a little out of place. Wrong, obviously the prelude is still, it's over, it hasn't started yet, Lu Jing shouted to Zhuo Qinglong from the side. Zhuo Qinglong ignored him and continued to hold the sword on his own. Everyone followed his rhythm and no one paid attention to Lu Jing. Lu Jing's face turned green and white for a while. Seeing this, Wen Yuxing's face became extremely ugly, and he turned around and walked away. Returning to his yard again, Zhuo Qinglong took out the movement technique Lin Shen gave him to study. I have mastered the movement skills, but in actual combat, there is no time to make changes according to the opponent's reaction. I can't react when fighting Zhuo Qingming, and it is even more impossible to react when fighting Qingjia. Zhuo Qinglong secretly said, thinking. After a moment, his eyes became hot and bright. Relying on reaction, it is impossible to Be the last to arrive first, unless my speed and reaction ability are far better than the opponent, but at the same level, this situation is impossible to happen. Moreover, if I really have such an overwhelming advantage, I don't need to practice this technique anymore. I can win just by relying on my advantage. So, the focus of this body technique is not how fast the reaction is, but to turn the thinking reaction into the body's instinct. The body must be faster than the mind, and the body must react naturally. To practice, you must practice hard. Switching Long once again, taking steps. Tian took Lin Shen and Tian to Giant God Mountain. As a result of the three families' discussion, each family could only send 2 people to enter the restricted area of Giant God Mountain. Tian didn't treat Lin Shen well these days. When talking to Tian, he was talking and laughing. As soon as his face turned to Lin Shen, he immediately became expressionless, which was even faster than the face changing in Sichuan opera. Lin Shen didn't care and continued to talk as usual. After following Tian to the temporary camp outside Giant God Mountain, Lin Shen met in 117 and Qi 118. They were all celestial beings, and Lin Shen couldn't tell who was who. Just like aliens look at humans and think that humans look almost the same, Lin Shen looks at celestial beings and thinks that they look almost the same, without much difference. Instead, it was the 2 mutations behind in 117 that attracted Lin Shen's attention. The 2 mutations of in 117, like Tian, were actually 1 human and 1 celestial being. Only the 2 mutations selected by Qi 118 were both celestial beings. What surprised Lin Shen was that the human mutant chosen by and 117 turned out to be Jianke, who came to Giant Ring Star with him. Jianke now has obviously adapted to the environment here. He looks good and is wearing a new set of armor. Although it is not as good as the one Tian gave to Lin Shen, it is not something that ordinary humans can get. Qi 118 seemed a little surprised. He didn't expect that there was a human among Tian and in 117's candidates. But he didn't say much. After a few simple exchanges, he asked someone to take 6 people to Giant God Mountain. It was the first time that Lin Shen saw such a huge mountain. From the foot of the mountain, he could only see the outermost peak of Giant God Mountain, not its full view. Even so, it was shocking enough. The height and span were not comparable to the mountains on the human mother planet. Lin Shen remembered that. It seemed that the greater the gravity of the planet, the more difficult it was to have high mountains. I don't know why, the gravity of Giant Ring Star is much stronger than that of the human mother planet, but there are such huge mountains. There are actually many jade-like grass plants growing on the mountain, with colorful leaves and grass, as if walking into a jade art museum. Some jade grass plants have leaves as long as giant trees. And there are giant grasses that are more than 10 meters or even 20 or 30 meters high. Several people followed the guide up the mountain, and for a time they had an illusion that they had shrunk to the size of an ant and shuttled through the grass. Tian ignored Lin Shen, and Lin Shen was not in the mood to talk to him. His eyes fell on Jianke, but Jianke did not look at him at all. Lin Shen touched his nose and wondered how he had gotten to this point, without even a person to talk to. It would be great if Su Tiange was here. I used to feel that he was too noisy. And noisy, but now it's a bit too quiet without this person next to him. Lin Shen inexplicably missed Su Tiange. Because it was a safe route that had been explored, they did not encounter any danger along the way. Moreover, before coming here, they had memorized some taboos on the mountain. However, when passing some places, large bloodstains could still be seen. On one hillside, the entire slope was stained dark red with blood. It was unknown how many people died there at that time. They did not take that hillside, but went around the other side of the mountain wall. The path outside the mountain wall could only accommodate 2 feet walking side by side. Below was a deep abyss surrounded by clouds and mist. If one foot stepped into the air, the gene changer would also fall to pieces. Fortunately, several people were gene changers. For them, there was not much difference between this place and the plane. What is that? Tian Xian suddenly pointed to the clouds and mist while walking on the mountain wall path. Everyone stopped and looked at the place where Tian Xian pointed. There was another mountain over there. In the clouds and mist at the top of the mountain, it seemed that something was flashing and shining. There are too many strange things on Mount Giant God. It's best not to listen or look. Safety comes first, the leader said, and continued to lead the way. Although several people were a little curious about what was flashing on the opposite peak, they all listened to the leader's words and stopped looking at the flashing place. These are all bloody lessons. Most of them heard before they came that tens of thousands of people died when exploring Mount Giant God a few days ago. Although there were some strange sights along the way, fortunately there was no danger, and several people came to a cave safely. You can get there through this cave. Take care of yourselves. Before dark, you must return to the base by the same route. The leader pointed inside the cave, then turned and left, as if he didn't want to stay here for a moment. Several people looked at each other, and someone walked into the cave first, and the others followed. The cave became bigger as you walked inside, and there were strange stalactites everywhere, reflecting a little light under the illumination of the flashlight. After passing through the cave, the view in front of them suddenly became clear, and they came to a huge valley. The valley was full of colorful gladioli that were bigger than trees, and the leaves were like colorful jade carvings, and the shortest ones were more than 10 meters long. After arriving here, several people rushed into the bushes at the same time and explored in different directions. Tian Xian ignored Lin Shen and went into the bushes alone, and Lin Shen followed slowly. He promised Tian's son, take care of Tianqin, don't let him get into trouble here. Why are you following me? Go find your attribute fruit yourself, don't always think about stealing others. Tianqin turned around and glared at him. No hurry, turn around first. Lin Shen smiled. Don't think that if you please me now, I will agree to your relationship with my aunt. That's a dream. I will definitely let my aunt kick you out. Tianqin said viciously. Lin Shen didn't want to waste his saliva, just walked slowly behind. Tianqin couldn't do anything about him, so he could only speed up and try to get rid of Lin Shen. But he was fast, Lin Shen was fast, he was slow, Lin Shen was slow. He couldn't get rid of him. Tianqin simply ignored him and looked for the attribute fruit on his own. He didn't believe that Lin Shen would dare to steal his things. According to the information, that kind of attribute fruit grows next to these colorful sword orchids. The number is relatively rare and not everywhere, so he can only try his luck. Tianqin walked for a while, and he actually saw a small tree with attribute fruit. Yes, the attribute fruit grows on trees, but the tree is pitifully small, only about 1 foot high. Here it seems to be the other way around, the trees are very small, but the grass is so huge. The small tree is snow white, like a white coral branch, with 3 pigeon-sized, colorful fruits growing on it, like glass beads. This small snow-white tree and its fruit are very similar to the attribute fruit mentioned in the information. Tian was overjoyed, took out a box made of crystal-based material, and was about to pick the fruit on it. Don't worry. I think this fruit is a little different from the attribute fruit mentioned in the information. Lin Shen suddenly stopped. Tian, why don't I see any difference? Don't make a mistake. If you want attribute fruits, go find them yourself. Tian snorted coldly and reached out to pick off a fruit. Although he said that, he had already used the genetically modified carapace, so he was still very defensive. After picking one fruit, Tian put it into the box, and then went to pick the remaining 2 fruits. Soon, Tian picked all 3 fruits and put them into the box. After closing the lid, Tian looked at Lin Shen and pouted and said, "Don't be surprised there. It's nothing, something, well." Thump. Tian fell to the ground as he spoke. Lin Shen was startled, but he quickly backed away from Tian, who was lying on the ground, and looked at him from a distance. After Tian picked the fruit, the small snow-white tree dried up quickly, and dust fell from the branches. After a while, the small tree turned into a small pile of white dust. Looking at Tian next to him, he didn't seem to be dead. His breathing was even, his chest rose and fell steadily, and he looked as if he was just asleep. Lin Shen was secretly glad that Tian was not dead, otherwise he would not know how to explain to Tian when he returned. What on earth made Tian look like this? Is it the 3 fruits, or the little tree itself? While Lin Shen was thinking, he suddenly saw the white ash that the little tree had turned into moved. Lin Shen hid behind a huge gladioli leaf and quietly looked at the white dust. Soon, I saw a small hole appeared on the ground. A small thing poked its head and quickly crawled out of the hole. Lin Shen looked at the little thing carefully and found that it looked like a cartoon version of a weasel, with big and round eyes, a chubby body, and a very big tail. It's just that its body is not made of fur, but a colorful crystal, which looks like a multicolored crystal handicraft. It's a crystal-based creature. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. He could still deal with ordinary crystal-based creatures. If a powerful ascended creature comes, Lin Shen cannot guarantee that he will have the strength to protect Tian. After the little thing came out, it did not attack Tian, who was sleeping soundly next to it. Instead, it ran to the white ash that the small tree had turned into, dipped some white ash with its paws, put it in its mouth, and started to shudder. After taking a sip, the little thing's expression suddenly became extremely intoxicated, as happy as if he was drunk, and he was still spinning in circles. Let me go. What is the white ash that the small tree turned into? Why does it look so evil? When Lin Shen was surprised, several more similar crystal-based creatures crawled out of the hole. After they climbed out, they immediately swarmed up and licked the white ash with their paws. After a while, these little things were spinning in circles, and after a while they staggered and fell to the ground. The same thing happened to the little things that crawled out of the hole later. In the end, they all seemed to be drunk, lying on the ground and falling asleep. Judging from their symptoms, they were very similar to Tian's, except that Tian didn't get drunk and fell directly to the ground and fell asleep. It seems that the problem lies with that little tree. Lin Shen was now sure that there was something wrong with the little tree itself, but there was no way to determine whether there was something wrong with the fruit. He had reminded Tian before that the fruit was somewhat different from the attribute fruit mentioned in the intelligence. The two fruits are indeed very similar. From the appearance, they are almost the same fruit. However, Lin Shen discovered that the colors inside the fruit were somewhat different. Although the attribute fruit was also colorful, its colors did not include black. And among the three fruits Tian picked, there was a touch of black among the colorful ones. For this reason, Lin Shen even opened his little notebook and compared it with the information he had written down. It turned out that the attribute fruit was indeed not that dark. Memory is not very reliable sometimes, but it is more reliable to record it. Seeing a dozen little things. Falling asleep, Lin Shen summoned the genetic carapace and cautiously approached Tian. He walked very slowly, fearing that he would also be hit. I don't know why, maybe it's because the little tree has turned into powder, and the powder has been eaten by those crystal-based creatures, so the effect of making Tian fall asleep is gone. Or maybe the fruit I locked in the box and the smell cannot come out. Anyway, no matter what the reason was, Lin Shen was not affected, and the theory of evolution was not activated. Lin Shen came to Tian, pulled Tian's legs, and pulled him to another place, away from the crystal-based creatures who were also sleeping. The box containing the fruit was also taken back by Lin Shen, but he did not open it. If he falls asleep too, and two people are sleeping soundly in a place like this, who knows if they will be eaten by genetically modified creatures. Lin Shen took out water and poured it on Tian's face. He listened to the storytelling program on the radio, where someone woke up like this after being knocked unconscious. Unfortunately, this trick didn't seem to be very effective. Lin Shen poured out a bottle of water, but Tian still didn't react at all. Tian, wake up. Lin Shen had no choice but to use his hand to draw Tian's face. After hitting him once or twice, there was no response at all. Lin Shen had to increase his strength and hit him on the face, but it was still useless. Tian was sleeping like a dead pig. Why did Tian come? If it was Tian Sun who was hit now, wouldn't I take her fire? Lin Shen was secretly depressed. Seeing that he couldn't wake Tian up, Lin Shen was thinking about whether to use the mutant black armored centipede to bite him. The venom of the mutant black armored centipede can make people very painful, and maybe it can wake him up. Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly heard something again. Lin Shen hurriedly dragged Tian to hide behind the grass leaves. After a while, Lin Shen saw a crystal-based creature like a saber-toothed tiger jumping out of the grass, staring at the sleeping little things on the ground. The saber-toothed tiger obviously didn't know how to write the word polite. It came up and bit a little thing in its mouth and chewed it. What terrified Lin Shen was that the sleeping creatures didn't react at all, even though the saber-toothed tiger was biting so hard. The saber-toothed tiger was so big that it couldn't eat just one little creature. It ate them all alive, leaving not even a hair. After eating everything, the saber-toothed tiger yawned and fell asleep on the ground. Bang! 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 The giant grass in the distance was shaking, and another genetically modified creature came over. However, this time, the genetically modified creature was much larger than the previous ones, and the mammoth was not as big as it. Ascending creature. Didn't they say there were no ascending creatures here? Lin Shen saw the creature clearly and was shocked. The big guy, who looked like a colorful crystal, walked to the sleeping saber-toothed tiger, lowered his head and picked up the saber-toothed tiger directly. The saber-toothed tiger did not react at all and was thrown into the air by the big guy, and then swallowed it. After a few crunches, the saber-toothed tiger was swallowed by the big guy. Lin Shen originally thought that this ascended creature was so big that its resistance must be much higher. It was not so easy to put it to sleep after it changed hands several times. After all, it takes time to digest such a big saber-toothed tiger. Who knew that the big guy took only a few steps and actually fell to the ground headfirst, smashing the emerald gladiolus next to it, lying on the ground motionless, and fell asleep. That thing is so powerful? Lin Shen was surprised. If he had known that the powder of the small tree was so powerful that even the ascended creatures had no resistance, he would have kept some powder. If I meet an enemy I can't defeat, I'll try to feed him some of this stuff, so that he can sleep like a dead pig. Then I can kill him however I want. Unfortunately, all the powders have been licked up, and there's no chance to get it now. This guy swallowed a saber-toothed tiger. Maybe its ascension fluid has the effect of the small tree powder. I'll kill it later and collect its ascension fluid. It will have some effect. Lin Shen waited for a while, but no other creatures appeared. The ascended creature was still sleeping like a dead pig. So he quietly came to its side. He pushed it twice with his hand, but there was no reaction at all. It can be seen how strong the effect of the small tree powder is. After several transformations, it is still so powerful. Lin Shen no longer hesitated, and ran back to take out the archangel sword that Tian was carrying in the sword box. Xiao Tian, let me borrow it. Lin Shen took the archangel sword and came to the side of the ascended creature again. He aimed at the red acupuncture point on the head of the ascended creature and stabbed it directly with a sword. The archangel sword seemed to have no weight in his hand, but it was really hard and sharp enough. With Lin Shen's strength and speed, he stabbed the sword directly to the bottom, and the whole sword body was stabbed in, leaving only the guard and the hilt outside. The sleeping ascended creature didn't even react at all, and was stabbed to death by Lin Shen's sword. Lin Shen took out the prepared water bag, and then slowly pulled out the sword, and the colorful ascended liquid flowed out along the blade. Lin Shen hurriedly used the water bag to catch it. Although this ascended creature was so big, there was not much ascended liquid in its body. Lin Shen caught 3 full bags, and the 4th bag was not full, and only half of it was taken. It was a pity that when it was killed, it did not spray out the life base. It is estimated that the life base still exists in the body in the form of particles. Lin Shen wanted to dig out its life base. The life base still has a spiritual existence after the owner dies. As long as it is touched, it should automatically condense into shape. Lin Shen used his sword to decompose the body of the ascended creature. Just when he cut the spine, he heard a jingle. Then he saw colorful particles flying out of the spine of the creature, and soon condensed into a colorful crystal-like flower. However, without the leader, the flower-like life base only stayed in the air for a moment and fell directly to the ground. Hey, the life base of this ascended creature actually has a flower. Lin Shen picked up the flower life base. The flower part of this life base is about the size of Lin Shen's fist, and it looks a bit like a rose, with thin branches and a few leaves underneath, and some small thorns on the branches. The whole life base is colorful, with only colorful light flowing inside, and no fixed form of spirit. Lin Shen looked down at his watch and saw that there was already information on it. Killed the 6-turn mutant ascended creature, Noctilucent beast, and found the 6-turn mutant spirit-based Noctilucent flower. Oh my god, this thing is actually a 6-turn mutation. Why? Didn't I feel it was so strong? I can only say that the 10-turn Archangel sword is too hard and sharp. Lin Shen was ecstatic. This mutant 6-turn spirit-based, noctilucent flower was like a free pickup. Lin Shen quickly stuffed the noctilucent flower into his backpack, and hung all the bags of ascension liquid on his body, and then returned to Tianqin's place, and put the clean and spotless Archangel sword back into the sword box. It seems that I should find a spirit-based weapon as a weapon in the future. Although I can't exert the power of the spirit-based, its hardness and sharpness will be of great help to me in killing ascended creatures. I didn't use spirit-based weapons before because I didn't have enough strength. Now my strength is enough to use ordinary spirit-based weapons, or find a weightless spirit-based weapon like the Archangel sword. Lin Shen was thinking about what kind of spirit-based weapon he would get in the future. Zhongguyuan's sword was buried in his hometown. Lin Shen also buried a lot of spiritual bases on the crater planet, but most of them were first and second level items. The most numerous ones were pterosaur scimitars and triceratops halberds. Unfortunately, Lin Shen couldn't use a knife, and he wasn't used to using the trident halberd. It would be nice if I could get a spear or a soft whip. Lin Shen squatted down and pinched Tian Xian's philtrum again, but he still couldn't wake him up. No, I have to get him back. If he dies here, it will be hard to explain to Tian Sun. Lin Shen thought about it and planned to try again. If it didn't work, he would rather not have the attribute fruit and get Tian Xian out first and hand him over to Tian Sun. Lin Shen summoned the Black Crystal Stone Man, and then asked the Black Crystal Stone Man to hold the box containing the fruit and leave to the distance, and then let it open the box. Lin Shen looked at it from a distance and saw the Black Crystal Stone Man standing there, motionless for a while, not sleeping like Tianqin, and he suddenly felt happy. Lin Shen was still not at ease, so he sent a few more pets to go to the fruit, but the result was the same, none of them fell asleep. Sure enough, it was the small tree that made Tianqin fall asleep, and it had nothing to do with the fruit. Lin Shen had another guess in his mind, so he stayed farther away from Tianqin, and then asked the Stone Man to hold the box containing the fruit and walked there beside Tianqin. When Tianqin was picking fruits before, she didn't fall asleep. It stands to reason that the little tree's ability to induce sleep is so strong. When Tianqin picked the first fruit, he should have fallen asleep long ago after lingering for so long. But he didn't fall asleep until he picked all 3 fruits, put them in the box, and closed them. Lin Shen wondered if it was because of the existence of these 3 fruits that Tianqin didn't fall asleep directly at first. Just as Lin Shen thought, after the 3 fruits approached Tianqin, Tianqin, which had always been like a dead pig, actually started to move and slowly woke up. Fuck. After Tian Xian woke up, he found a Black Crystal Stone Man standing in front of him. He was shocked and punched the Black Crystal Stone Man's head. Fortunately, Lin Shen reacted in time and made the Black Crystal Stone Man retreat to avoid Tian Xian's punch, otherwise the Black Crystal Stone Man's head would have been blown up. But after the Black Crystal Stone Man was far away from Tian Xian suddenly felt dizzy again, and then fell to the ground with a plop. Haha, it's interesting. These fruits grow on small trees, but they can cure the small tree sleep syndrome. However, the smell of the fruit alone cannot completely cure the sleep syndrome. Maybe you have to eat the fruit to completely cure the sleep syndrome. Lin Shen speculated secretly. He just speculated so but he didn't dare to do it. If eating the fruit would cause any damage to the body, it would not be good. Without me, you would have died here a long time ago. I'll take one fruit as a thank you for saving my life. You're welcome. Lin Shen took a fruit and kept it for himself, and put the remaining 2 back in the box. With this fruit, Lin Shen was no longer afraid of contracting sleep syndrome. He took out the ascension fluid of the nightlight beast and just licked it a little. He suddenly felt his eyelids a little heavy, and he was so sleepy that he couldn't open his eyes. The theory of evolution immediately started to run wildly. This thing is really powerful. It is really useful for treating insomnia. It is simply a blessing for insomniacs. Lin Shen was surprised and happy. He collected so many ascension fluids with sleep effects, and he could apply them on weapons in the future, just like poisoning weapons. Just think about it. If the opponent is injured by a shot, he will fall asleep soon. It's so cool. Maybe it's because the fruit on his body took effect. His sleepiness was quickly eliminated a lot, and the theory of evolution didn't run much. Lin Shen quickly put the fruit into a sealed bottle, and immediately felt that the sleepiness came again, and the theory of evolution ran wildly again. Lin Shen forced himself not to fall asleep. After a long time, he gradually felt that he was no longer sleepy, and then licked some of the ascension fluid of the nightlight beast. After repeating this several times, Lin Shen was basically immune to the sleep syndrome, so he put away the ascension fluid. He asked the stone man to put the fruit next to Tian Xian again, and then took the stone man back. After a while, Tian Xian woke up again. What's going on? After Tian Xian woke up, he jumped up and looked around vigilantly. You almost died just now. Lin Shen slightly modified the story and told Tian Xian. He didn't say it so complicated, just saying that after Tian Xian picked the fruit, the small tree turned into flying ash and made him sleepy, and then the nightlight beast came out to eat him, and Lin Shen killed the nightlight beast and saved Tian Xian. Although Tian Xian felt that Lin Shen couldn't be so kind to save him, he was willing to help, definitely to please Tian Sun. But the fact is that Lin Shen saved him, no matter what the reason was. This point cannot be changed, which made Tian Xian very depressed. As a reward for saving you, I took a fruit. The fruit can control narcolepsy. You won't fall asleep if you carry it with you. Don't let it be too far away from you, otherwise you will still fall asleep. Lin Shen said. Humph. Tian Xian's good impression of Lin Shen just disappeared instantly because Lin Shen took a fruit without authorization. Tian Xian was not reluctant to give up a fruit. If Lin Shen waited for him to wake up and asked him to give Lin Shen one himself, Tian Xian would accept it. But taking it away directly like this obviously looked down on Tian Xian, which made Tian Xian very unhappy. But after all, he saved his life. Tian Xian didn't say anything, just kept the remaining 2 fruits close to his body. He also thought that eating the fruit might completely relieve narcolepsy. But he and Lin Shen had the same idea and didn't dare to try it easily. Tian Xian planned to wait until he returned to Tian Sun before deciding whether to eat the fruit. With this experience, Tian Xian didn't dare to be careless again. For my aunt's sake, I allow you to follow me to find attribute fruits, but we will split the attribute fruits we find in 3 to 2, 3 for me and 2 for you. Tian Xian stared at Lin Shen and said. Okay. Lin Shen said with a smile. Anyway, one person can only eat One attribute fruit, and it is useless to eat more. Lin Shen only plans to keep a few for his eldest sister, Lao Wei, and others. As for the second and third brothers, they are definitely not base changers, so it is useless to eat them. He didn't know that Wei Wufu was also an ascender when he came, and he was still thinking of leaving one for Wei Wufu. After the two reached an agreement, they set out again together to find attribute fruits in the bushes. The daytime on the giant ring star is more than 80 hours. They spent some time on the road, and they were delayed for so long just now. There are less than 70 hours left. In addition, they have to leave a few hours to go down the mountain. Time is not very ample, so they can only speed up the search for attribute fruits. The two were lucky. After searching for more than an hour, they found an attribute fruit tree with 2 attribute fruits hanging on it. Tian didn't dare to go up and pick the fruit this time, but looked at Lin Shen. He felt that this attribute fruit tree was no different from the one they had just found, and the fruit looked similar. He was a little unsure whether it was an attribute fruit. This is right, it is an attribute fruit. Lin Shen took out a small notebook to compare it. All the characteristics matched, and there was no black inside the fruit. It should be an attribute fruit without a doubt. Tian was bitten by a snake one day. After being afraid of the rope for 10 years, he dared not pick the fruits by himself. He summoned a humanoid pet and let the pet go over to pick the fruits. After picking the fruits, the snow-white tree immediately withered and turned into ashes and scattered in the wind. I'll collect the fruits first and divide them when we go out. Tian collected the fruits. Lin Shen didn't care and let Tian collect the fruits. The two continued to look for attribute fruits. This valley is really amazing. The two people walked around for more than 10 hours and didn't meet other gene changers who picked attribute fruits. In these 10 hours, the two people harvested a total of 5 attribute fruits. Tian gave Lin Shen 2, which was considered a share. Little Tian, you are very particular. Lin Shen gave Tian a thumbs up. He thought Tian would swallow the attribute fruits, but he didn't expect that he would actually share them. If you call me like this again, believe it or not, I will kill you now? Tian said angrily. You don't like this name, then I'll call you my nephew like Tian baby. Lin Shen thought carefully. You dare? Tian felt so tired, gritted his teeth and said, just call me by my name. Okay, then call me Tian. Lin Shen nodded. Tian still felt something was wrong, obviously his name, which he felt was normal before, and there was nothing wrong with it. Why did he feel something was wrong when Lin Shen called it out? The two searched for another 2 or 3 hours, but did not find any more attribute fruit trees. Just when they were feeling depressed, they saw that there were fewer colorful gladioli in front of them, and they could vaguely see the shimmering water. There is a water source ahead. The two looked at each other, walked over carefully, and found a small lake that was not too big. To their surprise, several other mutations, including Shiman Jianka, were actually by the lake, looking up at the lake, and they didn't know what they were looking at. Seeing Tian and the others coming over, one of them, a celestial being named Xixiong, took the initiative to greet Tian. The celestial beings with names in the Qi family are all relatively low-level members. They have no qualifications for ranking at all, so they can only give themselves a name. Only those high-level people can have names with numerical rankings. Ordinary celestial Beings with the surname Qi are not allowed to have numbers in their names. Qi Xiong, what's going on here? Tian went over to talk to Qi Xiong, and Lin Shen was standing next to him. There is a gladiolus in the middle of the lake, Qi Xiong said. Lin Shen and Tian both saw the gladiolus growing in the center of the lake. The gladiolus was even bigger than the ones they had seen before. The part that was exposed above the water was hundreds of meters long, and it was unknown how long it was underwater. The focus of what Qi Xiong said was obviously not the gladiolus in the water. The two looked at it carefully for a while, and soon found that there was an attribute fruit tree growing in the center of the leaves of the gladiolus. The part of the attribute fruit tree that was exposed above the water was 3 or 4 meters high, and at least hundreds of colorful attribute fruits were hanging on it. Because in the center of the gladiolus, most of the attribute fruit tree was blocked by the huge leaves of the gladiolus, and it could only be seen in some special locations. Is that an attribute fruit? Tian looked at Lin Shen while speaking. It must be an attribute fruit. What else can it be besides an attribute fruit? Qi Xiong thought Tian was asking him, and answered casually. Lin Shen nodded slightly, and that thing was indeed an attribute fruit. Why didn't you take it? Tian asked with some doubts. Although flying is taboo on Giant God Mountain, it is not impossible to fly. It is just because flying can easily attract creatures from other places in Giant God Mountain, so flying is generally not chosen when going up and down the mountain. There are no other creatures here, just flying at low altitude too. Pick those attribute fruits, there should be no big problem. You can't fly. It seems that there is a prohibition of flying above the lake. If you enter the range of the lake, you will fall into the lake. Another celestial being Chiba said. Is there something strange in the lake? Tianqin immediately looked at the lake. If it was an ordinary lake, they should have swam over long ago. But Tianqin looked carefully for a long time and didn't find anything in the water. Qi Xiong nodded and said, there is a kind of transparent filament-like creature in the water. If you don't look carefully, you can hardly see them, but once you fall into the water, those creatures will entangle you, which is very troublesome. After hearing what Qi Xiong said, Tianqin looked carefully in the lake again, but still couldn't see the transparent filament creature they said. Don't look, if you can see it, we won't suffer a loss. Just now, Qi Xiong told them about the loss they suffered when they first came. Fortunately, only Qi Xiong flew over the lake. After falling into the water, he was entangled by those transparent filament-like creatures and could not move. Chiba rescued him on the shore and pulled him up. According to the two brothers, those transparent filament creatures should be crystal-based creatures, but after cutting off the filament creatures, there was no killing prompt on the watch. No wonder you are all watching here and didn't go to get the attribute fruit. Tianqin also felt a headache after hearing this. Tianren are generally not good at fighting in the water. Although Tianqin knows water, he is not very good at it either. Otherwise, when he was on King Kai, he would not have made himself so embarrassed when he killed a mutant creature in the sea. It is impossible to fly over, and there are countless transparent filament creatures in the water. It is really not easy to pick the fruit. Can't you walk on the water and go over the water? Lin Shen, who was standing aside, asked after listening. Qi Xiong and Chiba obviously don't think much of humans, and they are not as polite as Tianqin. Qi Xiong snorted coldly, if you have the ability to walk on the water to pick the fruit, go ahead and pick it. We won't compete with you. If you can walk on the water, do you think we will just stand here and watch? Chiba also said. Lin Shen didn't get angry with them. Now his mentality is very tolerant. He still said in a good voice, why can't you walk on the water? With your speed, it shouldn't be difficult to walk on the water, right? Didn't I say just now that there is a problem with this lake? You can't even fly over it, let alone walk on the water. You will be pulled directly into the water by strange forces. If you don't believe it, go and try it yourself. Qi Xiong said. Obviously they should have tested it with pets. It's not feasible to walk on the water. Lin Shen looked at Shimin Jianke and Nzingximenren not far away. Because of this problem, they also didn't dare to go into the water to pick the fruit. They could only think of a way on the shore. Shimin Jianke got a long rope from somewhere and tied a crystal-based spear at the tip of the long rope. He used the spear as a javelin and threw it over, trying to get it stuck between the leaves of the gladiolus, and then used the rope to rush over. Unfortunately, the spear didn't rush out very far, as if it was sucked by some force and plunged into the lake. Lake water dense transparent filaments immediately appeared inside, like transparent fishing lines, entangled the spear in the air, and pulled the spear into the water deeper, sinking to the bottom and disappearing in an instant. The rope tied on it also broke where it touched the water, and this method still didn't work. For a while, several people were a little helpless, looking at so many attribute fruits, but they could only watch. Lin Shen looked at Shimin Jianke's operation, but his heart moved. I see those transparent filaments, it seems that they can't rush out of the water? Lin Shen stared at the water surface and said, those transparent filaments really can't leave the water, but you also see that nothing can pass over the water surface, and they will definitely be pulled into the water. Whether they can rush out of the water or not, the result is the same. Qi Xiong said. If that's the case, I can give it a try. Lin Shen thought to himself. He has the light skill of floating on water. Although Lin Shen thought that this fire seed skill was useless. At first, he thought about it carefully later and found that this skill was still useful. For example, in this lake, others cannot fly over and will be sucked into the water. Qinggong water floating and Qibugan Guar. Both regular skills. As long as his speed reaches the standard of Qinggong water floating, he can walk on the water, and no matter how strong the force is, he cannot be pulled down. Lin Shen wanted to pick the fruit, but he didn't show it. Let's see if other people have any means to pick the fruit. If they can't think of a way, it won't be too late to pick the fruit. After they leave, Lin Shen watched from the side, and several people tried several methods, but it still didn't work. Anything passing through the water will be sucked into the water and pulled to the bottom of the lake by the filament creature. Tian Xin even summoned a crystal-based fish to try to swim across. As a result, the fish was entangled by the filaments like a cocoon as soon as it entered the water, and was quickly pulled to the bottom of the lake and disappeared. Shimin Jianke left the lake first and went to other places to continue looking for attribute fruits. No matter how many attribute fruits there are here, it's useless if you can't get them. It's just a waste of time to guard them. Tian Xin didn't want to waste time anymore, but Lin Shen grabbed him and said, think of another way. As long as you can get through, just picking a little will be more than what we have gained in dozens of hours. You say it's easy, how can you get through? If you can get through, just pick it. Tian Xin snorted coldly. Try again, maybe it will work. Lin Shen took out a pet gun and fired a pet capsule in the direction of the attribute fruit tree. Unfortunately, the crystal-based pet capsule he shot fell into the water as soon as it entered the water surface, and the pets were entangled by transparent filaments and pulled to the bottom of the lake. What are you doing? Tian thought that Lin Shen was out of his mind, and there was no point in doing this. I'm experimenting. Maybe there is a pet with the ability to resist the suction in the lake, Lin Shen explained. After listening to his explanation, Tian sneered. Qi Ba and Qi Xiong were too lazy to watch him toss and turn, and after saying goodbye to Tian, they went to other places to look for attribute fruits. The celestial being of the and family studied for a while, but couldn't come up with a solution, and finally left unwillingly. Don't waste time anymore. Tian didn't want to waste time either, so he turned around and prepared to leave, no longer paying attention to Lin Shen. Don't worry, you leave, it's too tiring for me to pick fruits alone, and I have to share them with you later, which is too troublesome, Lin Shen said with a smile. If you have the ability to go and pick the fruits, you can pick as many as you want. I don't want any, Tian said with a sneer. He didn't believe that Lin Shen could go and pick the fruits. So many people couldn't do it, so what good solution could Lin Shen have? Are you serious? Lin Shen looked at Tian with a strange look and said, Of course it's true. I, Tian, always keep my word. 9 oxen can't pull it back, Tian said proudly. Okay, then I'll give it a try. If you really pick the fruits, don't regret it. Lin Shen smiled. Regret? Whoever regrets is a grandson, Tian said straightforwardly. In that case, I'll go. Lin Shen looked around and saw that everyone else had disappeared, so he didn't waste any more time. Tian saw Lin Shen walking to the lake, as if he wanted to go into the water by himself, and said coldly, If you go into the water and get trapped, I won't save you. You don't need to save me. Lin Shen came to the lake, but did not go into the water. Instead, he took off the half bag of ascension liquid from his waist. Opening the lid, Lin Shen carefully sprinkled the ascension liquid in the bag into the lake little by little. What are you doing? Tian frowned secretly, wondering what tricks Lin Shen was playing again and why he poured the ascension liquid into the lake. You'll know later, Lin Shen said as he sprinkled the ascension liquid in different places. When the ascension liquid was just sprinkled, the filamentous creatures in the lake suddenly moved, but after a while, when Lin Shen sprinkled the ascension liquid into the lake again, there was no movement in the lake. Tian, who had originally watched Lin Shen's trouble with cold eyes, now saw the doorway and said with wide eyes, This is the ascension liquid of the luminous beast. Could it be that its ascension liquid also contains the effect of making people sleepy? It should be. Lin Shen sprinkled half a bag of ascension liquid several times. Seeing that there was no movement in the lake, he took a pet into the water too. Try it out. The pet fell into the water and swam around in the water, but there was no filamentous creature to entangle it. It's done. Lin Shen put away the water bag. Why didn't you say so earlier? Tian said, and he actually got another pet that looked like a big fish into the water, and then he stood on the back of the big fish and rushed to the center of the lake. Tian rushed to the center of the lake and said proudly, I just said that whoever picks the fruit belongs to him, but I didn't say that I won't pick it myself. Lin Shen smiled and said nothing. After taking the pet back, he jumped up and jumped onto the lake surface, walking on the lake water. Tian Xian rushed forward with all his heart, and didn't look at Lin Shen behind him. His big fish pet was much faster than Lin Shen's walking on the water, and it was about to rush to the side of the sword orchid in the water. Suddenly, a series of filaments stretched out from the water, wrapped around the big fish, and directly pulled the big fish down. Why is the sleeping spell gone? Tian Xian was immediately shocked, seeing that his feet were about to touch the water. Those filaments were already impatiently coming out of the water, trying to wrap around his legs. Tian Xian jumped up quickly, but unfortunately he didn't jump too high, and his body was pulled into the lake by the suction force. Those filaments that came out of the water only stretched out more than a foot above the water surface before they began to melt. It was obvious that they could not survive outside the lake. Tian Xian pulled out. He took out the archangel sword and chopped at the lake below, cutting off some of the filaments. But there were too many filaments in the water. After he fell into the water, a large number of filaments entangled him from all directions, making Tianqin unable to defend himself. After a while, he was tied up and couldn't move. And the archangel sword in his hand couldn't swing. It's over. Tianqin suddenly felt his heart sink, and he regretted that he shouldn't come down first, and should let Lin Shen rush in front, and he should come down to take advantage. It's too late to regret now. When Tianqin thought he was going to die, he suddenly felt that the filaments entangled with him seemed to have no strength. He hurriedly struggled to get rid of the shackles of those filaments, and this time he found it easy to break free. When his head emerged from the water, he saw Lin Shen walking on the water while scattering the ascension liquid. The reason why the filaments entangled with him were weak was because the ascension liquid scattered by Lin Shen took effect, and they had fallen asleep. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, you have to take your time, Lin Shen said as he walked past Tian Xian and rushed into the gladiolus area. How can he walk on water? Tian Xian couldn't help but be stunned, and subconsciously flapped his wings to fly, at least to walk on water like Lin Shen. But no matter how hard he tried, once his body left the water, he would be pulled down again by a sudden force, and it was impossible to walk on the water. Why can that guy do it? Tian Xian's expression was complicated, but he didn't dare to delay time, and swam to the gladiolus area with his hands and feet. Lin Shen was the first to arrive in front of the attribute fruit tree. He climbed up by grabbing the trunk and sat on the branch. This attribute fruit tree is 3 or 4 meters high, similar to a normal fruit tree. The attribute fruits it bears are obviously larger than those on those small trees. Each attribute fruit is as big as a hawthorn. Lin Shen took out a folded backpack, stepped on the branches to pick fruits, and threw all the picked fruits into the backpack. When Tian Xian swam over through the gladiolus area, more than half of the fruits on the tree had entered Lin Shen's backpack, leaving only those on the outer tips. Because the distance was far, Lin Shen had not had time to pick them. Leave a few for me. Tian Xian rushed out of the water in a hurry and wanted to pick the fruits. But he had just rushed out of the water and was pulled down by the force in the water, and he couldn't reach the fruits on the branches at all. Tian Xian tried several times, but couldn't reach the fruits on the branches. Lin Shen jumped down from the tree branch and stepped on the water to pick the fruits. Seeing the fruits fall into his hands, Tian Xian was so anxious that he wanted to vomit blood. He quickly swam to the trunk, climbed up the tree, used the archangel sword to cut the branches, and took the branches and the fruits on them together, finally getting a few fruits. Unfortunately, he only got a few fruits, and Lin Shen had already picked all the remaining fruits. The backpack was bulging and almost couldn't fit. "Let's go back," Lin Shen said and stepped on the water to return. Although Tian Xin also picked a dozen, he was still very depressed. If it weren't for Lin Shen's harvest, he would have picked these dozen far more than he expected when he came. But thinking that Lin Shen picked a full backpack, he felt that these dozen were not good. Tian Xin didn't dare to stay here alone, so he could only jump into the water and swim back with Lin Shen. When I got ashore, I saw that Lin Shen was not wet at all, carrying a bulging backpack, and I looked like a drowned chicken. And I felt even worse. The fruits we picked today are almost enough. No matter how many more we pick, we can't use them all. Let's leave some for those who come later. Let's go back first, Lin Shen said, with a smile. That's a nice thing to say. When you picked fruits just now, I didn't see you leave any. You picked enough, but I haven't picked enough. Tian Xin gritted his teeth and said, "If you are not afraid of being robbed, stay here and continue to look for fruit trees." Lin Shen turned around and left. "I only picked a few, why would they rob me?" "If they want to rob, they will rob you," Tian Xin said angrily. "If they look back and see that there are no fruits here, if they meet you again, do you think they will believe you?" Lin Shen said without looking back. Tian Xin thought about it and thought that he would not believe it either. He must have thought that he and Lin Shen picked the fruits together. At that time, Lin Shen had already run away. He faced 4 people alone, and 2 fists could not beat 4 hands. It would be hard to explain at that time. Tian Xin hesitated again and again, and could only catch up with Lin Shen and walk out together. "I am so unlucky to meet you," Tian Xin complained as he walked. "If you hadn't met me, you would have died long ago, and you wouldn't even have the chance to pick these fruits," Lin Shen said lightly. Tian Xin was slightly startled, and surprisingly did not refute. He knew in his heart that Lin Shen was right. If there was no Lin Shen, he might have died when he fell asleep. And without Lin Shen, he couldn't go into the water, and he couldn't pick so many fruits. The two walked back and forth in silence. It was still early now. After rushing back, it should be early before dark. As they walked, the two felt something was wrong. In the surrounding gladiolus, it seemed that something was staring at them. "Do you feel as if something is staring at us?" Lin Shen looked back at Tian Xin and asked. "Yes, and there are a lot of them." Tian Xin looked around and said, "If they don't come out, we'll keep going," Lin Shen said as he quickened his pace and continued to move forward, rushing to the exit as much as possible. Tian Xin had no other choice but to follow Lin Shen. After walking for a while, the two suddenly saw a creature coming out of the gladiolus bushes in front of them, blocking their way. Then they saw one after another, genetically modified creatures coming out of the gladiolus bushes on all sides, and soon surrounded them. Those genetically modified creatures looked like chimpanzees. Although they were not tall, they were all black crystal bodies, obviously crystal-based creatures. "Go ahead, don't get entangled with them." Lin Shen pulled out the dead powder and used it directly as a spear. Sweeping the chimpanzee that flew over from the gladiolus leaves to the side, the dead powder opened and closed. And forcibly swept a path. Tian Xian's archangel sword was even sharper. If touched by the archangel sword, either the arm or the leg would be broken, and the hard crystal-based body would be like tofu. More and more chimpanzees rushed over, but none of them could stop the two men's advance. The dead powder in Lin Shen's hand was hard and soft, sometimes used as a spear, and sometimes whistled like a long whip. The chimpanzees were screaming and howling, and a sweep could sweep down a large group of chimpanzees. Where did these things come from? When we came here before, we didn't see even one, but now we can't kill them all. Tian Xian cursed as he watched the chimpanzees in front of him increase in number. Fighting alone, Tian Xian was not afraid of these chimpanzees. But as more and more chimpanzees, even if they don't fight back and line up for him to kill, he will eventually run out of strength. Once he runs out of strength, he will be slaughtered. The mysterious hieroglyphs on Lin Shen's carapace glowed brilliantly. With the blessing of the super basic text, such a battle can theoretically continue for him. As long as there are no ascended creatures, these chimpanzees can't stop us from rushing out, Lin Shen said loudly while clearing the way in front. Tian Xian saw that Lin Shen, who was clearing the way in front, had been fighting at a high intensity, but his strength did not fluctuate at all, and he was so stable that he could only grit his teeth and follow Lin Shen to continue rushing forward. Suddenly, a black lightning flashed through the gladiolus forest. Lin Shen was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and dodged the black lightning. The black lightning almost flew past the carapace on Lin Shen's neck. Tian Xian behind him did not move so quickly. Fortunately, he also reacted and slashed the black lightning with the archangel sword in his hand. With a loud bang, Tian Xian's archangel sword almost slipped out of his hand, and his body flew backwards uncontrollably, hitting the huge gladiolus leaves behind him, breaking several of them. Fuck, you're such a badass, what you say is true. Tian Xian resisted the turmoil in his chest and climbed up, staring at the black light hovering in the air, and saw that it was a black, hammer-shaped life base. Lin Shen looked straight ahead, where there was a giant chimpanzee, staring at them with bloodshot eyes. The giant chimpanzee was over 10 meters tall, and had a terrifying aura. He glared at Lin Shen and the others and roared. The hammer-shaped life base also bombarded again. Lin Shen was too slow to avoid the hammer's attack, so he could only use 3 consecutive punches to face the hammer head-on. Tian Xian saw this and didn't care about anything else. He flapped his wings and rushed into the sky, trying to escape from the air. The speed and strength of the chimpanzee were not something they could contend with. Even with the 10th turn archangel sword in hand, Tian Xian didn't think he could defeat the chimpanzee. After all, he hadn't ascended yet and couldn't exert the true power of the archangel sword. Lin Shen fought the chimpanzee's life base head-on. In Tian Xian's opinion, Lin Shen was most likely dead. The chimpanzee was upgraded from a flying level, and his strength was already strong. In addition, his life base was a giant hammer. The destructive power that this life base could produce was much stronger than that of a sword or the like. No matter how strong the base changer was, it was difficult to compete with such a life base. He must escape before Lin Shen is killed, otherwise he will be the next to die. Although flying on the giant god mountain may attract other ascended creatures, Tian Xian can't care about that now. Saving his life is the first priority. Boom. With the blessing of the stubborn boxing gloves, Lin Shen's 3 consecutive Punches hit the sledgehammer, and the sledgehammer was actually knocked back. Lin Shen rushed towards the giant chimpanzee quickly. Without using the heavenly sacrifice halo, his strength was not enough to destroy the life base. He could only kill the giant chimpanzee's body to truly end the battle. Tian, who escaped to the sky, was surprised to see that Lin Shen actually shook the sledgehammer's life base away with one punch. Judging from the speed and strength of the sledgehammer's life base, the giant chimpanzee must not be a first turn, but maybe a fifth turn or more ascended. The power and speed of the life base may have exceeded 100, and the destructive power that can be unleashed is extremely strong. Lin Shen was able to face the attack of the hammer head-on and even repelled the hammer. This is a bit scary. How can he, a gene changer, have such strong power? Tian was puzzled. The giant chimpanzee saw that his life base of the hammer was actually shaken away, and he was furious. He punched his chest with both fists and roared. The hammer in the air actually glowed red and hit Lin Shen again. Lin Shen once again blasted out the 3 consecutive punches of stepping on the waves. The surging fist force collided with the red glowing hammer, and the shock wave generated shattered the nearby gladiolus leaves, and the nearby gene change gorillas were also shaken to the ground and rolled around. Lin Shen was also shaken back a few steps by the terrifying shock wave. I don't know what skills the giant gorilla used to greatly increase the power of the sledgehammer. Lin Shen didn't gain any advantage with this punch, but was suppressed instead. With the roar of the giant gorilla, the sledgehammer smashed down again and again. Lin Shen could only fight back with his wave-treading fist, confronting the sledgehammer head-on. Again and again. Fortunately, his fist force was blasted out, and when it collided with the sledgehammer, the force would not rebound to his body, otherwise, his arm would probably be broken by such a heavy blow. Lin Shen could only be thankful that the giant chimpanzee had a very straightforward temper and only knew how to hit him head-on with his hammer. If it was a cunning ascended creature that did not attack Lin Shen head-on but used speed to attack Lin Shen, it would be difficult for Lin Shen to block it all, and the situation would be worse than it is now. After all, Lin Shen's speed is much worse than that of the ascended creature, unlike the strength that has many blessings. Tian wanted to fly to the exit from the air, and when he was about to reach the exit, a phantom suddenly flashed from the sky. Tian was startled and quickly swung the archangel sword to cut the phantom. With a clang, Tian suddenly felt a huge force coming, and the sword rolled in the air together. A halo appeared above Tianxin's head, and holy light also shone on his body. He forced himself to stabilize his body, and his eyes once again caught sight of the phantom flying in the air. It turned out to be a strange life base. The life base was square like a stone brick, but there were strange runes on the stone brick, shining brightly. The stone brick suppressed again, and Tianxin flapped his wings, using the innate flight advantage of the Tianren clan to forcibly avoid the suppression of the stone brick. Another ascending creature has been attracted, Tianxin secretly complained. He didn't even know where the ascending creature was, but he was already entangled by the stone brick. Compared with Lin Shen, Tianxin's situation was even worse. His flying skills and speed were indeed stronger than those of ordinary base changers. Coupled with the blessing of skills and the archangel sword in his hand, fighting against a first-turn ascending creature, he might not be without the ability to kill. But this ascended creature didn't show up at all. He didn't even know what this ascended creature looked like. He could only fight with the stone brick life base. If he continued like this, he would only lose and not win. Sooner or later, he would be finished. He tried to get rid of the battle several times and rushed to the exit of the valley, but unfortunately he was stopped by the stone brick life base, which didn't give him a chance to escape. The duel between Lin Shen and the hammer continued. Under the fierce bombardment of the hammer, Lin Shen also couldn't find a chance to rush to the giant chimpanzee for close combat. Do I have to use the Heaven Sacrifice Halo again? Lin Shen felt a little depressed. Now the Heaven Sacrifice Halo has accumulated more than 100 attributes, and it has not increased much recently. If it is used now, I don't know when it can accumulate again. Lin Shen is still unwilling to use it if he cannot use it. But when he glanced at Tian in the air and saw that he was also entangled by a life base, Lin Shen felt that this time was really troublesome. Even if he could use the Heaven Sacrifice Halo to get rid of this giant gorilla, there are still some nearby. How many ascenders there are? It may not be that easy for them to escape. How did they open up the wasteland? They said there should be no ascenders here, but how many ascenders have come out? Lin Shen felt helpless. Fortunately, Tian can still cope with it for the time being. Before his physical strength is seriously exhausted, nothing should happen. What Lin Shen is afraid of is that their fight will attract more ascenders. It seems that we can only fight quickly and decisively. Lin Shen is ready to use the Heaven Sacrifice Halo to end the battle. It should be okay for two people to deal with an ascender creature. If they can solve the giant chimpanzee. Judging from the power and speed of the stone brick, it should be just an ordinary thing of the first turn, not as powerful as this giant chimpanzee, otherwise it would not be so wretched, hiding and not coming out, and only fighting with life base. Just when Lin Shen wanted to use the Heaven Sacrifice Halo, he suddenly saw a commotion coming from the chimpanzee group in the distance. A large number of chimpanzees seemed to have seen something terrible, and they scrambled to retreat to both sides, and soon made way. And a figure walked over from there. Another ascension? Lin Shen saw clearly what it was, and his face turned a little ugly. He secretly cursed those intelligence personnel for how they collected the information. The creature walked over from the ground. Lin Shen could tell that he was ascended because he was not ordinary. This thing was just like a mecha warrior, with a dark blue crystal armor all over its body, 3 or 4 meters high, like a human-shaped heavy armor tank. When Lin Shen saw him just now, he was ready to run away desperately. He estimated that the reason why these ascended creatures came to them was most likely the attribute fruits in his backpack. As long as he threw the backpack out, it would most likely attract those ascended creatures to snatch it, and he and Tian could take the opportunity to escape. Losing things is better than losing life. But when the ascended creature like a human-shaped tank came over, Lin Shen temporarily gave up this idea. Because he saw that the human-shaped tank pulled out a weapon from its back, and that thing looked like an oversized Gatling gun without a fixed frame. Lin Shen was just worrying about not being able to increase his speed, when suddenly such an ascended creature came. If his weapon could be considered a gun, then Lin Shen really didn't need to be afraid. While Lin Shen was still thinking, the humanoid tank had already picked up his Gatling gun and fired directly at the life base of the hammer in the sky. The Gatling gun emitting blue light. Lin Shen was stunned. The muzzle of the Gatling gun kept emitting blue light, and blue light rushed into the sky, constantly bombarding the life base of the hammer. After the life base of the hammer was hit, traces of frost appeared On the hammer body. As the number of blue light hits increased, the frost on the hammer body also increased. After a while, the light base of the hammer was actually directly exploded, and countless fragments fell from the sky. The giant chimpanzee was shocked and angry. Its life base was destroyed. It opened its mouth and spurted blood. Its momentum suddenly became weak, and it turned around and was about to escape. Unfortunately, before it could escape, the Gatling gun's firepower had already covered it, giving it no chance to escape. In a blink of an eye, the giant chimpanzee's body was blasted into a frozen block by the blue light bullets with freezing power. The chimpanzees fled in panic and ran away in a moment. Lin Shen was stunned. This is too powerful. The ascension above the fifth level directly explodes the life base, and it also has freezing power. Once you are hit, you don't even have a chance to run. The humanoid tank turned its gun and was about to bombard the stone brick life base. In the sky. The owner of the stone brick life base was very cunning. Before the blue light blasted over, he turned around and flew into the distant gladiolus forest and disappeared. Tian also saw the shocking firepower and did not dare to escape. He also knew that under such firepower, he could not escape at all. No matter how fast he flew, he was not as fast as the blue light bullets of the humanoid tank. Tian fell from the sky and came to Lin Shen. The two looked at each other and saw the doubts in each other's hearts. Logically, the humanoid tank's target should be them. After this guy came, he actually killed the giant chimpanzee first and drove away another ascending creature. Until now, creatures like humanoid tanks have not attacked them. I guess he came for the attribute fruits on us. If he wants, give it to him. Tian said to Lin Shen. Lin Shen was also hesitating whether to give him the attribute fruits in his backpack. Theoretically, he was really not afraid of this humanoid tank. No matter how fast his shooting speed and how strong his firepower were, Lin Shen was not afraid. He was just afraid that he had other means. While thinking about it, the humanoid tank made a gesture to them. The meaning of the gesture was easy to understand. It should mean that they should follow him. The humanoid tank turned around and walked back the way he came, while stretching out his hand to signal them to follow. What does he mean? Let us follow him? Tian was slightly startled, and then looked at Lin Shen with a complicated expression. It seems that's what they mean. Lin Shen nodded. Do you want to go? Tian frowned and said he didn't want to go, but if he didn't go, he couldn't bear it. If that thing fired at them, I'm afraid I can't not go. Lin Shen's eyes swept towards the surrounding gladiolus forest. Tian also subconsciously looked over, and vaguely saw some figures hidden in the gladiolus forest. Are they all flying upgrades? Tian's face was extremely ugly. He knew that the other party deliberately let them find out, just to warn them not to think about escaping. It should be. Lin Shen sighed. Those who deal with intelligence are damned. Tian cursed in a low voice. Let's go, people can't wait. Lin Shen thought about it and felt that it was better not to turn against each other. With the strength of the other party, if they wanted to kill them, they should have done it just now, and there was no need to make such a fuss. Instead of taking the risk, it's better to see what the other party wants to do. Tian obviously had the same idea, and the two of them followed the humanoid tank together. The humanoid tank led the two through the gladiolus bushes, and soon they arrived in front of a natural cave. The humanoid tank signaled them to follow again. In front of the cave, and then walked into the cave. Lin Shen and Tian Xian looked at each other and decided to go in first to see the situation. After the two entered the cave, they found that there were many crystal flowers and plants growing on the cave wall. Under the refraction of light, the whole cave was colorful like a dream. The humanoid tank led the way in front, and after turning around in the cave, they came to a huge underground cave. However, there were no stalactites in this underground cave, and there were colorful crystal plants everywhere. The humanoid tank stopped at one place, turned around to face Lin Shen and Tian Xian, and stood there motionless. Lin Shen and Tian Xian looked around and found that there was a creature with flesh and blood next to the humanoid tank. The body of the creature was entangled by colorful crystal vines, which supported his body like an exoskeleton on his body. What made people feel terrified was that some branches of the vines actually grew into his flesh and blood. Tiger? How come you are here? Tian Xian looked at the tiger-like head of the man and said. He was quite shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that the humanoid tank should be a pet of the tiger. When did such a person come into the giant ring star, and why didn't Tian Sun receive any news? Lin Shen was also confused in his heart, although he didn't know what race this person was. No matter what race, it seemed that people shouldn't appear here. There are people of different races in the pioneering army, so it is normal to have a tiger tribe member. But this tiger man obviously did not appear here recently, and the vines on his body did not grow like that in a day or two. What is even more strange is that the humanoid tank-like ascended creature is not a real pet, but a wild ascended creature. How could it obey the orders of this tiger man? Boy from the celestial tribe, don't be anxious. We have plenty of time to have a good chat. The tiger-headed man glanced at Tian, then turned to Lin Shen and said, Boy, what race are you? Human race. Lin Shen replied. The tiger-headed man was obviously startled when he heard the race name in Lin Shen's report, and muttered to himself, the human race is a bit strange. What's weird? Lin Shen couldn't help but ask. Of course it's strange. I've seen more than 100,000 races in this universe, but this is the first time I've seen something as strange as yours. The tiger-headed man said. I don't think there's anything strange about me. Lin Shen felt that the tiger-headed man's words were a bit inexplicable. The tiger-headed man looked at Lin Shen and said, Are there many people in the human race? Do they all look like you? There are billions, not too few. They all look about the same as me. How is this weird? Lin Shen asked again. Don't you think there's something missing from your human race? Said the tiger-headed man. What's missing? Lin Shen looked down at himself and didn't feel anything was missing. How should I put it? The tiger-headed man lowered his head and thought for a moment, and then said. Let's put it this way, this boy from the celestial clan has the wings of celestial man on his back. We, the tiger clan, have tiger heads. Many races in the universe have their own characteristics. But judging from your appearance, there are no characteristics at all. All the characteristics of you can be seen in other races, and there are no characteristics unique to your race. Lin Shen was slightly startled. He really hadn't thought about this problem. But after recalling it carefully, it seemed that it was really like this. Although the races in the universe he knew looked similar to humans, they all had their own unique physical characteristics. The human race did not seem to have unique physical characteristics. You came to us just to study this? Tian interrupted. It's just a casual comment. The tiger-headed man smiled and said, I came to you because I have a few questions to ask you, and there is another thing I want to ask you. What's your name? Tian didn't ask what it was, but instead asked about the origin of this tiger-headed man. I've been here for too long. I haven't used names for a long time. I can't even remember them anymore. Let me think about it. The tiger-headed man closed his eyes, as if he was thinking hard about something. Lin Shen and Tian looked at each other, becoming even more confused. It has only been more than 10 years since the giant ring was discovered. From the tone of this tiger-headed man, it seems that he has been here for a long time, which is a bit strange. I almost forgot, my name is Demon Bone. The tiger-headed man finally remembered his own name. The demonic bones of the magician. Tian seemed to be shocked when he heard the tiger-headed man's name. He looked at the tiger-headed man in disbelief and said, Are you really the demonic bones? It seems that my name, Demon Bones, has not been forgotten by the universe. Demon Bones seemed a little proud and continued, The word magician is the misunderstanding of me by outsiders. I am just the Emperor Master of the Tiger Tribe. It's really you? Tian became more and more surprised. Is he famous? Lin Shen couldn't help but ask. More than just being famous, Mage Demon Bone is the Emperor's master of the Tiger Clan. The Tiger Clan can reach the top 10 in the universe rankings, and Mage Demon Bone plays the most important role. Tian said thoughtfully. Yao Gu laughed loudly after hearing this. What do you mean by taking credit for your greatness? Boy from the celestial race, you don't have to beautify it deliberately. The reason why those alien races gave me the nickname of magician is because when I was the Emperor's master, I once planned the annihilation of many races in the universe. Lin Shen felt a chill in his heart when he heard this. Genocide was not something that ordinary people could do. What kind of ruthless person must be to be so ruthless as to completely wipe out a race? It's probably not good for him and Tian to meet such a person. Demon Bone didn't seem to mean to explain, and said calmly, Is it the celestial race that controls the giant ring star now? Not bad. Tian couldn't be sure whether this person was a magician Demon Bone, but he didn't dare to offend him. The humanoid tank next to him alone was not something he and Lin Shen could deal with. Demon Bones pondered and asked again, How long have you Celestials been in control of the giant ring star? 17 or 18 years. Tian answered truthfully. This was not a secret and there was no need to hide it. Only 17 or 18 years? Who controlled the giant ring star before you? Yao Gu seemed a little surprised, and then asked again. The transmission device leading to the giant ring star was discovered by our celestial race 17 or 8 years ago. Before that, no one controlled the giant ring star. Tian replied. 17 or 18, no one. Yao Gu seemed very surprised. Even a little unacceptable, frowning and muttering to himself. How long have you been here? Lin Shen was curious and asked. I don't have a timekeeping tool, so I can't remember the time. It should be several hundred universe years ago. Demon Bones answered casually. This answer surprised both Lin Shen and Tian. If Yao Gu had not lied, then the tigers would have discovered the giant ring star hundreds of years ago. But why hasn't the tiger tribe come to develop the giant ring star for hundreds of years? Why didn't they come here to develop it until the Celestials discovered the giant ring star? Demon Bones seemed to have figured something out, and did not dwell on the issue any longer. He continued to ask, what is the rank of the Tiger clan in the universe now? Fourth. Tian answered. Yao Gu seemed even more confused and asked, what about the Supreme Clan? First. Tian now believed that Yao Gu had been here for hundreds of years, otherwise how could he not know that the Supreme Clan was the first race in the universe? It took less than 300 years for the Supreme Clan to go from the top 100 in the universe to the first in the universe. This is also a miracle in the universe, but because the number of the Supreme Clan is relatively small and they do not accept the dependence of other races, no one in the Supreme Clan points to the sky to draw a boundary and become a realm king. Also because of the existence of the Supreme Clan, no real realm king has appeared in the past few hundred years. Some people who claim to be realm kings, although their strength and power have almost surpassed the universe, have not conquered the Supreme Clan, so how can they be considered real realm kings? The Supreme Clan is the first? How is this possible? Yao Gu couldn't help but widen his eyes as if he had heard a fairy tale. It is indeed the best. Not only in combat power, but also in evolutionary level, which is far beyond other races. More than 20 years ago, the Supreme Race gave birth to the first natural nirvana. The name of Dios is known to everyone in the universe. Tian said. Dears, a natural-born nirvana. Yao Gu's eyes were a little complicated, and after a long time he said, I have something to ask of you, and I won't let you work in vain. Help me complete this task, and I will give you this 10-turn ice armor tier as a pet. 10-turn ascended pet. Lin Shen and Tian were a little surprised. They knew that this human tank-like guy was very strong, but they didn't expect that he was as strong as 10 turns. Your Excellency gave such a high reward, I wonder what you need our help for. Lin Shen didn't believe in free lunch. This is not difficult, you just need to help me take a letter to the Supreme Clan to find someone, and then bring his reply back to me. Yao Gu paused and said, no matter what his reply is, the ice armor tier is yours. After that, the vines on Yao Gu's body moved unexpectedly and rolled out 2 things from his body, and sent them to Lin Shen and Tian, respectively. This is a deposit for you, Yao Gu said. Lin Shen looked carefully and saw that what the vines sent to him was a fist-sized ascending egg. Tian also had an ascending egg, but the eggs of the 2 people looked a little different. These 2 are mutant ascending eggs, which you should be able to use in the future. Yao Gu paused and said, it is best to eat the 5 elements tree king fruits you picked after ascending. They are more effective than ordinary 5 elements fruits and have the same effect on ascenders. Many ascending creatures in the valley are eyeing the fruits of the 5 elements tree king, but they are unable to pick them. When you go out, I will let the ice armor ripper send you out. Lin Shen was slightly startled, and then he realized that the ascending creatures who were spying on them in the dark were not sent by Yao Gu. The 2 looked at each other and took the mutant ascending eggs. Who do you want us to find from the Supreme Clan, and what message do you want us to send? Tian asked. Let me think about what the man's name is. His name should be Lu Ran. You just need to ask him one question, whether the agreement with me, Yao Gu, still counts. No matter how he answers, you don't need to say anything more, just bring his answer back to me. Yao Gu said. Although it's a bit troublesome to go to the Supreme Clan, I still have some connections in the Supreme Clan, so it shouldn't be a problem. Tian Xian said. That's great. I'll let the Ice Armor Tearer send you away. Yao Gu was unexpectedly straightforward, without saying anything else, and directly. Let the Ice Armor Tearer send them away. Lin Shen and Tian Xian were a little confused. How could this legendary magician Yao Gu be so easy to talk to? Isn't he afraid that Lin Shen and Tian Xian would take the things and never come back? Originally, Lin Shen and Tian Xian were still worried that Yao Gu had some tricks waiting for them, but the Ice Armor Tearer actually sent them to the exit of the valley, and then went back on his own, without any tricks. The two left the valley and went down the giant god mountain. When they arrived at the base, it was still early, and Shiman Jianke and the others had not returned yet. Tianxuan was not convenient to ask them why they came out so early. After driving the aircraft to take them away from the base, Tianxuan asked, "Why did you come out so early?" Lin Shen and Tianxin told Tianxuan what happened in the valley. Tianxuan was also a little surprised after listening. Only our Tianren tribe found a transmission device on the giant ring star. I haven't heard that other tribes have the same transmission device. But from the look of him, it seems that he has been trapped there for a long time. Tianxin said. This matter is indeed a bit strange. He said that the Supreme Clan member he asked you to find is called Lu Ran? Tianxuan pondered and said, I have never heard of Lu Ran in the Supreme Clan. Don't go to the Supreme Clan for the time being. Let me ask around first. Lin Shen originally had no plan to go to the Supreme Clan, so he didn't care about this matter. Even if he wanted to go, he didn't know how to get to the Supreme Clan, and he didn't have any connections in the Supreme Clan, so he probably wouldn't see anyone there. Although the 10th turn Ice Armor Ripper was good, Lin Shen didn't have the ability to get it. Tian Xian might still have a chance, but whether he dared to go to see the magic master Yao Gu again was his own problem. Lin Shen shared half of the 5 elements tree king fruit he harvested with Tian Sun. This was originally an opportunity given by Tian Sun, and it would be unreasonable not to share it with her. Besides, Lin Shen still wanted the fire on her body, so he had to show some appreciation. Lin Shen still had 49 5 elements tree king fruits left, and he couldn't use them all, so one was enough. Back to Paradise Island, Lin Shen talked to his eldest sister and left her an ordinary 5 elements fruit and several 5 elements tree king fruits, which could be used at the basic transformation level and the flying upgrade level, respectively. Lin Shen had very few ordinary 5 elements fruits on him, but many 5 elements tree king fruits, so he couldn't give more ordinary 5 elements fruits. Back in his room, Lin Shen ate an ordinary 5 element fruit, and the theory of evolution immediately started to work like crazy. According to previous intelligence, the 5 element fruit will only be effective when eaten. For the first time, the 5 element fruit can increase any of the 4 attributes, but only one attribute can be increased. As for which attribute to increase, it seems to be random, or there is a pattern, but it has not been discovered yet. Lin Shen hopes that the attribute he increases is speed. If the speed is fast enough, he can escape even if he can't win. However, only increasing the speed a little bit does not have a big impact on him. It can only be said to be better than nothing. So it would be best if the speed could be increased, and it would also be acceptable to increase other attributes. After the theory of evolution stopped running, Lin Shen looked at his attributes again and was surprised to find that his attributes had not changed. Strange, why didn't it change? Is it because my attributes were originally full? This is not right. Tian said that the attributes added by these fruits can break through the attribute limit. Lin Shen felt that this matter should not be that simple. The theory of evolution has worked, which means that the fruit must be effective, but his surrounding attributes have indeed not changed. What went wrong? Could it be that the attributes randomly increased by the 5 elements? Fruit are not strength, speed, hardness, and toughness, but hidden attributes such as endurance? Lin Shen felt that the 5 elements fruit must have enhanced some attributes, but that attribute was invisible. Lin Shen didn't care much. Anyway, as long as there was an effect, it would be fine. After ascending, he would eat another 5 elements tree king fruit to see the effect. After resting for a while, when night fell, Lin Shen used the mechanical watch to teleport to the crater planet again, and continued to hunt the super source dragon to enhance the soul harvesting skills of the dead fans. This is indeed a bit strange. He said that the Supreme Clan member he asked you to find is called Lu Ran? Tian pondered and said, I have never heard of Lu Ran in the Supreme Clan. Don't go to the Supreme Clan for now. Let me ask around first. Lin Shen originally had no plan to go to the Supreme Clan, so he didn't care about this matter. Even if he wanted to go, he didn't know how to go to the Supreme Clan, and he didn't have any connections in the Supreme Clan, so he probably wouldn't see anyone there. Although the 10th turn Ice Armor Ripper is good, Lin Shen doesn't have the ability to get it. Tian may still have a chance, but whether he dares to see the Magic Master Yao Gu again is his own problem. Lin Shen shared half of the 5 elements tree king fruit he harvested with Tian. Originally, this was the opportunity given by Tian, and it would be unreasonable not to share it with her. Besides, Lin Shen still wanted the fire on her body, so he had to show some appreciation. Lin Shen still had 49 5 elements tree king fruits left, and he couldn't use them all, so one was enough. Back to Paradise Island, Lin Shen talked to his elder sister and left her an ordinary 5-element fruit and several 5-element tree king fruits, which can be used at the basic transformation level and the flying level, respectively. Lin Shen had very few ordinary 5-element fruits, but many 5-element tree king fruits, so he couldn't give more ordinary 5-element fruits. Back to his room, Lin Shen ate an ordinary 5-element fruit, and the theory of evolution immediately started to run wildly. According to previous intelligence, the 5-element fruit will only be effective when each person eats it for the first time. The 5-element fruit can increase any of the 4 attributes, but only one attribute can be increased. As for which attribute to increase, it seems to be random, or there is a pattern, but it has not been discovered yet. Lin Shen hopes that the attribute he increases is speed. If the speed is fast enough, he can escape, even if he can't win. However, only increasing the speed a little bit will not have a big impact on him, and it can only be said that it is better than nothing. So it is best to increase the speed, and increasing other attributes is also acceptable. After the theory of evolution stopped running, Lin Shen looked at his attributes again and was shocked to find that his attributes had not changed. Strange, why is there no change? Is it because my attributes were originally full? This is not right. Tian said that the attributes added by these fruits can break through the attribute limit. Lin Shen felt that this matter should not be that simple. The theory of evolution has worked, which means that the fruit must be effective, but his surrounding attributes have indeed not changed. What went wrong? Could it be that the attributes randomly added by the 5 elements fruit are not strength, speed, hardness, and toughness, but hidden attributes such as endurance? Lin Shen felt that the 5 elements fruit must have enhanced some attributes. But that attribute is invisible. Lin Shen didn't care much. Anyway, as long as there is an effect, it's fine. After ascending, eat another 5 elements tree king fruit to see the effect. After resting for a while, when night fell, Lin Shen used the mechanical watch again to teleport to the crater planet and continued to hunt the super source dragon to enhance the soul harvesting skills of the dead fans. This is indeed a bit strange, he said. That the supreme clan member he asked you to find is called Lu Ran? Tian pondered and said, I have never heard of Lu Ran in the Supreme Clan. Don't go to the Supreme Clan for now. Let me ask around first. Lin Shen originally had no plan to go to the Supreme Clan, so he didn't care about this matter. Even if he wanted to go, he didn't know how to go to the Supreme Clan, and he didn't have any connections in the Supreme Clan, so he probably wouldn't see anyone there. Although the 10th turn ice armor Ripper is good, Lin Shen doesn't have the ability to get it. Tian may still have a chance, but whether he dares to see the magic master Yao Gu again is his own problem. Lin Shen harvested the 5 elements tree king fruit and gave half to Tian. Originally, this was the opportunity given by Tian, and it would be unreasonable not to give it to her. Besides, Lin Shen still wanted the fire on her body, so he had to show some appreciation. Lin Shen still had 49 5 elements tree king fruits left, and he couldn't use them all, so one was enough. After returning to Paradise Island, Lin Shen talked to his eldest sister and left her an ordinary 5 elements fruit and several 5 elements tree king fruits, which can be used at the basic transformation level and the flying upgrade level respectively. Lin Shen had very few ordinary 5 element fruits, but he had many fruits of the 5 element tree king, so he couldn't give more ordinary 5 element fruits. After returning to his room, Lin Shen ate an ordinary 5 element fruit, and the theory of evolution immediately started to run wildly. According to previous intelligence, the 5 element fruit will only be effective when each person eats it for the first time. The 5 element fruit can increase any of the 4 attributes, but only one attribute can be increased. As for which attribute to increase, it seems to be random, or there is a pattern, but it has not been discovered yet. Lin Shen hopes that the attribute he increases is speed. If the speed is fast enough, he can escape even if he can't win. However, increasing speed by a little bit will not have a big impact on him, and it can only be said that it is better than nothing. So it is best to increase speed, and increasing other attributes is also acceptable. After the theory of evolution stopped running, Lin Shen looked at his attributes again and was shocked to find that his attributes had not changed. Strange, why is there no change? Is it because my attributes were originally full? This is not right. Tian said that the attributes added by these fruits can break through the attribute limit. Lin Shen felt that this matter should not be that simple. The theory of evolution has worked, which means the fruit is definitely effective, but his surrounding attributes have not changed. What went wrong? Could it be that the attributes randomly increased by the 5 elements fruit are not strength, speed, hardness, and toughness, but hidden attributes such as endurance? Lin Shen felt that the 5 elements fruit must have enhanced some attributes, but that attribute was invisible. Lin Shen didn't care much, as long as it worked. After ascending, he would eat another 5 elements tree king fruit to see the effect. After resting for a while, when night fell, Lin Shen used the mechanical watch to teleport to the crater planet again, and continued to hunt the super source dragon to enhance the soul harvesting skills of the dead fans. This matter is indeed a bit strange. He said that the supreme tribe member he asked you to find is called Lu Ran? Tian said in a deep voice, I have never heard of Lu Ran. In the supreme tribe. Don't go to the supreme tribe for the time being. Let me ask around first. Lin Shen originally had no intention of going to the supreme tribe, so he didn't care about this matter. Even if he wanted to go, he didn't know how to get to the supreme clan, and he didn't have any connections in the supreme clan, so he probably wouldn't see anyone there. Although the 10th turn ice armor ripper was good, Lin Shen didn't have the ability to get it. Tian Xian might still have a chance, but whether he dared to go to see the magic master Yao Gu again was his own problem. Lin Shen shared half of the 5 elements Tree King fruit he harvested with Tian Sun. This was originally an opportunity given by Tian Sun, and it would be unreasonable not to share it with her. Besides, Lin Shen still wanted the fire on her body, so he had to show some appreciation. Lin Shen still had 49 5 elements Tree King fruits left, and he couldn't use them all, so one was enough. Back to Paradise Island, Lin Shen talked to his eldest sister and left her an ordinary 5 elements fruit and several 5 elements Tree King fruits, which could be used at the basic transformation level and the flying upgrade level respectively. Lin Shen had very few ordinary 5 elements fruits on him, but many 5 elements Tree King fruits, so he couldn't give more ordinary 5 elements fruits. Back in his room, Lin Shen ate an ordinary 5 element fruit, and the theory of evolution immediately started to run wildly. According to previous intelligence, the 5 element fruit will only be effective when eaten for the first time. The 5 element fruit can increase any of the 4 attributes, but only one attribute can be increased. As for which attribute to increase, it seems to be random. Or there is some pattern, but it has not been discovered yet. Lin Shen hopes that the attribute he increases is speed. If the speed is fast enough, he can escape even if he can't win. However, increasing speed by a little bit will not have a big impact on him, which can only be said to be better than nothing. So it is best to increase speed, and increasing other attributes is also acceptable. After the theory of evolution stopped running, Lin Shen looked at his attributes again and was shocked to find that his attributes had not changed. Strange, why is there no change? Is it because my attributes were originally full? This is not right. Tian said that the attributes added by these fruits can break through the attribute limit. Lin Shen felt that this matter should not be that simple. The theory of evolution has worked, which means that the fruit must be effective, but his surrounding attributes have indeed not changed. What went wrong? Could it be that the attributes randomly increased by the 5 elements fruit are not strength, speed, hardness, and toughness, but hidden attributes such as endurance? Lin Shen felt that the 5 elements fruit must have enhanced some attributes, but that attribute was invisible. Lin Shen didn't care much, anyway, as long as there was an effect, he would eat another 5 elements Tree King fruit after ascending to see the effect. After resting for a while, when night fell, Lin Shen used the mechanical watch to teleport to the crater planet again, and continued to hunt the super source dragon to enhance the soul harvesting skills of the dead fans. This matter is indeed a bit strange. He said that the supreme clan member he asked you to find is called Lu Ran? Tian pondered and said, I haven't heard of Lu Ran in the supreme clan. Don't go. To the Supreme Clan for the time being. Let me ask around first. Lin Shen didn't plan to go to the Supreme Clan, so he didn't care about this matter. Even if he wanted to go, he didn't know how to go to the Supreme Clan, and he didn't have any connections in the Supreme Clan, so he probably wouldn't see anyone if he went there. Although the 10th turn Ice Armor Ripper is good, Lin Shen has no ability to get it. Tian Xian may still have a chance, but whether he dares to see the Magic Master Yao Gu again is his own problem. Lin Shen shared half of the 5 elements Tree King fruit he harvested with Tian. Soon. This was originally an opportunity given by Tian's son, and it would be unreasonable not to share it with her. Besides, Lin Shen still wanted the fire on her body, so he had to show some appreciation. Lin Shen still had 49 5 elements Tree King fruits left, and he couldn't use them all, so one was enough. Back to Paradise Island, Lin Shen talked to his eldest sister and left her an ordinary 5 elements fruit and several 5 elements Tree King fruits, which could be used at the basic transformation level and the flying level, respectively. Lin Shen had very few ordinary 5 elements fruits on him, but he had a lot of 5 elements Tree King fruits, so he couldn't give more ordinary 5 elements fruits. Back to his room, Lin Shen ate an ordinary 5 elements fruit, and the theory of evolution immediately started to run wildly. According to previous intelligence, the 5 elements fruit will only be effective when eaten for the first time. The 5 elements fruit can increase any of the 4 attributes, but only one attribute can be increased. As for which attribute to increase, it seems to be random, or there is some pattern, but it has not been discovered yet. Lin Shen hopes that the attribute he increases is speed. If the speed is fast enough, he can escape even if he cannot fight. However, increasing the speed a little bit will not have a big impact on him, and it can only be said that it is better than nothing. So it is best to increase the speed, and increasing other attributes is also acceptable. After the evolution theory stopped running, Lin Shen looked at his attributes again and was shocked to find that his attributes did not change. Strange, why is there no change? Is it because my attributes were originally full? This is not right. Tian said that the attributes added by these fruits can break through the attribute limit. Lin Shen felt that this matter should not be that simple. The evolution theory has worked, which means that the fruit must be effective, but his surrounding attributes have indeed not changed. What went wrong? Could it be that the attributes randomly increased by the 5 elements? Fruit are not strength, speed, hardness, and toughness, but hidden attributes such as endurance? Lin Shen felt that the 5 elements fruit must have enhanced some attributes, but that attribute was invisible. Lin Shen didn't care much, anyway, as long as there was an effect, he would eat another 5 elements Tree King fruit after ascending to see the effect. After resting for a while, when night fell, Lin Shen used the mechanical watch to teleport to the crater planet again, and continued to hunt the super source dragon to enhance the soul harvesting skills of the dead fans. This matter is indeed a bit strange. He said that the Supreme Clan member he asked you to find is called Lu Ran? Tian Sun pondered and said, I haven't heard of Lu Ran in the Supreme Clan. Don't go to the Supreme Clan for the time being. Let me ask around first. Lin Shen didn't plan to go to the Supreme Clan, so he didn't care about this matter. Even if he wanted to go, he didn't know how to go to the Supreme Clan, and he didn't have any connections in the Supreme Clan, so he probably wouldn't see anyone if he went there. Although the 10th turn Ice Armor Ripper is good, Lin Shen has no ability to get it. Tian Xian may still have a chance, but whether he dares to see the magic master Yaogu again is his own problem. Lin Shen shared half of the 5 elements tree king fruit he harvested with Tian. This was originally an opportunity given by Tian, and it would be unreasonable not to share it with her. Besides, Lin Shen still wanted the fire on her body, so he had to show some appreciation. Lin Shen still had 49 5 elements tree king fruits left, and he couldn't use them all, so one was enough. Back to Paradise Island, Lin Shen talked to his elder sister and left her an ordinary 5 elements fruit and several 5 elements tree king fruits, which could be used at the basic transformation level and the flying level, respectively. Lin Shen had very few ordinary 5 elements fruits, but many 5 elements tree king fruits, so he couldn't give more ordinary 5 elements fruits. Back to his room, Lin Shen ate an ordinary 5 elements fruit, and the theory of evolution immediately started to run wildly. According to previous intelligence, the 5 elements fruit will only be effective when eaten for the first time. The 5 elements fruit can increase any of the 4 attributes, but only one attribute can be increased. As for which attribute to increase, it seems to be random, or there is some pattern, but it has not been discovered yet. Lin Shen hopes that the attribute he increases is speed. If the speed is fast enough, he can escape even if he cannot fight. However, increasing the speed a little bit will not have a big impact on him, and it can only be said that it is better than nothing. So it is best to increase the speed, and increasing other attributes is also acceptable. After the evolution theory stopped running, Lin Shen looked at his attributes again and was shocked to find that his attributes did not change. Strange, why is there no change? Is it because my attributes were originally full? This is not right. Tian said that the attributes added by these fruits can break through the attribute limit. Lin Shen felt that this matter should not be that simple. The evolution theory has worked, which means that the fruit must be effective, but his surrounding attributes have indeed not changed. What went wrong? Could it be that the attributes randomly increased by the 5 elements fruit are not strength, speed, hardness, and toughness, but hidden attributes such as endurance? Lin Shen felt that the 5 elements fruit must have enhanced some attributes, but that attribute was invisible. Lin Shen didn't care much. Anyway, as long as there was an effect, it would be fine. After ascending, he would eat another 5 elements tree king fruit to see the effect. After resting for a while and waiting for night to fall, Lin Shen once again used the mechanical watch to teleport to the crater planet, where he continued to hunt the super origin dragon and enhance the soul harvesting skills of the dead fans. This matter is indeed a bit strange. He said that the Supreme Clan member he asked you to find is called Lu Ran? Tian said thoughtfully, I have never heard of a person like Lu Ran in the Supreme Clan. Don't go to the Supreme Clan for the time being, let me ask around first. Lin Shen had no plans to go to any Supreme Clan, so he didn't care about it. Even if he wanted to go, he didn't know how to get to the Supreme Clan, and he had no connections in the Supreme Clan. So he probably wouldn't be able to meet anyone if he went there. Although the 10-turn ice armor ripper is good, Lin Shen doesn't have the ability to get it. Tian still has the possibility, but whether he dares to see the magician demon bone again is his own problem. Lin Shen gave half of the 5 elements tree king fruit to Tian. Originally, this was the opportunity given by Tian, so it would be unjustifiable not to give it to her. Besides, Lin Shen still wanted the fire in her, so he had to express it in some way. Lin Shen still has 49 5-element tree king fruits left, and he can't use them all. One is enough. Back on Paradise Island, Lin Shen chatted with his eldest sister and left her an ordinary 5 elements fruit and several 5 elements tree king fruits, which can be used at the base level and flying level, respectively. Lin Shen has very few ordinary 5 elements fruits, but there are many fruits from the 5 elements tree king, so he cannot give more ordinary 5 elements fruits. Back in his room, Lin Shen ate an ordinary 5 elements fruit, and the theory of evolution immediately began to work crazily. According to previous information, it will only be effective if everyone eats the 5 elements fruit for the first time. The 5 elements fruit can increase any one of the 4 attributes, but it can only increase one attribute. As for which attribute is added, it seems to be random, or there may be some pattern, but it has not been discovered yet. Lin Shen hoped that his increased attribute would be speed, so that he could escape even if he was defeated. However, just a little increase in speed does not have a great impact on him. It can only be said to be better than nothing. Therefore, it is best to increase the speed, and it is also acceptable to increase other attributes. After the theory of evolution stopped running, Lin Shen looked at his attributes again and was shocked to find that his attributes had not changed much. It's strange, how come there is no change? Is it because my attributes were originally full? This is not right. Tian said that the attributes added by these fruits can exceed the upper limit of attributes. Lin Shen, I feel like this shouldn't be that simple. The theory of evolution has taken effect, indicating that the fruit must be effective, but its surrounding attributes have indeed not changed much. What's the problem? Could it be that the randomly increased attributes of the 5 elements fruit are not strength, speed, hardness, and toughness, but hidden attributes like endurance? Lin Shen felt that the 5 elements fruit must have enhanced certain attributes. It's just that the attribute cannot be seen. Lin Shen didn't care much, as long as it had an effect. After ascending, he would eat a 5 elements tree king fruit to see the effect. After resting for a while and waiting for night to fall, Lin Shen once again used the mechanical watch to teleport to the crater planet, where he continued to hunt the Super Origin Dragon and enhance the soul harvesting skills of the dead fans. This matter is indeed a bit strange. He said that the Supreme Clan member he asked you to find is called Lu Ran? Tian said thoughtfully, I have never heard of a person like Lu Ran in the Supreme Clan. Don't go to the Supreme Clan for the time being. Let me inquire first. Lin Shen had no plans to go to any Supreme Clan, so he didn't care about it. Even if he wanted to go, he didn't know how to get to the Supreme Clan. And he had no connections in the Supreme Clan, so he probably wouldn't be able to meet anyone if he went there. Although the 10-turn ice armor ripper is good, Lin Shen doesn't have the ability to get it. Tian Xian still has the possibility, but whether he dares to see the magician demon bone again is his own problem. Lin Shen gave half of the 5 elements tree king fruit to Tian. Originally, this was the opportunity given by Tian, so it would be unjustifiable not to give it to her. Besides, Lin Shen still wanted the fire in her, so he had to express it in some way. Lin Shen still has 49 5-element tree king fruits left, and he can't use them all, one is enough. Back on Paradise Island, Lin Shen chatted with his eldest sister and left her an ordinary 5 elements fruit and several 5 elements tree king fruits, which can be used at the base level and flying level, respectively. Lin Shen has very few ordinary 5 elements fruits, but there are many fruits from the 5 elements tree king, so he cannot give more ordinary 5 elements fruits. Back in His room, Lin Shen ate an ordinary 5 elements fruit, and the theory of evolution immediately began to work crazily. According to previous information, it will only be effective if everyone eats the 5 elements fruit for the first time. The 5 elements fruit can increase any one of the 4 attributes, but it can only increase one attribute. As for which attribute is added, it seems to be random, or there may be some pattern, but it has not been discovered yet. Lin Shen hoped that his increased attribute would be speed, so that he could escape even if he was defeated. However, just a little increase in speed does not have a great impact on him. It can only be said to be better than nothing. Therefore, it is best to increase the speed, and it is also acceptable to increase other attributes. After the theory of evolution stopped running, Lin Shen looked at his attributes again and was shocked to find that his attributes had not changed much. It's strange, how come there is no change? Is it because my attributes were originally full? This is not right. Tian said that the attributes added by these fruits can exceed the upper limit of attributes. Lin Shen, I feel like this shouldn't be that simple. The theory of evolution has taken effect, indicating that the fruit must be effective, but its surrounding attributes have indeed not changed much. What exactly went wrong? Could it be that the randomly increased attributes of the 5 elements fruit are not strength, speed, hardness, and toughness, but hidden attributes like endurance? Lin Shen felt that the 5 elements fruit must have enhanced certain attributes, but that attribute could not be seen. Lin Shen didn't care much, as long as it had an effect. After ascending, he would eat a 5 elements tree king fruit to see the effect. After resting for a while and waiting for night to fall, Lin Shen once again used the mechanical watch to teleport to the crater planet, where he continued to hunt the Super Origin Dragon and enhance the soul harvesting skills of the dead fans. The Soul Harvester's Supersource Pterosaur has a deterrent power of 17,100, the Supersource Triceratops is 15,100, and the Supersource Velociraptor is 3,100. Lin Shen lured out another Supersource Pterosaur, and when he was about to kill it, the Supersource Pterosaur actually spit out the pet key on his own initiative. The effect of soul harvesting is good. This has made the Supersource Pterosaur take the initiative to recognize the master. Lin Shen was delighted. After accepting the pet key of the Supersource Pterosaur directly turned into a pet capsule and fell into Lin Shen's hands. Unfortunately, activating the ascended creature requires the power of the ascended creature, and Lin Shen cannot activate it now. Lin Shen continued to hunt for supersource dragons, and buried the spirit bases he got on this planet first. After ascending, he can use these spirit bases to strengthen his life base. When Lin Shen was hunting the supersource dragon, a big thing happened on King Kai's planet. A 100-day countdown was lit on all the King Kai towers, and at the same time a message appeared that the ranking battle of the King Kai Tower would end in 100 days. The first place in the King Kai Tower is still the Big Red Bull Knight, and no one has surpassed him yet. When people were discussing what the final reward of the King Kai Tower would be, someone discovered that Qingjia appeared again in Zhuo Qinglong's perspective. Ah. Zhuo Qinglong is going to challenge Qingjia again. Last time, so many people failed. Now he is going alone, how can he win? Maybe he really has mastered the body skills given to him by the Big Red Bull Knight. Dream on. People watched Zhuo Qinglong walk towards Qingjia. Qingjia saw Zhuo Qinglong and got off his mount directly. He stared at him and said coldly, "Your courage is admirable, but if you continue to entangle, I can only take your life." If I can't win this time, I don't plan to go back alive. Sui Qinglong said lightly. Since you have already realized your death, then come. Qingjia stopped talking nonsense, rushed towards Sui Qinglong like a gust of wind, and punched at the same time. His punching power was amazing, and the energy he brought was like a tidal wave. Sui Qinglong did not retreat but advanced, stepped out diagonally, and chopped out with the knife in his hand. Many people thought that Sui Qinglong would be defeated soon, but Sui Qinglong unexpectedly fought with Qingjia on equal terms, and it was difficult to tell the winner for a while. People found that Sui Qinglong's body movements seemed to be different. Qingjia's attack was like a storm, but he could not touch Sui Qinglong's body. Sui Qinglong seemed to be strolling in the garden, constantly attacking Qingjia, not losing at all, and even had the upper hand. Oh my God, the body movement given to him by the big Red Bull Knight, can't it be real? Everyone watching the battle was stunned. In the past, Sui Qinglong and so many people joined forces, but it was difficult to suppress Qingjia. Now, only one person and one knife can suppress Qingjia. Everyone thinks that it is the body movement given to him by the big Red Bull Knight that worked. In fact, they were only half right. Lin Shen's body movement given to Sui Qinglong is important, but Sui Qinglong's own strength is also very important. He had the strength to compete with Qingjia, and he broke Qingjia's stacking wave power with his swordsmanship, so he could achieve such an effect. Qingjia felt very uncomfortable. Every knife of Sui Qinglong seemed to cut at the joint of his fists, making it difficult for him to form stacking wave power. He wanted to kill Sui Qinglong with his fists, but he could not touch Sui Qinglong's body, not even his sword. Sui Qinglong seemed to have become his shadow. When he advanced, Sui Qinglong advanced. When he retreated, Sui Qinglong retreated, making Qingjia almost crazy. Qingjia roared, and the horns on his head burst into brilliance, and his speed and strength increased suddenly. Almost at the same time, a green dragon pattern appeared on Sui Qinglong's shell. As the dragon pattern emerged, Sui Qinglong's strength and speed began to increase. The two fought frantically, and the crazy energy stirred up dust all over the sky. For a time, sand and rocks flew everywhere, as if the sky was dark. I can't lose. I must not lose. I want to enter the bloodline order. I can't let my descendants continue to be at the bottom and be trampled on by others. Qingjia's eyes were red, and his punches became more and more violent. Sui Qinglong's eyes were cold, and he completely gave up thinking with his brain and let his body react naturally. The people watching the battle held their breath involuntarily, looking at the dust in the sky, waiting for the result of this battle. Dang! After a clear sound, the terrifying energy seemed to stop, and the dust in the sky gradually dissipated. Sui Qinglong and Qingjia stood face to face, more than 10 meters apart. The knife in Sui Qinglong's hand hung down at his side, and there was a trace of blood flowing on the blade, dripping on the ground. And on Qingjia's left shoulder, which was not covered by the shell, there was a blood mark deep enough to see the bone. The blood mark not only injured his shoulder, but also left a wound on his neck, and blood was oozing out. Next time, I won't lose again. Qingjia suddenly turned around and ran away. Qingjia, lost. Damn, the body movement that the big Red Bull Knight gave Sui Qinglong was actually real. Oh my God, just a body movement allowed Sui Qinglong, who was far inferior to Qingjia, to win. The big Red Bull Knight is quite strong. Why didn't I meet the big Red Bull Knight? Sui Qinglong succeeded in the battle. Although he failed to kill Qingjia, it was enough to make him famous. Sui Qingming jumped up happily, waving his fist fiercely. Brother, I knew you could do it. Sui Qinglong himself didn't feel much, he just completed his plan, which was expected. But after Sui Qinglong did this, many base changers now began to hope that they could meet the Big Red Bull Knight. The Big Red Bull Knight was so powerful that he could make Sui Qinglong so strong by just giving him a body movement. If they met the Big Red Bull Knight, they could get some benefits and soar to the sky. The Big Red Bull Knight has become a synonym for lottery. Who doesn't want to win a lottery? It's a pity that Lin Shen didn't go to King Kai at all. Those who wanted to meet the Big Red Bull Knight can only be disappointed. Lin Shen kept hunting various super source dragons on the crater planet to improve his soul harvesting ability. The night of the giant ring star passed, and Lin Shen came back to have breakfast. I don't know what Tian went out for, and he didn't have breakfast together. After finishing breakfast, Lin Miao returned to her room. She had been preparing for ascension these days. She had decided to use the revenge angel egg to ascend. There is a weirdo looking for you. When Lin Shen finished eating and wanted to leave, Tian Xian suddenly said this. Weird? What weirdo? Lin Shen's heart skipped a beat. A half-human, half-iron weirdo met on the planet Midu. Tian Xian said with a smile. Tell me in detail. Lin Shen immediately knew who Tian Xian was talking about. He didn't expect the weirdo to leave the human mother planet to find him. I've been a little weak recently, and my memory is not very good. I can't remember clearly. If I eat something like the 5 elements tree king fruit to replenish it, maybe I can remember something. Tian Xian covered his head, looking weak. Lin Shen was too lazy to pay attention to him. What if the weirdo came with Tian Sun as a big brother? The weirdo couldn't do anything to him. Seeing that Lin Shen ignored him, Tian Xian ignored him and took out a communicator, projected a small holographic image, and watched the latest cosmic news. Lin Shen felt a little curious and looked up a few times. There were all kinds of cosmic news in the holographic image. However, these news didn't seem to have anything to do with Lin Shen. After watching for a while, he felt that it was boring. When he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Special news from the universe, 2 cosmic hours ago, a human race declared in front of Tianjing Mountain that he would challenge the supreme race's deers. The news projected an image of a human. Lin Shen stared at the image with his mouth wide open. Oh my God! What is fourth brother doing? Lin Shen felt that his brain was about to crash. The human who declared to challenge deers was clearly his fourth brother Lin Shandong. Fourth brother, are you so serious? Is our family's trouble that big? Lin Shen felt a little bad. He had heard people mention Dios before, but at that time he didn't know what kind of person Dios was. Not long ago, he finally knew who Dios was. The % Supreme Clan member in the universe, the first innate nirvana. Born from the Supreme Clan, is a person who can defeat 99.99% of human beings at birth. The fourth brother actually wanted to challenge such a person. Lin Shen felt that apart from his appearance, the fourth brother might be defeated in other aspects. Lin Shen also heard about fourth brother's record of 1 against 5 on Jinshui Lake, shattering 5 life bases. He is indeed handsome and strong, but compared to Dios, he is not on the same level at all. Has the fourth brother already reached nirvana? This is too fast. Lin Shen found it hard to believe. That the fourth brother could achieve nirvana so quickly. He knew the fourth brother well. He would definitely wait until the 10th revolution before achieving nirvana. Where could he find so many resources and achieve nirvana so quickly? Is it possible that the fourth brother is also dating a rich woman? Lin Shen couldn't help but consider various possibilities. What worried Lin Shen the most was that if the fourth brother challenged Dios, did it mean that the Lin family's troubles came from the Supreme Clan? If that was the case, Lin Shen felt that his efforts were really not enough. You humans are so funny. You actually challenged Dios. Are you trying to get an advantage? Tian glanced sideways at Lin Shen, and his words were more like mocking Lin Shen. What's the bargain? Lin Shen was a little confused. The fourth brother went to challenge the Nirvana level Dios. Why did he end up taking advantage? This is illogical. Logically speaking, Tian should be mocking humans for not overestimating their own abilities, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Tian curled his lips and said, no one in the universe doesn't know that Dios is a natural nirvana. But because he wanted to experience the realm under nirvana, he invited the supreme existence of the Supreme Clan to defy the decree of heaven. He went back to zero and rebuilt from the steel level, and he just ascended. There is such a thing. How boring is Dios? Isn't this just the prince going to the countryside to experience life? Lin Shen was speechless. The entire universe is going crazy with envy. Dios actually gave up his innate nirvana body and rebuilt it from the steel level. Lin Shen felt that this man really couldn't eat too much. That fellow human being of yours is probably crazy about wanting to be famous. He actually challenged Dios at this time. He is so ignorant. Does he think that Dios is easy to bully just after he ascended? It's really hopeless. Even if Dios just ascended, ascension is enough to be invincible at the same level, Tian said sarcastically. That can't be said for sure. No matter how powerful Dios is, he can only ascend for 1 or 2 turns at most. If he fights for 10 turns, there is a possibility of defeat. Although Lin Shen felt that the fourth brother could not be 10 turns, but I still hope that the fourth brother can win. It's impossible. Even if Dios only takes 1 turn or 10 turns, he will still be defeated. Tian sneered, do you know what the scene was like when Dios ascended? In that kind of scene, I'm afraid I can't even imagine it in my dreams. Ascension is ascension, what else is going on? Lin Shen became even more puzzled. Primitive races. Are primitive races without any knowledge? When Dios ascended, his life base triggered the rainbow light of the universe. Above billions of stars, people of countless races witnessed his ascension in the daytime. It was the first time in history. That one person. When Tian said this, he actually showed a bit of yearning. What is cosmic rainbow light? Lin Shen had never even heard of it. Do you know how far away the galaxies are? An ascended person flying at full speed may not be able to reach another galaxy in his lifetime. The universe is vast and boundless. Let alone an ascended person, even a nirvana person, can usually only reach the other galaxy. Ability to travel to planets and other galaxies through teleportation devices. This may not be intuitive for you. For example, the starlight you see on the giant ring star may have taken hundreds, thousands, or even millions or billions of years to become visible. The starlight that reaches the giant ring star, that is to say, the starlight you see, was emitted a long time ago, and is only seen by you now. The cosmic rainbow light is a special energy wave phenomenon in the universe. It can be regarded as a cosmic energy release phenomenon. The cosmic rainbow light can appear in most areas of the universe in an instant. So far, no one can understand how the cosmic rainbow light is generated and how it is triggered. In the past, only when one pointed to the sky and became king, one could trigger the rainbow light of the universe. I have never heard of anyone ascending to trigger the rainbow light of the universe, let alone ascension. Even at the time of nirvana, I have never seen anyone with my own eyes able to induce the rainbow light of the universe. It is said that in ancient times, there was an invincible nirvana who could trigger the rainbow light of the universe, but those were just stories and legends. No modern person has ever seen it with his own eyes. In the past 1,000 years, there have been no people who have seen the rainbow light of the universe with their own eyes. Everyone should have seen the time when Dios ascended. After Tian finished explaining, he looked at the projection of Lin Shen in the news and mocked, "So don't have any illusions. No one at the same level can be Dios's opponent. Not to mention the same level, even if it is nirvana, can you win the emperor? It's hard to say. Maybe the cosmic rainbow light is just a coincidence? A cosmic phenomenon like this may just happen to happen when Dios ascends." Lin Shen had begun to worry about the fourth brother. If Dios is really that powerful, isn't fourth brother in danger? Coincidence? Why don't you make a coincidence? Show me? Tian said contemptuously. Ahem, Tian, with your communicator, can you see the image of this human being challenging Dios? Lin Shen asked, staring at the communicator in Tian's hand. Not necessarily. It depends on whether someone from a big clan can broadcast the live video. That requires special equipment. Generally, small clans don't have such things. Tian thought for a moment and said, but for such a funny thing, those big clans should, someone will be broadcasting it live, I'll look for it. Tian changed several channels as he spoke, and after a while, a live image of Tianjin Mountain appeared in the projection. Lin Shen could see more clearly this time and saw Lin Shen, dressed in white like snow, standing on the top of a mountain that looked like a giant monument. Behind him was a pole with a large banner hanging on it that read, "Under the starry sky, at the top of the pure sky. My only wish in this life is to fight with you." Tianjin Mountain is actually not a mountain, but something similar to a satellite surrounding the sublime star, except that it is not spherical. Legend has it that Tianjin Mountain was originally the life base of a supreme race nirvana. When the beasts in the starry sky surged, the nirvana of the supreme clan single-handedly suppressed the tide of starry sky beasts and killed countless starry sky creatures. He also died on the spot, and his life base transformed into Tianjin Mountain, which has been guarding the sublime star. Tian snorted coldly, that human being is quite scheming. He actually went to Tianjin Mountain to challenge Dios, and everyone knew what he did. Even if the Supreme Clan doesn't want to pay attention to him, he can't be allowed to cause trouble in Tianjin Mountain. It just depends on whether Dios will come out to deal with him personally. To deal with such a small person who wants to be famous, I don't think the Supreme Tribe will let Dios take action. If he sends any ascendant, he can be tortured to death. Not only Lin Shen and Tian are paying attention to Tianjin Mountain, in fact, this matter has now become a hot topic among all races in the universe. No one thought that human could win, but they were all very curious as to whether Dios would fight. Theoretically speaking, Dios should not fight. For an unknown person like this, If everyone comes to challenge Dios and Dios accepts the challenge, then he will not have to do anything else. I don't know how many people from small races dream of reaching the sky in one step. If this is the beginning, more people will definitely learn this trick from him in the future. The greatest possibility is that the Supreme Clan will send someone out to deal with that human being with thunderous means to prevent this kind of thing from happening again. Because this kind of thing has never happened before, all the races in the universe are secretly watching, wanting to know how the supreme race will handle this matter. While all the tribes were speculating, only one person was seen flying out from the sublime star and heading towards Tianjing Mountain. Dios. Dios actually went there. People outside Tianjing Mountain were surprised and happy when they saw that figure. Lin Shen also heard the person shouting on the live broadcast and knew that the person was Dios, and couldn't help but feel even more worried. After carefully looking at Dios, Lin Shen had to admit that even in a competition of appearance, the fourth brother might not be able to win. Dios is just like the Son of God in mythology. Although there is no such thing as holy light in his body, his unique temperament makes him different from ordinary people. You may not be able to remember his features or appearance, but as long as he is standing there, you will know that it is him, and you will never confuse him with anyone else. Peerless and isolated, as if he does not belong to this world. Although Lin Shandong is also very handsome, his temperament is indeed much worse than others, and he is made to look like an ordinary person. You want to fight me? Dios landed on the top of Tianjing Mountain and looked at Lin Shandong and said, "My wish in this life." Lin Shandong said calmly, "Leave your name." Dios said gently, "The undefeated king." Lin Shandong was outrageous. Even in front of Dios, he still did not change his true colors. Arrogant. It's so arrogant. Dios asked him his name, but he just didn't tell him his name. He even gave him the nickname of the undefeated king. A mere ascended human being actually dares to claim the title of king. How can he be undefeated? Not to mention Dios, many other alien races already had the urge to go over and beat up Lin Shandong. Dios didn't take it seriously, smiled and nodded. What a good name. I also think this name is excellent. Lin Shandong seemed to have no idea about modesty. He stretched out his hand and a pear petal formed on his fingertips. My name is Hua Luo, which was inspired by the falling flowers in the ancient city. Lin Shandong stood with his hands behind his hands, and he really looked like a sanctimonious literary young man. You can really pretend. Tian looked at the image and couldn't help but cursed. Dios was startled for a moment, and then his face showed an interesting look. He stretched out his hand and found something condensed on his fingertips, which turned out to be a speck of dust. My name is Dust, just a speck of dust in the universe. A tiny speck of dust can see the entire world. Only with this kind of life base can you be worthy of fighting with my flower. Lin Shandong flicked his fingers, and the petals on his fingertips fluttered towards Dios. My style is called Ancient City Flower Fall, please enlighten me. When his voice fell, the petals suddenly turned into a blizzard of snow, and countless petals fell between the sky and the earth, covering the entire Tianjing Mountain. Such a huge momentum shocked many foreigners who had previously despised Lin Shandong. What makes people feel even more incredible is that the blizzard-like petals flow across the river, like a waterfall, or like a torrent. Under the impact of the layers, they actually overlap and form a magnificent and mysterious ancient city of floating flowers. Suppressed in the ancient city. Lin Shen stared blankly at the ancient city of petals, and couldn't help but remember the scene when he and his brothers and sisters visited the ancient city to enjoy flowers when he was young. The ancient city formed by the petals seems to be very similar to the ancient city in memory. Just the next moment, the ancient city of petals suddenly fell into pieces and instantly turned into petals rising up all over the sky, like a rain of petals falling retrogradely to the sky. Among the rain of petals that shattered and rose to the sky, Dio stood unscathed, the dust life base on his fingertips shining like stars. My style is called Dust Settlement, please advise. Dios flicked his fingertips, and the dust life base, which was as bright as a star, flew through the petals like a meteor with a bright star tail light. Lin Shandong. Everyone watching the battle widened their eyes, looking forward to the results of Dios's attack. Bang! The dust fell on Lin Shandong's body, instantly shattering his body into petals flying all over the sky. I'm sorry, I suddenly have a stomachache. Let's fight another day. When people were stunned, they saw Lin Shandong's figure appearing on the other side, directly turning into a stream of light, wrapped in a snowstorm of petals, escaped towards the distant starry sky, and soon turned into a small point of light in the starry sky. Let me go, why is this person so shameless? What kind of undefeated king should be called a shameless person? As long as I run away fast enough, no one can defeat me. I am such an undefeated king. All the tribes were in an uproar. This was not a challenge. It was just coming up. Just act cool and run away. Deer stared blankly at the direction where Lin Shandong disappeared. He didn't seem to be angry. Instead, he showed a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. Unbeatable heavenly king, interesting. Lin Shen was also confused. He didn't know what the fourth brother was doing. He ran away after only one move. But he could also see that Deer seemed to have easily broken the fourth brother's full-strength attack. If he didn't run, he would still lose in the end. It's better to run away. Lin Shen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. You humans are really talented. Tian glanced at Lin Shen and said, are all humans so shameless? At least he has the courage to challenge Deers. Do you dare? Lin Shen said with a smile. Humph, this is also a challenge? It seems that our celestial beings and you humans have a different definition of challenge, just like our definition of morality is different. Our celestial beings' moral standards and definition of challenge are not that low. Tian teased. Lin Shen didn't care about Tian's ridicule, wiped the residue from his mouth, stood up and left the restaurant. He didn't know why his fourth brother wanted to challenge Dai's, but this battle made him see how terrible the real top ascenders were. Compared with Dai's, Cosimo, who had turned 9, was just a scum. If I ascend, what will my life base be? Lin Shen suddenly became a little worried about his life base. Theoretically, the life base is the product of the combination of evolution and ascension eggs, and both will have a key influence on the formation of the life base. But the evolutionary art that Lin Shen practiced was a misprint of the theory of evolution, and he himself didn't know what life base it could become. The ascension eggs used were also original eggs, whose origins were unknown. The life base condensed was purely a lucky roulette wheel, and whatever it turned to was what it was. Fortunately, I can condense 2 life bases. Even if my luck is average, there should always be one that suits me. Lin Shen thought to himself. For the next period of time, Lin Shen spent time on the crater planet killing super origin dragons. He killed A lot of super origin pterosaurs and super origin triceratops, and also killed some other types of super origin dragons. Lin Shen discovered a pattern. Super original dragons such as pterosaurs and triceratops generally have a relatively low number of revolutions. Most of them are 1 revolution, and only a few are 2 or 3 revolutions. Most of the super origin dragons, which are very similar to dinosaurs, are like this. One turns into many, and a very few turn into 2 and 3. The less dinosaur-like a Chaoeunosaurus looks, the more turns it will have. If you watch more, it will be easy to tell which supersource dragons have relatively high rotation speeds. Just like the 3-headed dragon, the rotation speed will definitely not be low. This also makes Lin Shen want to get the 3-headed dragon as a mount. Even more, but the success rate is not high enough yet. He has killed so many super origin dragons, and now if he wants to tame a triceratops, it would be good if he could succeed once in 10 times. If you want to tame the 3-headed dragon, the probability of success is still pitifully low. Tian seems to be very busy recently and has not been back for several days, which makes Lin Shen, who has been thinking about Huazhong, very depressed. One time when Tian came back, Lin Shen also asked her what she had been doing recently. Tian told him that she had been at the Titan Mountain recently, and there were new discoveries there. Now the 3 families are working hard to conquer the Titan Mountain. But unlike before, low-level creatures cannot enter the area discovered this time, and only Nirvana-level creatures can enter. Lin Shen suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the number of sacrifices had been increasing so slowly recently. Occasionally, there were only a few scattered sacrifices. Originally, the Land Reclamation Army had not made much action recently. Tian came back that time, took some things, and left. Since then, he hasn't come back for several days. Lin Shen sometimes couldn't help but think that if Tian fell in the giant god mountain, his fire would be hopeless. Tian, your sister-in-law hasn't come back yet, why don't you leave? Without saying hello? Lin Shen went out early in the morning and saw Tian carrying a bunch of things to the aircraft. He thought Tian was ready. Have left the giant ring planet. Whoever wants to leave, you have a good idea. I will go to the market below to sell things. I won't leave until I drive you away. Tian said while loading things. The market down there? Isn't there a market on the Star Belt? What are you doing down there? Lin Shen was a little confused. What do you know? All the high-end goods here in the Star Belt are nothing rare. No matter how good the goods are, they can't be sold at high prices. The market below is short of everything. Although they are poor people, they can sell them at high prices. After Tian finished speaking, he got on the aircraft and left directly. Tian's words reminded Lin Shen that he now has several super origin dragon pets. He doesn't need them anyway, so he can exchange them for what he needs. Lin Shen thought for a while and planned to go to the market. Summoning the evil dragon, Lin Shen headed towards Laoyu's village, first asking about any markets nearby. When Lin Shen arrived at the village, most of the people in the village went out hunting, and only Laoyu was packing. Master Lin, are you back? Laoyu's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw Lin Shen, and his address was different from before. Laoyu, you'd better call me by my name, I can't be a father-in-law. Lin Shen said. You deserve it. In this human village, you, Mr. Lin and Mr. Shiman, have become the 2 great figures. Our faces are also bright. Now I go out. To trade with those aliens. Those aliens who used to have their nostrils turned to the sky will now give more or less money. It's a lot easier to deal with me than before, and the things you buy are cheaper than before. You don't have to pay high prices to buy some small things. The situation of the people in the village is also much better outside. I am all grateful to you. That's good, Lao Yu said with a smile. Lin Shen also knew that it was not easy for humans to survive on alien planets. It was a good thing that his fame could help others. Lao Yu, have any new people teleported here recently? Lin Shen was wondering when Wei Wufu would be able to send the original eggs. He couldn't wait to ascend. Lin Shen estimated that Wei Wufu would not come so quickly, because Wei Wufu didn't know about his use of the base mutation pool. Under normal circumstances, Lin Shen would not reach full base mutation rate so quickly. I haven't received any notifications from outside recently, and I haven't heard any news about humans coming. Mr. Lin, if you are waiting for someone, just tell me. I will have someone keep an eye on you in the teleportation area. If your friend comes, I will take him back to the village to entertain him first, and then take him to the sky. When you come, Olju said knowingly. That's okay. My friend's name is Wei Wufu. He is very tall among humans and has a bit of a stupid mouth. You should be able to recognize him when you see him. After Lin Shen finished speaking, he took out another thing and handed it to him. Lao Yu, this is considered as payment for hard work. When I receive the person, I will also give you a big thank you. Master Lin, what are you talking about? How can I ask for something from you? Lao Yu looked at the thing in Lin Shen's hand, his eyes shining, but he didn't dare to take it. Just take care of him. Lin Shen put the things into Lao Yu's hands and asked, is there a larger market nearby? There are only a few of us humans. We usually exchange useful things with each other. If you really want to buy or sell, you have to go to the market opened by the aliens. Lao Yu put away the things and smiled. The situation in some markets was explained clearly to Lin Shen. If you want to talk about the most things, you have to go to the market of the pioneering army. There are all kinds of strange and bizarre things. However, the pioneering army usually does not stay in one place for too long, so the market is also mobile. Recently, I heard that it is at the giant God Mountain. And the pioneering army is full of real desperate people. And it is not very safe there. Lao Yu added at the end. Lin Shen thought that it was right. The pioneering army has people of various races and goes to various places to explore and open up wasteland. There must be a lot of good things on hand. Lin Shen and Lao Yu chatted for a few more sentences and planned to go to the market of the pioneering army to have a look. Riding the dragon to the direction of the giant God Mountain, he had been there once before, and this time he was an old horse who knew the way, and soon arrived near the giant God Mountain. He asked a foreigner at random and easily found out the area where the market was located. It is called a market, but in fact it is in a relatively flat place, and they just find a place on the ground to set up a stall. There are all kinds of strange and bizarre small races in this market, which is also an eye-opener for Lin Shen. The things they sold were also varied, some of which Lin Shen had never heard of. He asked about the prices of some familiar things, and they were even more expensive than Lao Yu's. Lin Shen thought Tian might have come here to sell things, but he didn't see Tian. Instead, he saw Shimen Jianke setting up a stall in a corner. Lin Shen looked at the things on Shiman Jianka's stall and was slightly startled. There was actually a mosaic-shaped genetic mutation egg.